Shepherding Humanity Chapter 1 to Chapter 69. In the early stage of stomach cancer, there is indeed a chance to cure it. But now it has deteriorated to the middle stage of stomach cancer, and the possibility of cure has been reduced. But if you continue active treatment, there is still a possibility. No, I choose to leave the hospital. After more than 2 hours, Suji steps out of the hospital. A period of chemotherapy has thinned out his hair, and his body is pale and stooped. He is in an extremely sick state. In the early stage of cancer, there is a possibility of cure if you actively cooperate with treatment. But in the middle stage, the survival rate is extremely low. There is no need for treatment. He murmured. Suji is quite capable. He works in a large foreign company. But now he has spent more than half of the 500,000 he saved in the past 5 years. He has been busy for several years, but in the end, all his efforts are in vain. He buys a high-speed train ticket and drags his suitcase all the way back to his hometown, Dong City, the countryside. He hasn't been back for a year. There is an independent orchard and courtyard in his hometown. His family used to have a mine in the village, and they have contracted more than 100 acres of land to plant fruit trees. But half a year ago, the market price of lychees was too low, and too many of the lychees were rotten. They were cheated by someone who said they could solve the problem through channels, but they were cheated of too much money. They lost nearly 1 million yuan. His parents were so angry that they collapsed half a year ago, and they couldn't get up again. Now there is no one to take care of the orchard, and the hired workers have all left. The orchard has become barren. The trees have long been cut down, and there are only weeds on the ground. He unlocks the door and opens the door. Dust rushes in. The familiar farm life comes into view. He puts down his luggage in the room, planning to spend the rest of his life in his hometown and return to the countryside. Whoosh, 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 suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Who? It seems that something is making noise in the yard. He stands up and comes to the empty orchard courtyard. In a pile of weeds, he sees a black beetle the size of a bowl. It's dark. What kind of insect is this? Suji reaches out his hand. Whoosh, in an instant, his mind is sucked into the black shell of the insect, and he is brought into a vast history of the race. That was a long history of the rise of the Zerg race. From a green planet, which was equivalent to the biological explosion of our Earth's Cambrian period, a species of ancient insects appeared. They gave birth to their own intelligence and developed technology. Their great reproductive ability and potential allowed them to walk towards the stars. When technology reached the peak, the insectoids knew that they lived in a barren, low-level world. In the end, they broke through a certain dimension and entered an unimaginable fantasy world. However, the lifelong realm was instantly defeated. It was as though it was only a matter of course that they lost. In the insect nest, the previous insect nest queen left behind a message that was filled with regret. The evolution of living things doesn't mean that the bigger you are, the more powerful you are. We have been on the wrong path from the very beginning. The more we evolve, the bigger we become. The smaller our body is, the more we have the foundation for the qualitative change of energy. We have lost. No matter who becomes the next queen, help me fight my way up to the world of immortals. Very soon, Suji discovered that he had actually taken over this insectoid nest. From the memories he had obtained from the insectoid race, this extremely invasive and great race actually only had one racial ability. Super high-speed cell division? The insectoid race's ability was to shorten the lifespan of their own race in a short period of time and increase the speed of cell division. It allowed their race to be born, blossom, grow, wither, and die in an instant like the pistil of a flower. In his memories, the insect nest was a war fortress. As long as the insect nest produced cells, or spores, and placed them on a desolate planet, it would activate the super high-speed cell division. In just a few years, those cells would frantically reproduce and evolve into a new species, becoming part of the insect nest's army. This race has unlimited possibilities. Thinking of this, Suji's mind became restless. The long period of pain and the torture of chemotherapy caused Suji to feel mentally and physically exhausted. He even started to doubt the purpose of his boring life. Now, before his death, he suddenly had something he was curious about. The evolution and progress of living things. The Zerg queen of the previous generation dropped spores on desolate planets, multiplying and evolving countless species and building worlds. However, I don't have a planet, but I can use this ability to make a small evolutionary sand table in my orchard to play with. With this insectoid hive and battle fortress, I can build mountains, oceans, and rivers in this orchard. I can create a super small sand table, allowing countless insectoid spores and single-celled organisms to evolve into countless species. It feels like a sand table game, my world. Moreover, if I can create a world and evolve a civilization and countless races, maybe I can find a solution to my cancer from this civilized world? Suji became excited. This was probably a fortuitous encounter? Cancer could not be cured in modern times. This might be his last hope for survival. I have to quickly build a sand table and buy the tools for plowing the land. Suji found a dusty three-wheeled bicycle in the corner of his old farm garden. He panted like a bald old man, and his body, which had been hollowed out by chemotherapy, laboriously rode the bicycle to the town outside. Then, he spent 30 to 40,000 of his savings to buy a bunch of farm equipment and instruments. He returned to the courtyard and began to set it up happily. He did not have a planet, only an orchard of more than 100 acres for him to build a sand table world. He had another group of workers help clear the weeds and trees in the orchard. After turning it into a flat piece of soil, he picked up a hoe and, like a farmer digging a pit, casually created super small soil mountains, freshwater rivers, caves, and all kinds of desolate sand table terrains. He also took out the high-temperature ejector he bought and roasted the entire sand table inch by inch at high temperature, cleaning up the potential plants and animals so that the ready-made earth creatures would not affect the species' evolution of the spores. As for the microorganisms, they could not be bothered with them. They would be swallowed by the genes of the insect race and evolve into new Earth species. The origin of species is the ocean. I have to build a huge ocean, seawater. In the orchard, his parents had originally built a small fish pond. He thought about it and spent a lot of money to hire a few workers to help him continue to open up the fish pond, dig the soil, and irrigate it. He built an artificial shallow pond, poured in the salt he bought, and made an ocean according to the proportion of salt water. However, a thorny problem appeared. This was not a huge circular planet, but a square flat sand table of 100 acres. The structure of this land was the terrain structure in ancient mythology: the sky is round and the earth is round. Is this the land in mythology? Suji's health was not as good as before. It took him a week to prepare a huge sand table of 100 acres in the orchard. This morning, he controlled the subbrain of the nest and began to produce a large number of the initial evolution of single cells belonging to the insect race, spores. They were injected into the sand table he created, the central ocean. The evolution began. He gave the mother nest an order: cell division acceleration, 10,000 times. According to the insect race's counting unit, 1 time was 1 year. Accelerated by 10,000 times, 1 day of evolution of these single cells was equivalent to 10,000 years. However, it was still unknown whether a new species could be born and achieve the Cambrian explosion of Earth in the small courtyard sand table. On the first day of the spore's injection, the central ocean did not change. There was no change at all. On the second day, the entire sand table was also quiet. On the third day. On the fourth day. Finally, on the 5th day, the entire central ocean he designed began to evolve some plankton, and the water began to become turbid. The plankton in the sea have appeared. Mother nest, start setting the gene lock to limit the size of the spore. Suji frowned and silently gave the order. The orchard was only so big, and it was impossible to let them evolve too big. In the memory of the previous queen, it also showed that the evolution method of the huge body was wrong. There was no need to deliberately expand the size of the Zerg. Maintaining the original small size of the insects was the correct way of evolution. The smaller the body, the easier it was to produce energy qualitative changes. Their body size no longer expanded. Since then, the size of the normal species in the sand table was smaller than an ordinary ant. This was the real insects, the Zerg. And the largest species, even if they evolved to the level of dinosaurs, would not be bigger than a cat. A bug the size of a cat was already a very exaggerated thing. And the sand table of 100 acres was equivalent to the size of a small province for the microscopic ecological creatures the size of small ants. On the afternoon of the sixth day, after experiencing the previous 5 days of single-cell Paleozoic ocean, there was finally a drastic change, and multicellular creatures began to appear in the sea. In a few minutes, Suji was like an accelerated ecological discipline film. On the artificial ocean of this pond, new plankton species were born and died in a few seconds, giving birth to the next generation. Soon, in the pond and the orchard, there were all kinds of strange aquatic plants floating. Suji originally wanted to give it a try and throw single-cell species in the ocean to evolve, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. 10,000 years accelerated to 1 day. It's only 6 days, 60,000 years of species evolution. The single-cell organisms in the ocean have evolved into plankton in the sea, forming a super-Paleozoic ocean similar to the end of the Phanerozoic Eon, the Cambrian biological explosion 500 million years ago. This zerg spore is really powerful. Suji didn't understand the evolution history of the Earth. But he could naturally go back to his room, turn on his laptop, search the internet, and cram for the evolution history of the Earth, the origin of species, the Cambrian, the Silurian, the Devonian. After all, the Earth could be used as a reference. But it's going to be dark soon. My biggest worry has begun. The world of the sand table is going to be destroyed. He looked at the artificial ocean in the yard and looked up at the gloomy sky. The last afterglow of dusk fell on the corner of the wall. The evolution of cell division was accelerated by 10,000 times. He condensed 10,000 years into 1 day, which was equivalent to 5,000 years of day and 5,000 years of night. Now that the sky was dark, it meant that 5,000 years of daylight had passed, and 5,000 years of endless night was about to arrive. Sunlight was the source of all living things. The newly born aquatic plants in the ocean would lose their ability to photosynthesize and would die directly. Sure enough, as soon as night fell and the sunlight disappeared, the seawater underwent a drastic change. Large amounts of aquatic plants withered and sank to the bottom of the sea, losing all life. It was like a dead sea. Under the night sky, there were no signs of life. In my evolutionary era, the first great extinction has begun. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Suji took a deep breath. He had done some research on the internet. In the long evolution of eras, from the birth of single cells to the evolution of multi-cells, the reproduction of all kinds of ancient species, Earth had experienced 5 tragic mass extinctions. In history, the most famous event was naturally the mass extinction at the end of the Cretaceous period. 65 million years ago, the Earth was once the hegemon of the world, the destruction of the dinosaur era. At that time 80% of the animals died. And the first mass extinction on Earth was actually more than 400 million years ago, at the end of the Ordovician period. That was because the temperature plummeted and the sea level dropped, which led to the destruction of Earth's marine ecosystem, directly wiping out 85% of the marine species at that time. Now, different from the era of Earth, the sand table under his hand was because of the arrival of night. Suddenly, 5,000 years of endless night fell, and the sun suddenly disappeared, causing the first mass extinction that belonged to him. Earth was a huge planet with billions of species. After the survival of the fittest, it had great compatibility and could even survive the mass extinction. But it was different here. The environment was too small. Logically speaking, even if the ponds and oceans were filled, there would only be tens of millions of species. According to Darwin's theory of evolution, an extremely small number of species was not enough to evolve a new species that could adapt to the environment. But this is a single cell of the zerg with extremely strong adaptability, the spore. If it can survive in a barren planet, there is no reason why it can't. Suji took a deep breath, feeling a little excited and uneasy. He waited quietly. Moonlight spilled from the yard, and the lifeless sea of plant corpses was filled with a full half an hour later. Suddenly, a faint blue color appeared on the surface. It was a blue plant the size of an ant with delicate leaves. After losing direct sunlight from the sun, this plant chose to aim its photosynthesis source at the moon, where the light was extremely weak, and was able to struggle at death's door. This plant successfully survived the first round of mass extinction. In a short few seconds, it grew, developed, and died, just like a fast-forwarded movie. It began to rapidly evolve generation after generation, and natural selection, and crazily adapted to the dark environment. Water caltrops and round plates appeared, like lotus leaves laid flat on the surface of the sea in order to absorb more moonlight from the yard's sky. Another hour passed. As the only marine species in the sand table, the aquatic plant that Suji named blue moon grass had experienced tens of thousands of generations of evolution and began to form various branches. Some were angular, some were slender, some were oval, some were deep sea, some were shallow sea. At this time it even developed two different species. A portion of the blue moon grass continued to absorb moonlight during evolution, increasing the efficiency of moonlight conversion. A portion of the blue moon grass even began to eat meat, preying on other blue moon grasses. They also absorbed moonlight and emitted a faint fluorescent light, attracting other blue moon grasses to swim over and then devour them. Seeing this, Suji praised the tenacity and wonder of life. After surviving the first mass extinction, this only surviving aquatic plant actually developed its own diversified civilization in the dark sea. He found a black notebook, picked up a pen, and recorded the evolution process of this sand table. How about I also record the countless eras that my sand table has evolved according to Earth's era calendar? The Cambrian period on Earth had a biological explosion, which was the origin era of all life on Earth. That was why there were dinosaurs, humans, all kinds of fierce beasts. But the biological explosion here was faced with 5,000 years of darkness. Let's call it the Dark Warrior period. He was excited. In this black notebook, he flipped to the first page of the founding era and wrote the first row of words: frowny face, the Dark Warrior period. The world suddenly changed, the sun set and the moon rose. The world fell into 5,000 years of long darkness. 99% of the marine life went extinct, leaving only the blue moon grass to survive by absorbing moonlight. It became the only species that survived and flourished in this dark sea. The blue moon grass became the overlord of this era. He looked at the pond called the Ocean of Life and silently looked forward to it. According to the history of biological evolution on Earth, the sea is the origin of all life. Marine plants first appeared, and then continued to reproduce, followed by marine animals. What kind of marine animals will the cells of the Zerg evolve into? He did not sleep all night and waited until dawn. The seventh day finally began, however, as Suji expected, animals did not begin to evolve on the seventh day. Instead, it ushered in another terrifying mass extinction, because the sun rose. At the moment of sunrise, all kinds of blue moon grass in the flourishing ocean rapidly withered. Originally, they received weak moonlight at night. Now that they suddenly received such strong direct sunlight, they sank to the bottom of the sea as if they were burned. In an instant, blue moon grass began to go extinct on a large scale. The second mass extinction happened so soon. I just survived not long ago. It's so tragic, this was the death of life. In the long evolutionary era of species, countless species were born and extinct in hundreds of millions of years. It was a vast planetary epic. The process of evolution of spores was long and rotten. At this time, in just a few hours, countless prosperity and ups and downs were displayed in front of him. The shock it brought to Suji was powerful and inexplicable. In the afternoon, a touch of blue gradually recovered from the dead plants. It was a 5-star-shaped blue moon grass. It also ushered in its own mutation and evolution, successfully escaping the mass extinction this time. It transformed in the scorching sun and was reborn from the fire. In order to adapt to the strong sunlight environment, it began to reproduce generation after generation. In just a few minutes, it died, was reborn, and reproduced for countless generations. It began to gradually turn from blue to dark purple. Finally, it formed a mysterious black-blue 5-star seaweed. It had a 5-star beautiful and mysterious balanced leaf that could expand and contract. At night, it opened its 5 corners and lay flat on the surface of the sea, increasing the surface area to absorb moonlight. During the day, to prevent strong sunlight, it shrank by more than half and turned into flower buds. It was a little like a mimosa. The mass extinction was death, but it was also an opportunity for the weak species to rise. In the entire ocean, no species competed with it for survival. It began to reproduce rapidly, producing all kinds of branches, and the entire ocean was full of vitality. Survived 5,000 years of scorching sun and 5,000 years of night. 5,000 years of sun and moon in the sky. As the only survivor of countless species, you experienced the scorching sun and darkness. You are a true hero. Let's call you Purple Moon Grass. Suji smiled. He silently picked up the pen and turned to the second page of the Black Diary. He continued to record the second mass extinction in the evolutionary history of the biological era that belonged to him. Light Martial Era, the world suddenly changed. The moon set and the sun rose. The sun hung in the sky for 5,000 years. The overlord of blue moon grass that had survived the dark Martial Era began to go extinct on a large scale. Among them, purple moon grass, a weak branch of blue moon grass, rose in the sky and became the protagonist of that era. After enduring the scorching sun of the day, the seventh night began to fall. The purple silk grass still lived peacefully in the ocean. It had been able to withstand the alternating sun and moon for 5,000 years. At the same time, with its rapid reproduction, the photosynthesis of these aquatic plants caused the oxygen content in the seawater to increase significantly. The conditions suitable for the birth of marine animals had been met. In nature, if there were no aquatic plants in the water and there was no flow, it was difficult for oxygen in the air to integrate into the water. Such a pool of stagnant water could not produce a suitable environment for aquatic animals. Soon, the spores in the sand table ocean began to evolve. The first to appear was a group of black beetles, similar to the ancient Paleozoic marine species on Earth, the Placopodium horseshoe crab. At this point, marine animals stepped onto the historical stage of the evolutionary era. My world sand table. Marine animals have finally evolved from single cells. I have waited for you for a long time. I have waited for 2 mass extinctions. The moment the animals appeared, Suji showed a gratified smile. After a day and a night of exhaustion, his body finally couldn't take it anymore. He went straight back to his room, lay down, and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the 8th day of the sand table's creation. Anyone who studied biology knew that the ocean was the origin of life, but Suji found that there were already marine animals that began to be dissatisfied with the fierce competition in the ocean. They gradually evolved toes and scales, evolved into amphibians, and lived on the barren coast. Seeing this, he wrote down the last page of the Guangwu era in delicate handwriting. This third era of evolution should be completely reborn after the mass extinction. Suji named it the Neozoic era. Frowny face. The Neozoic era ushered in a new era, and all kinds of animals exploded. The first marine animals appeared, and the species flourished. Invertebrates relied on their shells and dominated the sea for a while, becoming the hegemon of the era. However, it didn't last long. Vertebrates were born, and with their advantage in dexterity, they defeated them. Vertebrates became the hegemon of the Neozoic era. They climbed out of the sea and will rule a long era. After writing all this, Suji silently closed the book. The eras on Earth were the Cambrian era, the Ordovician era, and the Silurian era, and the eras of Suji were the Dark Warrior era, the Guangwu era, and the Neozoic era. That's fast. I slept for a night. The spores are about to walk out of the ocean and evolve into terrestrial species. Suji's eyebrows suddenly twitched. But it's unknown how many epochs it will take for intelligent creatures to evolve. Since an ecosystem has appeared, why don't I? 'Cause some trouble? He looked at his finger and wanted to cut it and drip his blood on it. He wanted to let some species absorb its genes and quickly evolve into human-like intelligent creatures. In the ocean of sand tables in the orchard yard, beautiful Naga mermaids appeared. On the sand table in the garden, there appeared the strong intelligent apes of the Taishang clan. It's exciting just thinking about it. A miniature sand table world in the yard. However, he rejected the idea again. He was somewhat against using humans as experiments to evolve intelligent species. I remember that in the city outside, there's a zoo. I can secretly get a few gorillas' fur, get some genetic models, and stir up some trouble. He went straight out the door. A few hours later, Suji entered the zoo. He was surrounded by couples showing off their love, or families of 3. The parents were showing off their love while bringing their children to the zoo to play. He was a bachelor and was very eye-catching. After all, who would come to the zoo alone to look at monkeys? It was easy to be seen as a monkey. The family of 3 secretly whispered to each other. "Dad, look at this uncle. He's bald. He looks very strong." "Don't say that. He's bald and doesn't look strong. He's probably sick. Otherwise, he wouldn't look so old. A seriously ill patient coming to the zoo alone. No matter how you think about it, he must be a pitiful person with no one to accompany him. Suji was only a young man in his early 20s. The strong side effects of chemotherapy were very obvious. He was too old, and his hair was sparse. But to say that he was pitiful, he was quite pitiful before, but now he was having fun. It was quite fun to evolve into a species. Hee, believe it or not, I, a bald young man, can evolve long black hair the next day, modify my evolutionary genes, cure cancer, and restore my youth? But I don't believe it myself. Evolution is too slow. My orchard is still in the Paleozoic era sea and land. He studied for a while in the orangutan park and took a fancy to a male orangutan with the best physique. He directly looked for the manager and simply and crudely said that he was a medical student of a nearby university. He had a research topic given by his tutor and needed the blood of orangutans to write a graduate thesis. Young man, you said you are the assistant of a laboratory professor, a top student, and knowledgeable. I believe you. The uncle looked at Suji's sparse hair and also had a look of pity. But it's impossible for you to get the blood of the orangutan I raised. I raised it myself. I treat it like my son. Even if you threaten me, give me money, or bribe my leader, I can't. A tube of blood. Suji took out 3,000 yuan and placed it on the table. The uncle's eyes were bright. This was his monthly salary. He could not help but jump up and said, just one tube of blood? I can take a few more. Big brother, I only need one tube. Suji laughed. He stroked the sparse balding hair on his head with his palm and laughed like a demon that seduced people. Don't worry, I won't tell your leader. If possible, we will cooperate in the future. For example, I am very interested in the blood of the peacocks and cranes in your zoo. Okay. The uncle rubbed his palms excitedly. It is a very meaningful thing to support university students to research biological topics. After a while, Suji left very calmly. After he dealt with the orchard, he would have hundreds of thousands of savings left. He would not enjoy anything. As long as he was not extravagant, he would not be able to use it all in a short period of time. He was rich and overbearing. The bald head had become stronger. He already had the ability to make money. He was so arrogant, then he thought about it and got some termites that he saw by the roadside. After all, the ant gene gave him infinite strength, and it was free. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when he returned to the front of the courtyard, Suji was suddenly stopped. Hey, are you Suji? Suji turned his head and looked at the roadside of the village. A beautiful girl riding an electric scooter was looking at him. I'm Xianxia, the one who often visited your house when I was young. Recently, I saw the lights in your courtyard turn on at night. Are you really back? The girl could not help but be surprised. How did you become like this? Weren't you like this in the past? Xianxia, Suji remembered. It's because of stomach cancer, hair loss, mental exhaustion, and chemotherapy. You have cancer? How could it be? She stared at Suji with her eyes wide open. For a moment, she was so shocked that she could not speak. She suddenly said, last year, I also got into a university. It's also your university, bless you. Suji nodded. Only now did he remember that it should be the summer holidays. She returned to her hometown for the holidays. As soon as this thought passed, Suji was in a hurry to go back. After all, he had not been here for half a day. He did not know how those Zerg species with terrifying reproductive abilities had evolved. He was in despair previously, silently waiting for death. Now, the boring life had become unknown and interesting. He was extremely high now, reproducing species and creating life. It was as if he was on drugs. He could even entertain himself. You're leaving. Xianxia did not stop him. She felt a little conflicted. Pursing her lips, she looked at the idol that she had always wanted to chase after. It was obvious that he was running away. His optimism now was all an act. After all, he was bald, just the thought of this rare amount of hair made her heart ache. Xianxia suddenly felt that the dream that she had been chasing after had collapsed. However, they could still be friends. She shouted from afar, "Hey! Come to my house to play when you're free. If there's anything, you can come and discuss with us." Suji's head hurt. "Why are all of you staring at my head with sad and nostalgic expressions? I've already said that it's the side effects of chemotherapy. It's normal, alright, even if the cancer was not cured. Now that the chemotherapy had stopped and the patient was gradually recovering, his hair would still grow back. Hee, it's time to evolve into a powerful species that doesn't grow hair. I'll let them have a taste of the terrifying power of baldness." Suji scratched his head. He returned to the courtyard and looked at the pond. At this moment, another half a day had passed. After the species climbed onto land, they reproduced at a terrifying speed. They almost covered the entire 100-acre miniature sand table. The mountains and rivers were filled with greenery. The plains were also covered with strange-looking trees. There were also animals swimming in the rivers. There are fish in freshwater too. Saltwater fish have already left saltwater and developed into freshwater rivers. They only evolved for 10 days from a single cell to such a complex multicellular level. They achieved biological diversity and evolved into an ecological world. This is simply a terrifying speed of reproduction and evolution. This was already a miniature sand table ecological world. If not for the nest limiting the range of reproduction and not allowing them to go out, it might have caused a species invasion on Earth. Then, let me randomly choose a lucky person and carry out a genocide treatment. I'll add the genes of gorillas and ants. As long as it survives, it will be reborn. It will become the ancient insect ape race of the ancient era in the sand table in my courtyard. Suji wore the blue plastic shoe covers he bought and walked into this huge 100-acre experimental field. Along the way, he did not know how many green trees and animals the size of ants were trampled to death. He did not care. This is natural selection, survival of the fittest. Being trampled to death by me can only mean that you're unlucky and eliminated by nature. He squatted down and silently looked at the species. Choose the one with the most potential and evolve into an intelligent ape. He thought for a while and added, "Well, it's best if it's bald." Suji searched for a long time. The most outstanding one was a beetle-shaped creature. It has armor and is agile. The most important thing is that this creature also has armor on its head. It has no hair. You are the lucky one. You will become the bald overlord of the Homo sapiens for the next era, or even several eras. Suji picked up this ant-like beetle with metal pliers and put it into a transparent test tube. Then he looked for food to feed the species. He came to a brand new experimental field that was only 1 square meter in size and put it in. Cell division speed, 10,000 times, in a short period of time. The number of their species multiplied wildly, died, and was reborn. The population suddenly reached hundreds of thousands. Suji picked up a large number of transparent test tubes and placed them on the ground. Obediently come to the tube and line up. 1 test tube for 300 beetles. Influenced by the mother nest, the ants lined up and entered the test tube. Then, Suji marked each test tube with an experimental number. He diluted the blood of the gorilla and dropped drops of blood into each test tube. Then he controlled the mother nest to let them pierce the skin. Their body fluids and the gorilla blood fused together. The huge blood rejection reaction caused them to die instantly. He was not a senior biologist. What he needed to do was simple and crude. Even a child could do it. It was the survival of the fittest. When the blood mixed, those that could not survive the blood rejection reaction would die. After 2 days of testing, countless batches of test tubes, tens of millions of beetles died. In the end, in the 3 test tube samples of 1042, 2041, and 2415, there were beetles that mutated and began to fuse with the gorilla blood. They successfully survived the genetic rejection reaction. However, the ones that survived were not necessarily perfect genes. They could also be deformed. Among the 3 test tubes, he selected the most successful test tube specimen, the test tube creature number 2041. It was a tiny and delicate species that was smaller than an ordinary ant. It was hairy and looked like an ape with black armor. He named it Insect Ape. Unfortunately, it was not bald as Suji had imagined. Its body was full of hair, and the top of its head was also naturally full of hair. This ape was in the transparent test tube, knocking on the glass wall and roaring in an unknown and strange voice. Listening to the syllables, what was the bottom? Li-D. Balding. Balding. The voice gradually turned into a familiar word. Suji was dumbfounded. I wanted to make you bald, but instead, you had a head full of thick black hair, and you even crazily mocked me for being balding? Brother, you've gone too far. Balding was obviously a short-term after effect of chemotherapy. After stopping chemotherapy and resting for a month, hair would grow back. One look and you could tell that it wasn't a good species. Suji took a deep breath and felt that he should crush it to death. I may be the only creature in the world that was created by myself. Mocking the bald creator. It had just been born, yet it dared to mock the great creator who had given it life. What kind of treason was this? The personality of the species was bound to be cruel, vile, crazy, warlike, and a scourge to all living beings. It had to be eliminated, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. After all, the survival of the fittest had only given birth to a mutated species. He couldn't kill it now. He would endure its mockery and record it in his notebook before killing it. And this poor creature completely didn't expect that after it was born, its instinctive roar would make a vengeful and petty creator hold a grudge against it. The future era would bring a disastrous fate to its species. Little brother, let's settle this score in the future. Suji took a deep breath and put it back into the experimental field, allowing this ape to reproduce. Accelerated cell division. 10,000 times, this strange ape died quickly, ending its sinful life of roaring balding. In a short period of time, it quickly reproduced into a group of tens of thousands. They walked on the ground like a nest of black ants. Balding. 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 The delicate and tiny ape walked unconsciously in the sand table. They faced the giant in the sky and ran around happily, letting out collective roars. Are you poisonous? Suji was speechless. After putting in the orangutan gene, he planned to put in a second gene, the white ant gene. This time, he failed. He repeated the process more than 70 times, destroying hundreds of thousands of apes' balding life, but he didn't succeed in fusing with the termite gene even once. It should be because the species level is too low and can't accommodate too many genes at once. Helpless, he could only put aside the termite gene and let these apes split 10,000 times faster, multiplying in large numbers, waiting for them to develop their own intelligence and civilization. But no matter how many generations these apes reproduced, they still looked like they had no intelligence at all. They still roared balding, balding. Suji thought about it and suddenly realized. I'm really stupid. If a person only has a lifespan of 10 seconds to accelerate cell division by 10,000 times, how will they have time to think? To create civilization? Language? Words? Should I adjust the speed of cell division back to normal? But it will take too long for them to reproduce normally. Humans need thousands of years to give birth to civilization. He started to search for information in the mother nest, feeling that there must be a solution. As expected, there really was one. According to the unit of counting of the insect race, 1 time was 1 year. Cell division 10,000 times faster was equivalent to 10,000 years in a day. This kind of acceleration, birth, mating, and death in a few seconds, would leave no time for creatures to think. Their brains simply couldn't withstand such a terrifying speed of division. They could only rely on a huge base number and instinctively adapt to the environment. However, when the cell division was adjusted to 100 times, another change would occur. At this time, the brain of the creature began to be able to withstand the division speed of 100 times. The brain cells and neurons of the brain would accelerate their thinking speed by 100 times. Their bodies are accelerated by 100 times, and their thinking speed is also accelerated by 100 times. This is equivalent to their time flow being accelerated by 100 times. Suji thought about it and ordered the mother nest. For this area, cell division speed, 100 times. After adjusting the speed of cell division, these ant-sized apes' thinking speed was 100 times faster, and their movements actually kept up with their brains. This was because every cell in their body was crazily dividing by 100 times, releasing energy by burning their life force, making their movements extremely fast, as if they had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. At this time, the entire sand table seemed to be living in a world of accelerated time, turning into a blur. He suddenly became curious and asked the subbrain of the mother nest, "Can I carry out cell division 100 times faster myself?" The mother nest replied mechanically, "No, this is a unique racial ability of the insect race. After transplanting insect cells, cell division can be carried out 100 times faster. At that time, the brain cells will be in a state of 100 times faster division, and the world will be slowed down by 100 times. Moreover, cell division 100 times faster in every part of the body will release a powerful force, and the movement will also keep up with the accelerated thinking." The synchronization of movement and thinking was equivalent to the acceleration of the entire person's life force by 100 times. Was it really the berserk state of burning life force? Suji thought about it and shook his head. Right now, my cancer cells will also divide 100 times faster. I will probably die instantly in the late stages of cancer, right? At this time, Suji spent 2 days experimenting with the insect apes. On the other side of the sand table, under the 10,000 times acceleration, it was equivalent to another 20,000 years. Some powerful species had already appeared. The trees towered into the clouds. A large number of giant species appeared, entering a terrifying era similar to the Jurassic period. The largest were the beasts, the shelled beasts with a black disc on their heads. They had reached the upper limit of the size set by Suji, which was the size of a cat. Such a size on the insect apes, which were only the size of ants, was like a human encountering a giant ancient Tyrannosaurus rex that was nearly 100 meters long. I wonder how they will survive. Suji thought about it and began to directly slow down the cell division speed of the sand table to 100 times, which was able to withstand the speed of thinking. After all, it had to be synchronized. The experiment is complete. Find a place in the sand table and put these ancient insect apes. Stepping on the blue shoes used in the laboratory, Suji held the 300 insect apes in a transparent test tube and walked on the ground of the orchard. On the ground of the orchard, there were small green and delicate valleys and small lush forests. The trees began to collapse, the ground shook, and countless species in the deep forest fled frantically. Let's do it here. Suji put these experimental insect apes in a large canyon surrounded by green trees to the south of the sand table. Early the next morning, Suji got out of bed and looked out of the yard. In the 100-acre sand table, there were miniature mountains and rivers, and the land was lush with greenery. Even if other people came to the yard as guests, they would not be able to see this magical miniature land in the orchard behind. The Zerg nests were good at mind control, so naturally, they could also interfere with people's minds. They would form a mind energy shield that interfered with other creatures, plants, and bacteria, preventing them from entering the sand table, creating an absolute separation between the two sides of the land. After a few days, Suji did not seem as dispirited as before. The hair that had fallen off from the chemotherapy was gradually growing back, and his deathly pale skin had also become healthy. In the mirror, the young man was handsome and tall. His facial features were well-defined, and his muscles had become angular. After stopping the chemotherapy for half a month, the side effects are finally gone. My body has also returned to how it was before. My body shape and face are even more perfect. This is the gradual return of the large number of dead Zerg to my body. In front of the mirror, he silently sensed everything. After the death of the Zerg herding in the sand table, their life and soul energy could be returned to Suji. The higher the level of the species, the stronger the soul, and the greater the effect. The state he was in now was because a few days ago, there was the first mass extinction of the Dark Warrior era and the second mass extinction of the Light Warrior era. Although the two mass extinctions were the lowest level of primitive life forms, the number of deaths was too great. It was not until last night that he completely absorbed it. The most important thing is that my hair has grown back. Now the side effects of the chemotherapy are gone, and my terrible body has improved. But no matter how healthy my body is, I can't kill the cancer cells. In fact, the healthier the body, the stronger the cancer cells. He was in a very good mood after all. He left the sand table in the yard and rode his bicycle to the faraway town to have breakfast. He took a rare stroll around the village, planning to show off his newly grown thick black hair and see who would dare to look at his head with a sad expression. There were fields on both sides of the dirt road, and there were occasional cow dung on the road. It was full of nostalgia for the countryside. Suji was suddenly stopped by a tanned, short, and plump woman with a grocery basket. "Hey, isn't this little paper? Xianxia said you're back, and I didn't believe it at first." "Well, I heard you're sick, is it cancer?" "Yes." Suji nodded. "Sigh, that won't do." Auntie immediately said agitatedly, "You have a terminal illness, and our Su family has no descendants. What should we do? My daughter is actually not bad. Look at this." After knowing that I had a terminal illness, he directly introduced his daughter to me. Hee. Could it be that he knew that he had earned some money in the city and that his parents had left him a large orchard, so he wanted to inherit his inheritance after he died? My hair has grown out, but that doesn't mean I'm weaker. Suji was just about to refuse. "Hey, ignore her." The round-faced lass, Xianxia, rushed out with a few ants in tow. They were in a rush. "I heard from my mother that you were entangled with Suji, so I knew that you wanted to marry a girl. Your girl is as ugly as hell, has a bad temper, and hits her husband. Her husband has already been chased away by her, and you still want Suji to take over? It's you again, you stinky girl. See if I don't teach you a lesson." The short and plump auntie called Pig Lady was very angry, but when she saw the other ants around her who were even more aggressive, she jumped in fright and turned to leave. Suji was stunned for a moment. "Suji, let me tell you, in our village, Pig Lady is not a good person. There are always some unruly and shrewish shrews and scoundrels in every village." "Wow." Xianxia casually glanced at Suji and was instantly stunned. "How did you become like this? You weren't like this 2 days ago. You were bald, extremely bald." Aunt Li was Xianxia's mother. She glared at Xianxia and said with a smile, "Girl, didn't Xiaoji always look like this? Now that she's back, she's changed a little. She's a lot more handsome. Let's go. Come to your Aunt Li's house and have a seat." "Yes, come to your Aunt Li's house." At the side, a few enthusiastic ants with baskets in their hands shouted cheerfully. "No, Mom. He wasn't like this 2 days ago. He was balding, and had a crooked back." Xianxia was left behind in the crowd, and her mouth was agape. "Daughter, who would curse you, Suji, like that? You even called him bald." Aunt Li was very angry. Suji raised his eyebrows, and he instantly felt carefree. He felt that he had regained his dignity. Hair was a man's pride, wasn't it? He did not reject the enthusiasm of the neighbors. He went to the courtyard house next door and sat down for a while. The enthusiastic aunties were very concerned about the family. They knew that Suji had a terminal illness and were very distressed, but they were also very naggy. Most of the neighbors in the village were simple and honest. After he left for work, he rarely came back. Now that he suddenly recalled a lot of memories from his childhood, he felt a little warm and comfortable. He chatted with these ants who watched him grow up, and he felt at ease and comfortable. Before he left, the ants stuffed some of the vegetables and food they grew at home into his hands, and even said, "You should rest here and recuperate. Don't work too hard, and you might recover soon." "Yes," Suji replied with a warm smile. "It's definitely a body double." He secretly altered the photo, and it's fine that his hair grew out, but now his looks and temperament have changed a lot. There's definitely something wrong. Xianxia was still mumbling as she lay on the wooden chair. Suji pretended not to hear, and appeared very calm and steady. He was infected by the enthusiasm of the neighbors, and his heart warmed. It was not bad. After chatting with the neighbors for a while and getting to know each other, he said that he would recuperate in the old house in the village and that they would meet often in the future. Then, he rode his bicycle back to the courtyard. As soon as he entered the house, he hurriedly went straight to the sand table to observe the group of apes and see how their civilization was evolving. Now, the evolution speed was much slower. 1 time was 1 year, and after adjusting it to 100 times, 1 day was still 100 years. More than half a day has passed, and now it's equivalent to more than 80 years in their sand table world. Suji thought for a while. He picked up the binoculars, stood on the chair at the door, and observed the apes in the sand table in the distance. He didn't want to go in casually, because every time he went in, he would cause great damage to the ecosystem. After all, For those animals that were the size of ants, the sand table of 100 acres was already equivalent to the size of a small province on Earth. Suji found that in just one night, these apes had already developed a simple tribal structure, lived in groups, and even had a simple language and culture, and wore animal skins. According to the theory of evolution, such a species was resisting the reproduction of the population, and would be naturally eliminated. However, wisdom was not constant. Wisdom would give birth to many points that did not conform to the theory of evolution, just like humans. With shame, it means that they have wisdom. I've succeeded. He felt gratified and smiled. Back then, those apes that only knew how to call me balding and balding have finally developed their own simple civilization, and are no longer so annoying. It's not bad. However, they were on the verge of extinction. They were too weak. Although Suji had chosen the best primitive template for them back then, they were used as experimental subjects. In the 2 days that they were cultivated into apes, the sand table continent was still evolving at a rate of 10,000 times. 2 days had passed, and 20,000 years had passed. When they returned, they were already out of touch with the Great Era. Their ancient genes from 20,000 years ago were simply not enough to fight against the attacks of giant beasts and Tyrannosauruses 20,000 years later. If this goes on, extinction will definitely not work. When Suji thought of this, his expression changed slightly. He returned to the house, logged on his laptop, turned on the wireless network, and ordered some things on Taobao. It seems that I have to find a way to create some seeds of civilization for them. After placing the order, he turned off the computer. The next morning, when Suji came back from his morning jog, he was slightly sweating. He looked at the table. The 2 packages that he had bought online had arrived this morning. After all, it would only take a little more than a day for them to be sent by air. In one package, there was a miniature potted plant, welcome pine. In the other package, there was a custom-made alloy sword that was only slightly thicker than the tip of a needle. It was exquisite and luxurious. At this moment, the insect apes had survived for a day and a half, which was 150 years. Now, their numbers were decreasing, and they were struggling at death's door. They were almost on the verge of extinction. They have survived for 150 years and are not extinct. They have some potential. It's time to go and take a look. Suji stood up and walked to the yard. Restore them to the normal flow rate of cell division, 1:1. In the southern part of Mesopotamia was a huge valley where humans lived. There were large forests in the valley, where fruits and edible plants grew. In front of them was the Tigris River. There were countless fat fish in the river, and the rich products allowed the insect apes that lived here to struggle at death's door. But now, it was the last moment. Broken walls and corpses were everywhere. The thatched huts had been destroyed, and the ground was covered with the corpses of the insect apes. Run! We can't hide here anymore. Allah is here. Several black-haired chimpanzees, whose joints were covered in armor and looked like they could walk on their own, roared and asked the women and children behind them to retreat in their immature language, while they waved the horned clubs of unknown beasts and charged at the few dark, dry, and wretched beasts in front of them that looked like velociraptors. We have to survive. The women and children ran all the way, their faces filled with despair. They seemed to have gotten used to running. A few male insect apes rushed up to resist, but soon, a large amount of blood flowed, and they were chewed up and turned into food. Fear was spreading. Seeing this, Suji sighed. He could not bear to see this happen. The casualties of the primitive tribes were too heavy. The insect nest AI said, the insect race is a species with extremely strong reproductive ability. They are all pointless mass production of evolved spores. They have short lives like plankton, unless they can transcend. Transcend? How can they transcend? Suji asked. The insect nest AI explained, it is to break away from being cannon fodder and enter the category of the insect race hero. Awakening, breaking the passive evolution, they can control their own genetic lock and adjust their own genetic evolution. Every planet throws spores and produces billions of species. There will always be a few who can transcend and become leaders, unlock the genetic lock, and become the insect race hero, entering the upper echelons. Suji, on the other hand, understood. After all, a large race couldn't only be controlled by the mother nest. There were all kinds of powerful upper echelons, the insect race hero. The insect race was a passive evolution, survival of the fittest. For example, during the Dark Warrior era, the blue moon grass that absorbed moonlight had to die for hundreds of millions of plants to evolve into a plant that could photosynthesize moonlight. This was a passive evolution. The sacrifice was too great, and it was built on a large number of deaths. As for the insect race hero, they were all powerful individual life forms. They could actually control their own genetic chain and achieve active evolution, adjusting their own genetic sequence. The difference was like heaven and earth. Do you think the insect apes I created will give birth to a hero that breaks the genetic lock? Suji laughed. A race hero? As long as the potential is enough, it's possible. The insect nest thought about it and added, the genes of the species in this land are very unique. For example, after absorbing the genes of the gorilla, this insect ape is a little strange. It has great potential, so it's not impossible. Insect apes have a possibility? Then I'm quite happy. Suji chatted as he strode forward. Rumble, the ground was shaking. In the ancient forest, countless beasts were startled and flew away. A large number of species were fleeing. The mountains were flattened and the rivers stopped. Some powerful species didn't even have time to react before they were trampled to death from the sky and turned into meat paste. He was accidentally trampled to death by me. It's just his bad luck. He was eliminated by the strong. One kick. A large part of the forest collapsed. Hiss hiss hiss. In the forest, the few terrifying beasts called Allah that were lying on the corpses of the dead insect apes were also trampled to death. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Suji strode forward and caught up with the insect monkey deserters. Oh my god. What is that? How can there be such a huge creature? It's 10,000 times bigger than the largest 100-meter giant beast, Finbar. It trampled the terrifying Allah to death with one kick. I can't even see its top. It's at least a super giant beast that's over 1,000 meters long. The insect apes turned their heads to look. The towering creature was like an eternal giant that pierced through the clouds. They screamed and instantly fell to the ground. Suji understood the meaning of their simple language through the insect nest, but he didn't care. How does an ant feel when looking at a human? An ant could not even reach a centimeter of the shoe. When one looked up and saw the towering giant towering into the clouds, the shock one felt was unimaginable. To them, he was a god. Run. We can't escape. We're just the size of a strand of his hair. Countless fleeing insect apes collapsed on the ground. While everyone was screaming, a young insect ape stubbornly raised its head and looked at the sky. You're a giant beast. Are you here to eat us too? You killed father, mother, and big brother. Why are we so weak? Suji lowered his head. He was surprised that this young insect ape was brave enough to question him. Then, I'll choose you. Suji gently reached out and placed the insect ape on his palm. The mind of this young insect ape went blank. The palm of this enormous creature was like a boundless continent, and it was only the size of a delicate palm print on the palm. It raised its head again. The eyes of the giant were like furnaces, like the bright sun in the sky. Its huge face was bathed in holy white light. Its face could not be seen clearly, but it had a majestic and vast divinity. Suji's face was blocked by the insect nest. Naturally, they could only see a blurry face that emitted a hazy glow. Suji held the small insect ape with one hand. His eyes were calm. Gilgamesh, do you want to change everything? The insect ape suddenly trembled and screamed loudly on his palm. You can actually communicate. What kind of giant beast are you? There's actually a giant with intelligence in this world. How can such a perfect existence exist? He could not help but say with a trembling voice, also, you called me, Gilgamesh? A name is also one of the manifestations of intelligence. Suji held him with his palm and placed him in front of his eyes as he answered calmly. Gilgamesh stood on the palm and looked at the giant beast's crystal-clear eyes. He suddenly said, we can all communicate. Then we're the same species. We're all intelligent species. Why didn't you save us? You're so powerful. So majestic. They did not know what kind of existence they were. They only thought that they were intelligent beasts similar to these giant beasts. Suji did not intend to explain anything. Suji dragged him with his palm as he strode across the mountains and rivers. Large swathes of trees were flattened. He let this weak insect ape look down at the entire world from his palm. His loud and clear voice resounded through the sky. Look at this world. Every species is equal. You, every plant, every animal is the same. Why should I only save you? Just because you have intelligence? Gilgamesh was speechless. Suddenly, he began to despair and shouted, "Then why did you come to us?" Suji said, "No one can save you, and don't expect anyone to save you. Only you can save yourselves, but I can give you the means of civilization, and you can save yourselves." Civilization? What is that? Gilgamesh looked down in shock. Wild winds blew, and for the first time, he looked down at this vast, green land from the perspective of the clouds. The mountains and rivers were all in front of him, and countless beasts were fleeing and roaring under the feet of the intelligent beasts, forming an extremely shocking scene. What a marvelous and fantastical scene in the sky. What kind of terrifying and awe-inspiring power was this? You're asking what civilization is? Suji never thought that he would have to explain their question to this new race. He thought about it and gave his answer. Civilization is a fire seed, civilization is knowledge, civilization is order, and civilization is also the strongest power that intelligent species use to protect themselves. Civilization is the power that intelligent species like us use to protect ourselves? Gilgamesh murmured. Suji walked back to the Grand Canyon and gently placed Gilgamesh on his shoulder. Then, he took out the mini potted plant from his backpack, the welcome pine tree. He dug up the soil and buried it in the ground. This welcome pine tree was only 60 centimeters tall. It was winding and old, but for this miniature land, it was already an endless divine tree that reached the clouds. Looking up, the huge winding tree was surrounded by clouds and mist, and the end of the tree could not be seen. Do you see this tree that I planted? If you want to obtain the power of civilization, show your courage and climb the divine tree. This is my trial for you, a trial of wisdom and courage. Suji placed the custom-made silver giant sword from Taba, a match soaked in kerosene, and a transparent capsule of termite juice that he had failed to make on the top of the tree. These are the 3 treasures of civilization. The sword of the Damocles is a weapon that protects civilization. Unlike the barbaric species that are everywhere on Earth, intelligent species that can use the power of tools. The torch burns with a scorching flame. It is the bridge that maintains civilization. Mastering the fire seed is the origin of civilization. There is one last bottle of liquid. That is the blood of power. Only the bravest warriors in the world can take it. If you can't survive death, but if you can, you will have unparalleled power. If you want to change the fate of your race, climb the divine tree before the torch goes out and obtain the 3 treasures of civilization. Suji gently placed the young insect ape on the ground. Then, while it was still in shock, he strode across the mountains and rivers and left. Cell division speed up, 100 times. As soon as Suji walked out, he instantly ordered the insect nest. The entire land, which had become normal, began to speed up cell division again. In an instant, the entire land began to move crazily and rapidly, forming all kinds of afterimages. The trees grew and withered rapidly, and the animals turned into afterimages as they rapidly aged and died. He added kerosene to the match. It could burn for about 30 seconds before it went out. However, for the land that had been accelerated for 100 years, these 30 seconds were equivalent to a few days before it went out. In other words, his test of the divine tree would last for many days. Time is relative. It is the embodiment of the movement of matter. Their brain cells speed up by 100 times, and their body cell division speed up by 100 times. For them, time is accelerated by 100 times. A match that can burn for a moment can also burn for a few days for them. In their worldview, a match is not a momentary firework, but a torch that can burn for a few days. Suji thought of a saying, a little knowledge is not as good as a great knowledge, and a small year is not as good as a big year. How do you know? The mushroom in the morning doesn't know the new year. A cockroach doesn't know the seasons, What they think is a long time is just a short moment in my eyes. After Suji left, he used the binoculars to clearly see the scene under the divine tree. The young insect ape called a few of its companions and quickly climbed up the divine tree with a determined expression. In Suji's eyes, these little ants were so fast that they could only see after images. In just a few seconds, they had fallen countless times and then climbed up with all their might. In just 10 seconds, they had successfully climbed to the top of the divine tree. However, for them, countless days had passed and they had failed countless times. They were too fast. At the top of the divine tree, standing on the lush green canopy, Gilgamesh raised his sword high. He seemed to have said something, done something, and then turned into an afterimage and went down. Suji was curious and couldn't help but ask the insect nest, what were they talking about? The insect nest subbrain showed Suji the scene just now. An intelligent behemoth. There is such a terrifying intelligent giant living in this world. It's a giant that is tens of thousands of feet tall. Gilgamesh conquered the divine tree, raised the sword of Damocles high, and swung it above his head. He looked down at the scenery under the divine tree. His black fur fluttered in the wind, and the bone armor on his shoulder was black and shiny. His determined face was suddenly filled with confidence. We also have intelligence. In the future, we will also be like those intelligent behemoths. Every member of our clan has great divine power. They all have the power to make countless behemoths flee. I must lead my clan to stand at the top and let the fire of civilization spread across the land. This moment was recorded for eternity. Thousands of years later, the most prosperous and short-lived ancient Sumerian dynasty existed in this land. People found the historical hymn of Sumer, Genesis, that they had composed for the great king. This most ancient document, the ancient history of Sumer, recorded the intelligent behemoth was 100,000 feet tall. It was covered in a white glow and had a sacred face. It trampled over the land and mountains. It descended the divine tree and set up the trial of wisdom. It handed the three treasures of civilization, the torch, the holy sword, and the blood of power to the young hero king, Gilgamesh. Suji returned to the house, entered the kitchen, and began to boil water. He was thirsty and wanted to drink a cup of tea. The seeds of civilization had been sprinkled. This furry insectoid ape had a more Western-like body shape. It was named Gilgamesh, the mythical king of the West. One could see the high hopes Suji had for him. Even when the insectoid apes were in the test tube stage, they could not accept the second gene, the termite gene. Suji also gave it to him. One could see the high hopes he had. Whether or not he could truly rise would depend on himself. Next, Suji appeared to be very comfortable. He crossed his legs and sat at the door of the house, looking at the various scenes in the yard. I've cleared 100 acres of land to build a sand table, but there are still a dozen acres of leftovers. Should I clean up the weeds too? Suji thought about it and decided to do it, even though he did not know what to do with the remaining land. Dong dong dong, after a while, there was a knock on the door. Suji was shirtless. He put down the hoe and opened the door. Outside the door was Xianxia, carrying a pile of food and looking at him. She was very curious about the yard. Eh? You're farming? Yes, I'm training my hands and body. Suji picked up a towel and wiped his sweat. She could not see anything in the sand table and only thought that he was farming. Shocking. Who would have thought that a top student from a foreign company would quit a job with an annual salary of more than 100,000, get a terminal illness, and return home to farm? Scratching his head, Xianxia looked at Suji's golden ratio upper body and the distinct contours of his muscles. His face turned red as he silently cursed, "Brother Suji, I'll leave the food here. Do you need help? I also help my mother plant seedlings at home. Your orchard has been abandoned for a long time. Your orchard is more than 100 acres, right? You're really rich. You can't handle it alone. No need." Suji chuckled and said, "I can't help it. The yard is big, so I just want to clear a piece of land and plant some interesting seeds. Maybe they will blossom into flowers that will make people sigh in admiration." Oh. Xianxia exhaled curiously, patted her chest, and promised, "Then work hard on farming. Tell me what you want to eat. Your Aunt Lee and I will cook for you." Then he skipped away. In the end, she secretly added, giving Suji a critical blow, "You were so dispirited before, but suddenly your face became rosy and you grew hair. It must be the final radiance of the setting sun. I don't think you can live for more than a few days. Before you die, I have to take good care of you." Huh? I have to die if I grow hair? Motherf asterisk cur, does she think this is my last dinner? This girl is so insulting. I'm only in the middle stage of stomach cancer. Suji was furious. He glared at the girl and opened the lunchbox. Inside were small bento boxes that were carefully prepared. Poached eggs, carrots, and stir-fried vegetables with meat. It was very down-to-earth. He swallowed it in a big mouthful and immediately felt his mouth full of fragrance. It was so refreshing. The taste of home, delicious, so fragrant. This girl's cooking is really good. I might already be a dead man. She should take good care of a dying cancer patient like me and bring me delicious food every day. Cancer patients needed to pay attention to their diet, especially those with stomach cancer. He ate such delicious and nutritious food happily. He collapsed on the reclining chair in the yard and did not want to move anymore. After a while, he began to do some chores and clean up some places in the orchard. After finishing the farm work in the yard, he was covered in mud. He began to wash clothes, wring out the water, and hung the clothes and underwear on the rope in the yard. Oh yes, when should I go to the city to get a washing machine? The next day, the round-faced girl, Xianxia, was addicted to sending bento boxes. However, in the face of her compassion for the terminally ill, Suji did not refuse any of them. Farming at home, with people sending him delicious food and taking care of him, a dying terminally ill patient, made him feel that the world was full of love. Was there a more nourishing farming and rural life than this? There was none. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain. Plowing the fields, planting the land, and the extremely leisurely life in the farm garden, he vaguely had the artistic conception of living in seclusion. This short day was very short for Suji. In the time it took for 3 meals and a nap, a long time had passed for the sand table. It had been a long 100 years. For the insect monkeys, whose average lifespan was 40 to 50 years, they had already gone through 2 generations of reproduction. Now, after 2 generations, the immature insect monkey had passed the torch of civilization. Had he died of old age? Not really. He gave Suji a big surprise. Suji clearly recorded the progress of their civilization. In the 10 years after Suji left, Gilgamesh led the insect monkeys to continue their escape. He was amazed that there was such a magical fire seed in the world. The fire could cook food, the fire could drive away behemoths at night, and the fire could provide warmth and maintain body temperature in the cold night. The use of fire represented the origin of civilization. And the sword of Damocles that was left behind was an invincible weapon in this primitive forest. With the help of the sharpness of the weapon, Gilgamesh killed countless Dora behemoths that were similar to the wretched Oviraptorosaurus. This allowed the people to struggle at death's door and began to have the strength to resist. In the second 10 years, Gilgamesh was no longer immature, and he walked towards his 30s. He became majestic and tall. He led the tribe and became the most powerful hunter of the insect monkeys. He was called the Hero King by the people of the tribe. He even used fire to burn the land to make the land fertile. He began farming and lived a simple life of farming. He was insufferably arrogant and domineering. The intelligent behemoths handed the 3 treasures of civilization to him. He clearly knew that civilization was the inheritance of knowledge and history. Therefore, he boldly created the cuneiform script that recorded the history of the tribe and created a new language. He believed that he was the first intelligent species to open up a civilized world. He recorded the history of his civilization in books and praised it. He boasted shamelessly and named it Genesis. He was domineering and tyrannical, and he was extremely charismatic. In the tribe, he had 131 beautiful wives who gave birth to his descendants. Most of the descendants were strong, and they inherited his sturdiness and wisdom. However, the insect monkeys had a lifespan of 30 to 40 years. The current Gilgamesh was already in his 30s. This ambitious man had reached the end of his tribe. He ushered in his old age. Back then, the boorish and bold hero king who wielded the sword of Damocles was already approaching the end of his lifespan. In the treehouse made of trees, the fire in the fireplace burned fiercely, emitting waves of heat. That is the flame of civilization that the intelligent behemoths bestowed upon me. It is so beautiful, like a jumping fiery red stamen. Gilgamesh sat calmly on a giant chair weaved from the fur of the Allah behemoths. He looked at the fire with a deep and distant gaze. His tall and burly body was already old and slow. He turned his head and looked at the behemoth skulls hanging on the wall. The skulls of various behemoths were ferocious, unyielding, powerful, and shocking. These once insufferably barbaric behemoths had been conquered by him one by one. The entire wall seemed to be a record of his glorious life. His life was glorious enough, and it was enough to be rotten. He had fulfilled the dream he had when he was young. He was satisfied. The next chief of the tribe has already been determined to be my son, the son of Kish, Aga. His ability is not inferior to mine. He can lead the entire tribe to fight against the behemoths and continue our glory. Gilgamesh could clearly feel that his life was gradually approaching its end. Death was unavoidable for living beings. He had almost resigned himself to his fate. He silently took out the power blood from back then and sighed, "There is nothing to worry about." The intelligent behemoths said that only the bravest warriors in the world can consume it. If they can't survive death, if they can survive, they will obtain unparalleled power. Am I the bravest warrior in the world? Let me take a look. He was a hero past his prime. His turbid eyes were slightly stunned. In a trance, he recalled the glorious days of his life. Suddenly, he teared up. He silently stabbed his arm and poured the power blood on his wound. Pain, incomparable pain. Gilgamesh struggled. This old hero fell to the ground. He had experienced countless battles in his life, but he had never rolled and panted in such pain. In the end, he survived death and stood up. The thick black hair on his body gradually receded, revealing his strong chest and abdominal muscles. The dense black hair on his face also receded, revealing a godlike perfect face. He was no longer gray and black. His whole body had turned into an insect ape with snow-white hair. His skin was exquisite and crystal clear as a termite. He was like a snow giant that walked out of a blizzard. His muscles were like the golden ratio of a Greek sculpture. This power is, the burly white-haired young man slowly stood up. The power blood, what a great power. Crack. He slightly squeezed the sturdy skeleton armrest, and it instantly shattered. At this time, in the tribe, Gilgamesh's son, Kish's son, Aga, was standing on a high place. He raised the sword of Damocles high and announced the succession of the next leader. Kish's son, Aga, was wise and powerful. He was talented and virtuous. Compared to his tyrannical and arrogant father, he was more like a qualified and kind leader. Gilgamesh was also clear about this. Therefore, when he was old, he was willing to hand over the position to him. He did not want to lead the tribe to be destroyed. But now, it was different, it was completely different. The very kind and well-loved Kish's son, Aga, even if he had enough respect for his father and never thought of usurping his position, Gilgamesh could not allow any hidden dangers to exist. "I'm back, leader. It's still mine." On this day, blood was spilled. Cries of pain sounded in the Sumer tribe. The hero King Gilgamesh killed his son and regained the position of leader, living a second life. When the insect ape's lifespan was about to end and Gilgamesh died of old age, he used his power blood and returned to his young body. He lived a second life and returned to being the brave and hot-blooded hero king of his youth. He led the tribe to war once again. Time passed by another 10 years. The settled tribe had experienced many generations. The wooden houses they used were decaying and damaged. Hence, under Gilgamesh's lead, they began to build houses with stones and officially entered the Stone Age to fight against the giant beasts. Gilgamesh, with the termite gene, could easily uproot a 100-year-old tree that required 4 people to wrap their arms around. With a light leap, he could reach a height of 7 to 8 meters. He also had the strength to move mountains. He led the people to fight against the behemoths and fought continuously. Finally, after 13 years, his momentum reached its peak and he chose to challenge the most terrifying beast in this land. It was said to be the strongest 100-meter-tall beast, the legendary giant beast, Finba. The giant beast Finbar crawled on the ground like a towering mountain. Its body traversed the entire Smikle forest. Its breathing and sleep was enough to form a gust of wind in the lush giant forest. Countless giant trees swayed with it. Its breath was enough to blow away the Ala giant beast. It was also the terrifying giant beast that Suji had seen previously. It was the giant beast that looked like a kitten. It was the ruler of the entire giant beast era. The war lasted for 3 days and nights. The ground cracked, the canyon collapsed, and countless giant beasts fled from the forest. On this day, Gilgamesh was bathed in blood. His body was fit and healthy. He held the sword of Damocles in one hand and dragged the corpse of the 100-meter giant beast Finbar in the other. With the strength of one hand, he could actually drag the corpse of the 100-meter giant beast Finbar that was comparable to a towering mountain. This made the people of the tribe proud and extremely shocked. Countless people wrote songs of praise for him, praising his strength. This was the strongest hero king in history. I want to build a nation. The moment he returned, he looked at the people of the Stone Age tribe and suddenly said so. The tribe was in an uproar, they cried tears of joy and hugged each other. They clearly knew that under the leadership of this great and handsome Sumer hero king, the days of wandering were over. They no longer had to fear the giant beasts. A new era of civilization had begun. History was written by the victors. Gilgamesh did not record the atrocities of murdering his son. Instead, he recorded his heroism in founding era. The history of the Sumerian dynasty recorded frowny-faced Gilgamesh drank the blood of power, slew the legendary beast Finbar with his sword, established the Sumerian dynasty, moved the boulders around, and built the first city in history, Uruk. Time continued to elapse. The invincible Gilgamesh began to devote himself to developing civilization. He was diligent, valiant and charismatic, yet insufferably tyrannical. He created money, perfected the language, built cities, and cruelly divided people into different classes. He established slavery and wasted resources. He sent a large number of warriors to explore the borders of the world. He was the heroic king of the people, but he was also a tyrant through and through. In the 87th year of the Sumerian dynasty, Gilgamesh was 127 years old. Uruk royal city finally reached a terrifying population of tens of millions. Countless slaves traded here, and even built a colosseum. The nobles let the slaves fight with the beasts, and they laughed and laughed heartily. The people of the tribes had already passed away. After almost 100 years, their descendants did not remember the hardships and struggles of their ancestors, and they gradually decayed with ease. However, the Sumer king was still as valiant as ever. In the dark and gloomy Uruk royal palace, the arched roof was carved with intricate patterns, and the snow-white wall lamps shone a faint light. On both sides of the roof were circular stone pillars carved with golden patterns, and on the floor was a bright red carpet made from the fur of powerful beasts. A tall and handsome man sat calmly on an exquisite throne made of white bones. Beside him was the legendary sword that never left his side, the sword of Damocles. The great Sumer king, the ruler of the city. Your Majesty Gilgamesh. We have explored the entire land. Dionysius, the minister of the palace, bowed slightly and enthusiastically recounted what he had seen over the years. What is our world like? Gilgamesh's body was as handsome as a Greek statue. He sat on the throne made of the giant beast, Finbar, and it was as if he could see through the endless blue sky outside the palace. The brave warriors who explored the world had traveled from all directions, and it took them more than 20 years to complete a round trip. There were countless casualties, and only today did they know the shape of the entire world. Throughout the history of Earth, all the great kings of ancient times had a strong desire for knowledge and ambition about the world. Dionysius respectfully and exaggeratedly gestured, "In our world, the sky is round, and the earth is square. The sky is an infinitely high arc, and the ground is a perfect square. In the center is a huge ocean, and around it are mountains and rivers. On this boundless land, it would take more than 20 years to ride the fastest beast, Vinci, and walk to the edge of the world at full speed." After a moment of silence, the greatest king in the world said, "All right, you may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dionysius got up and left. He suddenly stopped, and turned his head to look at their king with longing and worship. This great hero king led them out of the cave, opened up the tribal farming era, walked into the Stone Age, and now entered the city-state era. He slaughtered the most terrifying giant beast king, Finbar, and led civilization after civilization. More than 30 years ago, when Dionysius was still a young man, a famous ranger in the city, he was summoned to the palace by His Majesty and ordered to investigate the entire geographical location. He was given a lifetime mission by the king, to draw the geographical map of the city. Until 30 years later, when he returned to Uruk Royal City again and completed the mission, he was no longer a young man, but a trembling old man with cloudy eyes. He did not have long to live. But His Majesty was still young. Just like when he was a ranger, he had an extremely handsome and perfect face, as if time had never left a trace on his face. What a great monarch he is! Dionysius's body trembled, filled with fanaticism. For more than 100 years, His Majesty's power had not been used, and his strength was already unknown to what extent. Perhaps in the future, this immortal king would lead the people of the Sumer into the next era of civilization. In our world, the sky is round and the earth is square. When the palace was empty, Gilgamesh sighed for a long time, then slowly pulled out the holy sword that he had carried with him all these years, the sword of Damocles. The body of the sword was exquisite, and it emitted a cold steel light. He gently stroked it with his fingers, as if it was his lover who had accompanied him for countless years. I have mastered the power of the torch, and I have completely understood the use of the power blood. As for the sword of Damocles, I have searched the entire world, but I can't find out how it was made. Gilgamesh whispered, stroking the body of the sword in shock. What material is this? What kind of giant beast is it? Or is it some kind of civilization? Unfortunately, this world was not the real world. There were no mineral veins, no copper mines, no iron mines, and all kinds of ores. Suji did not deliberately bury them either. This place was originally an ordinary farmland and orchard, and there was only soil under the ground. Therefore, they could only forever remain in the Stone Age. In their understanding of the world, the word metal never existed. To this world, this shiny, hard, and indestructible material was mysterious, powerful, and unique. I have searched the end of the world, but I still can't find that great intelligent giant beast. Where in the world does he live? Gilgamesh took a deep breath. The civilization that the intelligent giant beast had was hard to fathom. This weapon that was gifted to him, the sword of Damocles, was like a treasure to him. The holy sword that opened up the entire civilization was also a warning to him. He had only mastered a part of the power of this civilization, and the rest was unknown. For example, the secret of how this sword was made him feel deep fear and tremble. The sword of Damocles was like a hanging sword, the tip of the sword hanging high above his head. This sword gave him the power of civilization. It was powerful, mysterious, and allowed him to open up a new era of glory. However, it was extremely dangerous. The tip of the sword could fall at any time, and he could lose his life. The power of civilization, it really makes one yearn for it. He sat on the throne, like a sleeping lion. His eyes slowly looked into the distance, as if he was looking through the distant forest of 100 years ago. For a long time, he saw the great figure that he had met in the past. It was an enormous giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His body was covered in a snow-white radiance, and he was born holy. His white hands held his young self, looked down at the mountains and rivers, and gave him the 3 treasures of civilization. Unfortunately, my life is coming to an end again. The power blood is no longer useful to me. I want to live a third life, great intelligent giant beast, I want to see you again. It was a pity. Suji was eating and chatting with Xianxia at that time. They were eating the delicious and nutritious farm food. He was very happy and did not have the time to pay attention to him. Moreover, he did not want to pay attention to him. A life that died of old age would eventually die of old age. No one was immortal. Even the valiant queen of the insect race couldn't do it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of a way to break through the barren land and fight her way to the legendary world of immortals before the end of her lifespan, to search for the possibility of prolonging her life. No species could live forever. Suji, a farmer, was now suffering from a terminal illness. He did not know when his stomach cancer would reach the late stage and he would die suddenly at any time. He did not even have the happiness of dying of old age. And this king of the fields? He is really happy and glorious. Everyone is watching him. Future generations will write a vast epic hymn for him. I am so envious of him. Suji laughed. He lived a legendary life that even Suji was envious of. He made great achievements and opened up the origin of civilization. In the tribe, he married more than 300 beautiful wives in his life. What else could he regret? There was no more. If it were not for the fact that Suji could not turn into a villain, to put it bluntly, he would have run into it and lived a happy life of an immortal. In Suji's view, there was nothing to regret in such a life. For him who was suffering from a terminal illness, he was very satisfied. Let's go to the city and buy a washing machine. Suji stood at the gate of the yard and touched his vigorous black hair. Brother Suji, take my electric scooter then. Xianxia laughed and scratched her head. Actually, I still have a lot of professional questions to ask you. After all, you are a senior in our school. I also study the same profession as you. That's good. Suji laughed. Suji did not buy a car. After all, he only had a few 100,000 yuan in savings from his previous job. After buying a good car, he almost emptied his savings. At that time, he didn't choose to buy a car, and the chemotherapy used up most of his savings. Now, there was only one bicycle in the yard, so naturally, he could only ride Xianxia's battery-powered scooter. Then, Suji and the girl rode the electric scooter to the city to have fun and go shopping. He wanted to buy electrical appliances to improve his farm life. After all, in a modern city, it would be hard to live without electrical appliances at home. This time, he acted very casually, thinking that Gilgamesh would be as calm as the first time. If he couldn't resist aging, then he would silently accept death. Just like Suji, he would choose to enjoy the last moments of his life. However, he neglected one point: humans are animals that can never be satisfied once they are satisfied. In the face of death for the first time, Gilgamesh had almost accepted his fate. After being reborn for a second life, he was wild with joy. After experiencing the fear and rebirth brought by death, he began to fear death completely. This heroic monarch wanted to live a third life. Year 102 of the Sumerian dynasty. Gilgamesh was 142 years old. This legendary monarch had established the country for over 100 years and already had a lifespan 3 times that of ordinary people. At this moment, his face actually started to show signs of aging. He was completely shocked and infuriated the world. He directly issued a decree to mobilize the entire country to search for intelligent giant beasts. Those who discover traces of intelligent giant beasts will be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, he gathered all the people with special abilities in the world to start refining potions and researching black magic. In a short period of time, a large number of giant beasts in the primordial forests were slaughtered. Their horns, hearts, and various other parts were used for experiments. The once extremely prosperous Ala giant beasts were almost wiped out because of this. History entered the famous era of tyrannical city-states. Black warlocks ran amok. Year 113 of the Sumerian dynasty. A royal black warlock used the horn of Dora, the sap of white-beard grass, and the organs of many giant beasts to create a type of longevity potion. This potion successfully extended Gilgamesh's life. However, very soon, there were no longer any effects after he took it many times. He gradually walked toward an unstoppable decline. Death was unavoidable for all living creatures. No matter how great a hero was. Year 145 of the Sumerian dynasty. Another 30 years passed. Gilgamesh felt that his life was rapidly fading away. This majestic old man sat on the throne. His hair was completely white, and his body was covered in wrinkles. He sat calmly on the throne without moving and closed his eyes. My life is coming to an end. I clearly don't want to die. After sitting in meditation for 3 days, he finally opened his old eyes. He chose to submit to the passage of time and gave an order. Select the next generation of king. Candidates. Boom, the dynasty was in an uproar and was shaken. The great king is about to die. The immortal hero King Gilgamesh is also about to reach the end of his life. However, no one dared to make a sound. The last time Gilgamesh was old, he had allowed his most trusted son, Kish's son, Aga, to become the next leader. However, after he lived a second life, he killed his most beloved son with his own hands. Everyone was afraid of becoming the next Kish's son, Aga. If Gilgamesh could survive again, he would definitely kill the next king. At this moment, Gilgamesh lived up to his reputation as the smartest king. He directly gave an order. The candidate for the throne will obtain the blood of power. He will possess power comparable to mine, and there is no need to fear me. Furthermore, he will obtain the right to lead his subordinates and establish a second capital. He was allowed to establish a city. The blood of power was bestowed. When this news spread, the entire country was shocked. The throne is mine. I will be the second Sumer king. Countless merchants, slaves, poor people, nobles, and craftsmen swarmed to the front of the palace. In the end, countless people passed the trial, but they died because they could not withstand the blood of power. Only the forest warrior, Enkidu, and the grassland barbarian, Ishdal, survived after obtaining the blood of power and established 2 cities. The next 2 kings with the blood of power appeared. They were about to take over the throne and replace the dying Gilgamesh, guiding the next generation of the Sumer civilization. Civilization began in Gilgamesh's hands, but it would not end in his hands. Sumerian Dynasty 175. 3 capital cities stood side by side, and the 3 kings ruled the world together. The Sumer city entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. Gilgamesh suddenly felt that death was upon him, and he began his final struggle. He gathered craftsmen to build a temple. It was a more exquisite wisdom beast palace than his Uruk palace, and he worshipped the wisdom beast. In the gigantic stone temple, there was a towering statue of a giant. Amidst the radiance, the 100,000 feet tall giant was dragging the young hero King Gilgamesh with one hand. His gaze was slightly overlooking the vast land, and his body was emitting an astonishing white godhood. On this day, he led his ministers and millions of citizens to pay homage to the wisdom beast, hoping that the great giant would respond to his call. If only I could see the intelligent behemoth once more before I die, see that great and mysterious intelligent species once more, then. Gilgamesh's aged face was filled with tears. After 88 years, Gilgamesh, who was about to die of old age, led the entire palace to pay homage to the temple, pleading for the second time to see the wisdom beast again. The great wisdom beast, Gilgamesh, wants to see you again. Dong City is not a small city. Suji and Xianxia wander around. He goes to the shopping mall and buys a washing machine, a microwave oven, a refrigerator, and a lot of other things. He intends to modernize the old house. The boss of the shopping mall is naturally happy. Nowadays, most people buy things online. It is rare to have a rich customer in a physical store. He says that he will send them to the countryside immediately. Suji is not inclined to buy household appliances online. After all, most of the functions are similar. He mainly cares about the appearance of the furniture, the actual matching, and how to arrange a cleaner living environment. Then, under the guidance of Xianxia, Suji goes to some shops and buys some instruments and equipment, such as high-pressure water guns, electric rotors, electric saws, sprinklers, and other tools to improve the farm garden. After all, these are the necessary tools of the creator. Pack them all up and send them to the farm garden for free. The boss laughs in the face of such a rich customer. Some equipment can cost thousands or tens of thousands. Suji has spent 70,000 or 80,000 yuan so far, but he still has 110,000 yuan in savings. He doesn't want to save any money in a short time and is too lazy to think so much. If he has money, he will spend it. After all, he has the ability to spend money. On the way back, Suji is riding an electric bike in front of him, and Xianxia is sitting behind him. She can't help touching Suji's thick hair. Suddenly, she forcibly pulls out a hair. It hurts so much that Suji is about to cry. He grimaces in pain. "What are you doing? You are so careless." Xianxia is also very surprised. She throws away the hair pulled out. She is shocked. "What solid hair? What on earth have you experienced?" Suji has a headache. "Why do you care so much about me growing hair?" "Can't I grow hair?" He is speechless and painfully says, "I told you, it's chemotherapy, chemotherapy." I have recovered from the sequelae of chemotherapy. I am not born bald. Really? Xianxia opens her eyes wide. Really? Suji said with a serious expression. That's too exaggerated. Xianxia was shocked on the spot. After all, he had been delivering food for several days. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Did he really become like this? It was one thing for his hair to grow out, but even his figure and face had become much more handsome. Could it be that he had really cultivated well and trained his body? He felt that something was wrong. You're so paranoid. I can't be bothered with you. Suji rode the flashy battery-powered scooter with a dumbfounded Xianxia behind him. On the dirt road in the countryside, the scooter ran over the occasional cow dung on the ground. After all, the car wasn't his. On both sides of the road were neat farmlands. From time to time, aunties would greet them warmly. Oh, Xiaoji and the little girl have just entered the city. You two young people just need to go out and walk more, Yizichen said. There's an aging population in our village. Some are studying and some are working. Now, there's only you two young people left. Hello, Aunt Li, hello, Lord Zhang. Suji responded with a smile. I'm taking Xianxia out for a walk to buy some daily necessities. The warm sun shone down. It was already past 6 o'clock. The stars could be seen in the sky. The countryside was different from the heavily polluted cities. The starry sky here was extremely clear. He believed that even if he was in the miniature sand table, he would still be able to see the bright stars and full moon in the 50-year-long night, and he would understand the vastness and limitless possibilities of the universe. How small is our world? For them, it's been more than 200 years and they've experienced the birth and death of 5 or 6 generations. For me, only 2 days have passed, and I've only gone out to buy some necessities. Suji smiled and bid farewell to Xianxia. He returned to the yard to look at the sand table, only to find out from the subbrain that Gilgamesh was dying of old age. He'll probably die tonight, or even within half an hour, the subbrain said. So soon? It doesn't feel real at all. In the yard of the orchard, Suji was stunned for a moment. He held a small knife in his hand and silently peeled the orange skin. A complete orange skin belt fell out, one round, and another round. Suddenly, the knife shook. It broke. It's a pity I didn't succeed. Suji scratched his head, thought about it, and stood up. That insignificant insect ape from back then was actually able to reach the step and write a vast epic of life. It truly made Suji sigh in admiration. He had only given him a few tools. Not everyone could be given the lever of civilization to move the entire history and become a great man. There was no doubt that Gilgamesh was an excellent king, even if his personality was too vicious and cruel. The insect ape race that he had created, the race that was called balding or balding back then, had finally multiplied. Forget it. Since he wants to see me, I might as well go and take a look. I can't change his lifespan, but it's better to see an old friend. Moreover, I have to stop this race. I didn't expect that in just a few days, they would destroy countless ecosystems and wipe out many species. They are like locusts conquering, fighting, and killing without caring for the ecology. If this goes on, it won't be long before the sand table collapses. Countless species will go extinct, and they will be the only ones left. I have to persuade them to stop. Suji stood up and put down the orange. After all, it was only for a while. It wouldn't be too late to eat it when he returned. Slow down their time flow and return it to normal. After saying that, Suji put on his blue lab shoes and slowly strode into the sand table. Tap, tap, tap. The ground was shaking slightly. The mountains, rivers, earth, and ocean. Trees were being trampled, huge footprints were left in the valley, and countless beasts in the dense forest were fleeing frantically. The city, is it going to collapse? Gradually, the entire Uruk royal city seemed to be shaking slightly. The city walls, houses, ground, streets, and the ant-like pedestrians all looked slightly shocked. Gilgamesh led his ministers and knelt on the ground. Suddenly, he felt something. The great hero king's aged face actually showed a childlike joy for the first time. After 200 years, the great wisdom species that I saw when I was young, the intelligent giant beast that gave me the 3 treasures of civilization, has finally returned. The ground was shaking, and the entire Uruk city was shaking slightly. This circular towering city that housed tens of millions of people, in the eyes of Su Ji, was just a round plate that was slightly bigger than a dining table. After all, it was a city of ant-like creatures. This was already extremely magnificent. It was extremely exquisite. Every part of it was carefully carved, exquisite, and luxurious. Every detail had reached the microscopic level of the size of an ant. What kind of beauty was this? It was like the world's most perfect bunker. Although this huge city was not very sturdy, and their civilization was still too simple, they did not know how to build a part of the stone pillars of the city wall into a foundation and bury it deep in the soil. This caused Su Ji to slightly tremble when he stepped on it. This also has to do with their inability to use cement. Simply piecing the stones together is too weak. Su Ji strode towards the royal city, stepping on the green trees. He finally came to the Nordic city that already had an ancient civilization in front of him. He looked down at the exquisite altar temple in the city. The snow-white old hero king was looking up with his snow-white and handsome old face. His hand was holding the sword of Damocles, and he was looking at him with crystal-clear tears. A tiny civilized world, an intelligent creature the size of an ant. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the intelligent species that he had evolved step by step. This white-haired old man with tears streaming down his face felt a little sad. Back then, the young insect ape that he held in his hands, the hot-blooded young man who stood on top of a giant tree, holding the sword of Damocles and roaring at the sky. He was already past his prime, and he was approaching the end of his life. His ambitious, hot-blooded and arrogant attitude seemed just yesterday, and indeed, 2 days ago. Their seemingly endless years were only a short moment in my eyes. Gilgamesh, how have you been all these years? Su Ji asked softly. His voice pierced through the vast clouds and fell on the entire bustling Uruk royal city, above the central palace. Gilgamesh's body trembled as he held the holy sword. I think I've been all right. His throat was dry and hoarse as he looked at the towering giant in the sky. Even though it was not the first time he had seen it, he was still moved by the magnificent scene. The towering giant pierced through the clouds, his torso seemed to be supporting the entire world. His face was covered by a thick radiance, and a faint light shone through the clouds. It was a pure and holy light, but its majesty could not be seen clearly. Its eyes were extremely deep in the clouds. The giant was looking down at the entire Uruk city. Majestic, great, solemn, holy. No words in the world could describe that kind of stunning beauty. Heavens! It really exists. The tens of millions of people in the city, including merchants in luxurious leather clothes, slaves in rags, women in aristocratic dresses, commoners, and craftsmen, put down their work and walked out of their shops and houses to stand on the streets, looking up at the giant that pierced through the sky. The legendary intelligent species that gave us civilization, the intelligent giant beast, a giant that is 10,000 feet tall. What a great and vast life, comparable to the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. They were all immersed in shock. Their minds were blank. Longing, fear, shock, and countless other complex emotions interweaved. In the end, they turned into unparalleled admiration. The surrounding officials of the palace were also shocked. This caused Gilgamesh to laugh involuntarily. He thought back to the first time they had met, and it was also the same feeling of shock. After a moment of silence, Gilgamesh raised his head and revealed a longing gaze. Intelligent behemoth, I have completed the civilization inheritance that you gave me over 100 years ago. Su Ji was like a giant who had traveled through the ages. His voice was mighty, penetrating the clouds and sprinkling on the Uruk royal city below. Your great achievements will be recorded in the Sumer epic Genesis that you wrote. You will be the greatest king of the first generation in the history of the Sumer civilization, the hero King Gilgamesh. Future generations will write songs of praise for you. No, the glory of thousands of years after death, living in an epic passed down by word of mouth, is not what I want. Gilgamesh suddenly became excited. Then what do you want? I want to be like you, eternal life. Gilgamesh raised his head and looked at the towering giant with incomparable longing. I am willing to give up everything. I am willing to give up everything. Please give me the 3 treasures of eternal life. Suji was silent for a moment. At this moment, Gilgamesh, this king, had almost obtained everything in the world. Glory, women, power, wealth. The world belonged to him, but he was still not satisfied. Eternal life, Suji also wanted it. Suji was now terminally ill and on the verge of death. He was extremely envious of Gilgamesh's magnificent life. It was like an epic chapter of life. Gilgamesh, you are too greedy. I do not have the 3 treasures of eternal life. Suji calmly looked at the king who was approaching old age. The birth and death of species is the law of nature. I cannot change it. At the end of life, everyone wanted to live. Suji seemed to be sighing at himself at this moment. Identity and status were erased at this moment. The scale of countless civilizations were crossed. He and Gilgamesh were just 2 pitiful species silently waiting for their decline and facing the fear of death. Whether it was a king or an ant, in the end, they could not escape the yellow soil and white bones. Suji suddenly wanted to say, I am the same as you, facing death. However, he did not. He only looked down at King City with great emotion. No, no, Gilgamesh squeezed out a hoarse voice and looked at the giant holy face in the sky surrounded by clouds. No, you are lying to me. You can do it. You can clearly do it. His gaze was fiery as he looked at Suji's towering and sturdy young body that was as sturdy as a boulder. After more than 200 years, he had already aged, but he had never left a trace on this great giant's body. To him, it was like yesterday. The intelligent giant beast, as the most mysterious intelligent species, was immortal in his view. What kind of power is this? What kind of long life is this coveted? Gilgamesh's lips trembled. He suddenly raised his head and could not help but roar, Then are you here to answer my call to witness my death? A lowly and pitiful life, shivering and dying of old age. I am here to send you off. I do not have the ability to extend your life. I am also here to carry out the second handover and warning of civilization. Suji sighed and said, Your civilization is too cruel. You've exterminated the surrounding creatures, destroyed the forests, and slaughtered the giant beasts. The entire land has been trampled by you. A true civilization is not cruel, nor is it barbaric. I beg you, stop your killing. Stop, killing? Gilgamesh's burly body was white-haired, but he was still strong. He suddenly trembled. His eyes seemed to be burning with a ball of fire, becoming more and more vigorous and burning. This white-haired old man suddenly took a step forward. No, the killing will not stop. My footsteps will not stop either. Do you know that all these years, this sword of Damocles that you have given me seems to be hanging high above my head? It has given me great power, but it has also brought me incomparable fear. And today, I will personally pull out the sword hanging above my head. Akkad. Your subject is here. The historiographer in charge of compiling Founding Era stepped forward. Record the history of our civilization. I will speak, you write. Gilgamesh's voice was decisive. On the red table, Akkad silently raised his quill and spread out a roll of gray animal skin. Your Majesty, speak. The history of mankind fighting against nature is a history of courage and praise. The original intention of ordering people to compile Founding Era was to leave history for future generations, to let future generations understand the courage of our ancestors fighting against nature. Now, let history record this moment of courage of mine. Gilgamesh took a deep breath. His old body leaned against the sword of Damocles, and he gave a low laugh as he narrated. Founding Era, year 175 of the Sumerian dynasty. After killing the strongest legendary giant beast in history, Finbar, the hero King Gilgamesh, who had sealed his sword for over 100 years, made his move again. With the power of the entire nation, he lured the intelligent giant beast high above to appear. He wanted to brandish his sword and kill the intelligent giant beast. You wanted to kill your son the last time, and now you want to kill me. Suji's expression was a little complicated and surprised, but he soon calmed down. It might seem audacious, but it was only natural. He looked at Gilgamesh, who was known as the Hero King. The last time he was on the brink of death, He had killed his beloved son with his own hands after coming back to life. At this moment, on the brink of death for the second time, he wanted to brandish his sword at Suji, who had given him the three treasures of civilization. Perhaps from the beginning, Suji should have thought of what it meant for him to choose a brave young insect ape that dared to roar at the colossal giant among a group of trembling insect apes. He was fearless, so brandishing his sword at Suji was only natural. This was the nature of his character. Suji said with a calm expression, "Gilgamesh, I'm warning you for the last time. Please stop your atrocities. This is barbaric and not civilized. Whatever you do next will make you pay a terrible price. There's no price that's heavier than death." Gilgamesh slowly opened his blood-red eyes, as if he had returned to his younger days. He revealed the passion and madness of his youth that had not been there for a long time. Just like how I went to kill the behemoth Finbar back then with the determination to die. Today, I want to kill the intelligent behemoth, steal his civilization, seize his power, and achieve true immortality. I want to lead my people to challenge you. His muscles were bulging, and his snow-white skin made him look like a god from Norse mythology. He let out an intense roar. This is the first clash between civilizations. An intelligent civilization challenging another unique intelligent behemoth. Intelligent behemoth, even if you had once guided our civilization, you are now standing in our way. He raised his sword high, and a strong wind blew at his disheveled silver-white hair. I will use the power of the entire nation. Dang, dang. Dang, the deep and distant sound of a stone bell rang slowly, and the entire Uruk royal city was stirred. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the city rushed out in a dense and orderly formation. Suji looked at this scene and sighed. Before I knew it, more than 10 years ago, Gilgamesh had already made preparations to attack the intelligent behemoth. Everyone was a soldier. Today, it was just to lure me here. If I don't agree to his conditions, he will bring people to kill me. From this point of view, he was indeed a great tyrant. Mesopotamian Plains, UR Plains giant city. Ishtal stood calmly in front of the palace. Even though she was very far away, she could still see the towering giant standing beside King's city. His face pierced through the clouds with a snow-white holy radiance. What kind of a perfect life form is this? Ishtal was shocked, but her pupils shrank slightly. It's time to act. If he wasn't looking for helpers, with His Majesty Gilgamesh's tyrannical personality, how could he give the precious blood of strength to others? From the very beginning, he was looking for other helpers for this moment. Thud thud, she leaped lightly and turned around to ride on the giant Allah beast. She put on a black felt hat and waved the black stone hammer made from the beast's bones. Mother! Grandmother! Grandmother! Countless men and women on the plains wanted to say something but stopped. Is Zaylin still alive? Ishtal suddenly turned her head. A young man showed a bitter expression. Grandmother, father is lying on the bed. He's about to die of old age. Son, wait for me, the king of the plains, Ishtal, to come back and extend your life. Ishtal's eyes flashed with sorrow. She looked at the towering giant in the distance with great desire. I'm not Gilgamesh. I can't kill my own son with my own hands. I can't bear to see my son and grandson die of old age one by one in front of me. I want more blood of strength, or even the blood of intelligent behemoths. That might be the blood of immortality. Let's go. She suddenly patted the giant Allah beast beneath her, revealing the bravery and boldness of the grassland barbarians. She led the most elite barbarian cavalry and set off. History will remember this great moment. The year 175 of the Sumerian dynasty. The Sumer will slay the intelligent behemoths and return with the blood of immortality. The divine tree near the capital city. This vast ancient tree that once pierced through the clouds and was used to test the treasures of the three civilizations had been abandoned for a long time. At this moment, a giant forest city of Enkidu was built on the tree, flourishing and flourishing. On the tree trunk on the balcony of the supreme tree house. Enkidu leaned on a wooden crutch and quietly looked at the shocking scene of the terrifying giant that pierced through the clouds in the distance. Several disciples stood quietly behind him. Teacher, it's time to set off. We promised the king, so we should fulfill our promise. Someone reminded him softly behind him. No, we defy the decree. We, the giant forest city of Enkidu, choose to do nothing. Enkidu sighed. Even though he looked at the capital city from afar, the terrifying giant's might was suffocating. Is teacher afraid? An honest disciple could not help but ask. The three most powerful kings of the three great cities of Sumer worked together. Even the legendary intelligent behemoths might not be able to. No, it's not fear. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of abandoning something more important than life. Enkidu said softly. My civilization and wisdom prevent me from slaughtering the intelligent behemoths that gave us civilization and saved our race like the cruel behemoths. Without kindness and morality, I would be no different from beasts. My disciples, tell me. Are we going to become barbarians now? The disciples were silent. Their teacher was one of the three most powerful leaders of the capital city, the great forest hero king who had received the blood of power and survived. But, I disobeyed the decree and did not participate in the war. My crime is unforgivable. Cut off my head. Enkidu looked at his most capable disciple, Utanapaism. If His Majesty the King wins, bring my head to the palace. I have committed the crime of disobeying the decree. With His Majesty's tyranny, I will definitely die. This is all my own idea. His Majesty, please do not implicate the capital city. If the intelligent behemoth wins, then bring my head to the intelligent behemoth and pray for the great giant's forgiveness. Let the intelligent behemoth know that we still have the true inheritor of our civilization. We are not pure barbarians. I pray that our race will not be completely wiped out. Leave us a chance of survival. Teacher, beside him, his most trusted disciple, Utanapaism, was silent as he looked at the great sage of the Sumer. Kill me. Enkidu stood on the balcony of the supreme treehouse and opened his arms calmly. After a moment of silence, he steeled his heart and blood flowed. Poof, Utanapaism cut off his teacher's head. One of the strongest heroes of the Sumer civilization, Forest King Enkidu, died without putting up any resistance. Utanapaism looked at the calm and familiar face on his teacher's head. He silently wrapped it up with animal skin. Suddenly, his heart ached. Vaguely, he knew that something very important in his life was slowly shattering. The sky was shaking. Fire at once. Countless black and red arrows and spears pierced through the dense clouds in the sky like sharp thorns, shooting towards the terrifying intelligent behemoth. The earth was wailing and the ground was shaking. Countless ant-like elite soldiers charged at the soles of the shoes. Countless stone buildings in the city collapsed, one after another, like toy fortresses made of building blocks, constantly collapsing. Civilians and women were fleeing. Screams, cries of sorrow, roars of madness, roars of death, explosions, beastly roars, maniacal laughter, and countless other sounds intertwined together. The most powerful Uruk royal city had completely turned into a bloody battlefield. Suji had never thought that something like this would happen. A mechanical voice came from the Zerg mother nest. Do you want to exterminate them? He had absolute control over the thousands of creatures he had evolved from the spores he produced, let alone the tiny Zerg apes in front of him. Suji thought about it and murmured, Gilgamesh has fused with the termite gene once and is now much stronger than his race. His lifespan is also several times that of his race. Has he transcended? It's not transcendence. It's just the first step to unlocking the gene lock. True transcendence is to break away from passive evolution and completely control one's own gene chain. He can't adjust the gene sequence and sort out the blank gene fragments, so there's no place to fuse with the third gene. Suji sighed. It really wasn't that easy. Even when a planet dropped spores, there would only be a few Zerg heroes who transcended. How could there be three of them here? These three people had fused with the second gene not only because they had strong willpower and great talent, but also because there were still a lot of blank spots in the gene chain. But the second gene was already the limit. But if one couldn't sort out their own gene chain and adjust the blank gene fragments, it would be difficult to fuse with the third gene. Although he hadn't done it yet, Gilgamesh undoubtedly had a certain amount of potential. But having potential didn't mean that he would be arrogant, tyrannical, and crazy enough to destroy the ecology of the sand table and bring about a barbaric civilization. There's no need for you to exterminate the subbrain. Suji thought about it and said calmly, let me see how strong Gilgamesh is and why he dares to provoke me. In fact, Suji had gone through 2 major extinctions. Not only had the side effects of chemotherapy been eliminated, but his body had also become much stronger, even reaching the level of regular exercise and fitness. And Gilgamesh's strength was only because he had the gene of an ant. An ant could carry a force many times stronger than itself, but could an ant kill a human? It was very difficult. And in front of him was Gilgamesh, who was the size of an ant, holding a sword, and had the strength of an ant. Suji wanted to see his strength and evaluate it. Boom, on the ground, countless arrows were fired in unison. The Sumer's most elite troops were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Although their bows and arrows were sharp, they were too weak. They had the size of ants, but they didn't have the strength of ants. The sharp swords and spears stabbed into Suji's trousers, piercing his thick blue jeans. It was like going on an outing in the mountains, and the legs of one's trousers were full of small thorns, which were insignificant. Even the most elite army can't pierce through his clothes? Gilgamesh was slightly shocked, but he soon calmed down and strode forward. I've long guessed it. My elite army that has conquered the forest and countless giant beasts is useless against the size of an intelligent giant beast. Thud, he took a step forward. It actually flew up 7 or 8 meters, like a white snowy shadow, and jumped onto Suji's heels. Then, along Suji's blue jeans, holding the sword with both hands, it kept jumping up. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to Suji's knees. It's so fast. This speed is almost comparable to a flea. Suji's expression changed slightly. For an ant to explode with such terrifying jumping strength like a flea, it was indeed not a simple feat. Suji waved his hand and clapped. Thud. Don't even think about it. The sword-wielding elderly hero king bent his back and made a half-squatting posture. With a light leap, he was like the fastest cheetah. He reached out his hand and clapped again. Thud, Gilgamesh continued to jump at high speed, nimbly jumping in a Z shape, climbing up along the folds of his jeans. He was incomparably solemn. Is this the power of an intelligent beast? Just the wind and waves caused by his movements almost blew me away. He was like an ancient totem that reached into the clouds. To a human, the jeans were flat, but to a creature the size of an ant, it was a fine blue mesh canvas woven with threads. It was an extremely simple climbing terrain. Your Majesty, Ishdal is here to provide support. At this moment, another grassland king, Ishdal, rushed over. She was a European and American woman with streamlined muscles. With a light leap, she jumped 7 to 8 meters high and landed on Suji's trousers. Here comes another one. Suji reached out his hand to grab Ishdal. Facing the palm that was as vast as a mountain, she gently jumped and dodged it. She then jumped up along Suji's gigantic body. She also had extremely powerful combat skills. Having fought behemoths for countless years, she had experienced hundreds of battles. Her muscular female body was covered in scars, and it did not harm the great name of being the grassland king. Her movements are equally fast, but it's about time for the test. Suji thought for a moment and suddenly extended his palm. He sped up and struck at Ishdal. For your size, you are very fast, but because of your size, I'm even faster. Bam, her expression changed greatly. She had no time to react at all. It was as if her palm had hit a black mosquito. She instantly flew backward and spat out a lot of blood. The next second, Suji reached out again. His palm brought up a strong wind and slapped at Gilgamesh. Damn it! How? He was so shocked that he could only react in a split second. He waved his sword to block the attack in front of him. The palm hit the sword. Swoosh, he flew backward and quickly fell from the sky. The two of them climbed to Suji's waist, which was more than 1 meter. For their size, it was equivalent to falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Tiny ants could fall from a height of 1 to 2 meters peacefully because they had no bones and body structure. However, these miniature insects and apes with human skeletons were basically dead when they fell from 1,000 meters. However, they fell from 1,000 meters above and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. All the bones in their bodies were shattered, but they did not die instantly. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. Suji looked at his hand in shock. The wound that Gilgamesh had left on his hand was slowly oozing blood. He actually managed to injure me. What an exquisite sword technique. Judging from their size, they do indeed possess terrifying strength. If they were humans of the same size, they would be like Superman. They would be able to run on walls and even dodge bullets. They would have the terrifying vitality of not dying even after falling from a helicopter thousands of meters high. They would be like the terrifying Hulk or Spider-Man. This was already the powerful ability of an extraordinary. As expected, Suji's guess was not wrong. The smaller the size, the easier it was to accumulate energy, and the easier it was to cause a qualitative change. However, a Hulk or Spider-Man the size of an ant was just a microscopic creature that was slightly thicker than hair. This kind of size naturally could not pose a fatal threat to Suji. One move. I actually lost. I could only scratch his skin. At this moment, Gilgamesh laughed bitterly. All the bones in his body were shattered. He lay on the ground in a pool of blood and looked up at Suji. This giant was surrounded by clouds and his face was glowing with a faint white light. Suji felt slightly emotional as he looked at this hero. He had already lost, but from the beginning to the end, he had never shown fear, even in the face of invincible power. Gilgamesh was a complicated and powerful man. He had the charisma of a king, and he was arrogant and domineering. It made Suji feel that he was a hero past his prime. It was a pity. But the end of his lifespan was something Suji could not change. He could not break through and fuse with the third gene. Naturally, he could only die of old age. Suji came to send him off, but he did not expect him to attack him. Ishtal also vomited blood. Her chest was heaving up and down. She looked at the giant in the sky. She had never felt fear. She had been prepared to die from the beginning. The Sumer warriors never feared death. She only smiled bitterly. So the difference is so great. What are we waging war against? Now, do you regret it? Suji sighed. His body was enveloped in a golden light. His body was vast and towered into the clouds. He was like a giant that had passed through the ages. His body was covered in a layer of golden light, mysterious and majestic. Regret? It's just a choice. Gilgamesh spat out a large mouthful of blood, but he only smiled and did not say anything. The Sumer civilization had been defeated. They had been completely defeated in front of the intelligent behemoth. They knew what it meant to fail in challenging such a vast giant. An apocalyptic disaster was about to descend. Suji turned his head and looked at the army that was fleeing. They were screaming crazily. Destruction, extinction, extinction. They were constantly screaming these words. They were terrified and laughed in despair. They were already on the verge of madness. I have never thought of controlling the fate of so many people, the rise and fall of a civilization. Suji looked down at the hero king who was past his prime. It was as if he was thinking of the insect apes who cheered balding and balding. They dared to mock their creator the moment they were born. Back then, he had once teased them that they were a barbaric, tyrannical, and selfish race. Who knew that it would come true? Are we going to face destruction? All the bones in Gilgamesh's body were broken, but he suddenly sat up elegantly. He smiled bitterly at the giant in the sky and asked, just like how we've destroyed countless giant beast races now, will you destroy us to avenge them? It was as if he had never felt fear before. Back then, he was still a young insect monkey. He had dared to raise his head and question the 100,000-foot-tall giant that countless clansmen were fleeing in fear. Today, the hero king still showed no signs of fear. Even on the verge of death, his pride never made him beg for mercy. Suji thought about it and said, since you don't listen to my advice, I will destroy you. After all, you have destroyed the ecology of the entire world and destroyed too many species. I can't let you continue to multiply endlessly. If they don't have a family planning policy, they will cause a lot of disasters. Gilgamesh smiled bitterly and suddenly asked, back then, you answered me what civilization is. Now, can you answer a few more of my questions? The king wanted the intelligent beast to answer his question. Everyone held their breath and looked up at the giant. The air was silent for a few seconds. The behemoth was also silent. A rich radiance covered its face. A pure white and holy light seeped out of the clouds, obscuring its majesty. Suddenly, a deep voice penetrated the vast clouds and landed on the shattered Uruk royal city. Ask. Hua, the world seemed to fall into a dead silence. The blood-stained land was silent. Countless elite soldiers fled in defeat. They abandoned their armor and stopped in their tracks to look at the giant in the sky. Ishdal also spewed out a large mouthful of blood as she revealed a bitter smile at the giant in the sky. Will you answer my question again? Gilgamesh fell silent and also smiled bitterly. He slowly asked his first question, what method will you use to destroy us? Suji thought about it. They were everywhere and it was indeed difficult to clear them, but he had no choice but to eliminate so many people. Due to their excessive reproduction, they had caused terrifying damage to the entire ecosystem. They had eaten countless species and passed through like locusts, leaving nothing behind. The entire sand table had collapsed as a result. I know how to use water. Suji thought about it and calmly added, I will use a great flood to wash away the entire civilization and destroy the traces you have left behind. The earth held its breath and kept quiet out of fear. The earth was too dirty and filled with sinful people. The intelligent behemoth would use a great flood to wash away the sinful people of this land, but no matter how powerful the intelligent behemoth was, how could it trigger a great flood that covered the entire world? This was no longer the power of the behemoth, this was already everyone's breathing quickened as their faces gradually turned aghast. The second question, in this world, there are no traces of you. Gilgamesh asked again in a hoarse voice, where did you come from? What kind of existence is the intelligent behemoth? Why did you give us the spark of civilization? Why did you stop us from slaughtering other races? You said that all life is equal. The barbarians, intelligent beasts, and plants are all equal. What is this land to you? Suji looked down at the Hero King at the end of his road. The giant was looking down at the entire Uruk city. This land is a world that I created. You are all my people. Barbarian species, intelligent species, plants, all of you are my people. Therefore, you are all equal. Dead silence, the air was dead silent. The people on the ground were all breathing rapidly. Their breathing gradually became louder and louder, turning into undulating panting sounds. Gilgamesh was so shocked that he lost his voice. His face was filled with disbelief and disbelief. He suddenly laughed softly, gradually becoming louder and louder, and finally turned into arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, this is really interesting. What are we fighting against? So, the legendary intelligent behemoth, the behemoth we call it, is not a real behemoth. He is the omnipotent creator of all things, the creator of us. Such an existence should be called God. In this land, the tribesmen had never had the concept of God, but now they did. I was once arrogant. I created the history of civilization, named it the Genesis era, and thought that I was creating a civilized world. In fact, the real Genesis era was the intelligent behemoth, and all life was his people. What kind of power is this? And I actually wanted. Gilgamesh's laughter grew louder, and the sound waves surged in all directions. Ha 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 ha, he laughed more and more wantonly. Suji fell silent. The towering 100,000-foot giant stood at the periphery of the imperial city as he silently looked at the laughing Hero King who was on the brink of death. He always had a good temper and did not wish to pursue anything. Before him, he naturally tolerated his impudence and madness before death. One last question. How many days did you take to create our world? Gilgamesh suddenly asked. Suji thought about it. His body was too weak at that time. He had just finished chemotherapy. Even though he hired people to clean up the weeds and build a pond, he was only responsible for picking up a hoe and tools to tidy up a piece of land and fabricate mountains and rivers. It took him a full week to complete 100 acres of land. So, he chose to answer the third question truthfully. I took a full 7 days to create this land. 7 days. God only used 7 days to create all things. Gilgamesh was taken aback. He prostrated himself and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He laughed hysterically. In that instant, he seemed to hear something in his heart shatter. It was the sound of his heart shattering. His pride and arrogance had been shattered before his death. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. 7 days. He completely lost his consciousness amidst his laughter. The three questions in front of him made him fall into a trance. He seemed to recall the first question he had asked this giant while standing on the palm of his hand when he was young. What is civilization? Civilization is a tinder. Civilization is knowledge. Civilization is order. Civilization is also the strongest power that the intelligent species use to protect themselves. Civilization is the power that we intelligent species use to protect ourselves? Ha 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 ha. He laughed, and the more he laughed, the louder he became. His voice passed through the breeze and hills, the steep mountains, the raging rivers, the green forests that swayed with the wind, the lush rice fields, and the endless vast grasslands. Whoosh, in the grasslands, in the royal city, the people in the mountains, they looked up silently. In a trance, they looked at the sky with mixed feelings. It was as if they could hear the passing of the Sumer king. Countless people cried and wailed, singing an unknown Sumer's lament ballad. It was a lament for the fall of the great king. On this day, at the edge of Uruk royal city, the great epic hero king of a generation, Gilgamesh, came to the end of his life. He became the dust of history. Suji sighed as he watched the hero king leave. I have never thought of vying for anything. What you want, the questions you want to ask, I will answer all of them truthfully. However, I really do not have any treasure that allows you to live forever. I'm even on the brink of death, so why do you have to go through all this? The king is dead. Our king, the strongest hero king in history, Gilgamesh, has brandished his sword at the god of creation. He is dead. We have been defeated. Countless troops wailed as they fled frantically. Suji did not choose to give chase. After all, where could they escape to? The boundary of the world? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Historiographer Akkad stood on the towering walls of Uruk, watching his great hero die in defeat. He broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the horrifying truth. I must, before I die, I must record everything. I must leave the truth of the world for future generations. The historiographer trembled all over, his arms drenched in sweat. He had just written down the words of Gilgamesh challenging the intelligent behemoth. Then, with trembling hands, he suddenly opened the next page and quickly wrote down a new chapter. Genesis, Sumer of the Fall of Nations, recorded frowny face the great intelligent beast, the creator, Gilgamesh. In his later years, he became arrogant and conceited. He attempted to wield his sword against the Lord and obtain eternal life with the blood of God. In the end, he angered the gods. The gods saw that the people of the earth had committed heinous crimes and decided to destroy the Sumer civilization. They sent down a great flood to destroy all living beings. The sky was shaking. The ground was wailing. In Uruk royal city, the people on the ground were screaming. At this moment, some people who had broken down finally laughed maniacally. They turned into fanatics and knelt on the ground, praying silently. God said that all people are sinners. Repent. God will lay sin on our arms and crush our backs. The great flood will destroy our world. In the anxious atmosphere, everyone was panicking, trembling, panicking, and seething. Everyone was fretful. At this moment, a young man with a black headscarf came to Suji's feet, carrying a bag stained with blood. He opened the bag and spread out the head. The great intelligent behemoth, Forest King Enkidu, begs for forgiveness. Suji was slightly stunned. He found it strange that only 2 of the 3 kings came, and the Forest King did not come. Utanapaism knelt on the ground and begged. He said with a trembling voice, we Sumer people are not only barbaric. Teacher Enkidu has already used his own death to prove this point. He would rather defy the decree than wield his sword against the benefactor who gave us civilization. We are not all sinners. Please let the Sumer people have a last chance of survival when God sends down his divine punishment. When Suji heard this and heard the righteous deed of the Forest King, he sighed. In fact, he had never thought that Gilgamesh would be so crazy. He had never intended to exterminate them. It was just that they were too presumptuous and self-righteous. But now, such a crazy challenge, rudeness, tyranny, and barbarism, they had to pay a certain price for their actions. Bring people to make Noah's Ark with the giant divine tree. Leave at least a pair of seeds of every living creature in the world. Use the remaining space to bring the righteous people of Enkidu's giant forest city to board the ark. I will immediately send down a great flood to destroy the world." Suji turned and left. The surroundings were filled with trembling and excited voices. "We've lost the war, but it doesn't mean that our country has perished. There's still hope left. Thank the Creator for his mercy. It is all because the Forest King Enkidu has shown God our goodwill. We are not barbaric, and we still have a place of redemption. Praise Enkidu. Praise the great Forest King." Akkad also cried tears of joy. Looking at the back of the giant leaving, he became excited. He waved his brush and ink. Genesis Sumer's chapter on the destruction of the world. Frowny face. The Forest King Enkidu's benevolence moved the gods who were prepared to destroy the world. He left a chance for the Sumer who tried to rebel. God ordered the Utanapism to build Noah's Ark to escape the great flood. Suji returned to the courtyard and tidied up. He looked for the high-pressure water gun that he had bought with Xianxia in the corner of the farm. He did not expect it to be put to use now. At this moment, in the 10 minutes that Suji had spent preparing the water gun, 120 days had passed in the sand table. Countless people began to turn into shadows that sped up, chopping down the big banyan bonsai that was left behind years ago and building a giant ark. Then, they built the seeds of all living creatures, books, the young of various giant beasts, everything, the species of the entire world, all concentrated into the giant Noah's Ark. Fortunately, there aren't many places, and life is quite concentrated. Let's start cleaning. He walked into the sand table, raised the high-pressure water gun from a distance of 10 meters, and washed all the way. Boom, the snow-white high-pressure water shot toward the civilized area of the city-state in the orchard. Thud thud thud. Large swathes of trees fell, and the giant city collapsed instantly. Countless beasts fled the forest, trying in vain to run past the monstrous white flood behind them, but in the end, they were drowned by the great flood. Heaven and earth seemed to change color in an instant. Snow-white, vast. God saw that the sins of man on earth were great, so the heavens sent a great flood, and God destroyed all living beings. Utanapism led the crowd to sit on the ark, looking at the sky in shock. It was an incomparably shocking scene, as if the source of the abyss had split open, and the windows in the sky had opened. Countless snow-white surging water gushed down from the white clouds in the sky, washing the entire land. Other than the ark, which was still floating on the sea, the entire world had been immersed in the vast white spray. The great flood was like a magnificent white waterfall, pouring down from the top of the sky, drowning the mountains, rivers, and the earth. What a terrifying power! In an instant, a world-destroying flood fell. On the deck, countless merchants, nobles, poor people, and slaves sighed and were shocked. They were the kindest and most harmonious people. God sent a flood to cleanse the land of sin. Those who were barbaric, tyrannical, sinful, and rude would be drowned in the flood. On this day, the great flood destroyed the world. It was known as the Day of Disaster. It was the last remnant of the Sumerian civilization. Utanapism led the remaining Sumerians on the ark and boarded Noah's Ark to escape from the great flood. In the corner of the empty ship, the historiographer who was appointed to record the Sumer civilization paused for a moment. He held a quill in his hand and sat on the deck, still immersed in the great figure of God. In our world, the sky is round and the earth is square. Our world was created by God, and it only took 7 days. What kind of majestic power is that? Akkad's hands were trembling, and his tears were turbid. He began to use his own ideas to fill in the 7 days of God's creation. He picked up the quill and wrote down the last 7 days of God's creation in the Sumer civilization. Genesis, on the first day, God said, "Let there be light." Then there was light. God separated light and darkness, calling light day and darkness night. On the second day, God said, "Let there be air to separate the waters." Then there was heaven. On the third day, God said, "Let all the waters in the world gather in one place and expose the dry land." Then the waters and the dry land were separated. God called the dry land a continent, and the place where the waters gathered an ocean. On the fourth day, God said, "Let there be light in the sky to distinguish day from night." Then there was the cycle of the sun and the moon. In this world, there were 50 years of day and 50 years of night. On the fifth day, on the sixth day, on the seventh day, everything in the world was complete. God rested, and on this day, he blessed the first 6 days. In the days that followed, people took the historiographer's imagination as reality. During the Great Flood, it was as if the God of creation had really narrated the 7 days of his creation in front of mortals. But why would God lower himself and explain in detail to the lowly humans how he created the world? But people were more willing to believe that the book of creation recorded the story of God creating the world in 7 days. In the story, God rested on the 7th day of the creation of the world. People called this legendary day the Day of Rest, the Holy Day. Thus, it became the custom of this land. People would also choose to rest on this day. Boom, a great flood fell from the sky. The buildings collapsed like a wooden fortress, and the footprints of the Sumer civilization were washed into the ocean. Suji scrubbed for a long time. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he stopped the high-pressure water gun and quietly turned off the switch. He put away the high-pressure water gun and put it away in the storeroom, stacking it on a wooden shelf. In this way, it would be another round of liquidation. The insect ape's endless killing and overbreeding had almost caused the sand table to collapse. Now, every species had 1 pair left in the sand table. Sooner or later, it would return to the previous ecosystem. Hopefully, after this time, they would be more vigilant and not be too brutal and barbaric. The subbrain said, even if we don't destroy them, they will self-destruct, eat and destroy all species, and then self-destruct. When that time comes, the sand table will only suffer a huge loss. It's better to welcome a new life in advance. Suji let out a long sigh. I'm not as weak as you think. I don't need consolation. I just feel a little sad. The subbrain continued, as an insect queen, you are the great creator who has given birth to countless people and species. You should be used to the rise and extinction of countless species. You should not sigh. The veins on Suji's head bulged. He corrected it. I'm a man, not an insect queen. No need to say more. They are all your spores. The insect nest subbrain was about to defend its point of view. Stop. Anyway, family planning for the insect apes is very important. Suji immediately interrupted it. He sat on the chair in front of the courtyard and silently nibbled on the peeled fruit he had just peeled. Tomorrow, I'll go to town and buy 2 kilograms of fruit. I have stomach cancer, so I have to take care of my stomach. He picked up the black notebook, which he hadn't done in a long time, and recorded something on it. This is the era of the behemoths. I originally wanted to call this era the Cretaceous era, corresponding to the Cretaceous era of the dinosaurs. It was full of giant animals and beasts. However, since the Sumer people used the Genesis era to record it, then I'll call this era the Genesis era. On Earth, the era was the end of the Cretaceous era mass extinction. Meteorites fell from the sky and destroyed the dinosaurs. Here, it was the flood that destroyed the behemoths and the insect apes. In my evolutionary history, I'll call it the end of the Genesis era mass extinction. He sorted out his thoughts. After the Dark Warrior era, the Light Warrior era, and the New era, he flipped to the 4th page. He wrote the words Genesis era, the 4th era. It was just a short description of this period of history. In the Genesis era, the intelligent species appeared. The intelligent apes developed tribal city-state civilization, drove away the behemoths, and became the hegemon of the era. However, they were cruel and violent. The heavens could not tolerate them. A flood fell from the sky and destroyed all living things. The 3rd extinction era began, and 99% of all living things were wiped out. After recording the 3rd extinction era, Suji went to sleep. The next morning, he woke up to wash his face and brush his teeth. He felt a terrifying power spreading through his body. He was shocked and quickly put down what he was doing to study the structure of his body. This power is, Suji looked at himself in the mirror. His original height had increased by a few centimeters, reaching a height of 183 meters. Moreover, the edges of his face had become gentler and more handsome, with a kind of elegant and profound temperament. His body was strong and sturdy, similar to the perfect body in Greek sculptures. He had the body of a model, but when he put on clothes, he did not look like a muscular man. I look lean when I take off my clothes. Suji felt that his body and the streamlined muscles all over his body were comparable to the perfect hero king, an epic hero. It was perfect. Is this the power from the third extinction era? Compared to the previous two, it's many times stronger. I feel like I'm comparable to some top athletes. Suji clenched his fists and felt the explosive power. He could not help but whisper, my physical fitness has improved too much. This kind of beauty and body proportions made him look like a perfect Norse god. However, Suji didn't feel complacent about his current appearance. Instead, he felt a headache. With things turning out like this all of a sudden, that Xianxia she was probably going to go crazy, right? She would definitely scold him for buying a picture modification hack. It's over, I'm going to be studied by others. Can I modify my genes? Suji suddenly asked the bug race mother nest. Modify these outstanding genes that reveal your appearance. He felt that this kind of perfect appearance was like a face that had walked out of a myth. It was too exaggerated and eye-catching. Walking on the street, countless people would scream. It was like a fantasy character that had walked out of a myth, a two-dimensional world, or a book. He wanted to return to his previous appearance. To be honest, he was already very satisfied with his previous appearance. It was already very eye-catching. Also, it was already very difficult for the Xianxia and his neighbor in the village to accept his previous appearance. It was still reasonable to say that he had become more handsome. But now that he had changed again and again, they would probably be completely suspicious. Do you want to fuse with the bug race cells? The bug race mother nest asked. The creator has the natural ability to unlock the gene lock. He is the bug race's hero and can modify his own genes. I'm already the bug race's hero? Does this mean that countless bug race members are trying to transcend and unlock the gene lock to become the bug race's hero? In fact, Suji's previous body was weak and it was difficult for him to accept the modification. Now that his body was strong, he could accept the bug race cells and completely become a glorious member of the bug race. He didn't wait long on whether he wanted to be a human or not. His life was already gone. Silently waiting for cancer to die? Being a normal person wasn't exciting at all. It was more interesting to be a bug. Hence, he silently called out, fuse with the bug race cells. Begin fusion. A mechanical voice rang out. Instantly, an intense tearing pain came from the depths of his soul. His entire body was covered in goosebumps and cold sweat. He collapsed on the bed and held in pain before fainting. When Suji came back to his senses, 3 hours had already passed. He silently climbed out of bed and discovered that his entire body was covered in grayish-black mud. It was as if he had been soaked in mud. He hurriedly took a bath and changed his clothes before returning to check his body. He felt that his body had become somewhat different. His potential was boundless. I'm already a real worm. I already possess the insectoid race's suicidal talent, super rapid cell division. As long as I want to, I can easily commit suicide at any time and die of old age. He silently clenched his fists, feeling that his body could control his genes at will. He closed his eyes. In the dark space, he saw a twisted double helix of DNA. A person's genes were made up of a large number of complicated, disorderly, meaningless, and even a large number of genes that were invisible to diseases. Suji looked at his own human genes. Most of the useless information fragments had been cleared and optimized, leaving only the essence. Right now, most of his genetic chain was blank. 1. Human genes, cancer cells, 2 empty, 3 empty, 4 empty, 5 empty. Suji frowned slightly. Remove cancer cells from human genes. Fundamental genetic component cannot be removed. A mechanical voice transmitted from the insect nest's subbrain. Suji was stunned. He took a deep breath and said, "There's no other way? Since we can't remove the human genes, we can only think of a way to cure it." He could only let go of this thought. Right now, he could choose to fuse with other genes, but he had no intention of doing so now. This was because in his current evolutionary species, the evolutionary gene bank only contained 2 types of genes. Antape gene, Gilgamesh's improved version, Antape gene. He could choose to become as strong as the hero king, but he didn't have any thoughts about it. He didn't like these 2 genes, and he couldn't be bothered to fuse them. After all, he was just a farmer. His life wasn't safe, so why was he in a rush to get life-saving means? He was about to die. The most important thing was to find a way to cure cancer. Preserving his life was more important. Becoming stronger could be left to the future. He silently sensed his body. Wait, I'm already in the late stages of stomach cancer? Suji's face instantly turned pale. How can it be so fast? I just received the diagnosis of the middle stages of stomach cancer a few days ago. The Zerg Queen replied, cancer cells are the traitorous cells of the human body. The stronger the person, the stronger the cancer cells. Suji, does this mean that when I become stronger, the cancer cells also become stronger and are multiplying crazily in my body? Does this mean that if I had absorbed a little more energy during this mass extinction and become a little stronger, I might have died directly? He couldn't help but jump in fright. This is King troublesome. I won't be able to receive the energy feedback of a fourth species extinction within a short period of time. Suji took a deep breath. Although it was still very far away, if it wasn't for the fact that the ecosystem had lost its balance, he wouldn't have had to reset the sand table. Prosperity, generation after generation, was what he wanted to see. However, he still had to be vigilant. This means that even if they act impudently and tyrannically on this land within a short period of time, I won't be able to casually wipe them out in large numbers and reshuffle the cards? Suji felt a headache. However, he was already in the late stages of cancer, and he was about to die. Suji hadn't expected things to change so quickly. He thought of Gilgamesh from the previous night. Gilgamesh's madness and struggle before his death had similarly brought him great fear and respect toward death. Death was something that all living creatures feared the most. He couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions. Will I really be able to live on? Suji sensed that death was coming, and he started to feel fear just like Gilgamesh. He stood up and walked to the door of the courtyard. Late-stage cancer. I don't have much time left. I have to deduce civilizations and supernatural powers in the sand table as soon as possible in the next era. I have to find the ability to improve and fight against cancer cells among the supernatural. Suji looked at the scene in the sand table. Everything had withered, and there was almost no vitality. A night had passed. To them, 40 to 50 years had passed, but they still hadn't completely recovered. They only brought a pair of each species, and they were also slowly reproducing. Moreover, they also began to obey the warning of God. God said that all living beings were equal. Therefore, apart from the necessary food, they reduced unnecessary barbaric killings, and even helped to reproduce some species and expand the population. However, at the same time, after a great extinction, all kinds of new species vaguely appeared and began to reproduce. There were all kinds of strange creatures, as if they were sprouting after the end of the world. Suji watched for a while. He sat in the sunny courtyard and ate the farmer's breakfast that Xianxia had brought. It's already stabilized and is starting to develop again, but it's still too slow. My illness won't last much longer, Suji sighed. Should I create a second sand table and create a new era? He wanted to create a new world sand table. He wanted to evolve and let the civilization inside develop, and even boldly deduce a vast advanced world like fantasy or Xianxia, but it was obviously not realistic. After all, the big sand table in front of him had only just begun to have a little supernatural power. It was better to wait for the sand table to give him the power of hope. For a moment, he gave up on the idea of creating a new sand table. He could only look for other ways to promote the emergence of supernatural species in the sand table after the Great Flood. But it's not something that I can appear just because I want to. He sat on the wooden chair in front of the courtyard and thought for a while. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence from before. Wisdom is not constant. It will also be born, and there are many things that don't conform to the theory of evolution. Since wisdom is not constant, maybe I should borrow the wisdom of others. After all, it's too limited for me to think about the theory of evolution alone. It's better to gather the wisdom of others. It's better to drag a group of people down with me. A bold idea suddenly came to Suji's mind. That's right. This time, he wanted to go all out. It was too slow for him to evolve the species and the spores alone. It was better to drag others to help him deduce the evolution of the spores. He remembered a sand table game he had played before, Spore. The players started as spores, began to evolve and reproduce, and finally became all kinds of strange creatures. Suji asked the insect nest AI, "I'll make a miniature sand table. Can I make it like an online game? Let the souls of others enter the courtyard and use the sand table as a game? Help me evolve a new species?" With the Zerg's technology, it's naturally easy. The Zerg subbrain replied, "But it can't be like the online games on Earth, killing monsters to level up." Suji nodded. This wasn't a real game. This was the real world. Naturally, there was no setting to level up by killing monsters. He also didn't have any plans to provide leveling up and killing monsters. He planned to create an open game sandbox world similar to Minecraft. The players could explore, evolve, and build freely. He planned to make it into a farming game similar to Moore's Manor and a casual nurturing game like Spore. Suji would accelerate their cell division by 10,000 times, allowing them to evolve their own species from the spore state. They would control their own cell division, growth, evolution, old age, and death to evolve into new species. They would complete a round of spore evolution in 2 to 3 days and explore freely, to see if they could evolve into a special creature to surprise him. This was just a little design that came to him on a whim. It wouldn't take too much effort. His main goal was still the big sandbox. They could only entertain themselves in the independent small sandbox and nurture themselves. The two sandboxes wouldn't connect, and it was impossible for them to enter the big sandbox world of the natives because they couldn't level up and kill monsters. As for asking them to be like the natives and train slowly, hee. I don't have time to nurture you, and this independent small mysterious sandbox, Suji planned to call it the land of origin of life in the infinite worlds, meaning the origin of competition for any species. Suji would choose the most unique, powerful, and interesting species among the evolved species in each game and add them to the big sandbox. They would be added to the Great Flood world after the Sumer civilization to perfect his sandbox world. After all, there was only one intelligent species, the Zerg ape. At this moment, Suji already knew that if there was only one intelligent species, it would easily destroy the sandbox and cause extreme imbalance. He wanted to create a world with many species to balance each other. How many days will it take to do this? Suji asked. About 3 days. The Zerg subbrain answered unexpectedly fast. With the current technology, we already have VR gaming glasses. We can use them as a medium and pull them into the sandbox. VR? That works? Suji was stunned. Right now, VR movies were very popular, but he had played a few VR games on the internet, and the technology was far from mature. However, since the subbrain said it was fine, Suji did not ask too much. After all, the previous insectoid race had evolved through brain development, taking the technological route of a highly intelligent civilization. They even had Star Destroyer cannons, so naturally, they had a lot of advanced technology. Then I'll set up a small sand table in the yard for the players to play with the Spore evolution game. Now that his body was much better, he planned to reclaim the second piece of farmland. Anyway, it's not a big place. Let's go to the front of the house. It's 30 square meters. He waved the hoe. If I don't like anyone, I can trample them to death when I go out. The subbrain of the hive would prepare the network data and other things in the next few days. On his side, he had to prepare the sand table for the experiment in advance. Have I really become a farmer, grazing in the yard and plowing the fields? He waved the hoe and created the same layout as before with ease, creating the same sand table environment. His body was better. Although he still had a terminal illness, he had the strength to work. After setting up the sand table, he used the flamethrower to clean up the remains of plants and animals. This time, his body was strong. The sand table in front of him only took him half a day. When the sand table was done, his clothes were covered in black mud, so he took a shower. A day later. Chen Wenshan was a veteran gamer on Steam. As a third-year student, he was a fanatical game fan and had bought countless games. He had just played Wolf and cursed that it was too hardcore. He silently began to look for new niche games on the platform, all kinds of seedlings. What is this VR game, Spore Evolution Closed Beta, Introduction, Sand Table Farming Game? Start with a spore, species evolution, unlimited possibilities, the first choice of casual players. He silently grabbed a few keywords, chuckled, and secretly cursed that he did not know which domestic game developer put this up to scare people. Unlimited possibilities, become a spore evolution. Do you think you're playing Civilization 7, that game developed from a primitive tribe, but here, it's even more exaggerated, starting from a spore, a single-celled organism? It's too open. You're better than the big Western game companies, moreover, it's not like I've never seen VR games before. How good could it be? Hee, the popular new concept of VR games has long cooled down. It's not like I haven't played it before. Wearing VR glasses, building blocks, milking cows, acting as pigs. Current technology can't do that at all. He complained as he silently downloaded. It was clearly an unknown game from a small company, but it had 73 gigabytes, and the configuration requirements were frighteningly high. It was simply sensational. Such a huge game in the current gaming circle, which of the foreign game companies would not have developed it for more than 3 or 4 years, spending hundreds or thousands of professional teams to produce a AAA masterpiece? He could not help but look forward to it. After Xianxia finished downloading, he registered an account Akina Mountain Speed, put on the VR glasses that he usually used to watch movies, and began to enter the game. What an intricate entrance scene. As soon as Xianxia logged in, his eyes lit up, feeling that it was interesting. It was different from the usual crude VR games. He looked for a while, and there was only one option. Frowny face. Do you want to start Spore's life evolution? He silently clicked. His vision went black, and he felt like he was swimming in a black ocean, as if he had gone blind. How is this possible? I can actually feel my body, like I'm really swimming in the ocean? Xianxia's mind went blank for a moment. Was this some kind of black technology? Through the electrical signals of the equipment, the perception in the game was transmitted to the mind, and the virtual reality was realized. This was the legendary virtual reality game, 100% real. He gradually felt incredulous and excited, knowing that he had touched upon something unimaginably terrifying. As a veteran player in the industry, he clearly knew what kind of storm it would cause in the entire industry if this thing were to spread. It's so dark. Xianxia swam around in the pitch-black ocean for a while and was stunned. What is this game about? Why can't I see anything? Am I blind? At this moment, a data prompt appeared in front of him. Player is still in the spore state, single-celled organism. Please evolve eyes and vision system. Please evolve my eyes? Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. This damn game, known as a leisure sandbox farming game, the #1 choice for casual players, was actually more hardcore than a wolf? There are finally modern appliances in my farm. Suji sat in his orchard yard, and the washing machine next to him stopped. He silently took out his clothes and hung them on the rope next to him. Then, he sat back on the chair at the door, took out an apple, and peeled it. Subbrain, are you saying that someone has started to enter the sand table? Suji looked at the small pond in front of him. The water was clear. Even if they entered, Suji would not be able to see them. After all, they were still in the form of spores, single-celled organisms. In this sand table, countless spores would evolve at the same time, and the players would become one of the spores, competing with other naturally evolving spores. What if they quit the game midway? Suji asked. The subbrain explained, the spores will evolve on their own, but without the influence of the player's consciousness, they might not recognize themselves when they return to the game because they are evolving every second. Suji did not care. It was a casual sand table game to begin with. It was only natural for them to hang up and quit the game when they had something to do. After all, if they failed in one game, they could still play another game and control what species they evolved into. Wouldn't that be great? In fact, a game that lasted 2 to 3 days was for the experts. Normal players would probably go extinct in a few hours. After all, without a hard biological evolution theory, they probably would not evolve into a normal species and would be eliminated by other evolved species. When they reproduce a species with strange potential, I'll plagiarize their species results. Suji smiled smugly like a profiteer behind the scenes. I think the insect apes I lead will be stronger than most species. Their species shouldn't be stronger than mine. The subbrain said, man-made genetic creatures are not as good as species that evolve naturally. They have higher potential. Does that mean they might be stronger than me? Suji was stunned, then he exhaled. Then let's wait and see. I hope these players can create new species and throw them into the sand table to compete with the insect apes I created. Come on, new species. Suji was full of anticipation. He studied for a while and found that the player did not make any big moves and was still exploring. He could not help but feel disappointed and could only watch the development of the sand table. In fact, after the third flood, there were still many things waiting to be done. It would probably take 200 to 300 years for things to settle down, and there wouldn't be too many changes. After the fall of the Sumer civilization, Utanapaism was a benevolent leader. He took over the fate of the country and led the people to repopulate the land that had been flooded. He rebuilt the tribe on the old site of Mesopotamia. One day passed, and more than 100 years later, his grandson was named Ishbira. This new leader began to possess the ambition and talent of a leader. He named his tribe the Babylonian tribe. Babylon. The name of this tribe had a profound meaning in the future. The era of the Sumer people had passed. It was a short-lived ancient civilization led by the epic hero Gilgamesh. The future would belong to the eternal glory of the ancient Babylonian sorcerer kingdom. In the room, Chen Wenshan had already discovered the horror of this game. He died countless times and reproduced from generation to generation. Finally, he evolved eyes, then a mouth, and began to eat plankton. But soon, he became extinct. Because his evolved eyes were too weak, he often couldn't see the enemy and was killed by sneak attacks and predation. What the F***ck, this is too hardcore. He opened his mouth wide and silently put down the VR glasses. He could not help but try a few more times, but he died halfway through the evolution. However, the realistic touch, the completely virtual black technology, and the infinite possibilities of biological evolution forced him to keep playing. It was too interesting, too interesting. Extinct again. Eyes, it must be because my eyes are too small. I don't believe that I can't evolve into beautiful big eyes. He was very angry, and there was a surge of anger in his heart. For this reason, he even went to the school library to look for biology materials. Fortunately, his English was good, and he opened a very hardcore foreign book on evolution. The people around the dormitory were very strange. This Chen Wenshan was a nouveau riche game geek. In the dormitory, he had a high-end computer that cost 17,000 yuan, which he used to play games crazily. Why did he suddenly fall in love with learning? And it was the most advanced biological genetics. Half a day later, Chen Wenshan studied the basic evolution theory and fell a few times. He successfully evolved a species that could barely survive. In order to better catch food, he grew countless disgusting sticky tentacles. In order to satisfy his own desire, he evolved a super large eye. His appearance was that of a huge eye surrounded by countless sticky tentacles. Below it was a small, cherry-like mouth filled with sharp teeth. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Such a big eyeball, ha ha ha. Chen Wenshan was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He controlled his tentacled strange creature to climb ashore, and he was instantly filled with shock. This is, such beautiful mountains and rivers, such a vast and real land. I've finally become an amphibian. Damn, more than 70 GS, this scene is really worth it. I'm going to control my race and explore the land, and dominate the world. The world belongs to me. On the other side, Suji sat at the entrance of the courtyard, eating an apple and sitting on a rocking chair to bask in the sun. Looking at the mutated species that climbed ashore in the distance, he was stunned. What kind of weird evolved species is this? Are you kidding me? Naturally evolved species can't evolve into such a strange shape. The eye is so big that it occupies 2/3 of its body. How much resentment does it have for growing an eye? How much it wants to see the world? According to the theory of evolution, if a species chose to spend most of its nutrients to evolve a useless eye that occupied 2/3 of its body, it would definitely be escaped by nature. This was a species that didn't conform to the theory of evolution. It was a useless species. I said it's not reliable. Suji could not help but chuckle. He took another bite of the apple and said, a big eyeball with sticky tentacles around it. What a strange species. But it's so ugly that it's basically a defective product for fun. Wait, doesn't this look like the evil eye of the monsters and myths? He suddenly felt that it was very interesting. Hey! At this time, there was a knocking sound at the door. It was Xianxia. Open the door. I brought you food. Open the door now. He looked at the other evolved species happily. Only then did he come back to his senses. He stood up and quickly walked to the door, just in time to trample the evil eye monster to death. Get down, it turned into a pile of meat paste. If you hesitate, you'll lose. The word failure appeared in Chen Wenshan's eyes again. You've logged out of the game. Please try again. He was instantly dumbfounded. I've evolved well and finally become a decent species. I've left the ocean of species origin and climbed ashore to rule the world. Why is it suddenly gone now? I've been trampled to death. Hey! You lousy game planner, get out here. Yo, you're here again. At this time, Suji opened the door and found that Xianxia had brought delicious food. Xianxia stood at the door and looked into the yard. How are you farming alone? You look so happy farming. Is farming really that fun? It's alright. Not bad, farming makes me happy, Suji said. You only know how to be talkative. Is it fun to be mischievous? Xianxia glanced at Suji and was shocked again. How did you? She looked at Suji in a daze, as if she was shocked. Suji suddenly felt unwell. Could it be that she found out that I've touched the picture again? I've changed back, but I still look the same as before. What's wrong? Suji asked calmly. I feel that your temperament has changed. You've become so classy. You're really cheating, aren't you? I'm sure of it. Xianxia's eyes widened. Although Suji had changed back his appearance, it was hard to change the temperament of someone who had experienced 3 extinctions and 3 world annihilations. Suji only touched her forehead. Are you sick? Are you hallucinating? What nonsense are you talking about? Xianxia was stunned. Could it really be a hallucination? She was forcefully tricked and could only change the topic. Oh yes, aren't you bored in the yard? Do you want to go shopping with me occasionally or go on a date or something? Suji looked at her blankly. Hey, a date? Are you serious? Of course. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and raised her head high. She didn't mince her words. Where's your ex-girlfriend? She's quite pretty. Suji said, we broke up. She was a colleague at work, but she resigned and broke up with her when she got sick. Then you got a terminal illness at the peak of your career. You lost your job and your girlfriend left you. You could only return to the countryside and live the rest of your life alone. How pitiful. Xianxia said, I can be your girlfriend and accompany you before you die. Pitiful me? Suji's eyes widened. Previously, he felt that he was very pitiful. He didn't have long to live. The world was grey. He had indeed fallen from his most glorious career to the bottom of the valley. But now, his life was full of hope. After all, he was in the late stage of cancer. He could at least live for a few more months, which was equivalent to thousands of years in the sand table world. After thousands of years, he did not believe that he could not evolve a way to survive. I pity you. I've fulfilled my childhood wish. Xianxia must have hesitated for a long time, and now she didn't hide anything. I've thought about it. I will accompany you before you die. It can be considered as fulfilling my wish. It will also make you feel less lonely and warm. I've been a volunteer in the hospital. I'm good at taking care of terminally ill patients. She started counting with her fingers. I can cook for you, go shopping with you, chat with you, and make you happier before you die. On my deathbed, Suji was speechless. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, Are you serious? You want to fulfill your duty as a girlfriend? Xianxia shuddered and hurriedly took a few steps back. She covered her clothes and looked extremely vigilant. What are you thinking? This is just a simple love. You're about to die, and you still want to defile my innocence? Suji was speechless. So, you've been sending me food for so long and looking around. You have other motives. In this world, girls are bold enough to chase after boys. Xianxia quickly said, People say that we're brothers on the surface, but we'll be lovers on the surface. We'll have a beautiful relationship. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you've agreed to it. Okay. Suji was very straightforward. He didn't have many feelings for this little girl. It was probably because he felt that he was too familiar with her, so he didn't feel his heart palpitate. However, he appeared very indifferent. In a few days, our high school classmates will have a summer vacation gathering. Come and accompany me. Xianxia bent her fingers and smiled. You're so good-looking that people can't help but look at you. Now that your temperament is even better, the girls can't bear to take their eyes off you. If I bring you there, I'll definitely be proud. Everyone's eyes will fall on you. My sisters will be so envious of me. Suji was speechless. My feelings are waiting for me here. The most important thing is to find someone to boost my image. Let's go. Go shopping with me and buy clothes. Both of us will have a new set of decent and expensive clothes for the high school reunion. They'll be so jealous of us. Xianxia winked at Suji and patted Suji's shoulder casually. Anyway, you've been farming, so you probably have a lot of money. It's useless for you to keep the money when you're about to die. It's better for the two of us to enjoy ourselves together. Look, are these words even human? I've already fallen into a pit after confirming with her eyes. This girl came to me because she lacks money to buy clothes and needs a boyfriend to boost her image. Suji accompanied Xianxia to the city on the electric scooter. The two of them meticulously shopped half the street and bought a set of beautiful clothes that cost 300 yuan for her. Under her guidance, they also bought a set of clothes that cost more than 300 yuan. Then, exhausted, they rode the electric scooter back to the countryside. I have a superficial girlfriend for no reason. Suji was in a trance and couldn't help but laugh. It's like I have a babysitter. This girl is short-lived, but she can prepare food for me with great enthusiasm every day. I don't have to go to the county to eat during the day. After all, stomach cancer required attention to diet. Food outside was too dirty and not nutritious. He didn't care much about this. He returned to the sand table in the yard and studied the evil-eye creature from before. Although the person was trampled to death and driven out, the creature's population was still in the sand table. It was about to go extinct. After all, it would be strange if it didn't go extinct. 2/3 of the creature's body was made up of eyeballs. When a creature's nutrition was supplied to its eyeballs, it would waste most of its body energy in order to see more clearly. Then, it was destined to be eliminated naturally. Does it have the potential to become a supernatural species? Suji asked. The Zerg mother nest replied, yes. According to analysis, this creature has a simple mind and is manic and evil. But because of its huge eyeballs, its mental strength is surprisingly strong. If he didn't care about it, then this lousy deformed species would definitely go extinct. However, it might be like the insect apes, but it was too weak in the early stages. If it didn't go extinct, this big eye monster might become stronger when its deformed system developed. Should he put it in the sand table and try it out? Suji thought about it and planned to introduce this species into the sand table. He planned to open up a swamp in the sand table of 100 acres. After all, the environment of the sand table was too monotonous. There were no swamps or deserts. He would add 10 square meters of swamps. For ants, this was equivalent to a huge swamp in the range of a mountain range. As for how the terrain appeared? After the flood, seawater accumulated, so swamps and silt areas appeared. It's normal. The terrain of swamps is first of all a silt terrain. It's sticky, muddy, and fertile. As for the fertility, I need to find some fertilizer. Suji's first thought was that it was farm manure. In the countryside, many people used their own feces as fertilizer, so it was naturally pollution-free. However, he felt a little disgusted. When he thought about it in the future, when the insect apes and other races explored this black swamp, they were actually swimming in a septic tank. The image was too beautiful just thinking about it. There was no need for human feces, so he went to the outskirts of the village and looked for Xianxia, who lived next door. He asked Auntie Li for some village fertilizer, chicken feces, and cow dung, saying that his family needed fertilizer. After getting it back, he took a big shovel and modified the 10 square meters area. After the extinction, the insectoid apes were still struggling. They were not everywhere, so it was convenient for Suji to secretly remodel the sand table terrain. He chose a place, poured cow and chicken feces, poured water, and mixed some dead branches and rotten leaves. It began to become fertile and rotten mud. In the future, with the fermentation of microorganisms, methane would be produced, and it would completely become a sticky swamp. He directly put the evil eye creature in it to survive. There was no competition here. No matter how weak it was, it could reproduce and survive in large numbers. The environment for development had been given to it. As for the later stage, whether it could become the first unintelligent monster on this sand table land, becoming similar to the evil eye in Cthulhu mythology, it was up to it. As for whether it succeeded, Suji did not lose anything. It was just another species appearing out of thin air in this land. If it failed, the possibility of extinction was very high. After all, the eyeball accounted for 2/3 of the body. So much nutrition was supplied to the eyeball, but it did not play a role. What awaited it was naturally being eliminated by other species. Nature was extremely cruel. The next morning, Suji continued to sit in the yard with his legs crossed, very leisurely, eating apples, and doing a monologue. I have to say, it's really useless to build a car behind closed doors. Other people really bring me surprises, such as this mutated species, the big-eyed monster. Sometimes, I really hate myself for not being mentally retarded enough to seem out of place with them. It's difficult for me to evolve into such a strange species. As he teased, he looked at the small sand table, and was surprised to find that the entire small evolution sand table was full. It had reached the upper limit of the number of people he had set in the sand table. 100 spores were surviving and evolving inside. The sand table had set the upper limit of 100 people. 100 people was a small number. Suji did not intend to bring in a lot of people. It was just a casual, niche sand table for people to provide him with inspiration. It was not really a game for them to play, it was for their entertainment. Why make it so big? However, Suji did not expect it to be so popular. In just one day, the sand table's server was full. He was very curious, so he checked on the internet. The first post came from a post that exploded on the internet. The post title was Black Technology. The strongest realistic simulation game, fully realistic, the most hardcore casual sandbox game in China's gaming history, Spore Evolution. At first, when everyone saw the content, they all cursed that it was a clickbait. How was it a masterpiece that praised the current era? Virtual reality VR technology was just a gimmick, and the technology was far from mature. But cursing aside, there were still people who wanted to eat crabs. People logged in one after another, and then it completely exploded. Come back and leave a comment under the post. It's true. It was too scary, it really felt like touching. What kind of alien technology was this? I'm blowing it up. A group of people were cursing him for dragging the time. Then, some people couldn't resist the temptation to test it out, only to be defeated again, never to return. This cycle continued. Soon, players began to post screenshots of the game, as well as the strange failed creatures that they had evolved into. This caused a huge uproar. But soon, some people realized that only 100 beta accounts could be registered. Any more and they wouldn't be able to log into the game. There are only 100 beta testers. Countless people were heartbroken, envious, and hateful. A group of beta gamers who successfully logged into the game rejoiced and were extremely excited. They had been pulling all-nighters since last night to play this new era game. Early that morning, the first Spore Evolution strategy and closed beta thoughts were posted on the top of the game forum. Greetings, veterans. I'm Xiaoming Shan Speed of Speed. I was the one who posted the previous post. Fortunately, I was the first to discover this new era game without any publicity. Now, I'm going to do a simple game review. First of all, everyone was concerned about the most. Were the 5 senses real? My answer is yes, the sense of realism was definitely not fake. I swear on my honor that it feels like I'm in a second world. I don't know what kind of black technology it is. There's also the pain adjustment. I adjusted it to 100% and realized that the feeling of dying was exhilarating. It was so exhilarating that I was convulsing. When I took off the VR goggles in reality, I broke out in cold sweat and convulsed. I don't intend to try it again. That's the scariest thing about this game. Gamers, please take note. I'm going to talk about the scariest things to dissuade you. First, this is a sandbox survival casual game. It's called casual, but it's extremely hardcore. When you log into the game, there's no customization or race selection like other traditional online games. There's only one option, which is to start the life of a spore. You might not believe it, but once you enter the game world, it's dark. You have to evolve your eyes to see the world. It's too realistic. Thoughts. When I saw this scene, I realized that this sandbox survival game, which claims to be the first choice of casual gamers, isn't simple. In the game, we are a spore, the leader of a race. We can control the evolution of our race, but if the king we control dies, the race is useless, and we will quit the game. It's worth mentioning that the virtual reality of the game is terrifying. You will have the feelings of the evolved creature. For example, if you become a worm, you will have the feelings of a worm. The first species I evolved into was a large-eyed monster. Its eyes were extremely large, and I noticed that my vision was also extremely large. The second time I evolved, I had compound eyes. I had 8 pairs of eyes. Guess what I saw? The world with compound eyes. It's so realistic, it's too awesome. In this game, we can completely experience the world of other species. I think if I can evolve into a dragon, I can definitely fly and experience the thrill of being a dragon, riding the clouds. But the longest time I've ever played was when I evolved into an amphibian. A strange-looking big-eye monster left the ocean, and it didn't even last 5 hours of game time. Moreover, once you die in this game, you can only create a new account. Yes. This is the second hardcore dissuasion point. Unlike other games, where there's a respawn point after death, you only have one life. You can only create a new account and respawn after death. When you turn back into a spore, the level and structure of your previous evolution are all gone. It's too hardcore. It doesn't even have the traditional setting of loading. It does things its own way, and doesn't consider the chances of players dissuading it. The third hardcore point was that this game did not have a guide at all. Don't expect me to write a strategy. I once tried to evolve into a big-eye monster according to the previous method, and in the end, I evolved into another species, the one with compound eyes. This is completely in line with one point of view in the theory of evolution. The appearance of any life in the history of evolution is a unique miracle. Even if you follow the exact same environment and process, you might become a completely different species due to the butterfly effect. Although I don't know how it was designed, this game seems to be a real evolutionary world. The materials are real, and the possibilities are endless. Also, the setting of this game is quite interesting. Next to the mountains, rivers, and oceans that we, the spores, live a hazy giant that is tens of thousands of feet tall. We evolve in front of the giant's yard. He often sits on a wooden chair in front of the huge house, peeling fruits and quietly reading a book. We, the evolved spores, can even sneak up to him and even climb on him. Once, I was a large eyeball and wanted to get close to him to see him, but he trampled my king to death and I logged out of the game. A bunch of eyeballs are still there. Without my control, they should be extinct by now. My personal guess is that he's probably a background character in the sandbox game. Maybe he's set to be invincible, or maybe he's a boss. We evolve into the strongest species, and we can challenge him later on. Anyway, it's very interesting. We're like the evolved insects in the giant's yard. The last sentence, this is the most hardcore game in the history of the game. All kinds of hardcore. Too hard to dissuade. But it's also too fun, high degree of freedom, infinite possibilities, 100% virtual touch, as if it's a real world, so fun. I'll blow it up. To be honest, my current goal is to survive for a long time. I want to escape the fate of constantly dying and leveling up my account. I want to evolve into a powerful species that can stand firmly in the entire ecosystem. I want to evolve into a hegemon at the top of the food chain. Then I want to evolve into the legendary dragon, develop into the dragon race. This is the dream of every Chinese. I'm so happy, then I'll fly to the person peeling apples in the yard and shit on his head. So happy, I feel like I've reached the peak of my life. As for the strategy, there really isn't. Brothers. If you want to play, go read more books on the origin of species, and other professional books. Knowledge is power. I'm also able to evolve all kinds of organs after reading those books. Students majoring in biology, in this spore game, you guys are awesome, I won't say much, it's just that my head hurts from playing for too long, that's why I came out to write the strategy. Now, I'm going in to play another round. This time, I'll definitely live longer. Are you addicted? Want to shit on my head? Suji saw this and smiled. The last species that dared to provoke me and scold me, balding. Do you know what kind of pitiful ending they have now? Suji silently made a mental note of this grudge in his small notebook. My dear brother, we'll settle this debt in the future. He had completely forgotten that he had just mocked the other party for being retarded. At most, this was just returning the favor. In fact, Suji didn't expect it to develop to this point. He knew from the beginning that it would be very hardcore and difficult to get started. Only those who had professional knowledge in this area could evolve into a species that could barely survive. It was definitely hardcore. Otherwise, Suji wouldn't have felt that it was too much of a headache and difficult to handle. That was why he wanted to borrow the help of others to evolve a new species. Moreover, this wasn't about killing monsters to level up. It was just a casual sandbox game with a terrifyingly high level of difficulty. It should be a niche game. But he didn't expect that there would really be people who would learn such profound knowledge of species evolution just to play a game. Perhaps in this world, there was a group of hardcore players who liked to be abused. And sandbox casual construction games had always been quite popular. Some people just didn't like to kill monsters to level up and show off. Stardew Serial, Minecraft, this type of sandbox game had always had a very large audience. In this long and detailed evaluation, the comments below were crazy. In a short period of time, there were already thousands of comments. It was a complete sensation. Dancing, singing, and basketball, doubt. Is it really that exaggerated? But it's so detailed that it seems real. Crazy African, too hardcore. A spore at the beginning, evolution all based on biological knowledge? Little Fist pretty, wow. I want to play it when I hear it, infinite possibilities. Super Tech Geek, I guess the first player hasn't dug out the real content of the game. For example, the giant background he mentioned, I think it's very interesting. After all, it evolved into an incomplete species that didn't last long before it went extinct. Little brain scaring down the mountain, I'm already watching the origin of species. I've already begun to have knowledge of evolution, comparable to a biology professor in a university. I just need a spore to practice my theory of evolution. I'm short of a beta test slot. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Some people were looking forward to it, some were frantically asking for a slot, and some were eager to play. It sounded like fun, right? Of course, more people said that this was a huge, century-spanning scam. These 100 people were acting, and they wanted to see how long the original poster could keep up the act. But soon, they were slapped in the face by the speed of light. This was because this Akina Mountain Speed had already started a live broadcast on the platform, and the image was linked to his VR glasses. In front of him was a stretch of azure blue seawater. The realistic scene was like watching a magnificent epic ocean movie. My friends, I've just evolved my eyes, so this step is already a piece of cake for me. Next, I'll start to hunt for algae and turn into a carnivore. According to the Cambrian evolution experience on Earth, this is the evolutionary route of arthropods. At this moment, a ferocious beetle came over. F*CK, what is that? He looks like a trilobite from the Paleozoic era. Eat him. Eat my ass. Host, run. He wants to eat you and treat you like food. Hurry up and run. Grow wretchedly and evolve. When you become stronger and evolve into a carnivore, you can come back and eat him. All of a sudden, there was a complete uproar. Suji watched for a while and felt that their enthusiasm was not bad. He let them continue to ferment and ignored them. There were even people who had written a petition in blood, asking for more closed beta testing slots. You think there are too few slots? What does it have to do with me? I'm not earning money from you, nor am I taking advantage of you. Feel free to voice out your opinions. If I accept them, it's my loss. Suji laughed. He could not be bothered to give them more. They could fend for themselves. He did not pay much attention to this. After all, this was just a small design. He did not expect it to cause such a huge uproar in the gaming circle. It was useless even if they complained to the heavens. Suji did not want to expand. What was the point of having so many people? It was not like they were really serving you and letting you play the game. Unless there was an unexpected surprise, he intended to stay in this closed beta forever and completely become a niche game. Only 100 people were allowed to enter the sand table. He would wait for them to slowly evolve into a species with potential. At this moment, the online game Spore Evolution was fermenting crazily. Suji only glanced at the small sand table for a while before focusing his attention on another large sand table. This was his real job. Strictly speaking, the Sumer of the previous era had only produced 3 transcendent creatures, namely Gilgamesh and 2 others. In the next civilization, Suji wanted to have a mature transcendent cultivation system. It would be best if it evolved into a sorcerer civilization. The previous Gilgamesh had once asked a palace dark sorcerer to research longevity potions to extend his life. That was the prototype of a sorcerer. Suji also hoped to have a complete sorcerer civilization. He wanted a great sorcerer who was good at alchemy, could research witchcraft and potions, and create a potion that could cure his terminal illness of cancer. Therefore, in order to build a complete transcendent civilization, the sand table would naturally have all kinds of mysterious and dangerous transcendent creatures as reference for sorcerers to learn from. After all, after the death of the previous Zerg Queen, the technological information had been cleared, and there was no high-tech medical equipment from the Zerg's technology. If he wanted to cure the disease, he could only think of a way to deduce the sand table again and create his own transcendent life-saving method. Suji looked at the swamp in the big sand table. A day has passed. The Big Eye monster and Evil Eye have already begun to multiply, and now they have even evolved into special individuals? He was slightly happy. As expected, this kind of strange evolution had a lot of potential. After more than 100 years, as there were no natural enemies in the newly developed environment, these weak species also multiplied crazily everywhere. But soon, due to the excessive reproduction, internal competition increased and food was scarce. They, who had no natural enemies, had their natural enemies become their own species. For food, they began to compete among themselves. They began to kill each other in the swamp, fighting for food, and even eating each other. It was incomparably cruel. Gradually, those evil eyes became more and more violent. A unique evil eye appeared. It had a strange spiritual power. Creatures that were stared at by it would be charmed by it and obediently come before it, becoming its food. This first-generation transcendent evil eye quickly rose to the top, becoming the top overlord of the swamp ecosystem. As there were no natural enemies, it began to multiply crazily, preying on other evil eyes. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Those ordinary Big Eye monsters were quickly massacred. The entire land was filled with the descendants of the evil eye that had the ability to charm. It continued to multiply, 1, 100, 1,000. Those ordinary evil eyes began to go completely extinct, becoming a thing of the past. The transcendent has finally appeared. Violent spiritual power? Suji was slightly shocked. As expected, it has a lot of potential. Although it has no intelligence, it can already attract other creatures to become its food, like the gray catcher in the animal world. It was not until the 4th era that the first transcendent species was finally born. Suji's heart moved slightly, and he suddenly looked at the big sand table. Something drastic had happened, because a group of insect monkeys had set foot in the swamp. More than 200 years had passed, and a few generations had passed since the Great Flood. As the people of the Babylonian tribe wore animal hides and clothes, they no longer needed natural thick hair to keep them warm. Their thick black body hair gradually decreased, and the thin outer shell disappeared. Their bodies began to straighten, and gradually, snow-white skin was revealed. They began to change from a hairy ape to a thinly furred subhuman. In terms of body shape, they were getting closer to the rugged and strong Westerners. They once had a glorious civilization and established a city-state era, but they had yet to recover. They were still a simple farming tribe, and did not even have the ability to rebuild a city-state. Their glory was built on the foundation of the great hero king, Gilgamesh. The great hero king had the strongest power in the world. With his strength alone, he suppressed countless beasts in the world, allowing their Sumer race to become the top of the food chain, but without the hero king, they would have nothing. They could not develop into the Bronze and Iron Age. With simple stone spears and clubs, how were they to fight against the huge beasts again? The only sacred sword of civilization, a metal weapon, the sword of Damocles, had been buried in the great flood of annihilation along with the hero king Gilgamesh, sinking into the endless deep sea. Even now, they did not even have the ability to rebuild the city walls. Uruk Royal City was built by Gilgamesh alone. He had personally moved huge rocks that were comparable to mountains to surround it, and it only took him a month. But for ordinary people, the amount of work needed to build a huge city was comparable to the difficulty of building the pyramids in ancient Egypt. It would take more than 10 years. In such an environment of hunger and cold, how could there be so much manpower and material resources, at this moment? The daughter of the Babylonian tribe's leader, Demetrius, sighed. The Sumer sure is rotten. That was an epic era that belonged to one person, the great hero King Gilgamesh. It's no wonder people sang praises of him, wrote epics for him, and recorded his glory. A vast epic, a glorious civilization. Merchants, shops, colosseums, slavery. In the beautiful and dilapidated Uruk royal palace, the great hero king sat on the throne. His eyes were deep and boundless, and he held the sword of Damocles in his hand. Our era has fallen. We are on the path of decline and extinction. If it weren't for the fact that the God-given sword of civilization was lost, even if we didn't have the power of the blood of power, we wouldn't have had such a hard time. Heavens, are you going to destroy our Babylon tribe? Civilization is the power that protects us sapient species. I, Demetrius, want to know the path forward for our civilization. How are we supposed to survive? Demetrius looked calm. She was the bravest and wisest person in the tribe. She was not as strong as the men, but her killing skills allowed her to defeat most of the warriors in the tribe. She looked at the few men of the hunting team who were wearing animal skins and returned to reality. How is the exploration going in this area? They were surrounded by a puddle of rotting mud. One of the warriors answered, "This is a vast muddy swamp. It should be a muddy terrain formed by the accumulation of water after the Great Flood. There are many species and delicious fruits in it. This was a fertile swamp made by suji with chicken and cow dung. Naturally, the plants were more vigorous." The Great Flood? Demetrius took a deep breath and looked at the vast black swamp in front of her. It was hard to imagine the disaster that happened more than 200 years ago. It was a great flood that drowned the entire world. Gods have great power that mortals can't even imagine. They can destroy our entire world with a wave of their hands. Then there is enough food here. It will be the next gathering point for our tribe. She looked around and suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Garkai, where's Bolanegas? The people around looked at each other and realized that two people had disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. The barbarians in this land did not have much intelligence, nor would they attack the weak humans. This was because the humans with rough stone spears and axes could not break the scales of the giant beasts. They could only be slaughtered by the giant beasts and treated as food. Something's wrong. This seemingly peaceful swamp contains something strange. There are horrible creatures that we don't know about. Demetrius's expression changed. The giant beasts cannot enter the swamp. They will only sink here. There are no traces of giant beasts. Only small swamp creatures are secretly attacking us. Let's go. Demetrius made a prompt decision and left with more than 20 people. However, at this moment, a disgusting and strange gray-black tentacled monster suddenly appeared in the swamp. Its body was covered with tentacles that looked like gray seaweed. The tentacles wrapped around a huge scarlet eyeball that was covered with blood vessels. This was an extremely disproportionate body. A large bloodshot eyeball actually occupied 2/3 of its body. So beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful girl in this world? A few brawny men in animal skin suddenly looked at the evil bloodshot eyeball of the evil-eye creature. They could not help but walk over with enthusiasm as if they had seen a peerless beauty. They were so excited that no one could stop them. What are you doing? Don't go over. The warriors of the Babylon tribe around them could not help but panic. Such a strange and bizarre scene had subverted their understanding. As the smartest person in the Babylon tribe, Demetrius instantly realized something. What kind of horrible creature lives in this swamp? Those strange, evil giant eyeballs can actually charm their prey to go over. Garkai and Belogas, who disappeared, I'm afraid they walked into the trap and died. Run. She made a prompt decision and led the people to abandon the charmed people. They slowly walked over and quickly ran away. However, at this moment, she suddenly stopped and her eyes were burning. What a wonderful creature this is. They are weaker than us humans. They have weak tentacles and stupid huge eyeballs, but they have unimaginable power that can destroy creatures that are stronger than themselves. Aren't we weak as well? Why are they the only ones who have a unique power? Medea's eyes were burning with passion. It was as if there was a nameless torch burning in her eyes. A terrifying thought was awakened in her mind. I want to seize its power and revitalize the tribe. Kill it, then we can run. Demetrius suddenly shouted. What? The warriors of the tribe were shocked. She turned around and raised the white stone spear high. A ray of light shone down from the sky and fell on her beautiful and cold face. She looked like the goddess of war in Norse mythology. Follow me and kill it. I want to bring its corpse back to the tribe. But, more of these creatures are approaching us. Someone roared as he looked into the distance of the black swamp. More large-eyed tentacled monsters were approaching. These weak species were slowly wriggling their sticky tentacles as they crawled. Although their movements were laughably slow, their strange powers were extremely terrifying. Once one was surrounded by these large eyeballs, even if I have to pay the price of death, I have to kill one. Medea raised her stone spear and transformed into the tribe's bravest warrior as she charged forward. Bam! With just one spear strike, accompanied by a sharpened hoarse cry that resembled a baby's cry, the fragile eyeball rapidly exploded. A foul stench filled the air as it exploded into a disgusting sticky liquid that splattered onto Medea's face. Take it away. She single-handedly lifted the corpse's sticky tentacle and quickly turned her head. By the time she regained her senses, she was already surrounded by 7 or 8 evil eyes. She could not help but grimace. Follow me, let's kill our way out. This was a tragic battle. The tribe's powerful hunting team of nearly 30 people had basically all died. They could have escaped, but because of the delay, they were surrounded by the terrifying creatures. Finally, only 3 survivors managed to escape the terrifying evil swamp that seemed to be cursed by death. They're all dead. Medea, an extremely strong and intelligent woman, could not help but cry. She looked at the last 2 warriors beside her and knew what this meant. Over the years, the brave men of the tribe had basically died while searching for food or hunting behemoths. The tribe of nearly 1,000 people only had 100 strong men left. The rest were about 900 old and weak. Now, they had lost another third, they were almost facing the fate of extinction. However, our tribe will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Why don't we give it our all? Medea took a deep breath and looked at the corpse of the evil eye. I hope that the evil blood of this creature's corpse that I paid such a huge price for can be of use. Over the years, countless people had attempted to fuse the blood of various powerful behemoths, hoping to be like Gilgamesh, to have the power of the hero king to protect the tribe. But other than the blood of power bestowed by God to an unknown creature, all of them were dead. It seemed that only the blood of special creatures was possible. Perhaps, the blood of these special, filthy, and evil creatures can become another kind of blood of power. When Demetrius returned to the tribe with the few remaining people, her father had already fallen into a state of mental breakdown. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? A robust middle-aged man dressed in black leather sat on a leather chair high up in the air, panting heavily. I'm not crazy. In the tribe's tent, Medea took a deep breath in the face of her father's angry roar. We no longer have a way out. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we fight to the death? A second Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, will lead our civilization to glory. This is the only way for us, the intelligent species, not to go extinct. That's impossible. The leader slowly shook his head and said bitterly, only the legendary blood bestowed by God, the blood of power, can bring us great power, not to mention this disgusting monster, sticky, disgusting, cruel. Even if we succeed in obtaining such disgusting power, God will still punish us. There is no such thing as good or evil in power. Demetrius's voice became low and hoarse as she looked at her old father sitting high up in the air. With the blood of the great power of light, it can also become a tyrant, brandishing the holy sword of civilization, challenging the omnipotent God. And with the terrifying power of darkness, if it maintains a kind heart, it may be able to protect people. This monster is completely different from the other giant beasts. It is weak, even weaker than us humans, but it has incredible power. If we can have the same power as it. You, Demetrius, how dare you? The leader was silent, panting heavily as if he was thinking about this audacious idea. His decision would affect the rise and fall of the entire civilization and race. Huff. Huff, huff. He closed his eyes slightly and panted heavily. This would be a terrifying decision that was more important than his own death. He suddenly lowered his head and looked at his stubborn daughter. He wailed softly and said in a hoarse voice, "But, we don't have enough people to test the integration of new blood." For the past 200 years, if they had reproduced normally, they would not have been left with this amount of power. Generations of brave and intelligent leaders who were unwilling to die had allowed the young people of the tribe to try to integrate new giant beast blood. In every generation, there would be people who died without caring about their own safety, dying in endless pain. These generations of martyrs had written the bloody history of the rise of the tribe, causing the population to be sparse. But now, they still had not risen. Demetrius took a deep breath. Yes, our Babylonian tribe does not have enough strong men to experiment. They still have to protect us, but we have enough old, weak, women, and children. All these years, it has always been the men who protect the women. This time, it is the women's turn to step forward and try this blood. Demetrius was silent and said in a low voice, "Also, if a large number of women die, we will be less burdensome. It is not impossible to shrink the population. This time, let the women of our tribe die." Whoosh! In an instant, the tent was dead silent. Half a day later, high up in the tribe, there was a burning torch. Demetrius was gathering the people of the tribe. "If we do not want to die. If we hope to restore the glory of the Sumer people. If we hope to have a great hero king of the next generation to lead the civilization of the intelligent species. Death cannot crush our arms or destroy our spines." The great hero king, Gilgamesh, once said that the history of humans fighting against nature is a history of courage and songs of praise. This is the reason why he ordered the historiographer to record history. And today, history will record our courage on this day. Demetrius panted heavily as she stood on the platform and growled. She looked at the old, weak, women, and children below the tribe. "Tomorrow, early in the morning, we hope that you will come for the tribe. The song of praise for humanity is the song of praise for courage." The women below hugged their children in their arms in silence. Everyone knew that there was basically no chance of survival. That night, countless women in the tribe silently bade farewell to their husbands and children. After crying, they resolutely chose to take the test. After countless days, they had had enough. Their husbands were dead, their fathers were dead, and their sons would die in the future. What did they have left? They only had themselves left. No one could protect them. The only one who could protect them was themselves. That day was destined to be stained with blood and cruelty. Countless women resolutely walked out and attempted to contain the blood of the evil eye. More than 400 corpses were strewn across the field. The ground was filled with painful and hideous corpses. The blood was incompatible with their own, but in the end, there were 3 women who survived. One of them was Demetrius, and the other 2 were named Circe and Cassandra. The 3 of them were permanently fixed on the ancient stone wall. In the Babylonian murals, there were countless women in a pool of blood and pain. Only 3 strong women bathed in blood stood above the endless corpses. The 3 of them surrounded each other, holding a huge burning torch in their hands. This scene was engraved in the murals of Babylonian history. Later generations called these sacred ancient murals the 3 witches. They had handed over the fire seed of civilization. History was engraved in the murals. It was the history of the rise of the human tribe and the great courage to fight against nature and beasts. After a painful death came rebirth. In a period of time, these three great and determined women once again led the tribe's civilization forward. They began to possess a strange spiritual power. Their spiritual power was strong, sharp, mysterious, and evil, just like the evil eye. They gradually gained the ability to resist the giant beasts. They used their spiritual power to interfere with the giant beasts from behind and let the warriors with stone axes fight in front. Their strong spiritual power also made them unable to control their own spiritual waves. Even when they were having sex with men, they would inadvertently cause the other party's spiritual shock to collapse due to their excitement and kill them. Therefore, they were all chaste women. They could not have sex with men. They were lonely, arrogant, and even unapproachable. Demetrius had a strong sense of honor and mission. She led the tribe to wage war. She held a wooden cane, resisted the giant beasts, and went out to hunt for food. Cassandra was easygoing and gentle. She liked to lead the women in herding, planting herbs, saving people, and fighting against diseases. Circe was an exception. She was a married woman. She accidentally killed her husband while having sex with him. However, she had a strong desire. She had had sex with a man and could not control the loneliness of the long nights. She secretly used her spiritual charm similar to the evil eye to seduce the strong men in the tribe. In the middle of the night, they would come to her room and have sex with her. They would indulge in pleasure, but they could not help it. Often, they would kill their men with their excited emotions. In the tribe, mysterious deaths of men began to appear frequently. The people cursed Circe secretly, but Circe bore a silent hatred in her heart. Secretly, she began to use her spiritual power to curse the men who resisted her, giving them headaches, black eyes, and sparse hair. The witch Circe began to become the synonym of evil and terror in the tribe. Even the other two tried to persuade them not to kill her together, because they needed her power to protect the tribe. Due to Circe's tyranny, the status of women also became higher. The three of them were gradually feared by the warriors in the tribe. They were called witches by the people in the tribe. They symbolized strength, evil, mystery, the unknown, fear, and omnipotence. From that day on, the tribe entered the era of witches ruled by women. The spear of the grand sorcerer recorded frowny face the Babylon tribe suffered from the disaster of the beasts. There were few men. The women drank the blood of the evil eye. Three great witches appeared. War Witch Demetrius. She was in charge of lawless war and glory. Curse Witch Circe. She was in charge of chaos and curses. Spring Witch Cassandra. She was in charge of occult medicine and herding. Witches? Suji laughed. He had waited silently for more than 3 days, which was more than 300 years in their world. Finally, in the midst of the great flood, there were signs of revival. There were people who had fused with other second genes. They had chosen the second gene, Evil Eye. As a member of the Zerg race, it was easy to fuse with gene fragments. As long as the physique was suitable, there was a large piece of blank gene fragments on their own gene chain that could accommodate foreign genes. Gilgamesh had fused with the second gene, Termite gene, which gave him extraordinary strength. And this group of women known as witches had fused with the second gene, Evil Eye gene, which gave them spiritual power. If not for the Evil Eye species being the first transcendent species to appear in this sand table, it would probably never have become the inducement for the path of transcendent beings. Evil Eye, Big Eye Monster. Good stuff. It's a big surprise for me. Suji smiled happily. He felt that the sand table that he had come up with on a whim was not bad. The player's unconstrained evolution process had given him a pleasant surprise. He sat on the bench at the entrance of the courtyard, nibbling on an apple. Indeed, it's too difficult to think alone. Let's gather ideas and use the wisdom of others. In fact, because the termite gene was too strong, able to carry things 100 times its own weight, terrifying super strength, it required too many blank gene fragments. It was difficult for ordinary people to have so many blank gene fragments filled with useless miscellaneous genes. And the Evil Eye gene was much weaker, so the number of blank gene fragments needed was not much. Hence, the birth rate was also high. 400 women died, and only 3 were born. But the 3 of them were much weaker than Gilgamesh. When they fought against ordinary Allah beasts, they needed the cooperation of brave warriors in front of them to barely win. However, Gilgamesh could sweep the world by himself. The difference between the two was too great. After all, their spiritual power usage was very simple. The three of them also began to study their own strength. In the tribe, the development of herbology and witchcraft was still too slow. Suji thought for a moment, returned to his room, and searched for information on the internet. On the internet, there's yoga meditation in the West, and Taoist meditation in the East. Both of them train one's spirit and spirit. It should be useful. Should I give them the seeds of meditation and let them perfect it and develop a path of cultivation for wizards? At the beginning of a path, it was too difficult to cross the river by groping for the stones and bumping into walls everywhere. However, once they had a direction to move forward, they would definitely be many times faster. Suji might be able to provide them with a direction. But how could he meet the three witches of the tribe? Did he transform into an intelligent beast and hand over the three treasures to the civilization? As soon as this thought appeared, Suji quickly rejected it. It was impossible. It was not like he could directly control or possess a microscopic creature in the sand table to walk or speak for him. Otherwise, he would have gone to the sand table a long time ago. While Suji was thinking about what to do, a group of leading hardcore players in the sand table had begun to climb onto the land. They found that there was really a vast giant sitting on a huge chair in the distance, eating an apple with a thoughtful look on his face. This sand table game is very interesting. Spore evolution. In our settings, it's really an evolved insect in the yard. Is it going to fight back against the giant in the yard? 3 or 4 players, in strange shapes, whispered, feeling that this game had a terrible degree of freedom. There was no main plot, and it was all about exploration and discovery. It was too novel. So awesome. According to this huge size, it's simply the legendary Pangu. Does it mean that we have to evolve and fight him? Shoo. Observe secretly. Brothers, we are no match for him now. We are all ants. He can't see us. Don't get close to him. We barely crawled ashore. If he tramples our king to death, we won't even be able to cry. A group of players lay in the woods along the coastline, observing secretly and marveling. A bunch of jokers. Suji sat in the yard, looking at a group of small ants on the ground in the distance, whispering to each other. It was extremely wretched. They really treated him as a big boss and were studying how to attack him. Knock, 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 there was a knock on the door. It was Xianxia who had come to deliver food. Forget it. Let's eat first. He stood up and walked to the door. Damn. 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 Earthquake, it's AF** King Earthquake. What a realistic virtual 5 senses. Brothers, it's just that he has stood up. It's covering the sky and the sun, as if the world is trembling. Run, hide and develop, don't be trampled to death by him. Countless screams were heard. A group of strange creatures covered their heads and fled. They ran wildly on the vast and boundless land like a group of crazy wild dogs. Behind them, vast as the clouds, a 10,000-foot giant slowly walked from behind. With one step, he crossed thousands of miles. He easily stepped over the heads of the group of ants and walked into the distance. When he came back, he carried a blue lunchbox in his hand. He returned to the chair at the entrance of the yard, took big mouthfuls of the lunchbox, and ate mouthful after mouthful. Fried eggs, carrots, and cabbage. A mouthful of fragrance. The food in the countryside was sweet and delicious. Suji was overjoyed. He continued to think about how to pass the information of meditation to the 3 witches of the Babylonian tribe. At this time, the players hiding in the woods sneaked out again. They saw the giant sitting in the yard eating his lunchbox. They gathered in a circle and whispered to each other. Wow, this game's freedom mechanism is awesome. This boss can even go through the motions. We actually triggered it, and he's still eating. Shoo, let's develop wretchedly first. This game is 2F** King fun. It's super fun. Suji sat on the chair and ate his lunchbox. He looked at the group of players in the woods in the distance. They were secretly thinking about how to attack him. He was speechless. However, he suddenly had an idea. Right, the game evolution sandbox. Suji thought for a while. I'll go through the player channel and start evolving from a spore into a creature. I'll be a miniature creature. I'll just go to the big sandbox and settle it. He was extremely excited. He decisively ate his lunchbox and studied the feasibility of this idea. If it could really be done, it meant that he could enter the miniature sandbox in the future. As expected, it was a wise decision to build this small sandbox. It brought him a big surprise and many uses. After eating, Suji planned to test it out. Since he was going to play the game personally, he naturally had to clear the field. The next second, a notice appeared. This game is undergoing emergency maintenance. Immediately log off in 3 seconds. As soon as the announcement came out, all the players in the sand table exploded with excitement. Originally, most of them hadn't stepped onto land yet. They had been ravaged in the ocean where life originated from, dying time and time again. There were a few that had just climbed ashore and became amphibians. They hadn't even had the chance to look at the legendary giants and discuss. Behind their backs. Now that something like this had happened, they immediately cursed out loud. Stupid producer, 3 seconds. It's as good as not saying anything. Whoosh. After 3 seconds, their vision instantly turned black. F***ck, countless people took off their VR glasses and almost smashed the equipment. They had no idea that it was because they were talking in front of Suji that Suji thought of them. They wouldn't die if they didn't court death. My mixed elements thunderclap hand wants to evolve into a Kuan. Look. Is this notice even human? Stupid producer, you didn't inform us in advance. Why are you working so hard? I'm going to quit. This is the first time I've seen such a game producer. Tens of thousands of people's blood, asking for the programmer to be killed as a sacrifice to the heavens. Akina mountain speed, you'll get used to it. This casual game is hardcore. Anyway, it's not the first day or two. Picking nose, another pay-to-win hand chopper, those who quit will definitely say it smells good. Wang Jing's really smell. JPG, a group of closed beta players were discussing in the forum. They were cursing the stupid producer, but they couldn't resist the passion for such a high degree of freedom. Suji glanced at the lively comments. In this group of sand table players, the free workers in charge of breeding new species were even showing off but couldn't be bothered. He was very heartless in the face of the players' cries and pleas. He was an emotionless creator. And a group of people who couldn't even play instantly became envious and commented below the group of closed beta players. Crazy Africans, big bosses, you can't stand the hardcore. Let me do it. I have liver cirrhosis, I'm super liver. Little fist beauty, the closed beta quota is not needed. Please donate it to those who need it, thank you. A group of people felt that their chance had come and were silently waiting for them to exit the game. Who didn't want to personally take the field and become a spore with infinite possibilities? They wanted to become a creator and evolve into an infinite number of possibilities? However, while the group of players were making a ruckus, they ignored the people who were talking about quitting the game and pretended not to hear them. Then, they talked about other things, such as the mysterious giant. After all, in the entire sand table, apart from the various evolved species, the giant was clearly the most special. Mount Akina sped up. Brothers, did you notice? As we logged in one after another, the game had already begun its storyline. That giant was actually eating in the yard. Unbelievable. Then he spent money on chopping hands, nonsense. Based on how hardcore and realistic this game is, even the boss has to eat. Naturally, it has its own NPC program. We need to evolve our species and defeat him. Akina-san sped up. It's impossible to take him down in a short amount of time, but since the game is hardcore and he's eating, we have a way to take him down. My primeval Chaos Thunderbolt hand was about to evolve into a Kuan. He's eating. Do you mean that you want to poison his food? But we don't have poison in the game. Akina-san sped up. We don't have guns, we don't have cannons, we'll make our own. We little bugs can evolve into a powerful poison, neurotoxin. Then, we'll self-destruct and jump into his lunchbox. He'll eat us and successfully poison the boss. At the very least, he'll have diarrhea. My primeval Chaos Thunderbolt hand was about to evolve into a Kuan. 666. you're so dark and vicious, I like it. Akina-san sped up. I'll go back and cram on the biological knowledge of neurotoxin, the evolution of scorpions, venomous bugs, and venomous snakes. I'll evolve into a highly poisonous species that looks like sh*t and let him have a taste of us little bugs. I'll put sh*t in his food and hide poison in the sh*t. Then he spent money on chopping hands. Boss, you're awesome. Cute Girl was about to evolve into a dragon, endorsing a legendary web-based game. Boss, you're awesome. My primeval chaos thunderbolt hand was about to evolve into a Kuan. Boss, you're awesome. Suji was stunned. My dear friend, your courage is commendable. This time, you actually brought people to mess with me. Suji smiled kindly. Do you have such a deep grudge against me? I was eating in the yard, watching you evolve on the small sand table under my feet. Did I provoke you? Last time, you wanted to shit on my head, and now you want to put sh*t in my food and hide poison in the sh*t? Suji silently noted it down for him. My dear friend, you better pray for your own good in the future. He didn't care. After forcefully logging off the Land of Life sand table, he carried a common white rubber water pipe as thick as a finger to the sand table, intending to adjust the structure of the sand table. He began to study how to enter the big sand table world. He picked up a hoe and dug a hole. Since I plan to enter the big sand table through the player channel, there has to be a link between the two sand tables. I'll bury a water pipe under the ground and connect the two sand tables. He picked up the hoe and began to dig. After half an hour, he buried an underground white rubber water pipe that was more than 10 meters long in the ground between the two sand tables. Thus, it connected the two worlds and became a world channel. This was his exclusive VIP channel. In the future, it would be his exclusive medium channel to enter the big sand table. Without Suji's permission, nobody could see or enter, including the idiotic players who were excited and wanted to harm him. Then, he returned to his room, turned on his laptop, put on his VR glasses, and registered a player account with his client. Write down those who scold me in a notebook. He logged into the game and clicked confirm. It was pitch black in front of him, as if he was wandering in the sea. Please evolve your eyes. After half a day, from the perspective of a player, Suji's evolved species began to walk ashore. This body, isn't it too? It's as strange as the players. Suji looked at his body, which was as strange as the eyeball. He thought that he would be stronger than the players, but he did not expect that he would not be that strong. They were all strangely shaped things. He now looked like a three-eyed crow with two eyes and a vertical pupil in the middle. He was covered in black feathers, but he couldn't fly. He could only glide 3 to 4 meters at a low altitude when he flapped his wings. Even though Suji was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed a completely failed evolutionary species. In the big sand table, it wouldn't survive the elimination of the fittest and would go extinct. Suji couldn't help but ask, Subbrain, you said that this crow is as ugly as the big-eyed monster. According to the law of strength, this species must have the same potential as the evil eye, right? The subbrain quickly gave him a critical blow. According to my deduction, it probably doesn't have extraordinary potential. This three-eyed crow is just an abnormal species that failed to evolve. That's too much. Suji immediately felt that it was a blow. But on second thought, it did make sense. Every life's evolution couldn't be the same. They were unique. Although the big-eyed monster was born by chance, it had astonishing potential. It was a miracle life gathered by many coincidences and could hardly be duplicated. However, I don't have a high requirement. It's enough that my evolved species can move. Coming back to himself, he entered the secret tunnel in the sand table, which was a white water pipe buried underground. After traveling through a long tunnel of darkness, light gradually appeared before his eyes. When he returned to his senses, he'd already appeared in a dense forest. The trees were luxuriant and complex, and the ground was verdant. In the distance, terrifying enormous beasts were roaring as they chased after each other. It was a magnificent and boundless primeval forest scene. I've finally entered my own sand table. Congratulations. Suji had already checked out the terrain from God's perspective. Next, he quickly picked up his two crow claws and walked straight towards the Babylonian tribe without any regard for his own family or friends. The Babylonian tribe. The houses were arranged in picturesque disorder and flourished to a certain extent. The strength of the three witches was much weaker than that of Gilgamesh, but they were already able to resist the invasion of the giant beasts and protect their homes. Humans were in the middle of the giant beast food chain. Although they were unable to resist some of the terrifying giant beasts, they would not be treated as food by any of the giant beasts. Even the most powerful giant beasts had to pay a terrible price to attack the tribe and eat them as food. There were women working on the farmland. In the distance, there were people wearing animal skins dissecting the carcass of a giant beast that was more than 10 meters tall. There were warriors constantly patrolling the surroundings of the tribe to prevent the terrifying giant beasts from attacking the Babylonian tribe. After stabilizing their survival, they began to crazily reproduce and expand their population. This was because they needed a huge population base. More women fusing with the blood of the evil eye and more witches were the only way for them to protect themselves. In the depths of the emerald green mountain stream outside the tribe, Xianxia pool, which was like a dreamlike wonderland, was filled with bright green grass and blooming flowers. 3 beautiful women were bathing. Their snow-white skin was like ice jade, and their bodies were slender and beautiful. They were like the perfect goddesses from the legends. After more than 10 years, the 3 witches from back then were already more than 30 years old. When the insect apes died of old age in their 30s or 40s, most of their peers had already left the world or were on the verge of death. However, time seemed to have never left a trace on them. The 3 of them were bathing in the Xianxia pool. They were brimming with youth and their figures were fit and beautiful, like teenage girls. Back then, after Gilgamesh fused with the second gene, he lived for more than 200 years. Now, they were only in their 30s. For them, their long lives had just begun. Demetrius was currently soaking in the clear spring water. This decisive witch who was in charge of the tribe's war and glory lazily stretched her perfect and round legs as she emerged from the water. Malixt also went there last night. The sister who grew up with us, who went on adventures with us when we were young, who excitedly researched the dream of conquering giant beasts in the tribe, has long since become a white-haired old lady. Cassandra, the docile witch who was in charge of herding and herbs, gently stirred the water. She sighed with emotion in a low voice. Countless children and grandchildren stayed by this old lady's bedside to see her off. That's the most perfect ending. After so many years, I realized that only the 3 of us are eternal. Everything around us is changing, but only the 3 of us won't grow old. Xianxia smiled charmingly. Her eyes sparkled. Why? You 2 are high above us. As the great and majestic Babylonian guardian goddess, you are all alone. Don't you envy ordinary girls who have husbands and children who love them? Xianxia swam out of the pool and teased, Sister, you 2 have always been cold and elegant. Why don't I? Demetrius and Cassandra stepped back at the same time and looked at her warily. Cassandra said calmly, Xianxia, show some respect. Don't use your tricks on us. It doesn't matter. Xianxia smiled playfully. I won't harm men's lives. I'm not one of those weak men. You can't kill me even if you can't control your spiritual power. However, the 2 of them still looked at her warily. They knew what Xianxia wanted to do. She wanted them to fall step by step. Eventually, they would start to fall for men just like Xianxia and stand on the same side as her. As early as that year, when the 2 of them saw Xianxia fall, they silently vowed to set down 3 iron rules for witches. First, before a witch took the test of the evil eye's blood, she must be a chaste woman. She must swear to God that she would not love anyone for the rest of her life. Second, after becoming a witch, she must strictly forbid any unclean behavior. She must not touch any men. Once she sullied herself, she would fall and be abandoned by the Lord, becoming an evil witch. Third, witches must not abuse their power and attack people. Xianxia was a typical negative example. She had a husband before and found a man after she became a witch. However, witches' spiritual power was too strong. It was so strong that they could not control their emotions and would kill weak men. Powerful and violent spiritual power came with terrible side effects. They were destined not to have lovers. Xianxia had become the synonym for death and fear in the tribe. Every man she seduced died. Countless men were terrified. Although Circe knew it, several men in the tribe would die mysteriously every month. In fact, after more than 10 years, hundreds of people had died and 4 new witches had been born. They had also strictly followed the 3 great witches' iron law and became the tribe's protectors. The Babylon tribe already had 4 affiliated tribes. Over the years, there had been men who took the death test of the Evil Eye's blood. The tribe never lacked warriors, but the Evil Eye's blood was very unique. Women had a much higher chance of success than men. But it was not that there were no men. After more than 10 years, there were actually 4 women and 1 man who had successfully accepted the power. Among them, there was actually the first rare wizard, which made Circe ecstatic. With the appearance of a wizard, Circe thought that she could find a man who would not die. Unfortunately, over the years, Circe's spirit had become stronger and stronger. Other men basically couldn't endure it, and this male magus died from a mental breakdown after a week of Circe's ecstasy. The sudden death of the only wizard in the tribe made the only men in the tribe despair. On this day, the brave and skillful warriors of the Babylonian tribe thoroughly understood, we have completely become tools for reproduction. Year 11 of Babylon. There were very few men who had fused with the blood of the Evil Eye. The only wizard who had appeared was killed not long after. Finally, the fear of being dominated by witches broke out. Run! This is no longer the Babylonian tribe of the past. This is hell. Times have changed. The era of the male domination of the hero King Gilgamesh has passed. Now is the dark age of the terrifying witches. They wanted to escape the tribe madly. They would rather live alone under the domination of the beasts than stay in such a terrifying tribe and live under the shadow of the strange power of the witches. Circe, unforgivable. Medea and Cassandra were staring at each other in the tribe. They were burning with anger. They appeased the warriors in the tribe and made a big fuss with Circe. They even attacked out of anger. They could no longer tolerate it. In the past few years, 4 new witches had appeared. There was no longer a shortage of fighting power to protect the tribe. Therefore, they decided to suppress Circe. But after the war, they were horrified to find that Circe had secretly become much stronger than them. The 2 of them had to work together to suppress her. It seemed that compared to the 2 good witches who usually suppressed themselves, the evil witch, Circe, could let her spirit wander and become stronger. At this moment, it was year 16 of Babylon. The 3 witches, the 3 great Babylonian guardian goddesses, were taking a bath and chatting happily. But in fact, there was an undercurrent. After 5 years, Circe had reached an unfathomable level. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they could only barely compete with her. What do you think? Sisters, do you really not want to try? Circe's white arm was still gently splashing water. She looked at the 2 of them gently. Instead of suppressing yourself, indulging yourself is a better way to cultivate and grow as a witch. Medea soaked in the spring and tried to persuade her with words. No, Circe, I don't think this is the right way. If we join you, what will happen to the tribe? Circe's beautiful and charming face revealed serious thoughts. She immediately planned a beautiful blueprint for the future. We will rule the entire Babylonian tribe again. The women will be responsible for protecting the tribe, and the men will be responsible for reproduction and giving birth to the next generation. This is tyranny. Medea said softly, it's the same as the cruel Sumer who tried to rebel against the gods. That's barbaric and not civilized. That's not what intelligent beings should do. Do you know the purpose of the great hero King Gilgamesh ordering people to record history? What's the use of history? Circe asked with a smile. The purpose of history is to record the courage and hardships of our predecessors in resisting nature. It is also to guide us on the right path in the history of our predecessors. Your choice is barbarism, not civilization. You are leading us down the path of extinction of the Sumer men. Demetrius said, aren't you afraid that we will face a second flood? A hint of fear flashed across Circe's face. The stronger she was, the more fear she felt. At present, she could only easily insta-kill the Ala behemoth. Compared to the extremely powerful hero king in the records, he was hundreds of times stronger than her. Even a mighty existence that could challenge the Finbar behemoth would face destruction. Circe's breathing hastened before she paused for a moment. She suddenly laughed out loud. She laughed beautifully in the pool. Her beautiful and fair body was breathtakingly beautiful. Pfft. Sis, don't lie to me. I'm not trying to provoke the creator, nor will I destroy other species and ecosystems. Even if it's tyranny, it's an internal strife among us humans. You shouldn't care about me, right? Circe immediately gave a smug smile. All these years, your mental progress has been too slow. It's not even a third of mine. My cultivation method is the fastest, and it's also the most carefree and happiest. Why would I care about the lives of men? Demetrius immediately retorted with a resounding voice. Your cultivation method is too evil. It's a fork in the road. We need to figure out the correct mental cultivation method for witches. Circe paused, and her expression gradually turned cold. Since I can't convince you, I can only force you to cultivate. Her expression gradually turned complicated. I never thought of killing you too. In these long years, only the three of us can accompany me. You'll soon understand that my choice is right. It's for your own good. I only need you to try it once, and you'll fall in love with it. You'll understand my painstaking efforts. Boom, Circe's expression gradually turned cold. An extremely cold and gloomy mental aura spread from her body, and the surrounding water rippled. Let me force you to accept men. You're actually this strong. Demetrius and Cassandra's expressions changed. Do it. At this moment, 4 new beautiful witches appeared beside the pool. They wore exquisite animal skins, held black wooden crutches, and wore flower rings on their heads. Obviously, Demetrius had prepared for this. She planned to combine all the witches' power to defeat the evil witch Circe, who had become unbelievably strong because she had walked the path of evil. They could not let her go any longer. Bang! So what if you work together? Circe's violent mental will suddenly surged. Under the terrifying mental attack, the snow-white water in the pool rippled continuously. A few fish were shaken and floated on the surface, their bellies turning white. Is this the power of witches? At this moment, an abrupt gentle voice came. It was a strange creature that they had never seen before. It was a mysterious crow with black feathers and 3 eyes. No one knew when it had been standing quietly on a lush tree, watching them. Who's there? The witch's mind shook violently. This place was surrounded by the witch's mental aura. Demetrius and Cassandra valued their chastity the most. No stupid and lecherous tribesman would sneak in here and peep at them bathing. The consequence of approaching them by force would be a splitting headache. But now, let's work together to kill it first, and then we'll deal with our grudges. Boom, for a moment, all the witches, including Circe, acted at the same time. Strong mental attacks gathered in one place, and they planned to work together to kill this unstable existence. They were too decisive. They wanted to kill the unknown first. This concentrated mental power was very violent, evil, and strange. Even the most terrifying giant beast would die instantly. But now, it seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and there was no sound from the 3-eyed black crow. How is this possible? For a moment, all the witches looked at the black 3-eyed crow standing on the lush tree with hoarse and thirsty voices. At the same time, a horrifying thought appeared in their minds. What power is this? This is the power of meditation. Suji stood on a branch and said. Of course, this was not the power of meditation. If they were like Gilgamesh, who relied on their strength and muscles to survive, Suji, a deformed crow creature, would naturally be slapped to death when he appeared before them as if nothing had happened. He would instantly turn into a pile of meat paste. However, these witches were as weak as ordinary people and relied on spiritual power to survive. With the help of the worm nest subbrain, they naturally could not cause any damage to him. In fact, he was just an ordinary deformed chicken creature. Who are you? The witches were slightly shocked. This was the first time they saw an intelligent species that could speak other than humans. It was a strange, black-feathered, 3-eyed bird creature. An intelligent species other than humans. Everyone's breathing gradually quickened. They remembered the story of Gilgamesh in the ancient myths. An intelligent species other than humans was a great intelligent giant beast, also known as the Creator. They held their breaths, no longer in the mood to fight. The 3 of them didn't even bother to put on their clothes. They calmly revealed their perfect and graceful bodies and stood straight in the distance, looking at this unimaginable creature. You are God? Medea's voice trembled as she could not help but ask. This world originally did not have the concept of God. At first, there was only the concept of an intelligent giant beast. However, with the terrifying truth of the Great Flood, the creatures on the ground finally officially recognized the existence of God. In front of him was a mysterious intelligent species that could speak. Judging from its body shape, it didn't seem to be a great creator god. Perhaps it was a type of divine spirit that towered into the clouds. People had long guessed this. Humans were not the first intelligent species to appear in this land, but they were the only intelligent species that could reproduce in large numbers. There should be other intelligent species in this world. Perhaps after the great supreme god of creation created the world, he had also created many powerful species, giving birth to countless failed, violent, mindless, crippled, and terrifying creatures. After countless failed experiments, he had created these weak intelligent species that could naturally reproduce normally. Perhaps, this mysterious and powerful creature in front of them was one of the perfect intelligent species that the Creator had personally experimented and created. God? Suji smiled gently. His two crow claws stood on a high place and shook his lush black feathers. He was so mysterious that he looked like a crow messenger from the myths. God, if you think so, then I am God. Suji had never wanted to be a god. But since they all thought so, he might as well be a god. Also, can you girls put on some clothes? Suji expressed that he was a crow. Although he didn't have any physiological reactions, as a human, he couldn't help but feel a little impatient. I have a girlfriend, even if it's just a superficial friend. He thought for a while and said, I'm one of the species of wisdom created by the Creator. Unlike you, although I'm powerful, I don't have the ability to reproduce. I'm unique. I've been appointed as the god of wisdom who rules over all living beings in the world. Hermes, you can also call me by another name, Mercury. I'm here to light the fire for the backward Babylonian tribe and bring you the truth of the world. Hiss, everyone held their breaths. Circe couldn't help but ask, Hermes, the great god of wisdom, what is the truth of the world? Suji smiled and said, the truth is the source of all the rules of the world and all the power. Everything you see is covered in the truth. I'm going to give the mortals on the ground the knowledge of the three truths of meditation, alchemy, and witchcraft. The truth of the world. Meditation, alchemy, witchcraft. Everyone's expression changed completely. Gilgamesh was given 3 treasures of civilization, and now they were going to receive the knowledge of the 3 truths? We actually met a legendary god. One of the beautiful witches, who was wearing a floral wreath, could not help but tremble with excitement. She was so excited that her pretty face was flushed and her voice was trembling like a mosquito. It's like a dream. They felt like they had experienced a dream. It was hard to imagine that they had experienced the myths of Gilgamesh and seen a great god with their own eyes. Suji was speechless. It was natural for them to be shocked. This meeting, the dialogue between the god in heaven and the Babylonians, would be recorded in the future. Meditation, alchemy, witchcraft, what are those? Demetrius couldn't help but ask. Suji smiled, but through the crow's voice, it turned into a sharp, hoarse, eerie cry. Meditation is a way to train your mind. It will give you the foundation to become a god. It will lead to the path of great life like us. Like me, you will be able to wield the power of the world, serve the high and mighty Creator, and listen to the teachings of the Lord in the creation shrine. Become a god, everyone's breathing quickened. This meant extremely terrifying information. To be comparable to this mysterious and powerful creature in front of them and become one of the gods who controlled the world, to be able to achieve immortality, that was a forbidden area that even the ancient hero King Gilgamesh had never set foot in. Suji ignored the people who were already immersed in shock. Alchemy is the mysterious knowledge that creates the unknown of life. It is the way to pry open the door of truth. If you can master this knowledge, you will obtain the true meaning and glory of the world, and all the obscurities in the world will disappear from your side. His voice wasn't loud, but it had an extremely strange magic power. It resounded through the snow-white Amia pool, drifted to the peak of the valley, and continued to spread into the distance. All things in the world reinforce and restrain each other. This is the principle of alchemy. The secret of alchemy lies in the 3-1 formula: one quality pleases another quality, one quality restrains another, and one quality dominates another. What the hell is this? They were intoxicated and didn't really understand, but they felt that it was a bit profound and obscure. It was as if they were intoxicated by the beautiful voice, which made every corner of their bones restless. They were confused by it, but they didn't dare to ask. They could only press their lips together and force themselves to remember it, but they were afraid of remembering a word wrong. Every word here was extremely difficult to understand, but there was definitely a deep meaning behind it. It contained the truth of the world. Suji saw that they were respectful and reverent, and he began to talk about the third piece of knowledge. Witchcraft is a magical power. It can allow your psyche to break down the earth from fire, break down the sun and moon from electricity, and break down the ocean into flames. According to this principle, it can produce many extraordinary transformations from that one thing. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Psyche transforms everything? What a great and unimaginable power. Everyone's mind went completely blank, and they couldn't remain calm. They were impacted by the inconceivable words, and they were agitated. They expressed an unparalleled shock. Suji looked at their shocked and appalled reactions and was very satisfied. I did blow it. I was shocked too. I won't be responsible for what happens next. He understood this very well. He had to give them ambition and the idea that they didn't have to be afraid. He had to crazily paint a big picture and fake a big empty future. Regardless of whether it could be realized or not, he had to first boast. He had to explain to them that his path was very powerful, and he had to explain to them his vast prospects. This way, they would be convinced and continue to walk down this path. In Suji's eyes, wizards represented rigor, abiding by the rules of equivalent exchange, obsession with knowledge, and using knowledge to leverage the entire world. He just said such a definition. Everything was created, and the path was also walked by people. He just gave them a path and let them follow it to expand and show their potential. As for if they really can't walk what I said, it's just you mortals who can't understand the knowledge of God, not me bragging. Great God of wisdom Hermes, how is the power of Gilgamesh, the greatest hero king of mankind, in front of you? Demetrius asked with a trembling voice. Suji thought for a moment and said, Gilgamesh has the power of a false god, but in front of me, he can't withstand a single blow. Suji bragged more and more. He wasn't afraid of piercing the sky. Everyone was silent. Next, Suji stood on the branch and slowly revealed the Western Yoga meditation method and the Eastern Taoist meditation method. This would be the embryonic form of their meditation. Then, he casually talked about the knowledge of alchemy, directly stealing some ancient Western alchemy theory as the beginning of their civilization. Whether or not they could develop anything depended on them. After saying that, Suji directly left the sand table world from the black three-eyed crow and went offline. After all, this black crow was a one-off inferior species. It was a medium to come to the sand table, so there was no need to cherish it. In fact, the theories he said were not nonsense, and there was evidence to support them. Meditation was similar in both the East and the West. His theory about alchemy and the Trinity formula were all ancient Western alchemy theories. Witchcraft was a theory found in the ancient books of Western witches. All of these had once existed in the human history of ancient Earth. Perhaps it did not appear out of thin air. It was possible that similar transcendence had sprouted in the past, but it had not completely appeared. With the rise of technology, no one cared about it. The seeds of theory have already been sprinkled. I wonder if it can bloom into a flower. Suji did not know whether he would succeed or not. Otherwise, he would not have used this sand table world to deduce a cultivation path. Pa, the strange three-eyed black-feathered crow on the tree suddenly fell to the ground and fell from the lush tree. Everyone present still had a pious look on their faces. Only after the mysterious three-eyed black-feathered crow had fallen to the ground for a long time did Demetrius and the others dare to approach slowly and confirm that the mysterious Hermes had left. What a great life! Demetrius secretly guessed, her heart burning with eagerness. A great life that is invisible and can possess any life form. The Mercury god controls wisdom and truth are invisible and intangible existences. They returned to the tribe and began to eagerly try meditation techniques. As for the strange three-eyed crow, the three of them also studied the corpse. They were horrified to find that they had never seen it in this land before. It was like a mysterious species that appeared out of thin air in this world. Moreover, its structure was completely different from the existing giant beasts, as if it came from another world. A creature that does not belong to this world. Could it be that it came from another place? Demetrius whispered. Beside her, Circe stopped fighting. She was also shocked. She whispered to her two sisters, according to historical records, the hero King Gilgamesh once sent hundreds of thousands of Sumer warriors to explore our world. The sky is round and the earth is square. There should be an unknown area that we do not know of. Could it be that it is, in the sky? They suddenly raised their heads at the same time and looked at the blue sky above the Babylonian tribe. The great flood had also surged down from the sky. Could it be that there was a mysterious continent in the sky, a sky island, where all kinds of strange and unknown animals lived? That was the vast and boundless place where the gods lived. They were shocked and completely immersed in their own fantasies. Suji closed his eyes slightly and exited the game interface. It's finally done. I've memorized it a few times, afraid that I would say a word wrong. Acting is indeed not my forte. It's uncomfortable holding it in. If it wasn't for treatment, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed to memorize my lines and impart knowledge to them. To guide the development of a civilization and become the creator without revealing my weakness, it's really distressing. Suji put down the VR glasses. Logically speaking, if a terrifying figure like Gilgamesh appeared in front of him, he would be crushed to death with one slap. He was a monster that could not die even if he fell from a height of 1,000 meters. Even the three witches in front of him had the power and knowledge obtained through countless deaths and setbacks. They were powerful, extraordinary beings that Suji could not hope to reach. But himself, he had to trick them. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He was just an ordinary person. After going offline, he silently took a shower and then came back to restart the small sand table game. In just a few minutes, the players came back online. F***ck, stupid game producers. Bring your head to me. It's fine if they suddenly shut down the server to fix a bug, but I'm very angry this time. They reopened the server without informing me. They made me, the Emperor of Liver, waste precious time. They cursed and played the game crazily, working hard to evolve a new species for Suji. Suji did not hear the cries of the weak at all. He had the magnanimity of a creator and was still fighting for his cancer. Using a world as a sand table to deduce civilization to find a way to cure my terminal illness. I guess no one in this world can do such an exaggerated thing. However, this path of extrapolating transcendence is really difficult. Since modern medicine and science on Earth could not cure him, Suji would use the witches' potions and alchemy's potions to find a way to cure him. The seed had been planted. Among the three types of knowledge passed down, Suji naturally looked forward to alchemy the most. Creating potions, and researching diseases that could cure cancer were his main goals. But alchemy only existed in myths and was too mysterious. It would probably be very difficult to realize. However, the other paths of meditation and witchcraft that were passed down should be feasible. There was no need to talk about meditation. Yoga, meditation, breathing technique, and the Qigong of the East all had similar things. Cultivating one's body and mind and expanding one's spirit were things that were set in stone. It depended on how they developed various meditation techniques and thoroughly researched the witches' system, as well as the various levels of witches' training. And witchcraft was inevitable. After all, when one's spiritual power was high, they would naturally develop various subtle uses of spiritual power. There was no need to worry. The preparations are ready. Let's see how they develop. It's a pity that there are too few extraordinary species. If there were more evil eyes, it would provide better inspiration. After all, my idea is to create an extraordinary world for sorcerers, with all kinds of strange and terrifying extraordinary species inhabiting it. Danger lurks everywhere, but it's also extremely exciting. Suji sighed and silently looked at the players. You guys better pay attention. Suji mourned their misfortune and was angry at their incompetence. Instead of thinking about evolving species with supernatural potential and playing a sandbox game to find the next big-eyed monster, All they do is think about crooked ways and whisper to each other, trying to mess with me every other day. A bunch of animals, I have to find a way to suck you dry. For a while, Suji did not have any ideas or inspiration. At this time, Xianxia's voice came from the door. Suji, you promised to accompany me to the class reunion. It's time to go. Suji was stunned for a while before he realized that it was not bad to go to the city to relax. He changed into the new clothes that he bought before and strode out. Damn, the giants are coming again. Earthquake. Run. Brothers, retreat. The attacking giants are coming again. Hee hee, I have 6 legs. I don't need to run faster than the giants. I just need to run faster than you guys. Brother, you are too much. Next time I will evolve 8 beautiful long legs. Let's see who can run faster. A group of ants on the ground were shouting and screaming as they scurried away. They were afraid that they would accidentally trample themselves to death. They were species that had died countless times before they could evolve to the shore. Suji doesn't want to kill them on purpose. He is just thinking about how to make full use of these free intelligent labor to work for him and evolve the species in the universe. Walking out of the door, Xianxia has stopped the electric car and is waiting at the door. What's the point of farming all day? It's more interesting to date a beautiful girl. I farm. It can ease my mood and cure cancer, Suji answered absent-mindedly. Farming is not as interesting as being a girl, she said absent-mindedly. Let's go. Accompany me to my high school reunion. She says. They drive out of the county and come to a not very prosperous street in Dong City. There is a mid-range restaurant at the corner. The location is not very prosperous. After all, they just go to college, so they don't have much financial ability among their classmates. They go to a big box on the 2nd floor and push the door open. A group of young men and women are eating and chatting around 3 or 4 tables. As soon as Suji enters the door, the whole big box is in an uproar, causing a lot of screams. Who is it? Is he in the wrong box? He is so handsome. Suji touches his nose awkwardly. At this time, Xianxia comes out from behind Suji. She is very satisfied with the explosive effect. This is my boyfriend. His name is Suji. I have already told you in the group. He is so handsome. You are the one who pretends to be cool. Suji looks at Xianxia, who is complacent and feels helpless. He and Xianxia sit down. Many girls surround them. They are Xianxia's high school roommates and some of her close friends. They surround and talk about Suji. They are not polite at all. He's really handsome. Where did you find him, Xiaoxi? Don't tell me he works as a model? Or is he in an entertainment company? His facial features are handsome and 3-dimensional. He looks like a mixed race. But he is not particularly perfect. He is still in the range of a human. But he has a good temperament. The more I look at him, the more attractive he is. Ahem. Suji coughed dryly. Were girls nowadays so bold? Was there a generation gap? He was surrounded by a frenzy of onlookers, but he behaved rather calmly and quietly sat where he was. He knew that he had accompanied the last to the class reunion so that she could show off. Although he had adjusted back to his previous shocking body and face, the nature of living things was evolution. After experiencing 3 great extinctions, too many miscellaneous and useless genes were discarded by him, already moving towards a perfect life form. Of course, he is my boyfriend. Listening to the envious gazes of her close friends, Xianxia was very pleased with herself. As she ate with her friends beside her, she boasted about how well Suji treated her, as well as the love story between the two of them since they were young. She told them extravagantly. He's a senior from a few years ago in our high school. He's a famous university student and he used to work in a foreign company. You two are childhood sweethearts. He's 5 years older than you. No wonder you ignored our class Belchen when so many boys chased after you. It seemed that this lass had quite a lot of secret admirers. A few boys came over with unfriendly expressions to propose a toast. Suji did not reject them and laughed and drank with them. On the other hand, he appeared very calm. After working outside for several years, he had seen all kinds of sinister people's hearts. The boys in front of him did not have much malicious intent. They had just entered university and were relatively simple. They just wanted to get him drunk and make a fool of himself. But with Suji's current body, it was naturally difficult to get drunk. After dinner, they went to sing. In the private room, the enthusiasm of the group of people towards Suji gradually faded. Next to him, 3 or 4 boys who had been drunk by Suji were lying in the private room, blushing and talking nonsense. No one dared to drink anymore. The girls sang, a group of boys played with their phones, some chatted, and some watched the live broadcast. Suji was originally sitting on the sofa playing with his phone in silence, waiting for Xianxia to get tired from singing so he could drive her back. But when he glanced at the boys next to him, he felt a little uneasy. They were watching a live broadcast of the game, Spore Evolution. Wow. This is too exaggerated. It really has unlimited possibilities. I think this host is walking the same path. Every time he evolves, a different species appears. A boy sat on the sofa in the private room, holding his phone in envy. I'm afraid it's like a supercomputer like AlphaGo, evolving in real time. This player is too stupid. I'm better than him. I really hope it's open beta. Another boy also discussed the game, watching the scenes in the video, spittle flying everywhere. I also want to be a single-celled evolved creature. I can experience the complete simulation of my own evolved species. There's pain, vision, touch, everything. It's like a second life. It's impossible. Some big shots analyzed it. There's a high probability that it won't be open beta on a large scale. Not many people will be online at the same time. Someone sighed helplessly. After all, it's virtual reality. The real world requires too much computation, and each species is random. There's also a huge amount of evolution. There are probably a few supercomputers maintaining the sandbox game, so I'm afraid it's a niche game. It can't support too many people, and the calculations will crash. Obviously, this mysterious hardcore sandbox game had been abnormally popular on the internet recently. The technology was too terrifying. Virtual reality, random evolution. Some people wanted to investigate it, but they couldn't. In fact, the problem of the number of players they mentioned did not exist at all, because this was not a virtual world, but a real world. There was no need for the server to evolve. They were really in Suji's yard, becoming single-celled, spore-evolved species. What determined the number of people in the game was just Suji's will. He just didn't want too many people to come in. He wouldn't be able to gain much by letting others play the game. This game is too hardcore. If you ask me, those 100 players are too noob. A bunch of deformities. It's a waste of this game. They should let the professionals do it. A student at the side said that he studied natural evolution. His face was full of envy and jealousy. He said enviously, if I do it, I'll definitely evolve into a professional species. Let the professionals do it? Suji was slightly shocked. His words woke him up from his dreams. He already knew what he should do. This time, accompanying the girl out to relax was indeed a worthwhile trip. After singing in the private room until 11 o'clock, it was almost over. Before Suji left, he received a lot of small notes from the blushing girls behind Xianxia's back. It was their WeChat ID. Obviously, they really wanted to cheat on Xianxia. Hee. This was a good bestie. I treated you as my bestie, but you sang Sun Stephanie's song for me. Suji did not care about these things. He silently threw the notes into the trash can at the side. He helplessly took the drunk Xianxia, rode on the electric scooter, and rushed home. Are you happy this time? Satisfied? Riding on the electric scooter, enjoying the cool night breeze, Suji was speechless. She asked him to be her boyfriend, wasn't it to deal with this reunion? This time, he was in the limelight, and countless people were envious, jealous, and hateful. She should be very satisfied. I've gained face. I'm happy and satisfied. Xianxia sat on the back seat of the electric scooter, her whole body lying on Suji's back. Sure enough, having a handsome and gentle boyfriend with a terminal illness is a great blessing in life. Terminal illness, can you not put the terminal illness next to your ear? Suji had a headache. Xianxia blushed. I want to put the terminal illness next to my ear. If it wasn't for the terminal illness, would you have resigned? Would your girlfriend have abandoned you? Would you have been my boyfriend? I'm not worthy of you at all, okay? You're drunk. Suji was speechless. I'm not drunk. My childhood dream has come true. I finally brought you to meet everyone as my boyfriend. She counted with her fingers. I'm not particularly beautiful, nor am I particularly smart. My face has been especially fat since I was young. Since junior high, I've been trying to slim my face every day. Now, I have an oval face and become beautiful. But I still can't compare to your previous girlfriend, who was born with an oval face. She was as beautiful as a movie star, especially her chest. Compared to me, it's simply, sob sob sob. No matter how many times I've massaged them, they haven't improved at all. Suji was stunned for a moment. In fact, he could now adjust his genetic chain. He had long felt that a person's appearance was no longer important. A person's appearance was not everything. In fact, the round-faced girl was already very beautiful. After all, there were not that many perfect beauties. You're still young. You'll grow up in time, Suji said seriously. Really? Xianxia's eyes widened with joy. I can still develop? Yes, it will develop. Suji lied through his teeth. He felt that it was unlikely for him to go through a second round of crazy puberty after going to university. He estimated that he would be the petite type in the future. That's good. Xianxia smiled innocently and said in a low voice, It's a pity, boo-hoo, you won't be able to see it then. Suji, can we not talk about me dying? I'm in the courtyard of the orchard, using a civilization evolution sand table and the power of the entire world to think of a way to cure the disease. I hope there will be. Cancer can also be cured. He rode the scooter and fooled around with the drunk Xianxia for a while. When they returned to the county, Suji sent her to Aunt Li's house next door. Aunt Li scolded the crazy Xianxia for a while. You, Suji, are always acting like a father and mother. Go take a shower and go to bed. Then, Aunt Li apologized frantically to Suji. It's okay. I watched this girl grow up. Suji stood at the door and did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, he returned to the courtyard. He felt that in the countryside, there was no intrigue and a simple idyllic life. The friendship between neighbors and the love stories in the countryside were also quite warm. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. The clear sunlight shone on the endless mountains, forests, grasslands, and the Babylonian tribe in the courtyard, forming a dazzling pale golden afterglow. It was full of vitality, as if the light had illuminated the entire world. After 8 o'clock, Suji finished his breakfast and began to eat apples in the courtyard. He continued to study his work and looked at the small sand table world in the distance. Daily observation of the giants in secret. Stop looking. It's a survival crisis. The species is about to be eliminated. There were a bunch of strange-looking mutated species in it. They were doing their own research and entertaining themselves. It's time to adjust. It's time to let the professionals play the game. He thought for a while and wrote an update post. After studying it a few times and confirming that there were no mistakes, he posted it on the forum. Spore Evolution Beta version 0.2 is officially online. Thank you for your expectations and support for this game. Many netizens are eagerly looking forward to the second beta. Now, at the request of the majority of netizens, the game will open to the second beta. The Spore Evolution Beta version 0.2 update log is as follows. 1. This time, there will be 50 beta testers, and the maximum number of online players can be up to 150. 2. Players are welcome to apply for a beta tester by mail to the official website. The content of the application is in the form of a biological thesis. Express your understanding of the game, what species will evolve in the game, and explain the feasibility and rationality of the species. This will be used for the review of the beta testers. 3. Due to technical limitations, the game is unable to provide more slots for players in a short period of time. In order to allow other players to enter the game experience, the game will adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. In every game, the last 20 of the 150 beta testers will be eliminated, and the slots will be vacated. 4. Spore evolution will unlock the achievement system. Players will evolve into a species with special and powerful potential. This will be recorded in the history of evolution and receive special system rewards. 5. The sand table mechanism is realistic and reasonable. Players are welcome to DIY any wonderful species. The entire forum exploded with the official update log. There was no other reason but because it was too hardcore. Writing a biological evolution thesis to apply for the game beta test, that was terrifying. Spore evolution was in second beta. The netizens had been paying close attention to the developments in this area. Even other online gaming giants were paying attention to it. From their point of view, this game definitely had the support of a terrifying black technology team behind the scenes. The terrifying simulation of the five senses could definitely be used in a game to create a second world. Not to mention the technology, just the sand table in the game and the physics engine probably used several supercomputers to run this sand table world, perfectly simulating the evolution of countless species. According to the analysis of some professional gamers, a game server with 100 players would require 3 supercomputers to perfectly simulate such a realistic environment. What did this mean? On average, there was one supercomputer for every 30 players. Now that technology was advanced, the price of a supercomputer was at least 20 million. Most large online games could not afford it. A server built by a supercomputer could run multiple online games at the same time. Now, there were 3 supercomputers for 100 players, worth more than 60 million. On average, each beta player occupied 600,000 server computing resources. A player's real-time computing capacity was comparable to half of a large online game. It was inhumane. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Spore Evolution to open a top-up channel to recoup their costs. In everyone's eyes, this casual sand table game with black technology, simulated 5 senses, and a single player's computing capacity was comparable to half of an online game. It was definitely targeted at the top nouveau riche gamers. There were even people who guessed that the monthly card would be charged by the hour. If you played for a month, it would be at least 50,000 yuan. 50,000 a month was nothing to those rich players who could easily top up hundreds of thousands in the game. However, for normal players, it was a nightmare. It wasn't something they could play. But now, Spore Evolution was not in a hurry to recoup their costs, nor did they open any payment channels. Instead, they opened another 50 beta players and added 2 supercomputers. More than 40 million was thrown at them, rich and overbearing. The operation of this game was extremely conscientious, allowing countless commoners to buy players for free and become die-hard fans of the game. However, this update log was also extremely hardcore. Soon, a post about analyzing the update log went viral on the internet. Hello everyone, it's me again. Don't ask me why I'm moving so fast, because I'm driving. Let me analyze this update log. This is definitely the most hardcore update in the history of the game. First, there was the increase in the number of closed beta testers that everyone was most concerned about. It could be said to be conscientious. Some big shots had already analyzed how many supercomputers would be needed to run the server of this simulation game. Without further ado, it was a conscientious operation. Other games forced you to spend money, but this game helped you spend money. One person needed 600,000 worth of data to be able to move. Secondly, it was the allocation of second beta testers. One had to write a professional evolution thesis to get a spot. Black question mark. JPG, only by writing about evolution could one play games. Was there anything more hardcore than this? Lousy game producers, are you sure the country didn't create this hardcore game to raise the level of knowledge of the people? The third is the elimination system. This makes us beta testers collapse. We can't keep our spots. In the future, we can only love learning and play the game happily. Finally, there was the achievement system. He did not know what the definition of a special and powerful species was, nor did he know what the rewards were. However, although the game's developers were hardcore, they were extremely kind. It was definitely something good. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, that's all for today's review. I'm going back to the game. I'll work hard on the theory of evolution. I won't give up on my spot as a beta tester. The internet was bustling with activity. Countless netizens were discussing it. Most people were concerned about the thesis. Some people were happy, while others were worried. However, no one had any objections. The amount of data needed for a gamer's spot was comparable to half of a huge online game. So what if the quota was more precious? It was not like they were collecting money. Learning makes me happy. What my mother said when I was young was right. Study hard and you'll be good at games in the future. Some gamers were delighted. In order to play the game, they had crammed knowledge on the theory of evolution and secretly stayed in the library to read. Now, the quota was going to fall into their hands. Others said, "You're working hard on your research, but I'll be able to sneak in. Looks like I'll have to hire someone to write for me. It's probably useless to plagiarize overseas theses. I'll have to find a professional tutor in a university and spend 10,000 to hire him to write a professional thesis." 10,000 yuan? What a joke. It's no use. Now, one slot has been sold for 100,000 yuan on the black market. You really don't know how terrifying it is in this world, where the tycoons can easily top up tens of millions of dollars just to play games. The national phenomenal game turned out to be a free sandbox farming game that did not allow players to level up and fight monsters. Even the libraries of some cities began to show phenomenal images. Some citizens flocked to the library to borrow the most difficult natural science books to learn about biological evolution. They studied the Cambrian explosion, the origin of species, the Cretaceous period, and the Triassic period. After all, even if they did not want to play, they still wanted to sell the quota for 100,000 yuan. The liveliness of the library had even attracted some local TV stations' coverage. Many sociology experts who did not know what was going on expressed their guesses. With the improvement of people's living conditions, many people began to pursue the satisfaction of spiritual knowledge. This is a good phenomenon. As for why they specifically borrow the most difficult natural evolution science, of course, it's the most challenging. However, they were slapped in the face because they soon found out that it was because of a magical casual sandbox game called Spore Evolution. Instantly, countless experts? To play the game? Are these people crazy? Previously, in the eyes of many people, games made people lose their minds and abandon learning. However, the purpose of this game was simply hardcore and anti-human. Learning makes me happy? This is a good game. Countless parents cast praising gazes at him. Every game had a demand, and there were countless people who moved bricks. Those game teams that specialized in earning money for the rich also began to take action. They put aside the online games at hand to crazily study academic papers and professional knowledge. Suji looked at this game running to the top of the hot search, causing a heated discussion among the people, but he was very calm. I didn't expect it to have such an explosive effect. Normally, a closed beta slot in a game would not cause such a stir. However, in connection with the supercomputer they guessed, a 20 million supercomputer, each beta test slot takes up 600,000 yuan of computing resources. This is crazy. Getting it is a profit. The next day, Suji received nearly 1,000 professional papers. The mailbox completely exploded. These people were really crazy about playing the game. The articles talked about their ideas of evolution and how it would evolve. They were long and quoted famous scientific papers at home and abroad to prove the possibility of the conjecture. Their meaning was simple: Game planner, I've already thought about how to play this sandbox game. I've already planned how to evolve the species. I'm just missing a spore to practice. Give me the slot. A bunch of bootlickers. Suji smiled slightly. But I like it. There were only 50 slots, so naturally, the supply could not meet the demand. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. Suji, a famous university student, was also a person who worked very hard when he was in school. He had the talent to study, but to get to this point, he naturally had to work very hard. As a poor child from the countryside, he worked very hard in school and had basically never played any games. Naturally, he was very crazy now. You want to play games without expert knowledge of evolution? Let the world feel the pain. He was no longer the same person as before. He could no longer let those idiotic players relax. He had to make them feel pressured. He wanted to create a species that could deduce the universe for him. A behind-the-scenes team. He wanted this group of players in the sand table to win and eliminate the weak. They would learn the most profound knowledge and do the hardest work for him. Then let me see how good these people are. Suji sat in front of the computer and very leisurely opened a paper. As a behind-the-scenes boss, the great creator, he naturally had to study the level of his employees. The title of the paper was, The Biological Structure of a J-20-like Fighter, The Evolution of a Bird with a Hollow Spine. It was a long paper with close to 10,000 words. It was illustrated with pictures and texts. There were also DNA structure diagrams and diagrams of biological evolution. Every part of the paper was cited with reason and evidence to explain the feasibility of the conjecture. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying, Suji sucked in a breath of cold air. How long had it been? Who knew what these people had gone through? They actually wrote such a terrifying professional paper. It was unfathomable. He could not even understand a lot of the professional knowledge. It was extremely profound. He thought it was just an exception. He opened another email. It was another paper report that was tens of thousands of words long and more than 10 pages long. The graphics and text were extremely detailed. Electric eel structure deduction, the theory of lightning bird evolution. Suji finally realized that these people were really too crazy. They were 100 times more serious than when he was writing academic papers in university in order to hand in homework to his tutor. They frantically flipped through the information and made conjectures. They were serious about playing games. Suji couldn't understand it either, so he could only ask the subbrain to help him filter. As for those ghostwriters, they didn't care about them. If they really didn't have the ability, they would be eliminated sooner or later. After all, it was an elimination system. It seems that the land of origins of myriad worlds, the home of all extraordinary creatures, is on the right track. Suji looked at the miniature sand table in the yard. Brothers, do your best. Don't let others snatch your spot. There was a group of little ants that became courageous after being humiliated. They were crazily evolving. It was natural selection. They competed with other species for fear that they would be kicked out of the closed beta test. The results should be out tomorrow morning. At that time, there would be a complete change of blood. He was looking forward to the results of their evolution. Suji was very satisfied with the situation here. He then looked at the sand table world. More than a day had passed since he had last imparted his knowledge. Over 100 years had passed, and the embryonic form of civilization had begun to take shape. More than 100 years had been extremely comfortable for Babylon, but it was also a time of crazy growth. At that time, the 3 witches at Amia Pool were on the verge of a fight, but with the appearance of Hermes, the god of wisdom, their tense atmosphere was suppressed again. They listened to Hermes's words and a wonderful blueprint for the future. The 3 of them began to painstakingly study and began to pursue the great power of immortality, as well as the triple knowledge of alchemy, meditation, and witchcraft. In the 36th year of Babylon, the 3 witches completely integrated the meditation method of cultivation. Their mental strength greatly increased, and they compiled a book, Basic Meditation and Introduction for Wizards, which was given to the witches. The tension between the 3 witches was thus alleviated. The orthodox meditation method was far superior to Circe's method of indulgence. Under the pressure of the two, Circe no longer attacked the men of the tribe and settled down as an orthodox witch. In the 47th year of Babylon, one of the strongest giant beasts, the Barbok, attacked the tribe. The 3 witches fought hard. Between life and death, Demetrius comprehended witchcraft. The invisible hammer of war fell from the sky, destroying a large area of trees and cracking the ground. After killing the Barbok, Demetrius, the witch in charge of the lawless war and glory, walked out of a new realm bathed in blood. In the same year, Cassandra had a feeling of heaven and earth. She had an epiphany while planting herbs and comprehended the healing witchcraft, the dew of spring. The following year, Circe had an epiphany of evil witchcraft, the cursed doll. In the 57th year of Babylon, witchcraft was flourishing. The 3 witches had completely perfected the 3 major systems that they had opened up. At this point, meditation and witchcraft had been successful, but only the legendary mysterious alchemy had grasped the truth of the world. In the 103rd year of Babylon, Babylon broke through 10 tribes and had 30 powerful witches. The three great witches of Babylon developed several complete witchcraft and compiled the Witches' Gate of Truth, which recorded 17 kinds of witchcraft. The witches held wooden crutches and fought in the Botukinger forest, cleaning up the powerful giant beasts. Everywhere they went, the giant beasts wailed. In the 139th year of Babylon, the first year of the founding of Babylon, the three witches ruled the world. The following year, the Babylonian palace was in chaos, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. The witch Circe showed her terrifying power and fought against two witches alone. The curse witch Circe betrayed her and led her witches to flee far away, establishing the rose thorn. So far, the first year of the Babylonian turmoil. Suji stood on the chair with emotion. He looked at the binoculars for a while, then silently put them away. It had only been a short time since he accompanied the girl to attend a class reunion. He had just integrated the players' sand table and made an announcement. More than 100 years had passed, and there had been too many wars and twists. I knew that Circe was not satisfied. Suji smiled faintly. Although on the surface, she seems to have submitted to the orthodox meditation technique, which is 3 to 4 times faster than her crude method, but behind the scenes, she still can't help but feel lonely at night. Over the years, Circe couldn't help but indulge in her desires, but she was not found out. As for why she wasn't found out, it was because there were many men in the tribe, so she didn't dare to do anything to the men in the tribe. So, what should she use to solve her loneliness? Of course, she didn't use people, but evil eyes. She secretly imprisoned a few evil eyes and used them to indulge in her desires. When Suji heard the explanation, he was shocked. Using evil eyes to solve her needs, this was probably the legendary tentacle play. Then, on the basis of meditation, she came up with a new meditation technique that belonged to her. Her progress was far beyond the normal evil meditation technique. The meditation technique used during mating, in Suji's opinion, should be similar to a sexual technique. Her spiritual cultivation, which she had secretly cultivated over the years, gradually overtook the two of them again. Then, behind their backs, she pulled a group of witches to degenerate with her. They no longer kept their chastity, abided by the 3 ironclad laws of witches, and became a fallen dark witch. After the founding of the country, Circe finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started to do something to men. After all, being an evil eye for so many years was too uncomfortable. She needed normal men, and gradually, men in the tribe started to disappear. Demetrius and Cassandra started to investigate, and a war broke out. Circe betrayed them. Suji did not want to pay too much attention to the war and grudges. He only cared about the progress of civilization. Meditation and witchcraft have appeared. Unfortunately, the mysterious alchemy and potions have yet to form a system. His heart was very anxious, but he had no choice. He could only calm down. Since they have already deduced the path, then I can also start to cultivate according to the path they opened up. Activating mental meditation, witchcraft. Suji smiled, feeling that this was very interesting. The foundation of their civilization is built on the evil eye mental gene. The subbrain of intelligence has fused into my gene chain, evil eye. After waiting for so long, Suji finally started to integrate the first gene. He skipped over Gilgamesh's gene. He did not want that kind of brute force. Although it was powerful, far more powerful than the current witches, it was monotonous and not very practical. But witchcraft was different. He was looking forward to this kind of strange mental power. Especially the evil eye's unique charm ability, it was very useful in modern society. He clearly understood that the witch's power was far from Gilgamesh's now, but their potential for future development would far surpass his. A mechanical voice came from the hive subbrain. Integrate the evil eye gene? Yes. Suji took a deep breath, his expression solemn. A mechanical voice came from the hive subbrain. Integration in progress, please be prepared. Suji did not hesitate. He returned to his bed, only to feel a tearing pain. Maybe that idiot player's speed on Mount Akina had really made a great contribution. He had evolved an evil eye creature in the sand table, and the evil eye became the cornerstone of the extraordinary witches' civilization. With the evil eye gene as the foundation, they had developed all kinds of witchcraft and mental meditation. It could even become a self-comforting tentacle for Circe, the witch in charge of chaos and curses. It was very useful. And now, Suji had even fused the evil eye gene into his own body. The speed on Mount Akina had indeed opened up a new era of civilization. Suji was already considering crossing off the idiot player's record for offending him. Success. After a full half an hour, Suji stood up silently. He felt his mind become abnormally strong and a little violent. The gene chain was pulled out. 1. Human gene, cancer cell, 2. Evil eye gene 3. Empty 4. Empty 5. Empty, is this the side effect of the evil eye? It makes people have dark emotions. Suji calmed his mind and felt a headache. He could not help but have many dark thoughts. Killing, doing evil, wanting to indulge, pouring out. He somewhat understood Circe's feelings. There was a strong fire rising in his lower abdomen. It was as if he could not control himself when he saw a female. Then, Suji calmed himself down and began to cultivate the meditation technique they created. Beginner's meditation and introduction to wizards. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a deep breath, and began to meditate to feel his spiritual power. But after fumbling around for a while, he failed several times. Not a single time was successful. He did not understand the reason for his failure and could only silently complain. What should he do? Without the guidance of a magus, it would be impossible to learn. The other new witches had gone through the witch ceremony and were personally taught by the 3 witches. As for him, he could only rely on himself to explore. He did not dare to go to the sand table to ask the 3 witches. He felt somewhat helpless and smiled bitterly in his heart. I can only learn it secretly. After that, he clenched his teeth and studied for half a day before he barely managed to grasp the basics. After cultivating, he realized that he had received 3 terrifying mass extinctions. The mental energy from the deaths of countless creatures had made his mental power terrifying to the extreme. His foundation was too good, and he felt as if he was advancing at a tremendous pace. At this rate, in less than 3 days, I will almost be a sorcerer apprentice, and I will be able to learn the simplest witchcraft. He silently sensed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His mind was silently delighted. Soon, I will really become a wizard, the first wizard in reality. In reality, it was impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate with their body. After all, they did not have the corresponding genes. It was Suji who had integrated the special evolution of the evil eye gene that allowed him to embark on this path. Now, he, a farmer in the orchard, was exploring the path of extraordinary cultivation. The sand table world was like a lab rat, opening up some paths for him. When they succeeded, he would follow and cultivate. It was still unknown how powerful he would become, but his future was destined to be glorious. There has never been a cultivation system or extraordinary power on earth. So, I will deduce it step by step in the orchard. Suji smiled, appearing very calm. He sorted out his thoughts and development plans. Next, I will take the opportunity to put in some extraordinary species and completely improve the wizard civilization in the sand table world. Now, a silly player named Speed of Mount Akina had developed so many surprises. What about the appearance of other extraordinary species? He was looking forward to what would happen. Early the next morning, at 6 o'clock, Suji glanced at the big sand table. More than 50 years had passed, and many things had happened in the sand table. This caused Suji's expression to become a bit strange and complicated. Babylon Kingdom, year 146. 2 Babylonian guardian gods found traces of Circe's evil church in the depths of the Balzac Mountains. The whole country mobilized to attack Circe, trying in vain to eradicate him. After the war, the strength of both sides was greatly reduced. Babylon Kingdom, year 154. Cassandra's ecstatic voice came from the Babylon king's palace, drifting to the mountains and rivers. I see. I see. This is the miraculous reaction and equivalent exchange of fusion. This is the truth. One quality pleases another, one subdues another, and one dominates another. Cassandra, the witch of spring, in charge of occult medicine and farming, led the Babylonian court wizards and finally researched many pharmacologies, showing the preliminary embryonic form of metal magic. She developed a compatible witch potion, which could greatly reduce the rejection of the evil eye gene to humans and reduce the death rate. With this, more witches appeared. The Babylon kingdom completely entered the Age of Witches, and history called it the heyday of witches. Babylon Kingdom, year 167. Hearing traces of Circe, the two witches went to chase after her, but returned in vain. In the same year, the two witches showed signs of aging, which shocked them greatly. Babylon Kingdom, year 171. Cassandra, according to the ancient history book Genesis, successfully restored the longevity potion that Gilgamesh ordered people to develop to prolong her life. Babylon Kingdom, year 198. The two witches couldn't resist the erosion of time, and their lifespans were 243 years. At this time, they were about to decline. The magnificent Babylon King's Palace. On the huge flat stone plaza, the faint golden sunlight sprinkled down. Two ferocious and majestic black carriages of all beasts stopped, and two extremely beautiful women with ancient crutches alighted from the carriages. They were still as young and beautiful as they were in the past. That was the youth preserved by witchcraft, but it couldn't avoid the fate of decline. The magnificent flat stone square was a temple built by the Babylonian kingdom to commemorate the great god of wisdom, Hermes. The statue of the god was a perfect man without a face, with a black three-eyed crow perched on his shoulder, looking into the distance. Next to it was an ancient stone wall that recorded history. The great Mercury, the god in heaven, transformed into a strange three-eyed crow. Through his dialogue with the people on earth, he granted the Babylonians 3 levels of wisdom: knowledge, meditation, witchcraft, and alchemy. The god of wisdom was later called the great Hermes, and Mercury, the god of Thoth. Mercury, the great god of wisdom, we're here to see you again. In front of the temple, the two legendary witches who started an era were about to decline. They stopped with tears in their eyes. Your Highnesses. Beside them, a witch in a black and blue sorcerer robe trembled and shed tears. How could you die so soon? I still want to serve you for another 100 years, Medea smiled softly and looked at the young girl beside her. Lilith, as the next crown prince of the kingdom, you shouldn't cry. It's human nature to grow old and die. Wearing a mysterious black sorcerer robe with azure blue stripes, Medea stood in front of the huge statue of the god of wisdom. Great god of wisdom, we failed to live up to your expectations. We stupid mortals didn't make the final step to understand the mysterious alchemy of life and pry open the door of sacred truth. Triple great Hermes, we have failed. Beside her, Cassandra's gentle face also flashed with a faint sad smile. She raised her head slightly, and the gentle sunlight shone on her beautiful face as she looked at the sky. The end is near. The 3 witches whom you imparted your knowledge to in the past have all walked their own paths after so many years. Circe, she should also be declining, right? It's a pity that we can't meet again. Report. At this time, a palace guard came from afar and handed a piece of animal skin cloth. Medea's expression changed slightly. She took the animal skin cloth and glanced at it. Then, she showed a disappointed smile. The 3 of us fought for our whole lives. Circe finally couldn't forget us and wrote to us. Circe, Cassandra also had a complicated expression. Looking at the words on the animal skin cloth, she seemed to see the voice and smile of another woman who had been with her for hundreds of years. Are you also going to die? Outside the wisdom god temple on the flat stone square of the Babylonian royal palace. The 3 immortal great kings are also going to die. Countless people surrounded the palace, howling and groveling. They couldn't help but sigh and cry. On this day, the whole country was wailing. The people of Babylon all knew that the 2 Babylonian guardian goddesses were going to die. Families began to hang up white silk and sing Babylonian lament and folk songs. On the street, there were groups of children singing nursery rhymes. The ballad described the life stories of the 3 great witches. Perhaps in their lifetime, their combat power had not reached the level of Gilgamesh, but in the hearts of the people, their greatness and achievements had long been comparable to that of the gods. This was a heavenly god belonging to the human race, the war witch Demetrius was in charge of war and glory in the lawless lands. Cassandra, the witch of spring, was in charge of mysticism, medicine, and herding. There was also the traitorous cursed witch Circe, who was in charge of chaos and curses. No matter how many sins she committed, no one could erase the great achievements that Circe had once left behind. Unfortunately, even though she was silently waiting for her death in some unknown corner, the witch Xianxia stubbornly refused to return to her homeland to see her two best friends. She only sent a letter. Even if witch Xianxia returns and sits on the throne of the Babylonian royal palace alongside the other two witches, no one in the Babylonian kingdom will make a move against her. Her honor is worthy of anything. Countless people were silent, their hearts filled with emotions. Witch Xianxia was also a great pioneer of civilization. Before her death, even though many people in the Babylonian kingdom resented her, in the end, it was difficult for them to be completely hostile towards her. Her merits were greater than her faults. The three witches had risen from the age of ignorance. It was the three witches who stood up, bathed in blood, from the deaths of countless women in the tribe. The three of them worked together to protect the weak and small tribe in the past. It was also the three witches who stood up when the tribe was developing. In the most dangerous moment, the three of them risked their lives to fight the giant Babylonian beast. In the midst of life and death, they gained enlightenment and created witchcraft with an invincible stance. The Warhammer killed the giant Babylonian beast and walked into a new realm. It was the three witches who opened up the division of the witches' realms and researched the embryonic forms of meditation, witchcraft, and alchemy. They passed down books such as Basic Meditation for Witches and Gate of Truth for Witches to benefit the people and open up the beginning of civilization. It was still the three witches who led the Babylonian tribe to battle the Botukinger giant forest, cleaning up the powerful giant beasts and giving them a comfortable living environment. They were able to build a country on this plain. In the lives of the three Babylonian guardian gods, there were simply too many glorious achievements that were innumerable. The three of them opened up the entire wizard era and led the human race to rise from insignificance. They fought with nature for life, with giant beasts for survival, and with their own lifespan. There were even people who constantly compared the three witches of the Babylonian era with the Sumer hero king, Gilgamesh. They still believed that they were not inferior to the former hero king. However, the three witches were also heading towards the decline of their lives. You don't have to cry for us. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are unavoidable for people, and we can't avoid it either. After the two of us leave, you will have to rely on your own efforts to move forward in Babylon without us guarding it. Suddenly, the two witches laughed and looked at each other. They suddenly raised their heads, stood on the flat stone square, and worshipped the magnificent statue of Hermes. Clear tears slowly fell from their beautiful faces as they looked at the boundless blue sky. If I can see the great God of wisdom one more time before I die, I will die without regrets. The two of us have failed to live up to the great God's expectations. We are stupid, and we have come to apologize for our foolishness in understanding the alchemy of life. God, would you like to see us again? We are not here to kill a god before we die. Suji sat on a chair at the door, silently eating from his lunchbox. You all have already done well enough. Your aptitudes are outstanding, all exceptional geniuses with the ability to rule the world. With your own strength, you established the cultivation path of civilization. You aren't slow-witted. He released a sigh. Eating the carrots in the lunchbox, he found it difficult to swallow the delicious food that the girl usually cooked with love. If it were not for you, I would not be able to cultivate now. Compared to you, I am the real stupid one. Before you die, you should not leave with regret and self-blame. You should not think that you are stupid and cannot understand the wisdom of God. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Back then, Gilgamesh, who was on the verge of death, and today's three witches, great heroes and charismatic kings, all inevitably reached the end of their lives and disappeared in the dust of history. Even though they had all been glorious in the past, and had left a strong mark in the ancient history of the struggle between humans and nature, death was unavoidable, and Suji himself was also seriously troubled by the decline of his life. Even though it was the second time, Suji still felt a little emotional. But the two witches in front of him hoped that Suji would appear again and meet them one last time, which was somewhat unrealistic. Because he was not the giant of wisdom and could directly enter the sand table. The appearance of Mercury, the god of wisdom, required him to close the game's sand table and re-enter the game to evolve into a spore creature. It would take at least half a day for him to become a new strange species and enter the world of the big sand table. Since I can't meet you before you die, Suji sighed and silently put down the lunchbox. In the end, he wanted to do something for them. AI, temporarily slow down the flow of time for them and restore it to 1. He stood up, picked up the sprinkler beside him, and dripped red rose essential oil into it. The liquid in the sprinkler turned a light red. He picked up the sprinkler and sprayed it into the distance. I say, when the three witches die, the sky will rain a majestic blood, and the fragrance will spread for thousands of miles. Heaven and earth will weep. Boom! A loud voice pierced through the sky. The voice of God, vast and magnificent, cut through the snow-white sky, fell into the endless mountains, fell into the vast fields, fell into the whole sand table world, and echoed in the Babylon palace. This is a miracle. It's the voice of the great god of wisdom, Mercury. Tears welled up in Medea's old face as she listened to the voice that resounded through the mountains and rivers. Sizzle, 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 suddenly, fragrant scarlet rain fell from the sky, splashing over every corner of the earth, emitting a light fragrance, as if the whole world was immersed in a sea of flowers. What a fragrant rain! Medea and Cassandra looked at each other. The rain fell on their soft faces, revealing gentle and happy smiles. So beautiful, so beautiful. The god of wisdom used his divine power to create everything for us. In the yard, Suji broke another fresh flower by the side of the yard. He picked up a knife and carved their names on the branch of the flower. His strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, even reaching the muscle limit of a weightlifter. After becoming a wizard, his control of mental power was strong, and he could easily carve on the branch of the flower. He shook his hand lightly. Whoosh! The pink flower, like a sharp sword, crossed a distance of dozens of meters and shot straight into the miniature flat stone square of the palace in the distance. I say, when the three witches were dying, the sky fell a flower steel, 100 meters high. Heaven and earth mourned for them. Boom! A loud and vast voice descended from the white clouds again. Then, a huge and terrifying flower, 100 meters high, even comparable to the magnificent Babylon royal palace, fell from the end of the endless white clouds and plunged straight into the square, shaking the whole land. What a terrifyingly huge flower! Countless new witches looked up, shocked, and sighed at the beauty of this huge flower. On the branch of the flower, the names of the two legendary witches were carved. Medea and Cassandra, they were also girls who loved beauty. The fragrant blood rain and the huge flower steel were sending them off. The two miracles were extremely romantic. God of wisdom, we are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives, but the two of us are on the way to decline, Suji sighed softly. He was silent in his heart as if he was sending off an old friend, sending him off. I can't save the two of you from death. The only one who can save you is yourselves. This is the only thing I can do now. Just like when Gilgamesh was dying, I fulfilled his wish and answered his 3 questions. He took out his phone, turned on the player on the phone, and turned on Beethoven's Symphony of Fate, which resounded throughout the sand table. I can only try my best to let you die without regrets. I say, when the three witches are dying, play the music of God, the mourning song for thousands of miles. Heaven and earth mourn for them. The sky was shaking. The clouds began to vibrate and spread, and the white clouds spread out like ripples. Boom! The melodious sound, accompanied by the bright sunshine, resounded throughout the vast world. This is the sound of nature. Such beautiful music, like the river of heaven flowing down. As a famous song on earth, Beethoven's Symphony of Fate was extremely shocking. The glorious and magnificent elegy descended from the sky like a mighty river. It was as if the countless people in the Babylonian kingdom on the ground had heard the divine music of a struggle against fate, which ended with the complete victory of the light. Suji took the watering can and sent the blood rain to the tombstones. After that, the mobile phone was still playing music next to the sand table, but he silently returned to the chair. He picked up the lunchbox again, ate it bit by bit, and whispered. You opened up a cultivation method for me, allowing me to successfully practice it. You also gave me the embryonic form of alchemy, giving me hope of curing cancer. The era of the 3 of you witches has given me too many surprises. My lifespan is about to run out. These 3 miracles can be considered sending the 3 of you on your way. Rumble, golden beams of light sprinkled from the heavy clouds, and bright red rain fell. On the ground, people looked up at the sky. When the 3 witches died, the heroes were past their prime. The gods in heaven saw them off, and the sky rained blood rain, and flowers fell on the tombstones, playing the sad song of fate. The three miracles came to the kingdom of Babylon. What a great achievement the three witches made! They were recognized by the God of wisdom in heaven. With tears in their eyes, they praised the great God of wisdom, Hermes. This is a sad song, but also a hymn. The people of the kingdom of Babylon praised loudly, listening to the song that cut through the sky. The music resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was as if something had touched the depths of their hearts. All the hair on their bodies stood up, and their bodies trembled with excitement. It was as if they had heard the struggle against fate, the struggle against nature, the struggle against wild beasts, and the struggle against time from this ancient and passionate divine music. In a trance, they remembered the history of their struggle to rise. They saw the great hero King Gilgamesh, who was as handsome as a Norse god, roaring at all the giant beasts in the world, and raising the sword of Damocles high. The history of mankind's struggle against nature is a history of courage and him. I ordered people to compile history for future generations to let future generations understand the courage of our ancestors to fight against nature. After the picture became hazy, they seemed to see the mountains of corpses and seas of blood when the three witches and many women took the blood of the evil eye. They heard the hymn of fate of their struggle against the giant beasts. The three of them surrounded the burning torch. Death can't crush our arms, destroy our backbone. In the kingdom of Babylon, countless merchants, craftsmen, old people, nobles, and mysterious witches holding wooden staffs on the streets seemed to be wet with tears. Our whole lives of struggle, this is our time. This song was a song of human courage in the struggle against fate. Great God of wisdom, thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for our king. The old people of the Babylonian kingdom knew the hardships of that period, the backward civilization of slash-and-burn farming. Their trembling old bodies slowly prostrated themselves on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. In front of the temple. It's enough, it's already enough. A rain of blood falls from the sky, a monument of flowers, and a song of praise. Demetrius let out a satisfied smile, her face like a flower. She and Cassandra looked at each other and smiled contentedly. The two of them held hands and looked at each other in front of the Hermes Temple of Wisdom. Slowly, they closed their eyes and spread out their arms. Then, their powerless bodies gradually fell backward. Boom, two slender, straight, beautiful figures, blood rained down from the sky. He fell in front of the huge flower stele, falling in the sad song of fate that resounded throughout the world. This scene was beautiful to the point of being engraved in the legend of Xianxia, branded on the stone wall, and painted into eternity. The king has fallen. In the next second, a wail resounded throughout the world, and the whole world cried. The Babylonian kingdom had lost two invincible legendary witches. During the era of the three witches, they suppressed the world for more than 200 years and protected the entire western tribe. No one knew how Babylonian would live in the future. Later, the spear of the great sorcerer recorded this sad moment in history. Frowny face in the year 198 of Babylonian, the three great witches, near the end of their lives, prayed to the god of wisdom, Hermes, in front of the temple. The god sang for them, and a fragrant rain of blood fell. The monument of flowers, and the sad sound of nature sent them off. Deep in the Balchik mountains, Circe looked at the three divine miracles that descended from the heavens and the mourning of the entire nation. She smiled in astonishment. The two of you, the gods in the sky, are sending you off. What an honor this is. But in the end, the two of you still left a little faster than me. I'm still slightly stronger than the two of you. You're willing to die, but I'm not. Even if she was stronger than the two great witches, she was not much stronger. She was also going to die soon. Sitting on the throne, she looked at the group of evil witches who served her. I said, after I die, it will not be the end of life. I will die in this life, and you can go forward for me, so that I can come back after hundreds of years, and live a second life. She also fell into the coffin and silently closed her eyes. In the black mysterious evil palace, the walls were full of blood, and evil tentacles and evil eyes were painted. It was like a horrible and strange cave of hell. Countless evil witches, holding scarlet crutches, wearing bright rose wizard robes, knelt on the ground and sang. When our king returns, he will rule the world and obtain true eternal life. Suji sat in the yard and ate. After playing music for a while, he turned off his phone. After all, flowers were used as tombstones, and it was environmentally friendly. In order to create the blood rain, he poured rose essential oil into the kettle. After a while, there was still a lot left. He quietly poured the remaining liquid into the toilet. This water could not be used to water flowers. I didn't expect that I would have to send off the 3 witches early in the morning after practicing the path of witches yesterday. Suji ate breakfast, washed the dishes, and then went out, returning the lunch box to Xianxia next door. He was silent for a moment, and looked at the miniature sand table. However, the 3 witches are gone. In the large sand table world, there is no invincible king who can suppress an era. It is the right time for me to research and put a new extraordinary species. Suji quietly whispered, and added, "This is the best time." It was not good to have invincible kings to suppress the world. Other extraordinary species could not reproduce. When the 3 witches were in power, the evil eyes had been hiding in the swamp mud, being kept in captivity. They were killed and used the blood of the evil eyes to carry out death rituals, and new witches appeared. The evil eyes were miserable, they had become blood supplies. Now, the 3 witches were dead, and they should live a better life. According to their levels, the 3 witches were novice wizard apprentice, level 1 wizard, level 2 wizard. The 3 witches belonged to level 6 wizards, which was extremely terrifying. As for the path after level 6, they had reached the end of their lives before they could open it. The newly appointed Lilith was only a level 4 wizard, but she was already their strongest existence. There was nothing that could be done about it. Heroes were created in times of chaos, and monsters were born every time. The aptitudes of the 3 witches were too terrifying, far surpassing the rest. Otherwise, how could the 3 of them have been able to open up an entire cultivation path? I can take this opportunity to put another species. I can't let one be the only one. Suji, the wizard apprentice, was not a dead fish. He looked at the sand table silently. This morning, the second test of the land of origin of life will begin. I hope you can take the opportunity to make some good things and enrich the species, so that I can sneak into this era. After all, the age of Sumer and the age of Babylon were basically the history of tribal people fighting against nature. It was too monotonous. For them, they had endured countless darkness and were about to pass the level. They were about to officially climb up. Their supernatural power cultivation system had begun to be popularized by witches. After all, the giant beasts were just ordinary giant beasts, similar to the giant beasts in the age of Tyrannosaurus rex. They were big, but they could no longer pose a threat to them. It's time to enrich the ecological world in the sand table and put them in hard mode. Suji's idea was very simple. In the next era, as the mastermind behind the scenes, he would completely promote the evolution of the world's civilization in the dark and completely forge a mysterious transcendent sand table world. All sorts of strange species and terrifying transcendent creatures from Western mythology would appear one after another. There would not just be one evil eye that was similar to the Cthulhu mythos. Mysterious, strange, bloody, unknown, and death. This was the wizard world he wanted. He wanted the great wizards who pursued the truth with wooden crutches in their hands. It's exciting just thinking about it. Suji's cancer could not be delayed for long. It was time for alchemy, pharmaceutics, and the rotten wizard civilization to help him research a cure for cancer. It depends on the players in the second beta test. Now, what kind of supernatural species will evolve into? They will decide the ecosystem of the next sand table world and the level of supernatural power. Suji was looking forward to it. In fact, the appearance of the evil eye had given rise to many surprises. He hoped that there would be more extraordinary species. After all, there were many talents on the internet. After all, it was impossible for him to create a world by himself. It was too complicated and required endless wisdom. He could only borrow the wisdom of others to help him create a complete sandbox world. The second beta had already begun. Just as Suji was having his breakfast and seeing the 3 witches off, a group of 50 closed beta players who had passed the screening had already entered the sandbox and started their dark evolutionary lives. The other veteran players entered the sandbox as well. Gosh, the content of the second beta has become richer. There's even music at the beginning. Yes, it's much richer now. There's music at the beginning. It's Beethoven's Symphony of Fate. Does this symbolize the beginning of our rough life as spores? The veteran players discussed among themselves. In their small sandbox, they could hear the music of farewell for the three witches. The new players had obviously learned through supplementary lessons. When the server opened at 5 in the morning, they had entered the game. 4 hours had passed and they had evolved eyes. They were amazed by the sea of species and looked around. It's virtual reality. I can feel my limbs. It's a real second world. Ha ha ha, I feel like I'm covered in the fragrance of money. Every word I say, every evolution, and even the environment I'm in contact with will be used to calculate the real second world for me with the computing resources that are worth 600,000. A bunch of idiotic players. It's not worth a dime. This is my yard, okay? Do you really think this is a virtual game world? Su Ji sat quietly in the courtyard, eating an apple. He crossed his legs and looked at the sand table in the distance, looking like a feudal landlord who was supervising his workers. Get moving, all of you. Create new species for me. A group of evolved ants noticed the supervisor, Su Ji. They couldn't help but observe and whisper. Gosh, gosh. I've finally seen the legendary giant. It's huge. He's eating an apple again. Sigh, is there a hidden plot? I'm going to join in the fun. I think I can change to a hidden evolution spore class. Don't. The old players have all been there. Basically, they would be trampled to death. Not to mention, this game is too free. There are many things that we haven't discovered yet. It's very mysterious. The second beta test began, and the first batch of closed beta players felt nervous and pressured. According to the explanations given by the big shots in the industry, everyone understood how valuable a slot was. A player was worth 600,000 yuan, which was equivalent to half of a large-scale online game's data processing. This sandbox game world required a large amount of yuan to operate at all times. Chen Wenshan was the leader, the most experienced hardcore player, and the famous star player in the forum. Naturally, he would not let his guard down. He was currently crazily researching evolutionary cytology, origin of species, biological molecular structure, reasonable framework of biomechanics, evolutionary history of neurotoxins. His dorm room was already filled with more than 10 thick professional books from home and abroad. To be able to enter a prestigious university in the capital, he was also a scholar genius who scored 656 points in the college entrance examination. He was only addicted to games now, but at this moment, he brought out all the energy he had in the college entrance examination. For this evolution, I must first become an arthropod, eat plankton, and evolve bones. Then, I must become a vegetarian, evolve abdominal structure, and degenerate the exoskeleton. I will eliminate this excessive equipment and evolve into a vertebrate. Then, I will climb onto land, walk into the swamp, and take the neurotoxin route. At this time, in order to evolve the poison sac, I should start preying on swamp frogs, he planned step by step. These few days, he had lost quite a bit of hair, vaguely resembling Su Ji's sparse hairstyle in the past. He drew more than 10 densely packed pages on the book. Different environments, different foods, and the biological organ structure that evolved first would lead to different directions of evolution. This was like a huge evolutionary branch tree, so dense that it was like stars in the sky. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the most profound subject in the world. It would be difficult to reach the end of it even if one studied it for a lifetime. Finally, Chen Wenshan came up with a plan that was filled with more than 10 pages of evolutionary process paper. After planning for so long, it's time to execute my final chicken plan, to kill the boss with poison. That's right, he wanted to create a major event on the first day of the second beta test. The newly developed achievement system was to evolve a transcendent species with potential. What were the limits of transcendent potential? He didn't know. If his evolved species could kill the boss with poison, he would be the first in the achievement system. This was the safest way to get it. He wouldn't make a joke of evolving a species that looked like *T because it had no appetite. He wanted to evolve a species that looked delicious but had strong poison. That's right, he wanted to be the first gamer in Spore Evolution to obtain an achievement system. As for the huge mysterious reward mentioned in the achievement system, with the contents of the game, a single gamer would receive 600,000 data processing resources. This reward would be unprecedented. He entered the game. Please evolve your eyes. He had entered the stage of starting anew. He was a new Spore, just for this moment. The second beta test server started at 5 a.m. While the new gamers were still exploring, he restarted the game. Now, 10 hours had passed, and it was 3 p.m. I finally succeeded, even though there are still some flaws. Xianxia was excited. As a player with liver cirrhosis, he had worked hard for 10 hours. His current species appearance was that of a delicious-looking fiery red rooster. As the king, he controlled a small colony of roosters. It's time to show the new second beta gamers the power of the first beta gamers. I'm going to kill the giant boss in the yard with poison. Xianxia smiled cunningly. That's right, after preparing for so long, he was going to do something earth-shattering. Hence, he posted on the discussion forum and started a live broadcast. Spore Evolution on the first day of the second beta test. I'm going to show the new gamers a fireworks show. I'm going to defeat the giant boss eating an apple in the yard. Once this post was published, the entire discussion forum exploded. Everyone knew that the first beta gamers had the fastest progress. Weren't they clumsy and deformed creatures? They were eliminated by nature. Another gamer said, "Veteran, did you learn evolution theory that well? Could you have won the Nobel Prize? Did you evolve into a powerful species and start fighting the boss?" Little Brain said, "I'm just starting to evolve my eyes. I'm still reading the evolution theory book Origin of Species recommended by the veteran gamers on the forum. I'm trembling in fear." Everyone was in disbelief. They knew how huge the giant was from the game videos. The current evolution technology of the gamers wasn't mature, and they were all deformed species. The largest evolved creature was the size of a beetle and couldn't even reach the giant's feet. The other evolved creatures were the size of ants. How could they challenge the boss? However, some beta gamers reacted immediately. My mixed elements thunderclap is going to evolve into a leviathan. Veteran, did you take the joke seriously? You're going to put sh*t in the food of the giant boss and hide poison in the sh*t? Laughing emoji. Cute girl is going to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game. Gosh. Gosh. Oh my god. The veteran of Akina Mountain is going to poison the boss? He has evolved into a neurotoxic species? And he's calling it a funeral chicken? Laughing emoji. What plan? Putting sh*t in the food. Hiding poison in the sh*t. It sounded very vicious. On the forum, a group of netizens who didn't know the truth asked around and couldn't help but sigh in surprise. They gave a thumbs up and praised the freedom of this game. It was completely realistic, and he actually thought of fancy ways to evolve a neurotoxic species to kill the boss with poison. Akina Mountain sped up. I hope everyone can cooperate with me. Is there any martyr who is willing to control his race to test the strength of my poison? Of course, if you use the king of the race to test it yourself, adjust it to 100% touch and say how it feels to be poisoned to death, that would be the best. Countless people just chuckled in response. No one was willing to use the king of the race to test the poison and adjust it to 100% touch. Wouldn't it hurt to death? However, there were still people who controlled their race and used some of their spores to help test it. The poison was indeed earth-shattering and a large number died in an instant. Then, because their population was too small, they quickly went extinct and were eliminated by the strong. They couldn't help but cry. Akina Mountain sped up. Ha ha ha, bro, it's your honor to sacrifice yourself. My poison is very useful. Let's begin the next step of the plan. It's already past 4 o'clock. According to my secret observation, the boss will be eating his bento at 5 o'clock. Brothers, help transport me to the huge bench in the courtyard. I'll secretly jump into his bento and sacrifice myself. I'll cut off my meat to feed the eagles and poison him to death. The group of onlookers and all kinds of idle fishes instantly cheered for Big Boss 666. Let's help. On the first day of the second beta test, watch the veteran self-destruct and poison the giant boss. The group of gamers excitedly formed a group of ants moving house and sprinted to the bench at the edge. They were prepared to do something big on the first day of the second beta test by poisoning the apple-eating boss. Suji? He browsed the game forum to see the feedback from the gamers on the first day of the second beta test. Who knew that he would see a post by a foolish gamer who was unwilling to give up? Now, he sat at the door of the bench in the courtyard and nibbled on an apple. He looked at the sand table in front of him and saw a group of strange-looking ants hiding in the miniature forest. They formed a circle and observed him secretly. They were live-streaming excitedly and researching how to defeat the giant boss. He was bewildered. I'm sitting at the side and watching your sand table evolve. Did I offend you? Suji was shocked. This foolish gamer, Akina Mountain, still hasn't given up. I just opened up the second beta test for you and increased the number of gamers. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Now, you want to jump into my bento dinner and poison me to death? These people are poisonous, all of them want to plot against me. Suji held his head. His face was filled with pain as he felt the deep malice of this world. At first, his idea for this sand table was not very big. It was 30 square meters. So he might as well set it up at the entrance of the yard. He could go in and out and sit on a chair, and it would be convenient for him to observe their evolution from a close distance. But because of the close distance, they actually wanted to plot against him, a bystander. Strictly speaking, they were all spores that he had evolved, and he could be considered their creator, their old father. Who knew that they would want to plot against his old father? Patricide, what kind of treason was this? Forget about Gilgamesh before. After all, he was a natural evolution of the big sand table. But now, even the casual players in the small sand table who were responsible for helping to evolve the species were planning to plot against him. I might be the most failed creator in history. Suji was speechless, but then he pretended to be very calm. Everyone wants to go against the heavens, go against the gods, and plot against me. Are they all so heroic? I've already shown that I'm very strong. It seems that this Akina Yamaguchi hasn't been in society and has been beaten up by society. I have to teach him a lesson. Since he wants to be the most awesome among the players, he has to be prepared to be beaten up. Suji felt that he had to teach them a lesson, lest they did not do proper work all day. Suji thought about it and did not care too much about these guys' conspiracy. After all, being young and energetic was conducive to the evolution of species. He just asked the hive subbrain, does this new species have extraordinary potential? A mechanical voice came from the hive subbrain, this species has extraordinary potential. It really does. Suji immediately took a hard bite of the apple, envious and jealous. Maybe some people really had some talent, and it was really incomparable. Compared to the strange evil eye species from last time, this species was obviously much more perfect and good-looking. He was probably afraid that he would be too small to poison Suji to death. He had evolved to his current largest size, which was equivalent to the size of a beetle. Compared to the size of an ant, he was already comparable to an elephant. Its body was as large as an elephant, and the bright red rooster was like a huge scarlet phoenix. It looked very beautiful and very appetizing. It looked very delicious. How strong is the poison? Suji asked. Does it pose a threat to me at the moment? Suji was still quite vigilant. It would be hilarious if he failed miserably and got poisoned. This species has some of the characteristics of a pufferfish. Its meat is extremely delicious, but it's poisonous and has a strong after effect. Even a small one can easily knock down an adult. Suji sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow was truly ruthless. You deliberately created such a poisonous species. You really want to kill me. A creature the size of a beetle could poison an adult to death. It was obvious how poisonous it was. If it can poison an ordinary person, what if it can poison me? Suji asked, sorcerers like me, whose genes have evolved to near perfection and who have trained in meditation techniques. If it could only poison ordinary people, there was no need to put it in the sand table. It would not even be enough for those wizards to destroy. The subbrain replied, the specific strength of the poison needs to be tested. As the Queen Mother, you can personally test the poison. I'm not a female. Please call me father, Suji mumbled. The subbrain clearly did not have a high IQ, so it could not understand Suji's cold joke. It continued mechanically, ask the insectoid queen to personally test the poison. Although the amount of poison is huge, it will not pose a threat to the insectoid queen since it is a spore life form. Suji muttered, not a threat to me? Since it really has potential, let's not care about the intentions of Mount Akina Speed for now. I have to test the poison and the future potential of this species. After saying that, Suji took another bite of the apple. After all, perfecting the transcendent world in the sand table was the most important thing. He was quite looking forward to the second new species, the genius evil-eye player. 7 or 8 meters away. Let's wait for him to eat. Shoo, secretly poison him, so sinister, but I like it. In the lush forest in the sand table, people were still secretly observing and whispering to each other, secretly watching this giant that was 10,000 feet tall. Recently, Suji had been eating some fruits every day. After all, he had stomach cancer, so he had to take care of his stomach. After finishing an apple, he took another. Since you want me to test the potential of a new species, I'll just follow my normal routine. Since he took the initiative to come to my bowl and evolved to be so delicious, then I'll reluctantly eat him. I hope it's crispy. It was not yet 5 o'clock when Suji usually ate. He was not in a hurry and quietly flipped through the black notebook on species evolution. This was another thing he had to do, the experiment record of the species evolution sand table. He wanted to write down the 5th era in the Dark Warrior, Light Warrior, New Era, and Genesis era. Although the era of the Babylonian kingdom was far from over, he already wanted to make some records. This era, let's call it. Suji thought hard and randomly came up with a name. Let's call it the Prosperous Witch Era. A large number of witches appeared on the surface, the era of witches. He bit the pen with difficulty, thought for a moment, and wrote down the first part. In the Prosperous Witch Era, the god of wisdom, Hermes, talked to the people on the surface, and thus the 3 witches opened the path of witches. In the year 198 of Babylon, the 3 witches' lives ended, and the god sent down miracles to mourn for them, dong, dong, dong. Before Suji finished writing, the voice of a maid came from outside the door. It was food. Suji hurriedly stood up and ran to open the door. The strange creatures on the surface, secretly plotting, screamed loudly and ran wildly. Brother, run. The daily plot has begun, and it's time to eat again. Stay away from the beasts. After all, Suji had set up a sand table at the entrance of the courtyard. Normally, when going out, they would naturally have to go through the sand table and go straight out. This path was called the Beast's Path by the players, and it was the daily path of the giant boss. At critical times, stay away from the Beast's Path to avoid being trampled. Gone, no one was trampled to death. Brothers, the daily plot has begun. According to the usual time, we have about a 4-minute gap. Take the opportunity to run to the giant chair. Quick, build a human ladder. Charge. Kill the boss, get the first kill. Dragon Slayer saber, click and give away. If you are a brother, come and cut the nest. A group of strange ant creatures climbed up the chair. After they climbed up the chair, they planned to hide on the back of the chair. However, the speed of the Akina mountain suddenly stopped everyone who was hiding. He was a senior player with rich experience. Brothers, when we go into the dungeon and fight the boss, don't get excited. We have to command calmly. I just observed in secret. This time, the giant is not only eating the apple, but also taking out the black book that he usually reads. This book is often taken out to record the content. Let's take a look at it. It's probably a hidden plot. Everyone looked at each other. That's right, a hidden side plot. Just thinking about it made them happy. Let me do it, I have 8 legs. Me, I have 5 arms. Everyone says that I'm a deformed little prince. I'm even more amazing. I have 5 tentacles as eyes. Brandishing their claws, I can open them with my eyes. More than 10 strange creatures felt that they were extremely strong. Together, they worked together to open the book that was as large as a basketball court. This group of insignificant creatures lay on the chair and opened the cover of the huge black book. They only saw the 3 words "founding era" written on the first page. They couldn't help but tremble. What is this? Suji quickly walked out of the gate of the orchard yard and stood at the door, chatting with Xianxia. What are you doing? Can farming really make you happy? Xianxia looked into the yard curiously. Apart from a pile of lush vegetables, there was nothing else in the field. She could only say in a low voice, "Hey. I'm so angry. Am I not pretty enough? You don't come to date your beautiful girlfriend often." Suji said, "Don't I often go shopping with you and ride the electric scooter together in the morning?" In the face of Xianxia's little resentment, Suji said that he didn't miss out on her. Apart from farming, Suji wasn't a complete otaku. He went out for a walk every morning and rode the electric scooter with her, which was quite relaxing. Although he always felt that farming was much more interesting than dating his girlfriend. That's different. You accompany me for an hour a day, and then you farm for the whole day. Xianxia was very dissatisfied and said in a low voice, "I've been working hard in this area and dating very seriously. Am I really not charming enough? What are you studying?" Suji couldn't help but laugh. "I'm going back to school in 4 days." Xianxia was very angry, but then she became listless. The summer vacation is coming to an end. When Suji took the lunchbox, he was stunned. After calculating the time, he realized that the summer vacation was coming to an end. In an instant, he completely came back to his senses from the battle of wits and courage with those idiotic players in the yard. To be honest, without the delicious lunchbox every day, he was really not used to it. Xianxia was very clear about his feelings for him. When he was terminally ill and lonely, she took the initiative to accompany him, be his girlfriend, and spend the last moments of his life with him. Suji thought for a moment and said, "It's okay for us to be in a long-distance relationship. We can call or video call." He had already thought about it. Every day, they would chat on the phone, visit the countryside, and then farm and take care of the sand table. It would be a very beautiful and comfortable rural life. That's different. It's completely different. Xianxia was as stubborn as a young couple who was about to separate. She said, "That's a long-distance relationship. We call each other and video call each other. We're not really together." Suji was speechless and raised his eyebrows. "Have you heard of the game Spore Evolution?" "I don't know." Xianxia was stunned. She said that as a pure and beautiful girl, she usually only played some casual games and wouldn't play those that were too violent. This is a casual sandbox game. It's very casual, and you can move around freely. It's just like Minecraft. Have you played a sandbox game before? Suji smiled. My World? I've played it before. Xianxia nodded. Suji said, "It's said that this casual sandbox game uses black technology. It's a second world, completely realistic. We can meet there, and it's equivalent to being in reality. It's much more realistic than a video call." Really? Xianxia was stunned. A completely simulated second world? We can meet there? Suji thought for a moment and said, "However, there are some conditions for the closed beta test. You need to write a scientific paper on natural evolution." Xianxia was stunned. Her eyes widened in shock. She said in shock, "Scientific paper? Are you sure this is a casual game?" "It's okay. I can handle it." Suji comforted her. "When you get to school, just download the game. I'll hire someone to write your thesis and get you a spot in the closed beta test. When the time comes, you can just play the game. However, the computer in your school might not be powerful enough to play the game. I'll fork out some money, about 20,000 yuan, to get you a computer that you can play. Love you." Xianxia was suddenly excited. She kissed Suji hard on the cheek and ran away shyly. Suji stood at the door of the courtyard and gently touched the cheek that was kissed. He smiled. Sure enough, any girl can't stand it when money is thrown at them. As the creator, Gilgamesh, who had been betrayed by a group of spores created by a small sand table, had been thinking about killing a god all day long by a large sand table, and had been killed by a large sand table, was fine. If he couldn't even fulfill a small request from his girlfriend, how could he still be the creator? As for the closed beta test, he could get it with just a word. However, to buy a high-quality computer with an affordable configuration, he naturally had to spend some money. He spent 20,000 yuan of his 100,000 yuan savings, and now he only had 80,000 yuan left. Money is useless. It doesn't matter if I spend it. However, I have to find a way to earn money. After Suji comforted Xianxia, he didn't think it was a big deal. He had many ways to earn money. In fact, when the two of them usually dated, they went out for a drive, looked at the scenery, and chatted. In the future, when they dated, they would meet in the miniature sandbox. The scenery there was not bad. The two of them could enjoy the scenery and watch a group of sand condor spores and mutated species running around. It was a beautiful fantasy world. This small sandbox was too smart. Now it had many uses and became a place for them to meet and date. After dealing with Xianxia's uneasiness about her long-distance relationship, Suji just smiled and stood at the door with his lunchbox in hand. His heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. On the other side, in the courtyard. Genesis, what's this? A group of players couldn't help but cry out. Our Spore Evolution game sandbox, why would this term suddenly appear, Genesis? Could it be a hidden storyline, or the world background setting of this sandbox game? A group of players was amazed, shocked, and excited, as if they had discovered a new continent. Sure enough, the freedom of this game was explosively high. It was like real reality, and any hidden storyline had to be explored. In the eyes of the players, their actions had obviously triggered the main storyline. Yes, they were going to attack the boss, so they must have triggered the storyline animation. Which of the players present wasn't a veteran in online games? They naturally knew that most online games had a background setting. Western fantasy online games and Eastern fantasy online games all had their own storyline history. They should be triggering the background animation. I didn't expect this sandbox game to have a background setting too. I thought it was just a simple sandbox game world with Spore Evolution. Design team, hardcore is hardcore, but it's really kind. Also, explore the background and worldview for us. All kinds of strange species were lying on the huge book page and discussing with each other. They were extremely excited. Everyone, stop fooling around and don't waste time. Quickly turn to the next page and see what's written in this book, Genesis. Damn it. Brothers, this game is too hardcore. Even the background introduction animation has to be triggered by us players by flipping the page. A group of people accidentally thought that they had triggered the game's storyline. Following that, under the lead of Mount Akina, everyone rushed out of the huge book page and worked together to open the second page. On the second page, the words Dark Warrior Era were written. Dark Warrior Era, the world changed, the sun set, and the moon rose. The world fell into a long period of 5,000 years of darkness. 99% of the sea creatures went extinct. Only the blue moon grass survived by absorbing the moonlight. It became the only species that survived and flourished in this dark ocean. The blue moon grass became the overlord of this era. Swoosh, the first mass extinction of life, countless people's faces trembled slightly. This is a super ancient historical era? Don't look too closely. Quickly use the recording function of the VR glasses to go back and think about it. If we delay any longer, the boss giant will come back. Next page. Someone shouted loudly. Countless people recovered from their numbness. This was the first time they had been so excited while playing a game. Their nerves were not normal. It was too exciting. This feeling of sneaking around was too exciting. In an instant, they turned to the next page. The words Light Warrior Era were written on it. Light Warrior Era, the world changed, the moon set and the sun rose. The sun hung in the sky for 5,000 years. The overlord of the blue moon grass that had survived the Dark Warrior Era began to go extinct on a large scale. Among them, the weak purple moon grass rose in the sky and became the protagonist of this era. Dominate a vast era, the protagonist of an era, the second mass extinction of life, everyone could not calm down and hurriedly turned to the next page. The words Neozoic Era were written on it. The Neozoic Era ushered in a new era. All kinds of animals exploded. The first marine animals appeared. The species flourished. The invertebrates relied on their shells to dominate the sea and became the overlord of the era. However, it did not last long. The vertebrates were born and defeated them with their advantage in dexterity. The vertebrates became the overlord of the Neozoic era and will rule a long and vast era. What was this? They did not understand it, but they did not understand it. The background setting of this sandbox game was hard to understand. It felt like the world was extremely vast. This sandbox game was very free. They had too many things that they had not excavated. When they turned to the next page and arrived at the fourth era of the vast history, they were completely dumbfounded. In the Genesis era, the intelligent species appeared. The intelligent apes developed tribal city-state civilization, drove away the giant beasts, and became the overlord of the era. However, they were cruel and violent. The heavens could not tolerate them. A great flood descended from the heavens and destroyed all life. The third mass extinction of life began, and 99% of all life was wiped out. There had been intelligent life before. City-state civilization, a great flood descended from the heavens, it was actually the third mass extinction of life, hiss. Seeing this, everyone could no longer remain calm. They sucked in a breath of cold air, trembling as they hurriedly flipped to the next page, just in time to see the line of words that had just been written on the paper. It was about the ongoing fifth era. In the prosperous witch era, the god of wisdom, Hermes, spoke to the people on earth. Thus, the three witches opened the path of witches. In the year 198 of Babylon, the three witches reached the end of their lifespans. God descended a miracle and mourned for them, the god of wisdom. Hermes, what was this thing? Everyone's mind was blank. It was as if a magnificent game sandbox world was slowly opening before their eyes. It was a black book with very few words, but what they saw made them tremble. This game did not seem to be as simple as sand table evolution and spore evolution. They had explored the entire sand table game and seemed to have only explored the tip of the iceberg. It's awesome. This game must be blown up, it must be blown up. At first, I thought that although this sand table game was very free, the weakest point was the background setting, but the background setting of this game is a bit awesome. Hurry up, time is up, close the book, the giant boss is back, don't think about it if you can't figure it out, kill the boss first. Someone suddenly shouted. In the distance, a tall and magnificent giant was slowly approaching. Suji came back with a lunchbox. Naturally, he did not know that when he hurried out, those idiotic players happened to make trouble and secretly read his experiment diary. These people thought it was a hidden plot, excitedly talking about it, and even imagined the background setting of the game world, crazily imagining all kinds of things, and had already blown up the game designer. The matter with Xianxia has been settled, and the long-distance relationship has been comforted. Now, let's start testing the new species. Also, it's time to settle the score between me and this MT Akina Suzwa. Back in the sand table. The miniature mountains and rivers everywhere were silent, and there were no more mutant species that ran and screamed at the appearance of the giant. Obviously, they all took the opportunity to hide on the chair, ready to rebel against Suji. Suji did not care, and according to his usual routine, slowly returned to the chair, opened the lunchbox, and began to eat. He wanted to see how they would mess with him. Let's look at today's food first. Suji sat on the chair and opened the lunchbox, as always. Delicious vegetables dinner with love, carrots, fried eggs, green vegetables. It looked very appetizing at first glance. At this time, suddenly, there was a slight pain in his arm. It was a group of strange-looking insects that had bitten his arm. It felt like a mosquito bite. So that's it? Creating a diversion? Suji revealed a smile. He instantly understood their plan. They would let the insects bite him, and while he was fighting the insects, they would let a certain poisonous species enter his lunchbox and poison him to death. You lowered your sense of pain and self-detonated. You used your own life to attract my attention so that the venomous species of Mount Akina's speed would have enough time to sneak into the lunchbox. Suji smiled. As expected of a group of hardcore veteran players who often ran dungeons. In order to defeat this giant boss, they instantly came up with the best strategy. He revealed a faint, devilish smile. Insect nest subbrain forcibly increase their 5 senses. Let's adjust it to 50% pain. 100% perception was the real feeling in reality. After experiencing death in the game, one would also feel the intense pain of death in reality. Letting them experience true death once was too much of a punishment. After all, Suji was not a demon. However, even if there was only a 50% chance of death, it was enough to paralyze them and leave them in a nightmare for the rest of their lives. After forcibly increasing the sense of pain, Suji naturally killed the insect. The player was smashed into a bloody pulp, and he instantly felt intense pain. The pain was comparable to the top 10 tortures in ancient times, and it made him scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was so shrill that it made the surrounding players' hair stand on end. Didn't I adjust the 5 senses to 0? When he exited the game and took off the VR goggles, he was sweating profusely and gasping for air. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his muscles were twitching violently. He had fallen into an intense spasm because the feeling and pain of death in that game was too real. He was on the verge of collapsing. At this time, the other players in the game didn't know this, and they silently gave him a thumbs up. 666. Brother, your acting is too realistic to kill the boss. When you die, the insect's scream has already been injected with a soul. This big brother is so passionate when he is the first to go. Then, I'll also die a heroic death. A player laughed proudly. Watch me. I'll go with my species, and I'll scream even more miserably and realistically than him. Big brother, it's up to you. It's the first day of the second beta testing. We need a tank to risk his life to attract the aggro. The gamer was praised by the surrounding players, and he was very smug. He quickly climbed out of the chair and adjusted his pain to 0. Then, he led his species to sneak onto Suji's arm and mimicked the previous gamer, wanting to bite him. Before he bit down, he slapped the insect. The huge palm was like a 5-finger mountain that covered the sky and covered the moon as it slapped down. With one slap, the insect was smashed into a bloody pulp. Aha! It was too painful, the insect let out a heart-wrenching scream. This voice was indeed more tragic than the previous one. It was as if he had experienced the most tragic and painful experience in his life. Listening to this scream, it was enough to give people goosebumps. 666. This guy died so realistically. He acted more realistically than the previous gamer, and his scream was even more tragic. When the surrounding people heard this, they all cheered loudly. They were extremely high. Look. What was a best actor? This was it. This guy acted really well, and his death was 2F** king realistic. They couldn't help but applaud. This person had obviously sacrificed his soul to act. In order to defeat the giant boss, he really did his best. Brothers, this time, I'm going to attract the boss's aggro. The two of them screamed too exaggeratedly after being slapped to death. It's too fake, and the giant boss will feel that it's not right. This time, I'm going to act as a tough insect. I'm going to die a martyr's death without screaming. Another insect crawled out of the chair and onto Suji's arm, preparing to bite him. His flesh turned into a bloody pulp. Aha! So painful. He let out a blood-curdling scream that was more painful than the other two. His screams reverberated in the sky, and it was extremely miserable. It was as though his life had been kicked a few hundred times and then cruelly smeared with balm. The excruciating pain was indescribable. Bro, your acting style isn't right. Didn't you say to act as a tough guy? Why are you screaming so miserably? He's probably a clown. He's probably trying to act cute in front of us. The surrounding people saw this scene and shook their heads. They didn't suspect anything and continued to stay in the corner of the chair, quickly fighting the boss and formulating a strategy. As the 3 bugs lured the monsters and sacrificed themselves heroically, the stupid giant boss only cared about killing the bugs and didn't notice that the chicken that had sneaked up on his pants was about to reach his lunchbox. Let me be the next one to attract attention. I'm not that clown. Let me act as a real tough insect. When I die, even if I'm smashed to a bloody pulp, even if I die with my limbs separated, I won't scream. One slap to death. Ah! It hurts so much. In an instant, his heart-wrenching scream was heard. This time, he screamed even more miserably. His hoarse scream pierced through the sky, and it hurt just listening to it. Hee, what happened to the tough insect? In the end, it's really delicious. But his acting is too realistic. It's as if he was really smashed into a bloody pulp and instantly experienced inhumane torture. We have to give him a thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Everyone whispered to each other and discussed animatedly. At this time, another player walked out. It was the mutated Zerg with 5 arms. His name was I Mixed Elements Thunderclap Hand, evolving into a Leviathan. He was quite well known among the players. He just shook his head calmly and looked serious. Brothers, I'm the abnormal little prince. I'm different from them. Watch me act as a real tough guy. This time, the real reliable one came on stage. Everyone's mind calmed down a little. After getting along with this player for a while, they knew that he had a calm personality. He was not like the previous clowns who were very serious. He definitely wouldn't lie to everyone. It was estimated that he would act as a real tough guy. Look at me, the wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once the hero goes, he won't, paw, another slap. Aha. Pain, pain, pain. He let out an even more shrill scream. His deformed species was smashed into a bloody mess. Even his arms were slapped off. Even his 5 deformed arms were smashed into a purple sticky eggplant with disgusting black juice. It was a sticky pool of blood. Even his head and arms couldn't be distinguished. It was a tragic sight to see a corpse. At the same time, he let out a heart-wrenching scream that was extremely tragic. The group of strange-looking insect players who were huddled in the corner felt their scalps go numb. The players? Was this a tough guy? He was screaming more miserably than anyone else. Did the big boss have some misunderstanding about tough guys? The players couldn't help but be stunned. They were silent for a full 10 seconds. Suddenly, they looked at each other and smiled brightly. I didn't expect this usually serious person to also joke with us. These people, what kind of game are they playing? They went to participate in acting and won the Best Actor award. It's really a waste of their talent. Yes, their death acting is really good. Everyone was secretly impressed. A bunch of big bosses who played dead. Their cries were so realistic. They must have secretly taken remedial lessons. On the other side, a certain player exited the game after dying. He was drenched in sweat and took a while to recover from the convulsions. He quietly logged into the forum. You won't believe me, but I almost killed myself playing a game. This game is too realistic. I just died. It was like an ancient torture. I don't want to experience it a second time even if I die. Masochist? Don't you know how to adjust the pain? Didn't you say that this game can be adjusted? There's a bug in the game. Technicians, please fix it. When I was fighting the boss, I clearly adjusted the pain. As soon as this post was posted, it triggered a heated discussion. This was the first feedback of a bug. Who would have thought that such a realistic game would finally have a loophole? Soon, other players who died and came out expressed that they were the same. They clearly adjusted the pain, but it didn't help at all. What? You too? Me too. I'm the same. After some communication, everyone came to a realization. Since everyone was the same, it was obviously not a bug in the system. Could it be that every time they were killed by the boss, there was a forced 50% increase in pain? Everyone came to this conclusion and couldn't help but gasp. Too hardcore, the game developers were simply inhumane, a group of people expressed their opinions. It's probably a setting in the game that doesn't allow others to provoke the boss. It's a death penalty. As for the other onlookers, they found it interesting. This game was really realistic. It wasn't an ordinary online game. This was a completely simulated second reality virtual world. In other online games, if the team was wiped out, they would be wiped out. Who knew that this was different? If they were killed while fighting the boss, they would experience an intense death experience of convulsions and convulsions in reality. This death penalty was too awesome. It was indeed a second world. The game has too much freedom. Everything is discovered by us. Quick, inform the people inside. Death will hurt so much. We can't inform them. We can't read the form in the game. Then what should we do? We can only let them have a taste of the pain we have endured. Many gamers' expressions changed. They had a premonition that the first day of the second beta test wasn't a signal to celebrate the defeat of the boss. Instead, it was a day where the gamers would experience a terrible tragedy. Large groups of gamers would be wiped out, convulsing, and experiencing death. The veteran and new gamers would become spores and return to the starting line. On the chair, Suji was very calm. Usually, he didn't have the mood to fight with these players and just let them develop. But now, eating on a chair by the courtyard entrance while killing Zergs was a rather relaxing activity. This feeling was like watching TV while eating a meal. Pa. 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 Pa, everyone advanced wave after wave. Brothers, let me show you the real tough guy. Ah. Waves of crazed and tragic screams rang out. Suji impatiently swatted them to death one by one. To him, this was a daily life in the village. After all, in the courtyard of the village, especially when he was sitting under a tree to enjoy the shade, he would slap the ants to death. At this time, while everyone was attracting Suji's attention, the funeral chicken had already quietly climbed into Suji's lunchbox. He, we've finally reached this stage. I'll poison you to death. Chen Wenshan smiled lasciviously. Then, he stealthily led his tens of breeds and wandered in the sea of white rice grains. Then, he rolled around in the rice grains and tried to bury himself as deep as possible. Seeing this scene, the players who were rushing to their death stopped in their tracks and did not rush forward anymore. After countless sacrifices, we've finally reached this stage. He successfully entered the lunchbox. Tears streamed down the gamer's cheeks. Even though they knew that the cries of the pioneers were fake, they were all best actors, and their acting was too good. The mournful screams before death were tragic and stirring. It couldn't be helped. They screamed too miserably. Even pigs didn't scream so miserably. He finally entered my lunchbox? You guys have sacrificed a lot. At this time, Suji was slightly surprised sitting in the chair. He didn't care and picked up the lunchbox again to eat. The day passed. Since he asked me to eat him, then I'll reluctantly eat him, one mouthful after another. The bugs hiding in the crevices of the chairs had fiery eyes. Yes, that's it. Eat it, eat it. Eat it. We're about to eat the Qiuming Mountain Speed. We're about to eat the funeral chicken. I'll poison you to death. Crunch, crunch. Suji continued to hold the lunchbox and took mouthful after mouthful. Soon. They were getting more and more excited. But in the next second, just as he was about to eat the funeral chicken, Suji suddenly stopped and murmured, I don't know why, but so many bugs bit me today. The food is getting cold. I'll heat it up in the oven. Suji stood up from the chair and returned to the house. The players? Why did you suddenly want to heat up the food? Everyone had a sullen expression, as if they had eaten sh*t. Was the boss so unreasonable? Was the NPC system so humane? The food had just been cooked, and he had to heat it up before eating it? I'm still a little disgusted to eat this idiotic player raw. Suji ignored those people and murmured secretly. He knew that it was not a big deal. It was not eating a person, but it was equivalent to eating chicken-flavored bugs. Didn't other people often eat raw sashimi and steak? But Suji was not interested in this kind of food. He liked to eat cooked food. He had also asked the subbrain in the hive if it could be cooked before eating, and the answer he received was yes. This player was crazy, and his poison was very special. It was too powerful, and it would not lose its effect when it was cooked. There was no difference in eating it raw or cooked. He naturally chose to eat cooked food. He had stomach cancer, so he had to treat his stomach better. Seriously? He actually wants to cook me? When Chen Wenshan, who was hiding in the lunchbox, heard these words, he felt like he was going to die. However, he didn't dare to show his head, fearing that he would be discovered. He could only silently wait for his fate to be destroyed. It's okay. My corpse can still poison him after I die. Plus, I've adjusted the pain threshold. So what if he roasts me to death? His heart trembled as he frantically comforted himself, but a vague uneasiness was spreading. Bang, Suji put the food in the lunchbox, closed the oven, and turned on the highest 280 degrees. Obviously, he still remembered the deep hatred he had for this friend. Others would die in an instant, and it was better to get the pain over with than to prolong it. However, this person was going to face the terrifying fate of being roasted alive. He would die very slowly, whoosh. The red light of the oven lit up. Inside the huge oven, it was like a world-destroying oven. It was slowly heating up, and the entire rectangular world was turning red. Chen Wenshan, who was hiding in the huge lunchbox, couldn't help but shiver. Drops of hot sweat appeared under his bright red feathers, and his whole body was becoming more and more uncomfortable. It's okay. My game dungeon is a bit awesome, there's even an oven. I ran into the lunchbox, and the boss actually wanted to roast me. But I've adjusted the pain threshold, so I won't feel hot. He kept comforting himself, but his whole body was sweating crazily. He felt more and more pain and discomfort, as if his whole body was being roasted. Ah! He suddenly screamed, how the hell would it not be hot? Hey, it's burning me to death. This is even scarier than Taisheng Laojuan's alchemy furnace. Soon, more miserable screams than those from before came from the oven. It was simply indescribable. Suji sat on the chair in the room and scratched his head. He smiled very brightly and was full of kindness. My friend, let's settle our old and new debts together. I'll let you suffer a beating from society, so that you won't think about messing with me all day. From his point of view, this final chicken was definitely going to die. I'll teach them a lesson. They won't lose a piece of meat after the pain, so that they won't think about messing with me all day long. They even want to shit on my head and poison my food. You'll have to pay a terrible price, you know. He was too lazy to cause trouble with these people. He felt that after beating them up, he could end this boring farce with these people. Then, while eating his lunch, he could also test the poison of this new creature. To them, they were fighting the boss in high spirits, but to him, it was just eating dinner and playing with them casually. He wanted to increase the enthusiasm of these workers who worked for him to evolve the species and test the characteristics of the new species. Who knew, within the scorching oven, a clear and melodious cry of a phoenix suddenly erupted. Phoenix cry? It's been roasting for so long, almost 7 or 8 minutes. Is that idiot player still alive? He's still crying? Suji frowned slightly. Could it be that it's survival of the fittest? He actually survived the environment of the oven? Evolved? At this time, a surprised voice came from the nest subbrain for the first time. The first Zerg hero has been born. Suji was slightly shocked. Insectoid hero, wasn't it supposed to multiply by throwing spores on a huge planet? Out of countless races, only a few were born out of hundreds of billions. My place is such a small place, how could it be born so quickly? The probability was 1 in hundreds of billions. Had he hit the jackpot? Suji was a little excited. This was one of the strongest mutated beings in the long history of the insectoid race. The subbrain replied, the specific situation is unknown. It's similar to the insectoid hero, but it's very different. The subbrain explained that the previous insectoid race walked the path of technology, so the insectoid hero that appeared was naturally a technology-type hero. All of their brains had evolved, and they had a computing ability comparable to a planet. One of them could rule countless fleets at the same time, and they could modify their genetic chains, turning themselves into terrifying mechanical creatures. The insectoid race had never walked the path of transcendent beings. After all, this speed was too slow. Suji had barely evolved to the initial stage of a transcendent being. If he walked the path of technology, he would have evolved a super strong brain and crazily deduced technological civilizations. In less than half a month, he would have been able to rule the entire Earth, build a fleet, and head into outer space, unlike him who was still slacking. However, Suji shook his head. The path of technology relies on external objects. The initial speed is fast, but in the later stages, it's obviously not as good as the transcendent path with great potential. The previous insectoid queen had also proven this point. She had failed and regretted it. This was the wrong path of evolution. As the next insectoid king, Suji naturally had to walk the most correct path. As the creator, he had to lead his insectoid race to prosperity and evolve into an endless dazzling civilization. The subbrain said, the creature before us unleashed its potential and evolved under the high temperatures that no other living being could survive. It became the first transcendent being to survive in flames. This is an evolution that has never appeared in the database, but it's far weaker than the traditional insectoid hero. It can't modify its genetic chains, so it can only be considered a fake insectoid hero. Suji was shocked. It really survived. Even this can't kill it. Suji's eyes burned with passion. The probability of a real Zerg hero was too low. Having a fake one was already very impressive. Alright, Suji felt that if this was compared to a card game, the Zerg hero was an SSS grade. It could control the gene chain and had unlimited potential. Then, this fake Zerg hero was already an S grade. So what if it could not control the gene chain? It was a huge leap forward from a bunch of trash species. A pleasant surprise. Suji had just beaten up those players and taught the Sakina Mountain Speed a lesson. He was no longer in the mood to play around with them. After all, his sand table was the most important. He wanted to see the abilities of the new species. The next second, a notice appeared. This game is undergoing emergency maintenance. Log off in 3 seconds. Inside the oven, Chen Wenshan was surprised that he was still alive after experiencing the inhumane flames of the furnace. Just as he was about to examine himself, his vision turned black and he went offline. All the people in the sand table went offline. Again? Many people broke down and started discussing. How could there be a system maintenance on the first day of the second beta? Suji ignored them and frowned. He put on his heat-resistant gloves and opened the oven. There was a bright flaming bird lying quietly in the middle of the lunchbox. After a certain person's consciousness was kicked out, the evolved creature's body that was left behind was naturally shamelessly taken by Suji for his own and the fruits of his labor. This appearance. Is this the legendary phoenix? Suji was shocked. He quickly retrieved the genetic characteristics of this species from his subbrain. Special characteristics: flame manipulation, flame poison, flame immunity, flame rebirth. Gene chain cannot be controlled. Unique. Without the unlimited growth potential of the gene chain, it could only strengthen itself according to the existing genes. Suji wasn't surprised, but he was shocked. Flame rebirth. Isn't that immortality? Even the Zerg Queen can't achieve immortality and unlimited lifespan. How did this creature achieve it? He took a closer look and realized that it wasn't immortality. It was a different kind of immortality. This creature was an entire race. Every time it was on the verge of death, it would turn into an egg, and its next generation would inherit its body. It wasn't immortal. It was just that after it died, its descendants would inherit its body. All its descendants will share one body. Suji was amazed by the wonders of this creature. It's a pity that such a powerful and unique creature can't be mass-produced. As a Zerg hero, every mutant was unique. I didn't expect a phoenix to appear in the lunchbox I heated in the oven. Suji laughed. It seems like the sorcerer world is going to be fun. Suji held the beautiful, brightly colored, beetle-sized phoenix with one hand. The more he looked at it, the more beautiful it was. He couldn't bear to part with it. Fiery red and breathtaking. It was too beautiful. This creature was breathtakingly beautiful. I used the high temperature of the oven to evolve this transcendent species. Then, Suji studied it for more than 10 minutes before putting the phoenix down. He looked at the original species before the phoenix evolved, the funeral chickens. They were a group of poisonous birds with fiery red feathers. The number of these groups had long been roasted in the lunchbox. Although there was a unique mutant phoenix now, this original species still had to be tested for toxicity according to the previous plan. He picked up a small rooster with his chopsticks and ate it. Delicious. An extremely fresh and tender taste exploded from the taste buds, and juices flowed everywhere. In order to make it easier to poison, Chen Wenshan had indeed evolved to be extremely delicious. It was like a pufferfish, poisonous and irresistible. Suji couldn't help but swallow in big mouthfuls, sweeping away the clouds. This species really evolved to be so delicious. It feels so good. It seems that after the girl leaves, I can open my own restaurant and cook for myself. I can eat a bunch of them every day. It's so good. Right, subbrain, how's the poison test? The subbrain replied, it's extremely poisonous. If a transcendent species ingests it, it will die instantly. It will die? Suji immediately beamed. The harvest was too great, and there were too many surprises. As expected, the most delicious was also the most poisonous. At this moment, he felt that he had made a fortune. He had a new transcendent poisonous bird species and a fake insectoid hero, the phoenix. This flame phoenix was the first true insectoid elite under his command, a Zerg hero who had transcended, even if it was just a fake Zerg hero, was already very satisfied. Gilgamesh and the three witches couldn't reach this level and could only die of a short lifespan. He didn't expect a newly evolved species to reach the transcendence of life. He was still wondering if his bragging in the big sand table world would be exposed. If someone found out that there was only Hermes, the god of wisdom, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Now, the second god of fire had been found. Then, it's time to put in a new species, the fire phoenix, and the group of poisonous birds under it. Suji pondered for a moment and came to the edge of the big sand table. Usually, it was very difficult to put in a new species. As a giant, entering the sand table would cause panic. Previously, he put in the evil eyes when they were almost extinct after the flood. He secretly changed the terrain of the swamp, so no one saw him. But in the current Babylon kingdom, it was almost impossible to sneak into the sand table. However, this species can fly, so I don't need to go in. I can just throw it in, and I won't be afraid of falling to my death. Thinking of this, Suji grabbed the fire phoenix and a few funeral chickens and threw them into the big sand table. Phoenix, as my first subordinate, quickly give birth to wisdom. Your future is destined to be glorious. Whoosh. They instantly flapped their wings and fell from the sky. They quickly glided and landed in a large green forest. Screech. Accompanied by a loud phoenix cry, it cut through the dark blue sky. The fire phoenix fell, and the heat it breathed instantly burned the trees and land. A few seconds had passed in Suji's world, but several days had passed in the big sand table world. As the fire phoenix perched, millions of huge trees rapidly withered, and the land turned into quicksand. Gradually, a huge barren desert began to take shape. Among the countless trees, there was a huge tree that had survived the extinction of life. The survival of the fittest made it resistant to fire and did not fear the burning of high-temperature flames. The phoenix could not help but perch on this huge tree and water it with its own blood. In the days to come, this tree was called a parasol tree. After doing all this, Suji felt at ease. His first species with great potential was born. Naturally, he was very happy. Although he had raised a group of traders in the small sand table in the farm's orchard, it wasn't like they didn't do anything. They had evolved into something good. After eating again, he left the yard and returned to the kitchen to wash the lunchbox. The creator also needs to wash the dishes. After washing, Suji returned next door and returned the lunchbox. After that, he was not in a hurry to return to the yard. Instead, he rode his bicycle leisurely and strolled on the village road at night. His surroundings were filled with the sounds of insects and birds. It was very quiet. He suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask the subbrain, "Oh, right. If I insert the genes of this phoenix and have the talent of rebirth in flames, I can directly commit suicide. Can I become an egg and come back to life? Can I change my body with cancer?" "Yes," the subbrain replied. Suji was instantly excited. "My cancer can finally be cured." The gene of the species evolved by this idiotic player was too surprising. It was actually a phoenix in the legends. It was so strong that it could already treat his illness. He suddenly asked, "Oh, right. If I am reborn in flames, will I still be me?" The subbrain replied, "Reborn in flames. The original nest queen is already dead. Naturally, she will be your descendant and inherit your body." "My descendant?" Suji was stunned. "If I die, my son will take over my body and inherit everything. Wealth, money, sand table, and even the girl, Xianxia, will become my son's girlfriend. This is such a green hat. What a terrifying green hat gene." Suji rode the bicycle leisurely on the village road. He shook his head speechlessly. "Do I have to sing Sun Yanzi's green light for myself? I don't want this gene even if I am beaten to death." He immediately chose to give up this thought. Even if he died of cancer, he did not plan to live forever in this way. Moreover, he only wanted his son and grandchildren to live in his body generation after generation. He turned his thoughts elsewhere. After obtaining a new species of venomous birds, the sand table became even richer in species. The entire world began to have two extraordinaries, one of which was the god of fire, the phoenix. Together with the god of wisdom himself, it could be said that there were two world-class gods. The basic system of the sorcerer world was basically formed. I hope that the phoenix can develop quickly. Every time it is reborn, it will become stronger and stronger. Even though it has just been born, it is equivalent to the level of a level 6 legendary witch. In the era of the demise of the three witches, its current strength is invincible in the sand table world. It is the true god of fire. Now, I just have to wait for it to develop its own wisdom. Suji stopped his bike. It was surrounded by a lush forest, and in the distance was a small river flowing under the night sky. It was a very quiet rural scene. He was here because he had already reached the level of a novice wizard, and he was here to practice witchcraft. After all, he couldn't do anything in the orchard. If he went berserk, it would be a disaster for the small creatures. Warhammer. Suji's spirit moved slightly. A formless spirit pressure condensed in the air, converging into a mass of air. Just as it was about to condense, it silently dissipated. Warhammer. Suji raised his hand slightly and silently chanted an incantation. It was only the second time he used it, and the air quickly condensed. Layers of invisible, transparent ripples converged, and an air hammer appeared without a sound and fiercely smashed into the small river in front of him. Boom, waves splashed slightly. I succeeded on the second time. After experiencing 3 major extinctions, my spirit power is terrifyingly strong. Suji took a deep breath, and there was an indescribable joy in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't happy. This was the legendary extraordinary power. After all, which boy didn't have this kind of dream when they were young? For example, to become a great wizard, a mech warrior, a magical girl, like Harry Potter, and cast witchcraft. After using it a few times, Suji gradually became familiar with the method of using this air witchcraft. He was extremely talented, and the speed of his cultivation and comprehension was more than 10 times that of the 3 witches. After all, he was already the Zerg hero. After removing the useless and complicated genes, he was already an extremely perfect high-level creature. If he personally evolved it on the sand table, with his lifetime achievements, he would be even stronger than the 3 witches. However, he would not personally evolve it. After all, he did not have the time and energy. The 3 witches spent more than 200 years of their lives to derive this preliminary path. Suji would not use his life to do this. They have already learned to use magic staffs as a medium to cast witchcraft. This is the prototype of alchemy. However, it is difficult for me to make magic staffs in reality. Suji was slightly regretful. Otherwise, the power of this witchcraft would be 30% stronger. He practiced witchcraft for a whole hour. With this warhammer from Demetrius, he had the power to protect himself. The instantaneous impact could crush a person's chest. He was satisfied and went straight back to the courtyard. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten something. He had forgotten to restart the sand table. The first day of the second beta. Half a day of open beta, and half a day of maintenance. Hardcore. Too hardcore. The people are furious. Hurry up and sacrifice a lousy game producer to the heavens. Hurry up and restart the server. My 40-meter-long machete can't hold it in anymore. The forum was filled with complaints and screams of agitation. It was as if they would die if they could not play the game for even a moment. Suji did not feel sorry for his small mistake. He could restart the game now. Suji ignored them after opening the sandbox. If they complained again, he would close it. He had just gone out to practice his witchcraft. He was drenched in sweat as though he had gone for a night jog. He took a shower and walked into the room naked, wearing only a pair of blue shorts. Suji was looking forward to seeing what would happen in the sandbox world with the Phoenix and the new race. A day could be accelerated to 100 years. A few hours had passed in the real world, and only a few decades had passed in the sandbox world. It was too short. He had nothing to do, so he opened the discussion forum to observe the situation. Previously, Suji had read a lame post on the forum and found out that they had ambushed him. Otherwise, what would have happened? He wouldn't even know that he had been poisoned. It was important to gather intelligence on the enemy camp. In the discussion forum, besides complaining about the first day of the second beta test, the half-day open beta, and the suspension of the server for half a day, the gamers were also discussing the tragedy of the annihilation of the team. Suji observed in secret. Xiao now scares the mountain. The tragedy of the first day of the second beta test challenging the boss will become the biggest farce of the year in the gaming world. Haruko loves to learn. The veteran gamers didn't lie to us newbies. They said they would give us a surprise, and they did. They turned back into spores and started on the same starting line as us newbies. They are evolving again, laughing emoji. The discussion forum was filled with tragic cries. The veteran gamers had failed to defeat the boss, and the outcome was tragic. Some gamers expressed how tragic and painful their deaths were, such as cramping, peeing, and convulsing. One of the gamers wrote with pictures and text, and his voice was full of tears. Ah 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 ah. Suddenly, I screamed in my room. My body was convulsing, and tears were flowing. My mother was crying from the fright. My mother asked me what I was doing. I was playing a casual sandbox game that I loved to learn, and yet I was sweating profusely? I was moved to tears. What could I do? I was in despair. I was speechless. I could only say that I had learned the theory of evolution and understood Darwin's core evolution theory. His entire body was twitching, and he was crying tears of joy. To be honest, my mom had always been very proud of her son. She bragged to her neighbors about how amazing her son was to be able to play such a phenomenal game. Tens of thousands of people participated in the thesis election, and my son's thesis actually passed the closed beta test of the top 50 and received 600,000 yuan worth of learning resources. You have brought honor to our Lu family. Many professional university graduate students can't compare to my son. In the past, there was a saying that playing games would lead to abandoning one's studies. But now, being able to play this phenomenal social game was already a symbol of honor for the parents. It was the embodiment of the son's hard work in his studies. How could I dare to tell the truth? What's more, the boss hadn't died yet. He was still sitting in the courtyard eating an apple. He had probably heated up his lunchbox and finished the chicken. However, the poison couldn't kill him. Silently crying, seeing the tragic state of the original poster, as a bystander, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Laughing with hands on hips, empathizing with her, I shed tears of regret. It hurt so much that I peed my pants. I silently put on my diapers. My wife asked me why I was crying. All I could say was that I loved this hardcore game deeply. On the internet, people were sharing their painful experiences. How could it be described with just one word? Tragic. On the other side of the forum, there were also players posting pictures of the founding Arab book that they had seen before fighting the boss. There was a total of 5 long eras of history. Many people expressed that they couldn't understand it at all. It should be a hidden side mission, the background setting of the world. Many people expressed great interest in this and made guesses. My mixed elements thunderclap hand wants to evolve into a leviathan. The background setting of the world. Could there have been many eras of civilization before us? Are we in the beginning of the 6th era, or the spore era? In the future, we can choose to evolve into humans and other species? Then, each of us can create a race and form a world. An ecological civilization? F***ck, the degree of freedom is so high that it's scary. This point received the approval of many people, expressing that they were too excited. This game had already attracted too many hot topics. People began to discuss the background setting in high spirits. That giant's black notebook, what exactly did it mean? Also, the most noteworthy point was the first achievement reward, the birth of the first extraordinary species. Just as everyone went online, they received a system notification. Announcement: congratulations to player Speed of Mount Akina. The evolved species has great potential, and the achievement reward has been obtained. The sudden appearance of this region-wide announcement caused a huge uproar in the forum. Boss, take a picture and see the reward. Although I didn't poison the boss to death, it's obviously very strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have received the notification. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, 666. The game producers are so kind. The reward must be extremely generous. Please publicize the reward. Otherwise, my heart will itch and I won't be able to sleep tonight. The comments refreshed at a crazy speed. Chen Wenshan was also stunned. I've received a reward, I've worked so hard for so long, and I've even lost quite a bit of my hair. Finally, I've succeeded. In the next second, he felt that the pain of being roasted in the oven was worth it. He hurriedly put on his glasses and immediately logged into the game to start the live broadcast. Change the room name, mysterious reward for a new species, live broadcast starting. In an instant, countless people rushed in excitedly, and the popularity instantly reached more than 600,000. Some cloud players who couldn't play the game were also excited, wanting to have a look. Chen Wenshan logged into the game and saw that there were 3 options in the game interface. He could choose one of them as a reward. First, choose to permanently retain the role of the farewell chicken. After each death, there would be 2 options, spore birth and farewell chicken birth. Chen Wenshan was ecstatic and laughed excitedly. Finally, there's a starting race choice. Damn, once I die and restart the game, I won't be a spore anymore. I can choose the race, farewell chicken. This reward was way too awesome. Second, permanently retain the position and no longer participate in the elimination system. Third, reward the experience of a second life. The 3 options made people extremely jealous and they began to discuss. The first option is amazing. It turns out that this game doesn't have a starting race choice, but it can only be retained after you evolve into a powerful species. Doesn't that mean that everyone's starting race will be different in the future? You're thinking too much. In the future, when some big bosses enter the interface, there will definitely be a lot of races to choose from. Weak chickens like us can't evolve into a powerful species at all. Once we enter the interface, it will only be the beginning of a spore's life, hardcore. We can't afford to offend them. The second option is also amazing. Permanent game qualification is equivalent to giving you 600,000 yuan worth of game computing resources, 600,000 yuan. Sure enough, they're rich. I don't understand the third option. I don't understand either. It's a mysterious option. Everyone was discussing and studying the 3 options. Chen Wenshan also frowned, secretly calculating which one to choose. The first option was obviously very good. In the future, it would no longer be a spore form, but a starting race. Furthermore, it wasn't that the farewell chicken couldn't evolve again. Although the evolution potential was limited, it could continue to advance to the species level and become a more powerful poisonous bird. The second option looked the most attractive and economical, but it was quickly rejected by Chen Wenshan. He felt that with his strength, there was no need to retire. With the elimination system, he was confident that he wouldn't be eliminated. His hair wasn't bald. The third option, start a second life? What does that mean? He frowned, feeling uncertain. After hesitating for a moment, he decisively chose the first option. The game login screen gradually changed, and 2 options appeared. 1. Start a spore's life. 2. Choose a race, farewell chicken. Chen Wenshan silently clicked on the farewell chicken, and the screen dispersed like willow catkins, turning into a delicate blue login screen. Inside was a big red rooster, providing choices of male and female rooster, face molding, and body structure. The livestream room instantly exploded. Wow! Big Boss, finally, like other online games, there are options for face molding and starting race, unlike us, where we can only start as a unified single-celled organism. This game is getting scarier. Even the starting race has to evolve by itself. Chen Wenshan didn't care about those envious players, silently molding his face. He was very proud of himself, making his big rooster extremely handsome. Then, he chose to log into the game, appearing in the huge sand table. Chen Wenshan was in high spirits, and he began to evolve again. Soon, he led the group to evolve in the sand table. Boom boom boom, at this moment, a giant walked out of the door, passing by the beast path, and the ground shook violently. He happened to see the farewell chickens on the ground, and he exclaimed softly, isn't this the food we ate last time? It's very delicious, let's catch a few to make soup for supper. The giant bent down and lowered his head. A giant hand descended from the sky and grabbed down. In an instant, most of his farewell chickens were snatched away. Chen Wenshan? Everyone in the live stream? Chen Wenshan instantly felt pain in his balls, and he became extremely resentful. He felt that his entire body wasn't good. Is this boss's behavior so high-tech? He can even interact. He can even hold a grudge? Does this mean that in the future, I will probably become his menu, and he will catch 2 every day? His teeth hurt badly. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have evolved to be so delicious. Not only did I not poison him to death, I even became his menu. Chen Wenshan instantly regretted. He shouldn't have chosen this option, he should have chosen the other 2. Choosing this option was simply asking for his life. The atmosphere was dead silent. At first, everyone thought that this funeral chicken was a great reward. But now, after seeing this scene with their own eyes, they could not help but be shocked. How tragic. I didn't expect that after the boss ate you in the lunchbox, the poison did not kill him, and instead remembered your taste. Congratulations, brother. You have successfully obtained a new starting race, a noob chicken on the tongue. You have changed your class into a dish. It tastes like chicken, is crispy, and has 8 times more protein than beef. No matter how beautiful the kneading process was, it took more than 10 minutes. But no matter how beautiful the kneading process was, it was still meant to be eaten. In fact, it was meant to be used to enhance the beauty of a dish. To be honest, when I saw this scene, I could not help but burst out laughing. Although I felt that it was very pitiful, I could not help but laugh like a pig being slaughtered. Brother, your first race, the funeral chicken, is probably useless. Listening to the laughter and ridicule on the forum, Chen Wenshan was completely dumbfounded. Looking at most of the funeral chicken race that had been captured, his heart was instantly filled with endless regret. I was fine, why did I let him eat me? Now that he remembered my taste, he came to eat my race every day. I'm afraid that this race of mine is really useless. For a moment, extreme joy turned to sorrow. And the realism of the boss, as if it was a real world, and it also had the ability to remember, caused a great sensation among the players. Everyone fell into a state of excitement, and they were all discussing that the first evolved race to obtain an achievement had actually become the boss's menu. This must be taken as a warning. Su Ji, on the other hand, was very leisurely. He walked back to his room from the orchard yard, grabbed dozens of funeral chickens the size of quail eggs, went to the kitchen, put them in the basket, washed them, and plucked the feathers. Just nice, I'm hungry. I can have them as tonight's supper. Perhaps the species had evolved to be extremely poisonous, and also to be too delicious. As expected of a creature created for delicious food after learning professional evolutionary knowledge. Su Ji thought that his situation was very normal, after all, who would not go out to pick some vegetables when they were hungry and then make them into a meal? This funeral chicken was a vegetable that he had grown himself. Leaving him a king and eating some of the species he produced was already giving him a lot of face. Su Ji stewed the food and cracked 2 eggs. He smiled calmly and started cooking in the kitchen. I knew this guy would choose the first option. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Brother, you will be one of my vegetable garden recipes from now on. After simmering it for half an hour, he sprinkled some chopped green onions on it and ate it one at a time. It was unexpectedly delicious and refreshing. Looks like I have to encourage them to evolve into more delicious species in the future. Su Ji mumbled. In his opinion, it was best to treat his stomach better since he was in the late stage of stomach cancer. He had just finished practicing witchcraft, taken a bath, and had a delicious supper. It was indeed a beautiful rural life. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows. Oh right, why don't we let them evolve into a plant that can grow some delicious fruits and vegetables? To be honest, Su Ji liked to eat apples, snow pears, and all kinds of fruits while sitting at the door of the courtyard and looking at the big sand table. That kind of life was really happy and leisurely. It would be great if they could have more delicious fruits now, it's not impossible. Su Ji thought about it. Most players would not choose to evolve into plants. After all, they could not move, and it would affect the game experience too much. More importantly, the current players had fallen into a misunderstanding. At first, they wanted to evolve eyes, evolve arms, and be able to move. They had never thought of taking the path of plants that could not move. Maybe I should remind them. These people are much more hardworking and able to withstand pressure than I expected. They're not moving at all, walking the path of plants, photosynthesizing, and they're able to withstand loneliness. Suji thought for a moment before he secretly logged into the game account he had created to enter the sand table, record all my curses in a notebook, and wrote a post. The content was as follows. I've been watching the big bosses play the game. Why didn't anyone choose to evolve into plants? After all, in this world, there are two main categories, plants and animals. Why didn't anyone take the path of plants? This sentence woke people up from their dreams. In an instant, the players were in a heated discussion. F***ck, why didn't I think of that? Plants. Plants. Yes, this is a brand new field. Anyway, I've died fighting the boss, so I can start evolving from a spore again. I can give it a try and open up an unprecedented world. I've decided. Tonight, I'll spend the night studying the biological evolution structure of plants. Chlorophyll, photosynthesis, cytoplasmic separation. I want to create a perfect plant. Tomorrow there will be an afterlife. I want to be a tree, standing eternally, without sorrow or joy. Half of it will be peaceful in the dust, the other half will be flying in the wind, the other half will be bathed in the sun. Very silent, very proud. Suji watched with satisfaction. There were already people who were excited and took the path of plants, silently retreating. As expected, it was important to sneak into the forums. Knowing the enemy's situation and secretly guiding the public opinion to evolve in the direction he wanted. He wanted them to become his free workers, crazily researching science and evolution for him, learning knowledge, becoming Edisons, sweating 99% until they go bald, using all their energy to evolve his species. If plants appeared, would delicious fruits be far away? It wasn't far away. My vegetable garden plan, Suji laughed and continued to eat his last chicken. He started browsing the forums to detect the evolution of the enemy species. He noticed a new player apart from MT Akina that was worth paying attention to. It was the player, my mixed element thunderclap hand, I'm going to evolve into a Kuan. He was also a famous player. This guy wasn't doing anything right now. He didn't want to evolve into a Kuan, nor did he want to evolve into a species. As an experienced Minecraft player, a true casual player, he was obsessed with farming and building houses. Previously, he had evolved 5 tentacles in order to better become an inventor and craftsman. Of its 5 tentacles, 2 were in the shape of a sharp praying mantis sickle, used to cut trees, 1 was in the shape of a shovel, used to dig soil, and the other 2 nimble tentacles were used to assist. The creature was like a robot making tools. Building a chair. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, chopping, organizing, assembling, splicing. Within a few minutes, the 5 tentacles moved at the same time, each doing their own job. The tentacles turned into a blur, and the creation was completed in an instant. Suji was shocked when he saw this. What the hell was this evolution? This was a freaking assembly line, just like the mechanical arms in a factory. Suji secretly looked at his posts and observed secretly. This player's usual game content was basically not about evolving species. It was all about live broadcasting construction tools and building houses. His current residence was already a seaside with mountains and seas. There were houses, fields, fences, and his own mine. It was a very beautiful and happy little home, like a scientist isolated from the world. In his yard, there was the simplest bicycle. It was made of wood, and the bicycle's track was replaced by a kind of tough and soft biological skin. He could still ride it, although it was bumpy. This is a talent. He even built a bicycle. Suji was a little surprised. There are really a lot of strange things on the internet. Instead of a good spore evolution species, he directly evolved a strange species with multiple tentacles and began to settle down, and then began to climb the technology tree. At this moment, this player, after being killed by Suji, had now worked hard to evolve a new species. This time, it was a strange species with 6 arms. As soon as it climbed ashore, it returned to its small home and continued to farm, mine, and cut trees. It was still leisurely and daily, and it loved rural life as much as Suji. The others began to discuss. The big boss is talented. This time, it evolved into a more powerful species than before. Look at this mantis sawtooth arm. Look at this shovel-shaped arm. It's simply a multifunctional mechanical arm. It can cut trees and dig the ground very quickly. The big boss is not doing proper work. He clearly has a terrifying talent. After studying for a while, this multi-armed creature appeared. If he is serious, he can probably beat the speed of Mount Akina and become the first player to get an achievement. He doesn't fight for these things, but now he is addicted to farming. This is a waste of talent. Countless people were disappointed that the iron did not meet their expectations. Primordial Chaos Thunderhand ignored them. He was in the mine next to his home, live broadcasting mining, his 6 arms digging madly. I haven't found anything yet. The world of this Spore Evolution sandbox game seems to have no minerals. It doesn't allow the development of a technological civilization. I guess it can only take the route of species evolution. Countless people complained. That's it. It's a good game of evolution, but the big boss has really turned it into a game of the origin of civilization. He even wants to forge iron, build weapons, cars, cannons, and airplanes. This also proves that this game has a terrifyingly high degree of freedom. Just like the real world, there are infinite possibilities. Everything that can be created in reality can be realized in the game. Even the theory of species evolution is completely in line with modern evolution. Mixed Elements Thunderclap Hand shook his head again. Forget it. If I can't dig out the minerals tonight, I won't be able to build cars, machine tools, gasoline, or power sources. I can only rely on biological evolution technology in the future. My biggest goal now is to build a wooden car. You want to build a car without metal or gasoline? Everyone was shocked. What was the identity of this big shot in the real world? From what he said, he actually had the confidence to build cars, machine tools, and climb the technological tree from nothing. It was too scary. Could it be those professors in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the ones who developed aircraft components, engine structures, and invented missiles? But would such a big shot come here to play games? And you're still acting so funny. You screamed so miserably last time, someone couldn't help but ask. Big shot, you want to build a car out of wood? The structure is too sophisticated. It's hard to assemble gears and frames. Even if it's made, there's no engine. I've thought about the engine before. It's possible to evolve a biological engine. It's a special creature with only one mouth and one giant tentacle. It's responsible for eating and pulling the bellows crazily. That's how it provides power. Mixed Elements Thunderclap Hand said, I asked a friend who has won a foreign award in biology. He said that in natural evolution, such a creature can't appear because the fittest survive. A creature with only one mouth and one powerful tentacle can't survive. This doesn't conform to the law of evolution, but we can artificially control the evolution. We have the conditions for evolution here. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Biological engine, using this method to replace gasoline and electricity? Thinking about it, it was indeed possible in theory. A creature only needed to eat and be responsible for work. It could completely abandon other biological organs, just like the Big Eye monster. Big shot, you're amazing. You're indeed a professional. You're ahead of us in terms of technology and innovation. If such a special engine creature is really born, wrapped in a wooden car, then it will be a mechanical creature. Maybe we can get a second potential achievement reward. Everyone discussed excitedly. This idea was completely bold and unconstrained. It was simply too awesome. This was still the ancient era of primitive evolution, and there was already a big shot who thought of evolving into a mechanical life form. Are you short of experimental subjects? Big shot, do you already have the evolutionary blueprint and ideas? If you provide the theoretical knowledge, I can be responsible for evolving this biological engine. I have liver cirrhosis and can endure hardships. It doesn't matter if I fail a dozen times. Please experiment on me and play with my body as much as you want. Mixed Elements Thunderclap Hand declined everyone's enthusiasm. He said that he would evolve it himself and had already contacted several professional friends to help him plan it. Naturally, he wouldn't give this opportunity to get an achievement reward to others. Although he was indifferent, he wouldn't give up this opportunity. On the other side, biological engine, Suji frowned, and his heart gradually ignited with excitement. This was the embryonic form of alchemy, and it was an extremely unexpected surprise. It was a pity that alchemy was likely to appear, but alchemy potions had never been found. This made Suji a little uncomfortable. He was anxious to develop this aspect of civilization to treat diseases. It's a real big shot. Suji silently called out the identity of this person. He was in his 40s and was the founder of a well-known domestic technology company. He had all kinds of identities and backgrounds. If it was in reality, Suji wouldn't even have the qualifications to lick the feet of such a person. It was a big advantage. With so many people helping, this idea was indeed correct. If it was Suji alone, he wouldn't even be able to think of it. Next, Suji didn't pay attention to the people who were discussing excitedly and directly went to sleep. After all, the difficulty of conquering these evolved species was left to them. He only needed to be responsible for receiving the results. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Suji got up the next morning. Xianxia also brought breakfast. He glanced at the small sand table. Obviously, after dying once, everyone was much more obedient and developed in an orderly manner. On the other side of the large sand table, after losing the 3 witches, there was finally a sudden change. Year 212 of Babylon. Medusa, the direct disciple of the evil witch Circe of the Rose sect, was extremely intelligent and cautious. As a disciple of the Rose sect, she was not inferior to Lilith, but she disguised herself as a good witch and sneaked into the Babylonian kingdom to learn the knowledge of the 2 great witches. After 3 years of learning, she stole all the knowledge and announced the establishment of a kingdom in the Balchik Mountains. The kingdom was named Rose, and it was called the Kingdom of Women's Royalty. Babylon Palace. Those fallen witches who blaspheme the 3 iron laws of witches, indulge in lust, debauchery, evil, and always running away like rats, actually dare to establish a country? They claim to be the 3 orthodox witches? On the throne, Lilith's beautiful face was solemn. She wore a black and blue wizard robe, a flower crown, and a black wooden staff in her hand. She was furious. Her terrifying mind power spread in all directions. Below the throne room, countless witches were shivering, their faces pale from the terrifying mental energy impact. "My king, what should we do?" someone asked. "War, only war." Lilith shook her staff, and circles of transparent halos rippled. That was the spring witch Cassandra's level 4 witchcraft, sound ripple. Her voice resounded throughout the Babylonian kingdom. "War, only war. War, only war." Babylon 213. Lilith led hundreds of witches to the Balchik Mountains to attack the Rose Kingdom. Mountains collapsed, trees collapsed, and blood covered the whole land. Countless powerful witches fell. The grievances of the 3 witches of the previous generation continued on to the 2 disciples of the next generation, Lilith and Medusa. The war lasted for 8 years. In fact, under the leadership of Circe, the wicked witches had accumulated an extremely terrifying power. There were more than 70 witches, and although they were few in number, their progress was much faster than that of the orthodox witches, and they were generally stronger than the traditional witches. The combat power of the Rose Kingdom was no weaker than that of the Babylonian kingdom. Another day, Medusa broke through to level 5 after a long time of accumulation. The orthodox witch Lilith was defeated in an instant and fled in defeat. The higher the level, the more powerful they were. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The witch Medusa broke through and watched Lilith flee. She did not chase after her, but silently comprehended the new realm. 3 days later, she stepped into the Babylonian kingdom alone. The whole country was in an uproar. "You orthodox witches, your cultivation speed is too slow. I've broken through, but Lilith, you haven't." If it weren't for the fact that Master Seaside didn't want to be enemies with his 2 old friends, the kingdom of Babylon would have changed hands long ago. The grudges of the previous generation have already been settled. Teacher, on account of our old relationship, will settle all the grudges of the next generation. I'm here today to clear Teacher Circe's name. In this world, who can fight against me? Medusa looked like a pure girl wearing a bright red sorcerer's robe. She held a wooden staff in her hand, and her figure was obscured in a huge spiritual fluctuation. A transparent light blue gas surrounded the bright red sorcerer's robe, and her eyes were burning like flames. She killed her way into Babylon alone. Breaking into the Babylon king's palace and fighting against an entire country, the 131 witches, including Lilith, were instantly defeated. The gap of a great realm was too great. Are you guys convinced? Medusa was shrouded in a blue gas, standing on the Babylon king's palace, overlooking all living beings. A terrifying spiritual pressure soared into the sky, as if the whole world was roaring and collapsing. All the witches in the entire king's palace felt dizzy, and their minds trembled for a while. Medusa, you sneaked into my Babylon kingdom and learned the knowledge of us two great witches. You're so despicable. We will never give in. Brute force can't crush our arms or destroy our backs. Palace Minister Selmy raised her head with difficulty. Your brute force and atrocities can't make us surrender. The great creator once said that this is barbarism, not civilization. Before she finished speaking, Medusa shook her staff on the ground, and a terrifying spiritual pressure shot out. In an instant, the powerful level 3 wizard's blood exploded, and he fell into a pool of blood. Anything else? Medusa asked calmly. No matter how terrifying your strength is, you can't. Bang, a witch growled, but her whole body instantly exploded in the Babylon king's palace. It was extremely bloody. We'll talk about it later. Medusa looked at the witches in the Babylon king's palace. There was no joy or sorrow in her eyes. Teacher Circe was still too sentimental when she was alive. No matter how she persuaded her teacher, she never thought of really making a move against the two witches. With her teacher's strength, she might be able to suppress the two great witches by herself. The cultivation speed of the orthodox witches was too slow. As for her, after the end of the era of the 3 witches, she knew that there was nothing to worry about. In her eyes, power was everything. What did it matter how she obtained it? These witches were too pedantic, so they were defeated. As long as she was strong, she could get everything she wanted. This was the truth of the world. Everything is about to change. Medusa's eyes were calm as she looked at the witches in front of her. Surrender, or die? We can't. Puff, another person's blood bloomed. You are Circe's disciple. Can you give me some face? Even if the Babylonian kingdom is dyed in blood, we will never surrender. Finally, a trembling old man stood up. This was the elder of the era of the 3 witches. He was respected by countless people and was a living epic. He had once followed the 3 great witches through the miserable tribal years. Pa, the huge impact caused an old wizard to instantly hit the stone wall of the king's hall and spit out a mouthful of blood. Who wants to continue to stand up? Medusa said calmly. Swish, the scene instantly became silent. Lilith, covered in blood, stood on the edge of the king's hall. Looking at this miserable scene, her heart suddenly filled with endless bitterness. She held down the witches who wanted to stand up and whispered, I, Lilith, on behalf of the Babylon kingdom, choose to surrender. King. Countless witches roared unwillingly. Babylon had been founded for more than 200 years. During the tribal era of the 3 witches, even in the most difficult period, when almost all the men died, the remaining women chose to die in large numbers and take the blood of the evil eye. They had never surrendered. That was the glory of the Babylon kingdom, but now, in the hands of Lilith, this unyielding glory and backbone was going to be buried. At this moment of submission, countless people in every part of the Babylonian kingdom wept bitterly. Countless witches holding staffs knelt on the ground. They had collapsed to the extreme, hating their own powerlessness and incompetence. On the streets, songs of sorrow were heard. It was Beethoven's Symphony of Fate. Countless people unconsciously hummed it. They all knew that unless the 3 witches came back to life, no one could stop this level 5 wizard. Their Babylon kingdom would completely decline. Medusa generously stepped over the seriously injured Lilith next to him and calmly sat on the Babylon throne, looking down. From today onwards, 2 countries will be divided. The Rose Kingdom will be the main one, and the Babylon Kingdom will be the subsidiary one. Lilith will still be the king. From today onwards, above the king, there will be an emperor. The emperor will rule the two great wizard kingdoms and rule the world. From now on, the Babylonian kingdom's duty is to reproduce and give birth to men. Every month, 100 men will be regularly offered to the Rose Kingdom. Among the 143 wizards in Babylon, 16 wizards will be taken away by me. They will be included in my harem and will be my concubines. Unequal treaties were passed down one by one. Through the level 4 spell sound ripple, they resounded throughout the Babylon kingdom. Countless people wailed and sobbed. They wailed and screamed in despair. They clearly knew that the world was about to fall into darkness and they would face the fate of extinction. The men also knew that at this moment, men had completely become tools for reproduction. The spear of the Grand Sorcerer recorded frowny face in the year 214 of the Babylonian kingdom. The Rose Kingdom was at its peak. The Babylonian kingdom was defeated, and the orthodox witches were reduced to vassals. The Babylonian kingdom officially entered the Dark Age. I'm going to the Rose Kingdom to serve the evil witches, don't miss me. In the streets and alleys of the kingdom, husbands were constantly saying goodbye to their wives and daughters. After suffering, they resolutely embarked on the path of sacrificial death. They knew that they, who were mentally weak, would definitely die after experiencing the joy and indulgence of the evil witches. Life and death were playing out in almost every place. And such days would not stop. In the Babylonian kingdom, 100 men would walk out as sacrifices every month. In the future, men would no longer need to work in the Babylonian kingdom. They needed to reproduce crazily and had completely become tools of reproduction. A man had to have more than a dozen wives and give birth to more men to be offered to the Rose Kingdom for the evil witches to enjoy. Even so, the ratio of women to men in the Babylonian kingdom would far exceed that of men. It would probably reach 10 to 1. How humiliating was that, the Babylonian royal palace. Lilith sat on the bench at the entrance of the royal palace in a daze. She no longer had the face to sit on the throne. Lady Lilith, in front of her were the 16 wizards who were about to be sent to the Rose Church to be humiliated. They were not ordinary men, but traditional wizards of the Orthodox Church. The fact that they could withstand the mental violence during the excitement meant that they would not die easily. It meant that they would be destroyed forever. They would face unparalleled misery and great pain. I'm sorry, Lilith smiled bitterly and sighed. Especially you, Garfield. Wizard Garfield was also one of the strongest wizards in Babylonian, only slightly weaker than Lilith. He was the most handsome man in the whole of Babylonian. He was gentle and kind, and countless women in the Babylonian kingdom fell in love with him. However, he strictly followed the 3 iron rules of the wizards, which was to keep himself clean and to maintain a clean body. Garfield sighed and comforted Lilith with a gentle look. It's not your fault. You two are equally talented, but their evil training methods are too fast. It's only natural that she became a level 5 wizard before you. After a brief silence, Lilith said in a low voice, I'll try my best to become a level 5 wizard and save you. Garfield shook his head and bitterly smiled. It's already impossible. The reason she allowed you to continue being king and didn't kill you is because she believes that it is impossible for you to surpass her. Her cultivation speed is far faster than ours. Furthermore, she has obtained 16 wizards. In the future, her cultivation speed will probably increase by 3 to 4 times. Garfield sighed. He and Lilith had been lovers since they were young. They were childhood sweethearts and liked each other. They had gone through the sorcerer ritual together and survived the evil eye blood to become sorcerers. They had maintained a pure relationship and had not had any physical contact. Their love was beautiful and pure. Many traditional wizards, male and female wizards who loved each other, were purely together. In order to protect the Babylonian kingdom, they, the Babylonian guardian gods, had given up too much. But now, Medusa wanted to steal her lover, Garfield, and make him her concubine. How could Lilith not be angry? Garfield sighed. It's okay. Leave the rest to me. I'll think of a way to change everything and defeat that incredible monster. It's because I don't have the ability. Lilith couldn't help but burst into tears. On this day, under the mourning of the whole kingdom, 16 wizards and 100 ordinary men left under Garfield's lead. In the Babylonian royal palace, Lilith murmured blankly, could it be that the heavens want to destroy our Babylonian kingdom? Babylonian Kingdom, year 265. The time of their defeat had been pushed back by another 50 years. More than 50 years had passed. With 16 wizards as his training partners, Medusa had successfully broken through to become a rank 6 wizard, reaching the terrifying heights of the 3 witches of the past. He had solidified the name of the sovereign emperor of the Rose Kingdom. In this year, the Witch of Death, Medusa, was praised by the world as the monarch emperor of supreme power and death. She was completely invincible in the world. 60 years had passed, and the gap between Lilith and herself was getting bigger and bigger. She quietly trained for more than 10 hours a day, and even suffered from chi deviation. But she was still a level 4 wizard, on the verge of breaking through to level 5. The Rose Church had become tyrannical. Among the declining traditional witch groups, there were more and more who sought refuge with the evil witches. The Rose Church is the orthodoxy of the world. Someone shouted. No traditional witch responded. The legendary witch, Circe, was reviled by people when she was alive. After her death, history proved that the 2 witches were the wrong ones. Witches should be above all mortals and enjoy the men of the world at will, someone shouted. The traditional witches could only hide in the corner, and no one dared to refute. Our great queen of witches, Medusa, the monarch emperor of supreme power and death, suppresses the world, and is invincible. Someone sneered. All the traditional witches were silent. Their era was gradually getting further and further away. Suji? This situation happened so fast that he almost didn't have time to react. It's suddenly cold? It's only been a little more than a night. Looking at the forum and fighting with those guys, you're suddenly about to be defeated by the apprentice left behind by Circe. Are you worthy of the 2 witches who fought with Circe for a lifetime? The evil witches had brought about the Dark Age. Although the development of their evil ways was fast, this kind of tyranny was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The path of civilization had gone astray. Without the development of orthodox witches, it would be difficult to find the alchemy that Suji wanted. My cancer is incurable. A genius came out and turned the tide. Suji felt a little headache. Being a creator was really too troublesome. In the desolate era, Gilgamesh came out and led the Westerners out of their predicament. In the declining era of the Great Flood, 3 witches came out and led the Westerners out of their predicament. Now, in the Dark Age of witches, there was a lack of new talents, but there was no genius who would appear out of nowhere and become the hero of an era. After all, it was too terrifying. The Witch of Death, Medusa, the monarch emperor of supreme power and death, the terrifying height of a level 6 legendary wizard. Who in this world could climb up and go against her? One had to know that according to the height of Gilgamesh, he was only equivalent to a level 7 legendary wizard in the wizard system. Back then, the 3 witches hadn't even stepped into level 7. The current Medusa was only 1 level weaker than the hero king back then. I originally thought that Lilith would be able to climb up. She has the most hope. She will be brave after knowing shame. There's a saying that goes, life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. This is obviously the beginning of the counterattack of the broken engagement trend. Who knew that after lying dormant for 60 years, her lover was snatched away, and she still hasn't made a move? Suji smiled bitterly, feeling that it was only natural. After all, Lilith was indeed a genius, but she was not the kind of unprecedented genius. The gap between them would only get bigger and bigger. On the other hand, it was impossible for Phoenix to help. It was still in the desert and had just begun to be born. It was equivalent to a baby of a few years old. On the contrary, Medusa, the witch emperor, went to the desert once after ruling the world, and was instantly injured by Phoenix. There is actually such a terrifying creature in this world? It has only been a while since it was born, but it has already reached level 7 legendary wizard, the level of the hero king Gilgamesh back then. Is it possible that it is a god in its infancy? Did it come from the sky? Medusa was very shocked. If it were not for the fact that Phoenix had no intention of killing her, she would have died instantly. How huge was the gap of 1 level? She silently returned to the palace to recuperate for several years. Suji was speechless. This one had already followed the example of Gilgamesh back then, invincible in the world, and began to explore this world. I just want to ask. Is there no hero to save the world? Is there no one to punish her? This is too unreasonable. Evil rules the world, and justice will perish? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no justice from heaven? Hey, this is not in line with socialist values. Suji had a terrible headache. My alchemy potion, after waiting for 60 years, Lilith seemed to be completely hopeless. If there was no peerless genius to save the world, then he could only find a way himself. Could he find a peerless genius to save the world? How? Suji furrowed his brows. Take Gilgamesh and the three witches for example. They are the cream of the crop. Their intellect, ability, and talent. Only they can cultivate from the beginning and have the hope of defeating the most powerful rank 6 magus in the world. Where could he find such a person? A newbie who cultivated from the beginning to defeat the world's strongest? He could not find such a person. There were too few monsters like Gilgamesh and the three witches. Suji thought for a while and suddenly revealed a faint smile. He looked at the small sand table and had an idea. Who said there was no one? Wasn't there a big shot here? Looking at his resume, his life was simply like a cheat. He was a genius to a terrifying degree. He was only in his 40s, but he was already involved in various fields and was a tech company boss with a net worth of tens of billions. Suji looked at the scientist who was addicted to the game and was still climbing the technology tree in his sand table. Fortunately, I made some preparations. Brother, now please help me solve some problems. In the world of wizards, knowledge is power. I might as well let you cross over to my sand table wizard world and climb the technology tree as much as you want. Suji was at his wit's end. After waiting for more than 60 years, there was no hero who could lead the wizard civilization in the sand table. The Age of Darkness had completely descended, and traditional witches were about to be completely extinct. He felt that he could not wait any longer. In the leisure sandbox of the small sand table, this mixed-element thunderclap hand was very suitable. Players who liked to live in seclusion, study the technology tree, and farming were the orthodox wizards that Suji was optimistic about, the kind of people who could study in seclusion. As for a certain idiotic player, although his qualifications were terrifying, Suji was too lazy to care about him. He was too jumpy. Suji whispered, in this world, the age of the hero king established the origin of the initial tribal civilization. The age of the three witches established wizards and meditation, and established the cultivation system and foundation. Then, the next era should be the beginning of the age of alchemy. This is the true great wizard civilization. Give me endless truth, and I can pry the whole world. I need wizards who are passionate about truth, research, and alchemy to cure my cancer. Otherwise, what's the difference between a wizard and a wizard if I only know witchcraft? The world was in a crisis. It was time to open the world passage and cross to another world. Suji's mouth slightly curled up. The third hero to lead the era was not from the mainland, but a transmigrator. So, what kind of sparks would a genius scientist from the 21st century create in the wizard world in the orchard? What kind of alchemy creature would he develop? Or would he be killed as soon as he entered, on the other side? In a private villa. Li Jiangjiang naturally did not know that a sinister and shameless creator was plotting against him in the orchard. He wanted to make him do free labor and cross to save the sand table world he created. He said goodbye to the servant who delivered the meal, put on the VR glasses in the room, and silently logged into the game interface. It was dark in front of him. Please evolve your eyes. This time, he chose to commit suicide. He chose to start from a single-celled organism and began to evolve again. As the boss of the famous domestic technology companies such as Geely Automobile and Mango Mobile, he had a lot of prestige. He had already reached the peak of his life on Earth. A life without any pursuits was too lonely. At his level, he naturally wanted to find fun. On the outside, he was a dignified middle-aged CEO of a multinational corporation in his 40s, who was admired by countless people and had a net worth of tens of billions. He was a legend in the business circle, but behind the scenes, he was a crazy gamer. In the game, he was a middle-aged man who occasionally joked with others. He did not have any dignity, and no one knew his real identity. After all these years, he was no longer interested in ordinary games. However, he was naturally extremely shocked by this incredible game that transcended the century. For this reason, he consulted experts from all walks of life and discovered the horror of this game more and more. It was like a real second world, and all the data was completely in line with reality. He also got to know various top science professors in various fields, and he even invested in countless research laboratory projects. Now that he asked for help, no one would offend him and refuse. Thus, naturally, a team was quickly formed to carry out real-time calculations of species evolution. Very quickly, a dozen or so pages of evolution plans were in his hands. Conjecture of biological engine and schematic strategy diagram of evolution structure. The schematic of the process is here. How to climb into the ocean, what creature stage, what to do, and the directional evolution are very detailed. I want to evolve myself into an engine. I only have a mouth, a pulling arm, and an achievement reward. It's quite interesting. Li Jiangjiang whispered. For the sake of playing an online game, he was the only one who had spent so much money to hire countless famous science professors from home and abroad to help with research. He began to spend more than 10 hours on the evolution. Very quickly, a lousy green slimy species appeared. It had a round body, no torso or limbs, only a mouth for eating, a pair of round eyes, and a ahogue on the top of its head. The tentacles of the ahogue were very muscular and full of veins. This was a biological engine. It was like a round green slime with a tentacle on the top of its head that swayed everywhere. It was very cute and adorable, and would definitely be the favorite pet of young ladies. This was the best biological form designed by a group of professional science professors, and it evolved into an engine species. Practical and beautiful. He was also one of those who loved appearance, the kind that would spend money on skin. Brother, I've finally done it. Bring me back to my yard. He could not move, so he could only ask Akina Yamaguchi beside him to control the delicious final chicken and bring him back. Akina Yamaguchi laughed. What a cute creature. You're awesome. It really worked. It's too much like the monster in Western mythology, slime. So, I think its name should be Starter Chicken. This was clearly a spherical creature. Final Chicken, Starter Chicken. Do you like to come up with strange names? The primordial chaos thunderclap hand couldn't be bothered with him. He shook his head and said, I'm not as good as you. You developed the final chicken all by yourself. This directionally toxic creature. I invited over a dozen friends in the professional field to help me settle it after putting aside their research work. Everyone had a talent. Obviously, Akina Yamaguchi was the kind of genius who learned the theory of evolution. Even many of Li Jiangjiang's professor friends were shocked when they heard about Akina Yamaguchi's talent and wanted him to come to their laboratory as an assistant. Who knew that Akina Yamaguchi was so addicted to games that he refused the glorious path of becoming an expert professor? As for Li Jiangjiang, he did not know much about this kind of evolution. He had no talent and could only find others to help him. He was a genius in mechanical studies. Electronic chips and various mechanical structures were how he developed a huge technological empire. Boss, do you want me to put you in the wooden car you built? Akina Yamaguchi asked. Put me in. Akina Yamaguchi nodded. There were many players around the yard watching. Wow. Boss, you're awesome. Will this be the next creature with potential? I think it's possible. So cute. The last one was delicious, and this one is so cute. They all have their own characteristics. This cute round creature was put into the wooden car that had already been prepared. The engine position of the wooden car was empty. There was a wheeled trolley inside. It was a labor-saving structure, specially designed for tentacles to pull. Whoosh whoosh. The slime began to pull the bellows at the engine position. Its structure was simple and extreme, just like the big-eyed monster from before. It had a mouth and an arm. It was used to eat and then pull the bellows to make an engine species. Rumble, the wooden car began to move gradually. Akina Yamaguchi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was instantly excited. He held the steering wheel and said, Boss, you're awesome. Boss, hurry up. I, the old driver, am going to drive. Watch me, Thomas, spin 360 degrees. As an engine, it was really just an engine. It was responsible for providing power. Naturally, it could not control the movement of the car. The driver was naturally someone else. "Boss, open the second gear." Akina Yamaguchi shouted. Mixed Element Thunderhand nodded. In the engine, the tentacles increased their strength and pulled the bellows crazily. The car speed instantly increased. Third gear. The bellows were pulled crazily. The speed of the wooden car instantly skyrocketed again. There was a beautiful drift. Akina Yamaguchi was shouting. This is obviously a game sand table of biological evolution. It's the ancient era of the primitive jungle, and they made cars. The surrounding players were also shocked. The posts on the internet also went crazy. Haruko loves to learn, hardcore, 2 Motherf * King hardcore. The speed is all controlled by voice. Modern cars have not yet reached the level of intelligent voice-controlled driving technology, but now it has surpassed modern car technology. Intelligent voice-controlled speed, laughing emoji, then there was Krypton chopping hands. This engine is amazing. Other engines are fed with gasoline. This engine is fed with meat and vegetables. It exceeds the pollution of traditional gasoline and is very environmentally friendly. The biological car technology in this game has surpassed modern society. Laughing emoji, Xianxia Yamaguchi, boss has gradually forgotten his original intention. He clearly wanted to evolve into a Kuan, but now, he is addicted to climbing the technology tree and crazily researching cars. Laughing emoji, cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, endorsing the legendary web-based game, who said boss has forgotten his original intention. Look at this muscular arm. Isn't it 10 times stronger than the arm of all the existing evolved creatures? This is the real Mixed Element Thunderhand. But this tentacle is so strong. Don't let the female streamers see it. They won't be able to control themselves. Laughing emoji, there was a lot of discussion. It was too explosive. It was too exaggerated. Did this biological car surpass the technology of modern society? The degree of freedom in this game was too high. This was the true meaning of a free sand table. Sure enough, the species that entered and exited were completely realistic and had infinite possibilities. No wonder the closed beta was so hardcore. Only professional papers and people with professional knowledge could play. Now, these big shots were playing in a fancy way. At this time, an announcement appeared. Announcement: congratulations to player I, Mixed Element Thunderhand, is about to evolve into a Kuan. The evolved species engine has great potential. Achievement reward obtained. Countless people were excited. It was indeed useful. The second achievement creature had appeared. Li Jiangjiang, who was madly blowing the bellows, also stopped his tentacles. The car also gradually stopped. The previous 3 options appeared in front of him. 1. Keep the engine species as the initial race. 2. Permanently obtain a spot in the sand table game. 3. Start a second life. The crowd was very excited to see how the big shot would choose. Li Jiangjiang was also hesitating. The first option, keep the initial race. It was very impressive. It meant that this species that had been painstakingly bred would always be saved and would not go extinct. He would no longer only have the spore option. He had the initial race option, which was what he chose in Mount Akina. However, he felt that there was no need to choose. Because he found that this sand table world was too realistic. It was completely realistic. For example, even if the terrain was artificially changed, it would be permanently preserved. After the king of the player's controlled species died, although it would exit the game, the remaining species would still live in the sand table and become a wild species. Even without control, they would quickly usher in the fate of extinction. But now, he could secretly raise a group of engines in his yard after he died. It would be fine as long as they did not go extinct. He evolved this species to be used as an engine. It would not be a problem to turn it into a wild species. This is a functional creature. It doesn't need to be controlled by myself. It's not like the dying chicken that can't even move. It's completely meaningless for me to choose this as the initial race in the future. It's useless, Li Jiangjiang whispered. The second option is the best benefit for ordinary players, but it's not necessary for me. With my ability, I'm not afraid of being eliminated. His gaze gradually turned to the most mysterious third option. Start a second life. A second life? Li Jiangjiang took a deep breath, his eyes burning. The term second life was meaningless to others, but for him, it was a term that could touch the deepest part of his heart. When he saw this option when he was driving on Mount Akina, he instantly made up his mind to obtain the achievement reward. He wanted to see what a second life was like in this sandbox game with a high degree of freedom. My current life has reached its peak. My talent is too great, but it has also caused my life to be too boring. I hope you can surprise me. He said calmly and silently pressed the third option. Start a second life. The moment he pressed the button, a dialog box popped up in front of him. Please arrive at the designated location below, break the world wall, and enter the world passage. What's that? Li Jiangjiang was stunned when he saw this. The entire bullet screen was in an uproar. Previously, everyone had been very curious about what the third option was. Who would have thought that there would be such an incredible prompt now? Break the world wall, world passage? What's going on? Could it be that there is another world? In the sand table, a group of players of all shapes and sizes discussed excitedly. Li Jiangjiang, with the help of the players, quickly arrived at the designated location with his slime race. After arriving at the destination, a dark blue swirl of stars appeared in front of them, like a portal. Wow! A portal? Hidden plot? Could it be a new map? This was the water pipe tunnel that Suji had opened up previously. In order to connect the two worlds, he had transformed into the god of wisdom through the player's channel and evolved a lame race to start the era of the three witches in the sand table. Previously, under the screen of the insect nest's subbrain, no one could see it. And now, this world passage's gorgeous light and shadow effects were naturally added. A new map. So, after breeding a race with potential, they can lead their race to a new world. Unbelievable, there are other maps in this sand table game world. Under everyone's envious gaze, Li Jiangjiang led his race into the world tunnel vortex and went to a new world. It was pitch black. Li Jiangjiang led his race through the long world tunnel. This was a long white water pipe that was dozens of meters long. It was buried underground by Suji, and the group of ants in front of him naturally had to crawl for a long time. It's so dark. His race had difficulty moving, so he could only use the hogue tentacles on the top of the slime's head to hammer the ground and jump up. His round body could only bounce up and down, looking very cute. After crawling for a long time, a light gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Whoosh! Moving forward, there was a lush green forest. The forest on both sides was tall and lush. Towering ancient trees stood tall like pillars that reached the heavens, casting a vast shadow. Birds flew in flocks in the azure sky. Warning, please fully assimilate into this world's native identity. Any information that is not from this world will be erased. What a beautiful scenery. Li Jiangjiang led her slime race and hopped through the forest. She was very shocked. This is different from our Paleozoic era where everything is primitive and crude. This world is a complete and mature ecological world. Could it be that this is a real alternate world, and I've traveled to another world with a race and a livestream system? He couldn't help but think of those web novels. Suji sat on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard, crossed his legs, and leisurely ate an apple. The small water pipe I buried in the ground to connect the two sand tables has finally come in handy. A certain person arrived in a new world and was very excited. He did not know that he had already been arranged by some unscrupulous creator. Previously, Suji had purposely left behind the mysterious third reward, Second Life. Naturally, he was prepared to let the players lead their own race into the sand table. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Because this is a very practical matter. Every time a new race is produced, I can't always capture them and throw them into the sand table like I did with the evil eye, right? He, a giant, appeared and approached the sand table. It was too eye-catching. The last time the evil eye entered was because there were very few people after the Great Extinction. Naturally, no one discovered a giant like him. As for the funeral chickens and phoenixes, they were thrown in because they could fly and wouldn't die even if they were thrown in. He didn't go in either. But now, there was no way to throw things like the slime in. It was definitely unrealistic for a giant like him to carry the evolved slime to the sand table with his hands. This also triggered an idea in Suji. Let them lead their own race to the world of the sand table. It was also an additional benefit. Moreover, the lifespan of the evolved strange creatures was basically only 20 to 30 years, which was equivalent to a few hours in reality. So what if it was a few hours of benefits? Their short lives in the great sand table world would not cause any big waves. If they could cause a wave and lead their own race to rise and advance the progress of the civilized world, that would be the best. And after they died, the race they left behind would also reproduce in the entire great world for generations. The flow of time in the great sand table is different. A day is 100 years, but the subbrain of the worm nest said that it only accelerates the brain cells and body speed of the creature's body. It doesn't harm the parasitic soul in the body. In other words, they could experience 20 to 30 years in the great sand table world in a few hours in reality. Suji frowned slightly. But how do I get Li Jiangjiang to stand in the righteous camp of the traditional witches and not the evil witches' camp? This was a very difficult problem. Just as Suji was thinking, he suddenly looked at the scene in the sand table and revealed an intense look of shock. He was completely stunned when he saw the current situation of the slime race. A strange look appeared on his face. Maybe I don't need to guide him anymore, because Li Jiangjiang has already formed a blood feud with the evil witch. In the lush forest, towering trees were everywhere, and strange plants were everywhere. All kinds of colorful butterfly-like creatures were flying around. It was as beautiful as a fantasy fairyland. It was a brand new world. Li Jiangjiang rested for a while and walked around. After confirming that it was safe, he wanted to start a live broadcast and let everyone see the beautiful scenery. Due to the different flow of time in the two worlds, live broadcast is not possible. A day in heaven is 100 years on earth. Different flow of time, a day in heaven is 100 years on earth. Did this mean that the flow of time in the two sand tables was different? 100 years in the game sand table was only a day in the other sand table? Li Jiangjiang suddenly became excited. This black technology had already achieved virtual reality and extended life? This is impossible. Li Jiangjiang trembled, and his mind went blank. He quickly exited the game and took off his VR glasses. He was shocked to find that he had clearly spent a few hours in the game, but in reality, he had only entered the world tunnel for less than 10 seconds. Everyone was still discussing excitedly. Scary, it's just like when I just came in. Li Jiangjiang's hair stood on end. He did not dare to delay and quickly entered the game again. How could he dare to waste a minute outside? A few minutes in the outside world were a few days in the game. What if his species and body in the game died after a few days in the real world during these few minutes? Awesome. So awesome. This is a second life. According to the estimated lifespan of a slime race, I only have a dozen years of lifespan. After all, a dozen years of an engine's lifespan is more or less enough. But in here, I've lived my entire life as a slime, and only a few hours have passed in the outside world. They are still excitedly discussing how I'm doing. He hated the fact that the lifespan of his species was so low. Why didn't they evolve into a long-lived species? However, 10 years of additional life is enough to make me extremely excited. I want to experience the life of a slime in another world. This game is too awesome. Our previous sand table small world was just a beginner's village, the place where species originated. Only by evolving into a species can we go to other worlds. I'm blowing my own trumpet. Li Jiangjiang was extremely excited. His whole body was trembling. He was almost bursting with excitement. He led his tribe and moved slowly to explore the forest. He thought to himself, there should be civilized races in this world. The slimes, are the weakest monsters in Western mythology. However, under my leadership, Li Jiangjiang, will definitely become strong enough to stand at the top of this world. I might even be able to find a way to prolong my life in this world. He was very confident and felt that his species had the potential. Although his slime species would not develop intelligence and were low-level creatures without intelligence, it would be good if he could control them. What were these slime species? They were biological engines. With the knowledge in his mind, with engines and core industrial technology, he could create too many machines. Could he not defeat these primitive natives? No way. Watch me create airplanes and cannons to destroy them. Half a day passed. Under Li Jiangjiang's lead, they gradually appeared and walked out of the huge forest. Suddenly, the sound of people talking came from the forest ahead. It seemed to be a group of women. "There's someone." Li Jiangjiang became vigilant. He did not know what the situation in the other world was, whether they were friend or foe. He wanted to hide, since he only had one life, but it was obviously too late. Those people obviously had terrifying senses and immediately discovered his existence. Then, a group of beautiful women wearing rose-crimson witch robes and holding wooden staffs slowly walked out. They saw this group of strange slime creatures and instantly became excited. But they spoke in the other world's language, which Li Jiangjiang could not understand at all. "There is a difference in our language, so we can only pretend to be wild species without intelligence and wait and see." He controlled the Slime King to curl up in the middle of a bunch of hopping, innocent slimes of various colors. "What kind of creature is this? I've never seen it before?" The group of Rose Church witches were also shocked and pleasantly surprised. "So cute, such a cute little animal. Why don't we keep this creature as our magic pet?" "Indeed, look at this tentacle, it looks very similar to our traditional magic pet, Evil Eye, different from traditional witches." The Rose Church was a faction of evil witches. Every witch would adopt a magic pet. And every witch's magic pet was naturally an evil eye. The evil eye helped them train, which was also a way for them to become stronger. After all, ordinary men could not bear it. Only the evil eye, which had the same powerful mental strength, could bear to use a meditation technique similar to bedroom techniques to provide them with training. Using the evil eye to train was a tradition that started from Circe's era. After all, if a man died every day, men would have gone extinct long ago. I really want an immortal wizard. Our training speed would definitely be faster, but there are too few wizards. That's a training resource that only a powerful level 5 witch can have. Us little witches can only use the evil eye magic pet to train normally. Those men offered by the Babylonian kingdom are not people we can touch. Now, maybe this cute tentacle creature can replace those sticky and disgusting evil eyes. After all, it's much cuter, much cuter. The witches held wooden staffs in their hands. Their faces were pure and cute. They were in high spirits and discussed crazily on the spot. Meanwhile, Li Jiangjiang lurked among the slime and was secretly pleasantly surprised. They look very friendly and like a cute creature like me very much. I should be fine, right? However, what happened next completely subverted his worldview. The excited witches actually started experimenting on the spot, using slimes to meditate in their rooms. In the process of meditation, their mental powers exploded, and the slimes died one by one. After all, these slimes did not have the mental powers of the evil eyes. They were the weakest magical creatures, just like those pitiful men who could only be used once. Oh my god! These are witches, right? This world is dominated by witches. Among them, Li Jiangjiang, who was hiding among the slimes, was trembling, afraid that the witches would find him. In the end, he was extremely quick-witted. When no one was paying attention, he hid among the group of dead slimes and pretended to be dead. That was how he managed to escape the cruel torture. Otherwise, if he was really violated by a witch like that, he would have committed suicide with his dignity, although as a man, he would still be very willing to accept a beauty throwing herself at him. But now he was a slime. I'm just a slime, what are you going to do to me? The witches started discussing again. Their training speed is not slow either. I feel that the bottleneck of my rank 3 magus has loosened. Although it's a one-time training tool, it's much better than the disgusting sticky evil eyes. We can't kill too many of them. Let's bring the species back to reproduce. This is a big discovery. We found a species that can replace the evil eyes. The group of witches chattered excitedly. The great rank 5 magus, our mentor Adeline, will reward our 3rd class. The group of people chattered and left. The ground was littered with the corpses of slimes, looking extremely miserable. Only Li Jiangjiang, who was secretly pretending to be dead, was not destroyed. These girls are wearing magus robes. Could this world be the world of witches? But these are definitely evil witches. Licentious, evil, dark, and simply shameless. How could they do such evil things to such cute creatures? Li Jiangjiang was completely devastated. He did not expect that when he brought the slimes into this world, before he could dominate and reach the peak of his life, his race would be captured, and he would be left with no army. He remembered the teasing words of a player who said that the boss has forgotten his original intention. Look at this muscular arm, isn't it 10 times stronger than the arm of all the existing evolved creatures? This was the true mixed element thunderbolt hand. But don't let the female streamer see this tentacle, laughing emoji. He broke down. Could it be that everything was predestined? If I had known, I wouldn't have named it that way. I will never tell anyone about this dark history, never. For thousands of years, the spear of flourishing sorcery recorded frowny face in the year 301 of the Babylon kingdom. Emperor Grantham, one of the most mysterious and great wizards in history, who controlled the gate of alchemy and truth, appeared for the first time in the Borgala forest. No one knew the race of the alchemy emperor, and no one knew why the alchemy emperor hated evil witches so much. Pooh! How tragic. Suji could not help but laugh out loud. He laughed so hard that his stomach was cramping. Brother, you're the same as Lilith. It's a dream start for you. Your lover was taken away, and you're the same as the entire population. I hope you remember this hatred and learn from your shame. Life is full of ups and downs. In the lush forest, after the evil witches left, a few women wearing black sorcerer robes walked out. The Rose Church's witches are gone. They actually dared to lay their hands on these cute creatures. There's actually one survivor? Another group came. They found out that I pretended to be dead. I'm doomed, my pure body is going to be defiled. Li Jiangjiang was completely desperate. But at this moment, these witches were obviously different from the other witches. They secretly brought him back. These witches were obviously much more down and out. They all curled up in a small house and discussed with each other. They also raised him and really treated him as a pet. While he was a pet, he communicated with the witches and secretly learned the native language of this world. After all, he wasn't Suji. With the help of the worm nest subbrain, he could only learn from the beginning. Moreover, he found that this world had a magical power, witchcraft. These women used all kinds of magical powers. It was incredible. 3 years passed just like that, and he gradually learned the native language. But as a pet, he naturally had a hard time. This game is too hardcore. I have to eat, drink, poop, and sleep. I even have to learn the native language again. It's like learning a foreign language. It's like I'm in another real world. Moreover, I also discovered something even more hardcore. My pain and 5 senses had all been forcibly adjusted to 100%. This is a real second life. If I die here, the pain will be the same as in reality. If I'm tortured by the natives and skinned, I'll also. This made him not dare to seek death casually. He gradually understood the structure of this world. In this world, evil witches ruled, and the status of men was extremely miserable and low. The group of traditional good witches in front of him only consisted of 7 girls. They called themselves members of the Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry. This was their secret gathering place, and they fed him like a pet. They formed their own small private witches group, supported each other, and swore to resist the tyranny of the Rose sect, but in Li Jiangjiang's eyes, it was very funny. This group of little girls was just fantasizing. After all, he knew how weak these witches were. The strongest, Elizabeth, was only a level 2 wizard. On this day, these 7 cute little witches secretly came to the Freemasonry to discuss. Mel was an adorable blonde witch with bright blue eyes. Elizabeth, have you heard about it? Slimes in the Rose Kingdom have been completely listed as the second magic pet after the evil eye. They can be given to those evil witches for training. Elizabeth, on the other hand, had black eyes, black hair, and a tall figure. She became excited. Although it's a one-time use, its cute appearance is super popular. Although slimes are super weak, they have super reproductive power. They can jump around in groups all over the mountains. They don't have to go extinct like men. I'm not afraid of extinction. I'll sell them for 10 rose coins now. Isn't that super cheap? Many witchcraft casting materials are only a dozen rose coins. My apprentice wizard's staff, 300 rose coins, can buy 30 slimes. I heard that because of the appearance of slimes, the supply of men in the Babylonian kingdom has been greatly alleviated. The great Lady Lilith said that the appearance of this slime has saved the life of the Babylonian kingdom. That's right, slimes are our saviors. This kind of creature has a simple structure, but its reproductive power is super strong. It's like it was born to be used by evil witches as a training tool. This group of little girls chattered nonstop. My race, I brought my race to the other world to call myself the king and ancestor. I didn't expect, Li Jiangjiang was devastated. This calm middle-aged uncle, who was secretly listening at the side, also completely collapsed. A transmigrator came to this other world, brought his race to be like this, became X's slave, was kept in captivity as a commodity, and suffered devastation. He no longer had the face to see anyone. What if King Savior, using my race to alleviate the pain of the men of the Babylonian kingdom and suffer for you? I wanted to be a savior, but I didn't want to do it in this way. Li Jiangjiang finally felt that it was almost time. He couldn't help but say, if you can help me, I can lead you to fight against the evil witches and save your traditional witches, as well as my own slime race. This slime actually opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, all the witches who were chatting were stunned. 3 years ago, a strange green slime that they picked up could actually speak. It even said that it wanted to save them, the traditional witches, as well as its own race of slime, from the clutches of the evil witches. They were sluggish for a few seconds, and then they were instantly dumbfounded. One by one, they revealed an adorable expression. This group of cute little witches had secretly formed the Freemasonry to fight against the evil witches. It seemed that they were ambitious and wanted to fight against tyranny, but in reality, when had they ever seen the world? This was the first time they had seen an intelligent creature other than humans. Myrna's mouth formed a cute O shape as she shouted, "Wow! Could it be that you are the legendary god of wisdom, the threefold great Hermes?" The group of little witches became excited. The legendary Mercury, the god of wisdom in the sky, could appear in the form of any creature and communicate with the people on earth. Elizabeth was the leader of the group of girls, and she was more dignified and mature. She quickly knelt down respectfully and said, "Great god of wisdom Mercury, did you come down from the sky to save the lowly humans?" Li Jiangjiang smiled and was about to nod to indicate that he was the god of wisdom. It was good to pretend to be a god. But then, Elizabeth suddenly thought and shook her head. Impossible. How could the great god of wisdom be almost humiliated by those witches? And even pretend to be dead to escape and be brought back by us? Li Jiangjiang was instantly embarrassed. This was not normal. When people came to the other world, they all pretended to be gods. Why was I kept in captivity? And abused by the witches? The slime race was in dire straits, and I was immediately exposed for pretending to be a god. I can't accept it. He could only move his lips and say honestly, "I really can help you." Elizabeth, however, shook her head and smiled bitterly. She gently picked it up and stroked it like a little pet. "You're just a little slime, you've seen too little of the world. You don't know how terrifying Medusa, who is known as the sovereign of supreme power and death, is. Over the years, she has already surpassed the height of the 3 witches. You actually want to defeat her?" "Yes, it's me. I want to defeat the sovereign emperor of Medusa." Li Jiangjiang, the middle-aged uncle, was full of confidence. "You don't know how terrifying the potential of the slime race is. I want to lead my race to escape from the oppression of the Rose Witch Kingdom." Pfft. So cute, you little cutie. You look so handsome when you're bragging. The ahog on your head is bouncing up and down. The group of little witches laughed as they looked at the adorable, round little creature. She smiled beautifully, looking extremely cute. She picked up the soft, sticky, round body of the slime and kneaded it in her bosom. "Your race is too weak. You can't even beat the lowest creatures. Your only use is for witches to cultivate. Do you still have potential?" In these 3 years, there were naturally people who tried to assimilate the slime's blood. After experiencing 9 deaths and 1 life, there was someone who succeeded. An ahog grew on his head. The ahog was very small, but his strength was shocking. He was completely useless. Slime creatures were too weak. You guys don't understand. My structure is very powerful, especially this tentacle of mine. It is the source of a slime's power. The guarantee of survival. Li Jiangjiang looked at the laughter of the surrounding girls and hurriedly retorted, "It's the essence of this race." "That's right. We know that your structure is very powerful, especially this tentacle of a slime. It is the source of your power and the guarantee of survival." Meyer's small face suddenly turned red. "It is also the essence of your race." Li Jiangjiang was completely unable to explain himself. He felt a headache. "I didn't create this special body to become a filthy creature." His current plan was to obtain a portion of the blood of the evil eye and then possess the mental gene of the evil eye. As a slime, he could cultivate to become a magus and walk on the path of cultivation in this world. After all, he didn't only want to become stronger, but also because he only had a lifespan of 10 plus years. Now, in order to learn the language and adapt to the environment, 3 years had already passed. He didn't have much lifespan left to squander. If he couldn't cultivate and obtain the second gene, he would die very soon. Ah? Slimes also need to cultivate? The group of witches looked at each other, feeling that this was inconceivable. Elizabeth suddenly said in a low voice, "Yes, Meyer. How much money does our Freemasonry have left?" Meyer panicked and screamed loudly, "Sister, you can't. The money that we sisters have painstakingly saved in the Freemasonry all these years is for you to break through to a rank 3 magus." However, Elizabeth shook her head. "Although my cultivation aptitude is the strongest among us, it's still too weak. Perhaps I'll only be a rank 3 magus for the rest of my life. Why don't we let the slime cultivate? It's also the common property of our Elizabeth Witch Freemasonry, a public pet." The surrounding sisters looked at this cute slime and looked at each other. Meyer was silent for a moment. "Our Freemasonry still has 3,521 rose coins." Elizabeth thought for a moment and immediately said, "We'll buy one portion of the blood of the evil eye for 300 rose coins. One portion of the compatible witch potion will cost 800 rose coins. One portion of the compatible blood potion will cost 1,300 rose coins. One portion of the blood stabilizing potion will cost 1,400 rose coins. We'll think of a way to gather more money." "That's too much. We can't afford it." The crowd suddenly became excited. These potions were all developed during the era of the 3 witches and the witches of the later generations to increase the success rate of the blood of the evil eye. Otherwise, the era of witches would not have ushered in. However, they did not receive such treatment even after becoming witches. They only had one portion of the lowest grade compatible witch potion and had to risk their lives to survive. Elizabeth shook her head. "Since we're going to do it, we can only do our best. Buy all kinds of potions that increase the success rate. After all, the death rate of fusing with the blood of the evil eye is too high. It's easier for us women to fuse with it, but the death rate for men is 10 times lower. As for creatures like the slime, we've never fused with it before. I'm afraid the success rate is even lower than that of men. We can only try our best, but, if the slime dies, then all our savings over the years will be." Meyer and a group of sisters whispered in disgust. Li Jiangjiang looked at their discussion and was secretly anxious. He had the confidence to successfully counterattack. He had the corresponding trump card, the slime race and the slime engine. However, whether or not he would have the opportunity to rise in the other world in the early stages was another matter. He quickly said, "It's okay. You have to believe me. I'm the king of slime. In the future, I'm destined to become the strongest existence in the world. I'll become the next wizard sovereign emperor. Yes, the king of slime." Elizabeth slowly hugged the slime and smiled gently. "In the future, you'll definitely become a sovereign emperor and visit the entire wizard world. What should I call you? Let me think. You're so cute. In the future, I'll call you the king of cuteness." Li Jiangjiang was silent for a moment. From their words, it seemed like they still didn't believe him. However, he would prove everything. He had been here for more than 3 years. He had completely integrated into this world as if he was a real life. As a little pet being raised, he already had a bond with these kind and cute little witches. More than 10 days later, Li Jiangjiang experienced an unprecedented pain in his life. He successfully endured the blood of the evil eye and obtained the second gene. He had the aptitude to train as a witch. In just a month, he had surpassed the beginner novice wizard and reached the level of a level 1 wizard. Level 1 wizard. It's only been a month. So strong. All the witches were wild with joy. At this moment, in the witch Freemasonry, this group of cute and ignorant little witches no longer treated this secret gathering place as a place for them to drink tea and chat. They remembered their original intentions and began to work hard. They used all their energy to accumulate resources for Li Jiangjiang. The 7 of them worked crazily outside. They formed a team and fought against giant beasts in the giant forest outside and raised slime. They didn't use any training resources themselves. All of them were given to Li Jiangjiang. Li Jiangjiang usually laughed and chatted with them. He naturally remembered their kindness in his heart. He clearly understood that he had to develop wretchedly. Those main protagonists in the wizard world who hadn't even matured yet and were already courting death everywhere were all F***king idiots. What's wrong with living off a woman? I'm happy to live off a woman. As a wily old fox who mingled in the business circle, he was very shameless. However, with every wizard's level, the difficulty of advancing increased exponentially. 1 year later, Li Jiangjiang became a level 2 wizard. 7 years later, Li Jiangjiang became a level 3 wizard. 20 years later, Li Jiangjiang reached the level of a level 4 wizard. Level 4, this level was already considered to be at the top of the upper class in the wizard world. After all, some of the great witches of the Rose Church's national suppressor level were only at the level of a level 5 wizard. Although a level 5 wizard could slaughter a large number of level 4 wizards like him, he was different. As a level 4 slime wizard, his mechanical technology was already maxed out. He had the ability to fight beyond his level and challenge a level 5 wizard. But now that he was a level 4 wizard, he began to feel uncomfortable. In their eyes, I'm still a level 3 wizard. They have no idea that I reached level 4 a year ago. However, it's already too difficult for level 2 witches to provide me with level 3 training resources. As for level 4, I can only secretly figure out a way. Elizabeth and the other witches are shocked by my aptitude, but they're too narrow-minded. Li Jiangjiang frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. My aptitude is only good, far inferior to the 3 witches back then. Even the talented girls like Lilith and Medusa are slightly inferior. If I train normally, I'll definitely catch up to them. However, I have my strengths. I haven't been in this world for nothing for more than 40 years. I've finally climbed out of my technological tree. He slowly looked at the mechanical creature in front of him that he had secretly created. It was the figure of a slender man who was 3 meters tall. He held an arc shield in his left hand and a dark blue cane in his right. He had snow-white skin and a holy face. He was dressed in a blue wizard robe and looked like a god from Norse mythology. He looked like a humanoid creature, but in fact, he was made from the sturdy bones of countless giant beasts. His body was covered with dense enchantment patterns that looked like circuit diagrams. He was profound and mysterious, giving people a strong sense of danger. In my previous world, as a world-class genius in the field of mechanical technology, I only lived for 40 years before I established my own high-tech company. Although this world is more complicated and slower, after 30 years or so, I have some understanding of this world's soul studies and the fundamentals of mind power. It's not difficult for me to move towards biological alchemy in the direction of science and technology. He lightly jumped into the cabin door of tinder on his chest. He pulled the bellows with his tentacles and poured his mental power into the control panel, controlling it as if it were a staff. Crack, the cabin door slowly closed, and a slender, perfect, handsome man who was 3 meters tall slowly walked out. From now on, almost nobody will know that I'm a slime. My name is Grantham. However, should I control this mechanical creature and start killing monsters to level up so that I can get the training resources of a level 4 wizard? Li Jiangjiang pondered for a moment and immediately rejected the offer. As a farming player who cultivated leisurely, he naturally hated bloody violence. Looks like I have to find someone else to rely on, someone who can afford to support me. On this day, Li Jiangjiang walked into the Babylonian palace. He still had great respect for this legendary defeated king. It was difficult for ordinary people to swallow their anger and preserve their own kingdom. He even handed over his lover and was humiliated. After all these years, Lilith was still a level 5 wizard. It was not that she had fallen, but because she had a demon in her heart, she could not overcome it. Sorcerers paid the most attention to spiritual training, so she could only be stuck at the threshold of level 5 forever, unable to step into the legendary level 6. In the Rose Kingdom, there had been many level 5 sorcerers who were far more powerful than her. The Babylonian kingdom had completely lost the ability to resist. My kingdom, if it wasn't for the appearance of the slimes, which eased the pressure on the men, I'm afraid it would have already. At this moment, Lilith's beautiful face was sad as she sat on the exquisite Babylonian throne with a wooden cane in her hand. Boom, a man suddenly appeared in the royal palace. Perfect, tall, graceful, and slender. Holding a shield and a magic staff, she looked like a god from the myths. Who are you? How can you pass through the defense of the royal palace without a sound? A 3-meter-tall human? How can there be such a tall and mighty human? Lilith frowned slightly and silently sensed Li Jiangjiang's strength. It was the aura of a level 4 wizard. Their Babylonian kingdom had a hidden level 4 wizard who secretly cultivated. Lilith was so shocked that she stood up from the throne. How can there be a wizard that I missed? Boom, Li Jiangjiang's tentacles moved the bellows, and his aura exploded slightly as he confronted Lilith from afar. This is the power of a level 5 wizard. Lilith's mind went blank. How is it possible? He's a level 4 wizard, but he has the power of a level 5 wizard? Li Jiangjiang was silent for a moment. He knew what kind of explosive changes would occur in this primitive and crude sorcerer world. This is the power of alchemy, said Li Jiangjiang. Li Jiangjiang stood in the royal palace and talked to the poignant king who was holding a wooden cane. In the era of the 3 witches, the great Hermes, who was born as a god, turned into a black crow and talked to the Babylonians on the ground. He taught them the 3 knowledge of wisdom, witchcraft, meditation, and alchemy. The great 3 witches only found the first 2. Now, I have opened the door of alchemy and understand the truth of the world. Alchemy, Lilith's mind went blank. According to legend, alchemy was the most mysterious and difficult knowledge to understand. The god of wisdom, Mercury, had said that it was the way to create life and the unknown, to pry open the door of the truth of the world. If one could master this knowledge, he would obtain the true meaning and glory of the world, and all the obscurities in the world would disappear. It means that this man has infinite wisdom. What the 3 witches couldn't do back then, he is actually. Lilith's eyes were burning, and her hand holding the cane was shaking. Our kingdom, finally. Flames and a trace of madness flashed across her face. It seemed that she saw their only hope in this man. The only hope of the Babylonian kingdom. The heavens haven't destroyed our Babylonian kingdom. At this time, the scene suddenly changed. Li Jiangjiang broke open the cabin door, and a cute green slime hopped down. It was adorable, and the tentacles on its head trembled as it said, "Come. King, give me the power of the Babylonian kingdom. I will replace you and defeat the high and mighty king of death, Medusa." Lilith? What jumped down from this man's chest? Is this the real body, a slime? Lilith's mind went blank, and there was only one last thought in her mind. Some men, on the surface, were powerful level 4 wizards, but in fact, they were the weakest creatures, slime. After this day, Queen Lilith suddenly took back all the cultivation resources for her own cultivation. Previously, in the kingdom of Babylon, after Lilith's cultivation could no longer progress, she chose to give up the consumption of resources and cultivate new talents, hoping to take over her position. However, such a genius was hard to find. The fastest orthodox witch had only just broken through to level 5. Even the veteran level 5 witch, Lilith, was far behind her. Now that the king has taken back the resources, is she going to break through and become the legendary level 6 wizard? Our kingdom of Babylon is so lucky. Some old people burst into tears. Our orthodox witches have hope again. As long as we have a level 6 wizard, we may be able to compete with the monarch of death, Medusa. After all, she has not broken through to level 7. Level 7 epic is only a theoretical existence. How can it be so easy to break through? Before the 3 witches died, they had not opened up this realm. No matter how amazing the monarch of death is, how can he get out of this realm? How can it be so easy to break through? Li Jiangjiang's existence was completely blocked. Everyone thought that Lilith was going to break through, and Lilith was a decisive and ruthless person. With the power of the whole country, she used all the resources and read all kinds of books left by the three witches at will. As long as there was a need, she would be satisfied. No one knew that she was doing this for the weakest monster, the slime. Babylon Kingdom, 341 year. The power of the whole country was consumed, but Lilith still stayed at the level of a level 5 witch. The people of Babylon were disappointed. Babylon Kingdom, 362 year. Lilith once again consumed countless huge resources, but still did not make any progress. People's expectations for her instantly fell to the freezing point. Queen Lilith, if you can't break through yourself, why force it? If you can cultivate new people, our kingdom of Babylon may have a second genius. Yes, with this amount of resources, even if we throw it away, we can still create several level 5 wizards. This year, the people were completely disappointed with their great king, Lilith. Babylon Kingdom, 381 year. Crack, in the sky of the kingdom of Babylon, a thunder suddenly flashed. All the people on the street raised their heads in a daze. The originally clear and boundless sky was rapidly gathering large clouds, forming a whirlpool. What is that? Someone cried out in shock. Everyone was stunned. Those who were still in the house all ran out, including the man who was carrying the child. The originally cloudless sky was now filled with more and more clouds. Dark clouds? Is it going to rain? In the Babylon royal palace, Lilith was standing on the roof of the royal palace, holding a wooden cane in her hand. The terrifying pressure made her look up at the entire sky with difficulty. No. That's not cloud. Lilith's body suddenly trembled, and she murmured with the help of her cane. That's actually. White clouds rolled in the sky, as if they were dyed black by ink. A huge black delicate rose suddenly floated in the sky, forming a whirlpool that quickly gathered the clouds. In front of the huge rose stood a tiny beautiful woman in a crimson sorcery robe. She held a wooden rose staff in her hand and looked down at the entire Babylon king's palace from the sky. Flower of Death. Death monarch Emperor Medusa waved his rose staff high in the air and descended upon the kingdom of Babylon. The sky darkened as boundless magic power stirred the entire azure sky. A giant black rose was about to fall upon the entire capital. But before it fell, the wind howled, and a pressure suddenly fell on Lilith's body. Puff, Lilith trembled in the air, and death came in an instant. But the pressure suddenly disappeared in the next second. Too weak. Medusa held the rose crimson staff in his hand and strolled in the sky. He took one last look at Lilith, full of loneliness, and left. It's a pity that the person who could rival me in the past has fallen to such a level. I heard that you collected the resources of the whole country, and I thought you were going to walk into a new realm. The voice gradually faded away and disappeared in the air. In the era of the three witches, the three of them verified each other, but in the era of Monarch Emperor Medusa, I was too lonely. I suppressed the world and ruled the world for more than 200 years. I couldn't find a worthy opponent. There was no one to verify with me, so I couldn't step into the realm of the level 7 epic. This is my sorrow, and also the disappointment of the era. The power she displayed was a terrifying level that even the three witches had not reached in the past. Back then, the three witches only opened the path of the level 6 wizards and were on the verge of death, so they were not at the peak of the level 6 wizards. Now, this horrible pressure brought too much fear and horror. She has completely surpassed the three witches of the past. Although she has not entered the legendary level 7 epic, she has reached an unfathomable realm. Lilith was trembling, and she bit her lips, spilling blood. Can we really defeat this monster? I don't know. In the secret alchemy room of the king's palace, a round and naive slime shook the ahog on the top of his head and looked up with difficulty. I thought I was very close. I'm already a level 5 wizard, wearing Grantham and sitting in the alchemy airship fortress. According to speculation, I can already fight with the three witches of the past, but now she wants to give me another 10 years. 10 years? Lilith was silent, but her eyes were flashing with the fire of hope. I will continue to bear the curse and fight for everything for you. After 10 years, the world would change. Lilith's eyes were flashing with raging flames. If the dark age of Babylon that had lasted for more than 200 years did not come to an end, it would usher in complete destruction. The Babylonian kingdom had placed its bet on the shoulder of this slime. That's all for today's research. Li Jiangjiang suddenly skipped and left. I'm going back to the Freemasonry. Their little pet is missing. They'll definitely be worried. Lilith's body suddenly trembled. Looking at his back, she whispered, "You've obviously become so powerful, but you still went into the arms of those little witches and were ravaged. You don't have the dignity of an ultimate expert. Now, why do you still turn into a level 3 little wizard, a little pet, and work hard with them?" "Because that's my home." Li Jiangjiang skipped and left the king's palace with a silly look. "In my previous life and this life, all my relatives passed away early. They are my family, the only ones." Lilith was silent. She did not doubt the answer of her family, because it was true that the slime race was suffering in the Rose Kingdom, and this slime king had a common enemy with her. Home? I really envy those little girls. As for you, Grantham, the king of alchemy, I also envy you for having someone you care about. Lilith only smiled bitterly and gently as she watched the cute little creature hopping away. Garfield, you've had a hard time over the years, haven't you? She suddenly froze and looked at the sky and the window in a daze. Lilith seemed to recall the knight who had been protecting her in silence years ago. Her former lover had become the queen of the Rose Kingdom. If everything is over. Her face was gradually covered with tears, and sparkling tears fell. Then I will resign from the throne of Babylon, quietly retire with Garfield, and live in seclusion in the mountains. At this moment, a witch minister appeared behind her. Are you still sending the next batch of resources? Yes. Lilith suddenly turned her head, revealing a cold face. Tears were not allowed for the king of Babylon. On the other side. In the Freemasonry of Elizabeth Witches. In the same shabby little room, Elizabeth and the others looked out of the room anxiously. All of a sudden, a lively and adorable creature appeared on the street outside. You're finally back. Why did you go out for a walk all day? It's so dangerous. That's right, that's right. You're just a level 3 sorcerer. There are too many experts out there. Just now, the great king of the dead, Medusa, arrived at the Babylon royal palace and covered the sky. That terrifying sorcery could probably destroy the entire Babylon royal capital in an instant. Us sisters were so scared that we almost cried. We were afraid that something bad would happen to you outside. A group of cute little witches lovingly picked up the adorable slime, put it in their arms, and rubbed it as they talked about it. I'm fine. I just went out for a walk. Li Jiangjiang smiled brilliantly and bounced his head, the adorable hair on his head waving cutely. No one, not even the young witches of the witch Freemasonry, knew that their cute little pet possessed such a terrifying power. This cute little slime was the only hope to save the entire Babylonian Magus kingdom. Year 385 of the Babylonian kingdom. The Rose Witch Kingdom officially launched an expedition to the Nephthys Desert, but did not dare to anger the young god of fire. They only secretly hunted the poison magpie race in the periphery. This was an extremely terrifying creature that lived in the desert. Its powerful poison could even easily kill a level 4 wizard. In the Rose Kingdom, the great king of death ordered, fuse the poison magpie blood, powerful level 5 and level 4 witch mentors led the witch apprentices to set up alchemy laboratories to make various compatible potions. After countless close calls, there were successful survivors. They found that this blood was even more extreme. Only women had a chance of surviving, and the side effects were extremely obvious. The women transformed into a form of harpies. Those women became stooped, their arms were covered with feathers, and turned into a pair of dark red wings. They could glide at low altitude, their claws were sharp, and they were violent. Moreover, their bodies were highly toxic. As soon as they were born, they had terrifying strength comparable to a level 2 wizard. One afternoon, Emperor Medusa came to the witch laboratory. In the alchemy room, there was a pile of colorful alchemy bottles and a black jar with crazy blue bubbles. Looking at the harpies in the cage, she was slightly shocked. So that's how it is? The blood of every monster will change its form. The blood of the evil eye affects the spirit, the human brain, so we will not change our form. However, the blood of the slimes and the blood of the venomous magpies do not affect the brain, but the external organs. That is why they become non-human. They transform into a new type of small behemoth. They are very deformed and lowly. Half of them are wild beasts. They are half-beastmen. Let's call them half-beastmen. The harpies in the cage screamed, "My king, you can't do this. We witches risked our lives to fuse the blood for the kingdom. If we succeed, we will not be rewarded, but become the most lowly creatures. You are too ugly. We women are supreme, and we have never been so ugly." Emperor Medusa's face was cold. He waved his sleeves and turned away. Thousands of years later, the spear of the great sorcerer recorded frowny face year 385 of the Rose Kingdom. The evil witches of the Hilltop Kingdom conducted extremely bloody alchemy experiments. They used various compatible potions to try to combine human and beast, creating extremely cruel and deformed alchemy creatures. The orcs were born. Babylon Kingdom, 391 year. The Rose Kingdom, a country where female supremacy reigned supreme, had re-established slavery. Once again, they divided people into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Witches were the highest and were the nobles of the kingdom, followed by women who were the second highest and were the upper class. Men were the lowest and were the commoners, and the half-beastmen were the slaves. If a woman killed a man, she only needed to pay 300 rose coins. If a woman killed the lowest grade orc, she would only have to pay half a gargantuan ala beast. In the same year, the desert-affiliated Nephthys Orc Kingdom was established. There were 2 species of orcs living in the kingdom. Their status was extremely low, and they provided labor for the Rose Kingdom as well as various sorcerer materials. Their bodies were also very good alchemy materials. Babylonian history had completely entered an era of dark tyranny. Babylonian Kingdom, 397. In the Kingdom of Rosa, the King of Death issued an order. Level 5 wizard Adeline is going to the Babylonian Kingdom to take over the throne. 3 days later, in the Babylonian royal palace, Adeline stood in place, beautiful and sexy. As the envoy of the Rose Witch Kingdom, she looked at Lilith, who was sitting on the throne, and sneered. "Is this the woman who fought with the great emperor back then?" There were 8 great level 5 wizards in the Rose Kingdom. "I didn't expect you to be so far inferior to the 8 of us." Lilith was silent, holding the scepter tightly in her hand. Over the years, the conquest of the desert, the appearance of the harpies, the establishment of the half-beastman kingdom, too many things had happened. She was physically and mentally exhausted and almost couldn't hold on any longer. "I'm here today because you have provided too few men. The great emperor is merciful, but I don't want you to take advantage of this mercy." Adeline's face was cold. "From now on, I will completely take over the Babylonian kingdom. The whole country will be fully operational and become a production area for men." Adeline's heart was actually very excited. There were many level 5 wizards in the country. Previously, because of the little witches under her command, she discovered the creature called slime and was favored by the great emperor. Now, she had such a great opportunity and could control a huge kingdom. She was in charge of the Babylonian kingdom and produced men. As for the other trusted witch, she was in charge of the half-beastman kingdom and produced labor and alchemy materials. There must be no mistakes in such an important matter. She had to do a better job than the other one. "You want me to hand over the royal power?" Lilith's face became very ugly. The witches and ministers in the king's palace also looked very ugly. For so many years, Babylon had been struggling at death's door, but now it was finally facing the fate of being a country. Lilith showed a bitter look. Her face changed violently several times, turning green and white. Finally, she chose to lower her head. "I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne. I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne. I, Lilith, choose to surrender and hand over the throne." This voice was instantly spread throughout the whole kingdom by Adeline's special witchcraft sound wave. "King!" Countless witches roared unwillingly. "We, Babylon, are finally going to." At this moment of submission, countless people throughout the kingdom of Babylon wept bitterly, their voices choked with sobs. Countless witches holding staffs fell to their knees and collapsed to the extreme, hating their powerlessness and incompetence. At this moment, it was like the year when Lilith was defeated and surrendered. On the other side, in the dilapidated hut of the Freemasonry, a group of little witches, holding a silly slime in their arms, also wailed loudly. Their cute little faces were full of tears. The 7 little witches knelt on the ground. Our country is going to die, they were weak, powerless, and sobbed loudly. Like any ordinary pedestrian on the entire street outside, they were also a member of the crowd. It's okay. Li Jiangjiang skipped out of the house and shook the ahog on her head. I'm going out for a while. It's time to fulfill the promise I made to you back then. In the king's palace of Babylon. Boom, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, no longer concealing itself. A mere level 5 which dares to be so arrogant. A gloomy voice sounded, with maturity and vicissitudes. Lilith, you don't have to do this anymore. You've already come to this point, so you don't have to admit defeat and buy time for me. Who is it? Adeline's expression changed drastically. She turned her head and saw the perfect, slender figure of a 3-meter-tall man walking out in front of her. Rumble. The silent pressure was crushing this extremely powerful level 5 wizard. Adeline's knees softened and she knelt to the ground, her face full of horror. A level 6 wizard. I didn't expect your Babylon kingdom to have someone like you hidden. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. An invisible pressure instantly surged up and knocked her out. The gap between each major realm was too terrifying. Back then, when Medusa broke through to level 6, he alone defeated hundreds of Babylonian witches, including the level 5 wizard Lilith. A level 6 wizard. I didn't expect your Babylon kingdom to have someone like you hidden. At this moment, through the ripples of sound, Adeline's words had already spread throughout the kingdom. We have a level 6 wizard in the Babylon kingdom? We still have a hidden powerhouse? It's Lady Lilith. All these years, Lady Lilith must have given all the resources to others. On the streets, countless people of the Babylonian kingdom cried tears of joy. Great hope was ignited in despair. The moment of great joy and great sorrow came too exciting. The 7 witches of the Elizabeth Freemasonry also stared blankly out of the window. Impossible. Impossible. It's just a slime, just our little magic pet. In the royal palace. You shouldn't have been so fast, Lilith showed a worried expression. You've held on long enough. I've also broken through to level 6. Li Jiangjiang sighed and stood up. I'll leave for the Rose Kingdom tomorrow morning. The surrounding witches and ministers looked at each other, feeling extremely incredulous. Lady Lilith, we have a hidden legendary wizard? It's actually a man? How can there be such a tall and perfect man, and a legendary level 6 wizard at that? So what should we do now? The wizards were excited. After nearly 200 years, the Babylon kingdom once again had a level 6 legendary wizard. Invincible combat power that could suppress the world meant that they had the power to resist. You're asking me what to do? War, only war. Li Jiangjiang held the shield in his left hand and shook the staff in his right. Circles of transparent halos spread out like ripples, and the ripples of sound once again resounded throughout the Babylon kingdom. War, only war. War, only war. On the streets, countless people looked up. At this moment, it was like the year when Lilith started the war. The history of the past was rapidly repeating itself. However, the main character now was completely different. In the spacious alchemy hall, countless jumping slimes lined up neatly in the living room. 10,000 slimes bored the battle fortress. Tap tap tap, one by one, the slimes jumped into the pits in an orderly manner. These slimes were the lowest level of monsters without intelligence, so they naturally could not practice witchcraft. However, as the engine of the slimes, they could form a terrifying giant engine with 10,000 horsepower. Today, I will lead my race of slimes to avenge the humiliation, the blueprint of the J-31 fighter jet, the modified alchemy airship. Li Jiangjiang strode into the alchemy airship, and the huge mechanical creation rose into the sky. On this day, countless Babylonians looked at the flying behemoth in the sky, which shocked the entire Babylon kingdom. Boom boom boom, a silver meteor flew forward at high speed, tearing through the sky with a rumble, carrying with it the unique noise of machinery. Balzac Mountain Range, the kingdom of Rose Peak. In the Green Mountain Range, there was a curved roof building hidden in the mountains. The entire building was supported by exquisite stone pillars carved with roses, and the floor was covered with a bright red carpet. Many people stood in the palace, including all kinds of powerful and beautiful women in red wizard robes. On the high throne, there was a gorgeous woman in a bright red wizard robe. She looked into the distance and suddenly stood up. Interesting. Her figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. What is this thing? She appeared in the sky, waved her wand slightly, and a round of exquisite red magic circle appeared in front of the wand. Flower of Death. Boom, in an instant, countless black clouds rolled in the sky, converging into a huge bright red rose flower. There was no day or night. The Gate of Holy Light. On the exquisite and magnificent alchemy airship, the bellows of the slimes were madly moving, and the kinetic energy was converted into spiritual energy. Countless small wands stretched out from the vast body of the ship. Boom boom boom, the airflow of tens of thousands of wands gathered, and the world seemed to be blooming with a dazzling holy light. The light pierced the black clouds, as if breaking the gate of heaven in the abyss of hell. The two great witchcraft collided. The ground of the entire mountain range trembled and shook. Countless people of the Kingdom of Rose walked out of the streets and houses, looking up at the incredible sky. Level 6. Medusa suddenly turned her head. There was a touch of surprise in her eyes, but she was not nervous at all. She just quietly looked at the handsome man who walked out of the strange mechanical creation in front of her. Finally, tell me, are you the last hope of the Babylon Kingdom? Finally, an interesting opponent has appeared in this world. Above the dark sky, Modus waved his staff, and his beautiful figure floated in the sky. At your level, you still haven't developed your own witchcraft? You're still using the witchcraft from the era of the three witches. So, how about this? Lily Carnation. Whoosh, a cloud of black fog spread from the ground, forming a towering black plant. The plant rapidly grew and multiplied on the ground, producing countless branches and roots. 10 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. It pierced through the clouds, stirring up the dark clouds that filled the sky. On the plant, there were mysterious and exquisite black roses spinning. Each rose was comparable to the previous one. This was the real flower of death. The alchemy airship swung its tail, and countless holy lights exploded on the body of the ship. In an instant, countless transparent torrents flew like golden butterflies, and gathered into a ball, turning into a green tree that pierced the sky. Protection of Spring. The witchcraft that Cassandra, the Witch of Spring, was instantly activated. Roses, butterflies, and green trees collided almost at the same time, shining brightly. Boom. In an instant, the sound of metal colliding vibrated wildly in the sky, and spread to the huge green mountains on the ground. The trees on the ground were quickly swept away, cracked, and the mountains were swept by the wind. The sky trembled, and the earth wailed. Throughout the entire Rose Kingdom, the young and beautiful women on the streets, dressed in gorgeous and clean clothes, were now screaming in pain, wailing, and despair. Countless tragic voices intertwined. Countless level 4 and level 5 wizards looked up in horror, waving their staffs to form a barrier to protect the Rose Kingdom from the aftermath of the battle between the two world-class masters in the sky. The Kingdom of Babylon. A huge layer of water mist rippled in the sky, projecting the battle above the Rose Kingdom. This was the level 5 witchcraft mirror of spring mist that gathered all the wizards in the Babylon Kingdom. Usually, this kind of spying would be discovered by the Rose Kingdom, and this kind of provocation would cause extremely terrible consequences. But now, they did not care about this at all. This battle would determine the fate of the Babylon Kingdom, and everyone had the right to know. If we cannot win, we will perish. On the street, the Babylonians silently walked out together, looking at the fierce scene in the sky. They put their hands together and silently prayed. Someone in the crowd silently took the lead and hummed the Elegy of Fate. Boom, hurried notes resounded through the sky along with everyone's soft snorts. It was like the roar of a storm. The impact of the torrential rain. Impassioned and passionate. It was a sad song of human fate, but it was also a hymn of human courage. Above the Babylonian royal palace, all the court witches and ministers remained silent. The pretty faces of all the witches turned pale as they looked at the projection in the sky that could easily tear them apart. They were so oppressed by that terrifying aura that they couldn't breathe. Is this the power of a legendary wizard, the strongest in this world? That kind of battle scene had already surpassed everyone's understanding. Perhaps only the ancient Sumer myth, the war before the Great Flood, the war between Gilgamesh and the gods could compare. We will definitely win. Lilith looked at the terrifying battle in the sky and clenched her staff. Her palms were sweaty too. She recalled all the time she had spent with this adorable and lively slime in the past. She had thought that she had seen through everything about him, but she had never imagined that this adorable slime, who was not arrogant at all, had accumulated such terrifying power. A complex emotion of awe and pride spread. She really didn't expect that the little level 4 slime wizard who had quietly come to the royal palace decades ago, the little monster who had boasted shamelessly to her, had reached such a terrifying height in such a short time. Elizabeth, the witch Freemasonry, in a shabby room. Elizabeth looked at the terrifying scene in the sky. The terrifying and depressing scene only felt her body go cold. She nervously covered her mouth with her hand, trying not to make a sound. She could also feel the little witches behind her hugging her arms tighter and tighter. That's a slime. It's our little magic pet. Maurice anxiously growled, her pretty face pale. It's just a slime. Just a slime. Now it's wearing those strange things it made and fighting for us. She used to secretly look at it. It was always doing strange things, holding the wrenches, screws, and gears that he said, and staying in the room all day, excitedly modifying that strange man-mechanical creature. Now, although it was very different, she could still vaguely see the prototype of the mechanical structure from back then. Since this thing has appeared, it can't be wrong. It's the mysterious level 6 wizard that appeared in the royal palace. Elizabeth bit her pale lips. At first, she thought that she had mistaken it for someone else. In everyone's eyes, the slime was just a little level 3 wizard. These few sisters had been working hard for it all these years, laughing and chatting together, trying to help it break through to level 4. But no one thought that the slime had actually reached a terrifying height that the entire sorcerer world trembled at. He was actually fighting crazily in the sky with the monarch of death, the great emperor Medusa, but now, the little witches would rather it still be that little magic pet, just a little level 3 wizard, laughing and chatting with them. This heavy pressure was not something a little slime could bear. His promise to us back then, to become the next great wizard emperor, has actually come true. The witches silently held hands and looked at the misty mirror in the sky of the Babylonian kingdom. A complex and proud feeling spread wildly in their hearts. Black gas stirred the clouds. Medusa, the great emperor Medusa, used all her strength to cast all kinds of level 6 spells, but this strange man used a terrifying flying beast to block them. You obviously don't have any of your own spells, just the spells of the era of the 3 witches, and you blocked them all? The power of alchemy? You actually opened the legendary gate of truth? Medusa's face was slightly shocked, but he soon calmed down. Then, next, I'll show you my true strength. The reason why I'm called the monarch of death is because my rose flower can connect the boundary between life and death, breaking the rules of death. My teacher, the 3 witches, Circe, gave this spell to me because she wanted me to perfect the resurrection of the dead spell and break the forbidden domain. Medusa whispered, although I'm still far from perfecting this spell and completely resurrecting the dead, in this world, no one can defeat me, because I can temporarily summon the strongest man in the history of mythology, the legendary hero king, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh. In the kingdom of Babylon, everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. Gilgamesh, who lived in the ancient Sumer myth, was known as the strongest man in history, the strongest hero king who once brandished his sword against God. He was an epic. He had reached the legendary realm that even the 3 witches had not reached back then. He was a level 7 epic. The gap of one great realm was terrifying. The 3 level 6 witches would be like babies when facing a level 7 witch. They would be easily destroyed. Impossible. How can he summon the dead? That's the legendary, terrifying man who was killed by God. In the panic of the crowd, Medusa raised his staff high, and endless magic surged as he softly chanted, "Wandering souls of the world, please listen to the prayers of the living, recall the memories of your life, break through the gates of the underworld, and return to the world of mortals." Forbidden spell. Rose flower, Gilgamesh. Crash, a crazy black rose flower bloomed, creating layers of ripples in the sky. The flower bud slowly unfolded, as if it was nurturing an extremely terrifying creature. Then, a handsome giant man formed by black fog walked out, his invisible domineering posture overlooking the world. His face was expressionless, as if he had lost all consciousness. He held the holy sword of civilization, the sword of Damocles, and slowly swung forward. This is, before the Great Flood, the most ancient Sumer myth, the strongest hero king who dared to brandish his sword against God. Li Jiangjiang opened his eyes slightly, his face flashing with shock. Boom, in the next second, the sword fell. It was such a beautiful sword. At this moment, the wind stopped, the rain stopped, the leaves stopped shaking, and the people on the ground were speechless. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared, and God closed his eyes at this moment. Li Jiangjiang, the tall and handsome man standing on the alchemy airship, was slightly shocked by the shadow of the most powerful hero king in history. As expected of the hero king of the ancient Sumer. The shadow that he summoned has reached level 7. It seems that I can't fight with the airship anymore. I'll have to use Grantham. He had never done anything in person before. All of them used the alchemy airships to launch their own witchcraft. 10,000 slime engines madly pumped the bellows and used the Majwa circuit board to convert the kinetic energy into electricity, and the electricity was then converted into spiritual potential energy, forming spiritual magic power. The witchcraft they cast was enough to reach level 6, allowing them to fight against the powerful king of death in this world. Nobody would believe it if he told them. 10,000 of the weakest slimes were able to contend against the great emperor of the sorcerer monarchs. That was the charm of alchemical technology. It was also the infinite potential of his race, the slime engines. I'll have to do it in person. Li Jiangjiang jumped off the alchemy airship. Hee. I'll show the natives of this world the modern technology of airplanes, cannons, and artificial mechas. I can't livestream it, but I can take screenshots. I'll show the players that the machine technology that I've secretly developed for more than 90 years is invincible in the alternate world. They still want to come? I've cleared all the new maps by myself. They'll only be eating dirt behind me if they come. However, I don't think many of them can come to the alternate world. So far, only me and Suzuka of Mount Akina have reached this level. He smiled and held the shield with black totem patterns on it in his left hand. He held the wooden staff in his right hand and raised it high above his head. There's nothing that can't be killed in this world. I'll kill even the dead for you to see. This sentence seemed to cause everyone's expression to change slightly. The people on the ground all sensed something and knew what was going to happen next. This was Witch Circe's famous witchcraft, known as the cruelest witchcraft with the most terrifying killing power, death of the curse of life. He roared. Behind him, a sticky and disgusting ghost mask floated. Boom, the ghostly face tumbled crazily, the scarlet and dark strange liquefied energy surged. The viscous blood continued to tumble around like boiling black lava. In an instant, it collided with Gilgamesh's sword. The air was distorted. In an instant, a whirlpool formed, sweeping out in all directions. By the time Xiaochen recovered his wits, he discovered that Gilgamesh's afterimage had already vanished into thin air. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear and blue. The entire cloud was dispersed by the terrifying blast. Everyone raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky. They saw an inconceivable scene, a scene that had never been seen before in this world. Is this the power of a human? Countless people were muttering to themselves. This was the legendary hero king, the strongest man who dared to brandish his sword at God. Yet, he was so easily, this is already my strongest power. Medusa's body trembled slightly. She looked at this scene in a daze. A fear that came from the depths of her heart emerged and took over her whole body. Although this is only 1/10 of the hero king's strength, it is still far from what I can compete with. He actually used Teacher Circe's witchcraft to easily defeat me, such an enemy, how can I win? Medusa's body was numb. An unprecedented fear spread throughout her body. Her body trembled violently. Tears and snot began to flow down her face involuntarily. She was a woman who loved beauty. Her talent was amazing and she had invincible power. Therefore, she treated everything with arrogance and had never tasted the taste of failure. But now, she revealed an unprecedented ugliness in her life. Because of this fear, she trembled and could not move. At this moment, she had never been so weak. This is fear? This is the fear of death? She floated in the air, her body trembling slightly. What kind of intoxicating power is this? It can even cause people to collapse and give rise to unparalleled despair. But I, Medusa, the sovereign of death, how could I be defeated by a mere move for me? Medusa let out a heart-wrenching roar. Her crisp voice resounded throughout the world. Her eyes were filled with madness, wetting her entire face. I am stuck in this realm, move for me. Boom, an invisible aura spread rapidly, as if some long-suppressed power was rapidly breaking through. The sky was tumbling. Li Jiangjiang looked at Medusa, who was roaring in despair, and was slightly startled. The rose mages on the ground were also startled. People on the streets constantly looked up at the sky. The people of the kingdom of Babylon were suddenly stunned. Fear and formless roars could be heard. Not good. Stop her. You can no longer stop me. Medusa slowly rose into the sky and opened her arms, as if she was embracing the entire world. Behind her, a blood-colored rose crazily stretched out layers of stamens. Layers of power rose madly, and her aura skyrocketed. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, as if there was no end. She began to release her spiritual force. Boom, this was the realm of a level 7 legendary wizard. In the past, the 3 witches could not step out of this realm. In history, only the legendary hero king could set foot in this realm. And now, after nearly 200 years of accumulation, she had finally broken through. She was silent for a moment. The ups and downs of life made her feel complicated and shocked. She could not help but show her gratitude from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, she looked at Li Jiangjiang and smiled. Thank you. I have practiced death witchcraft, but I have never experienced the fear of death. If it were not for you, I would not have understood the true meaning of death and fear, and I would not have broken through to level 7. In return, I will not kill you. She revealed a gentle and beautiful smile. I will make you my queen. You will rule the world with me. We will rule the world together. Come. She walked over and wanted to hold Li Jiangjiang's hand. She smiled gently. The kingdom of Babylon that you want to save, I can hand it over to you. You just need to provide men regularly. Li Jiangjiang was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Medusa was stunned for a moment, then she smiled gently and shook her head. You still want to fight me? Even though I've just become a rank 7 epic magus, I'm 17 times stronger than before. You won't be a match for me. So, your current strength is only 17 times stronger than before? Li Jiangjiang showed a hint of disappointment. Medusa was stunned. Boom, she quickly retreated. Flower of Death. A terrifying aura far stronger than before spread and rushed towards Li Jiangjiang. Li Jiangjiang waved her staff. Spring protection. With a crisp sound, an incomparably terrifying power suddenly smashed the rose into pieces. Medusa was instantly sent flying. Li Jiangjiang sighed. I thought you were hiding your level 7 strength, so I have been watching carefully. Who knew that I had overestimated you? Now, before dying, you have broken through. Our king, the monarch of death, has lost. This horrifying scene spread across the 2 kingdoms. Everyone was in disbelief. Could it be that just now, it was only the alchemy fortress under his feet that fought against the level 6 Emperor Medusa, and he did not do anything at all? With his current body, he could easily crush the monarch of death who had broken through to level 7? What kind of power is this? Medusa growled. Her whole body could not help but tremble with despair. No, no. Your aura will not lie to me. You are clearly a level 6 wizard, but you can easily use the strength of a level 7. This is the power of alchemy. It allows me to have the terrifying combat power of a whole realm. The great creator once said that a race that can use tools is the true race of wisdom. Li Jiangjiang thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, he bent down and reached out his hand to gently help her up. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Are you crazy? Medusa suddenly looked up and was stunned. In the ancient wizard history, it was recorded in Spear of the Prosperous Sorcerer, Frowny Face Year 398 of the Babylonian Kingdom, the great alchemist Emperor Grantham, who was in charge of alchemy and the Gate of Truth, appeared and defeated the monarch of Magi in one move. The world was in an uproar. In the orchard, Suji sat on a chair, looked at the small sand table in the distance, and scratched his head. This guy, after spending almost a day in there, more than 90 years, he finally helped me solve the problem. Although he is really wretched, crazily hiding in his grove, living off women, and only coming out when he is invincible in the world. This guy is really shameless. Which main character came to a different world with a race? Did they not kill monsters to level up? As for him, he hadn't even fought a single almighty beast. Instead, he was freeloading off women, letting them provide him with cultivation resources. First, he freeloaded off the 7 little witches, and then he freeloaded off Lilith. Only when the unrivaled beneath the heavens did he come out to be free and unrestrained, and he was extremely wretched. In fact, when he was a level 5 wizard, he could already beat a level 6 with the help of mechanical technology. Now, he had to wait until he became a level 6 wizard, put on Grantham, and had the strength of a level 7 before he dared to come out. He even tested Medusa crazily, fearing that Medusa was hiding his level 7 strength. Shameless. Suji was speechless. He ate the apple and silently complained. Although Suji ridiculed wildly, he still showed a smile. Although there were some deviations, it still developed according to the plan. The development trajectory of the sorcerer's world and the sand table was saved from the wrong path to the right track. He also knew that being wretched was the hard truth. Only the old could live the longest, not to mention a casual player who was addicted to farming. Killing monsters to level up and the fun of fighting were all fake. Quietly developing black technology, climbing the technology tree, and researching things that they liked were the fun of this type of farming player. Technology was the #1 productivity. Suji took a bite of the apple. The juice overflowed, but he frowned slightly. But I didn't expect Circe to leave such a plan before she died. Using her own disciple, Medusa, to help her perfect the resurrection of the dead witchcraft that she left behind. She wanted her disciple to resurrect herself from the dead and live a second life. Circe was really ambitious. To be honest, if he had not seen this scene and Li Jiangjiang appeared and forced her to use her trump card, Suji would not have known that the dead Circe had such a plan. He was not really an omniscient and omnipotent creator. He was just a farmer. Otherwise, he would have known that Gilgamesh wanted to mess with him. A day in the field was equivalent to 100 years. Even if he paid attention to the progress inside every day, it was still very difficult. After all, time accelerated too quickly. Everyone turned into shadows and moved wildly. He could not see what was happening at all. His strength was also an act. In fact, he was just a country farmer who grew vegetables in the orchard. He chatted with the auntie next door, bragged to his cute little girlfriend, and occasionally grazed in the sand table world in the yard. As for this witchcraft, it involves the root of the soul. Suji sat in the yard, pondered for a moment, and silently weighed the pros and cons. In fact, there is no underworld in this sorcerer world. Gilgamesh, these people's souls are powerful, and after they die, their souls still drift in the sand table world, turning into hazy souls. This is also the reason why they can communicate with souls. However, the civilization of this world is too simple, and they haven't fully developed this knowledge. Should I restrict the development of this aspect? Suji thought about it and felt that it was better to let it develop. After all, diversity was the key to prosperity. Regardless of whether the theory could be implemented or not, even if it could be implemented, the 3 ancient impure earth reincarnation witches, Gilgamesh, and other great heroes in history could still add to the fun. Moreover, if this forbidden spell could be developed and Suji would be able to grasp it when he became a rank 6 epic magus, it would be pretty good. At the very least, if the people around him died, he would be able to help, right? After eating an apple, Suji went to eat another lunch leisurely. When he returned, he found a strange place. Li Jiangjiang, the transmigrator from this alternate world, actually came out after conquering the world? Posting on the forum, bragging crazily? Suji found it hard to imagine. The flow of time was 100 years in a day. An hour in the real world was more than 4 years in there. He was actually willing to waste time inside? Go offline and brag to the players, 412 of the Babylonian kingdom. Grantham the Alchemy Emperor ruled the world. He abolished slavery and tyranny and ruled the three kingdoms, the Mountain Rose Kingdom, the Plains Babylonian Wizard Kingdom, and the Desert Nefertus Orc Kingdom. Alchemy began to spread. Magic patterns, alchemy circles, mechanical structures, gears, wrenches, and modified creatures, these terms began to appear frequently in the wizard world. Before, traditional witches were too slow to cultivate and were far inferior to evil witches, so they were at a disadvantage. However, with the emergence of alchemy, traditional witches became strong and mainstream again. Because only traditional witches with stable, precise, and peaceful mind power could become alchemists. Although the rose witches who practiced evil meditation were extremely fast, their violent mind power was suitable for combat, but they could not accurately draw alchemy and build precise alchemy circles. At this moment, traditional witches and alchemy ushered in a new life. They began to draw magic staffs and other kinds of witchcraft. In the age of alchemy, all kinds of alchemy tools and weapons changed with each passing day. Alchemy airships and alchemy ships appeared frequently. Because evil witches could not use alchemy, they were gradually eliminated. In the same year, the Alchemy Emperor tried to persuade Medusa to give up his own path and practice alchemy with him again. Medusa refused to give up on men. Helpless, the Alchemy Emperor could only suppress the King of Death Medusa under the Gorgon Alchemy Island on the other side of the ocean Oceanus and the Land of Darkness. He personally spent 3 years setting up an alchemy circle. Countless slime lived on the island as a power source to suppress the once invincible King of Death Medusa. I suppressed her not because I didn't want to kill her. Although I can defeat her with the help of Grantham, I am not a real level 7 wizard after all. As a level 6 wizard, I can't kill her completely, not to mention that she is good at playing with souls and death. In the Palace of Babylon, on an exquisite throne, a cute slime wearing a bright golden crown jumped up and down. She said, "She is a hidden danger after all. We can only suppress her until she dies of old age." At this moment, Lilith had already retired. She stood next to her lover, Garfield. After a moment of silence, she said, "My king, I'm going to retire with Garfield. I'm already more than 200 years old. Although I've taken the alchemy longevity potion developed by my king, I'm still going to die of old age." Li Jiangjiang was silent for a moment. Looking at the king of Babylon who was about to die, he sighed and said, "If that's the case, then go. You've been tired enough over the years. From now on, I'll protect the glory of the Babylon kingdom." After Lilith left, Li Jiangjiang was silent for a moment. Sitting on the throne, he looked down at his subjects and said, "From today on, I'll seclude myself for 4 years. I'll leave my alchemy fortress. You can use Circe's level 4 witchcraft, mind control. Together, you can control 10,000 slime in it and use them as a national weapon to suppress the entire Babylon kingdom." A group of beautiful witches hurriedly said, "My king, please go into seclusion. We'll protect the kingdom." Li Jiangjiang nodded and skipped out of the palace. Behind him, a group of women in wizard robes came from the palace. They were surprised and in awe. "Wow! Wang Haoming is so cute. Other than us, no one knows that the legendary alchemy sovereign great emperor who dominated the world was actually the lowest level of demon, a super cute and adorable slime." Li Jiangjiang skipped back to the secret alchemy room, the ahog on top of his head swaying non-stop. He silently looked at the 7 little witches lying in the biological chamber. "Even with all my help, they've all reached level 3, and Elizabeth has even reached level 4. They've also taken the alchemy longevity potion I've developed over the years. But now, after more than 120 years, they're still close to the end of their lives. They can only extend their lives by sleeping." Li Jiangjiang's expression was complicated. The lifespan of a normal person was between 30 and 40 years. The lifespan of level 3 and level 4 witches was only 3 times longer. Even the 3 level 6 witches were only about 240 years old before they reached the end of their lives. Not only them, I've also passed half of my lifespan. I'm also more than 100 years old. Li Jiangjiang was silent for a moment. He was not level 7. Even though his power had reached level 7, he was still a level 6 wizard. His lifespan was not longer than the 3 witches. He was about 250 years old. This is the beginning of a second life in another world. I don't want to die like this. As a monarch emperor, after Li Jiangjing ruled the entire sorcerer world, he fell into a strong desire for longevity, just like the great monarchs before him. I have to think of a way. Li Jiangjing was silent for a moment and quietly went offline. He took off his VR glasses and suddenly felt a strong urge to pee. His stomach was also growling. Back then, I heard that there were people who stayed up for more than 20 hours in an internet cafe, playing games like crazy. I didn't believe it at all. Now I believe it. I haven't eaten for more than 20 hours. I'm so hungry, and I have to go to the toilet. He had been staying for more than 20 hours, and he only secretly went to the toilet once. He did not even dare to eat. After all, a few minutes outside was equivalent to a few weeks inside. He had not solved the problem of the destruction of his country. How could he dare to go offline? He was afraid that something would happen in the blink of an eye in a few weeks. Now, he was finally invincible and dared to go offline with peace of mind. Awesome, going to the toilet is really awesome. I feel so refreshed. Li Jiangjing came out of the toilet and called the servants to quickly prepare food. A secretary beside him came forward. Boss, recently, Mr. Smith of the American Power Grid Corporation wants to discuss a business worth more than $1 billion with us. Tomorrow night, our company plans to discuss the artificial intelligence car plan with Boss Chandu. This is about expanding our business and seizing new markets. Get lost. Get a few vice presidents to work together and talk for me. I'm not free right now. Li Jiangjing cursed and left the secretary in a daze. Their boss, the calm middle-aged domineering CEO in his 40s, the super big boss of the technology industry, the legendary idol worshipped by countless people, when did he become like this? Hey! Who can tell me what happened in just one day? The secretary. Li Jiangjing returned to his room and then quickly ate while logging into the game forum to make a post. Big bosses, please help me. Quick, think of a way. Crying, I've endured for more than 100 years, growing up wretchedly, crazily farming, climbing the technology tree, and finally becoming the alchemy emperor. I'm invincible in the world, but my 7 little witch wives are dying of old age. Now they can only be frozen in the biological chamber I made. Big bosses, please think of a way. I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Thank you. As soon as this sentence fell, the whole forum exploded. I'm waiting. Is it urgent, all the players? The players on the internet had been discussing the mysterious disappearance of the primordial chaos thunderclap hand. He said he would start a live stream immediately, but he didn't. Everyone guessed that he had also disappeared for a whole day without any news. Was he too engrossed in the new map to free himself? Who knew that he would start talking nonsense as soon as he appeared? Akina Yamashina, it's been more than 100 years. Boss, have you lost your mind? Black question mark. JPG, 7 witch wives. I'm afraid the boss has gone crazy. This isn't a game to raise cute girls in the harem. Sudden change in style, Xianxia Yamashina, haha. Did you see that? I've already predicted that the new map would be extremely hardcore. Brothers, this guy has gone crazy. Let's move on to the next one. For a detailed prophecy post, you can click on my profile picture. You can find the post I posted yesterday and follow me for more surprises. Akina Mountain sped up. So that's how it is. I feel the same way. Thinking back to the first time I entered this game, there was only one sentence, please evolve your eyes. I was stunned and went crazy, handshake, tears. Haruko loves to learn, I'm so scared. How did a tech tycoon end up like this? Is it the distortion of human nature? Or the loss of morality? Is there such a hardcore map in the new map? The players were so excited that they started making fun of him. After all, the hardcore difficulty of this casual sandbox game was obvious to all. Many people said that the primordial chaos thunderclap hand, the farming tech tycoon who received the second achievement reward, had lost his mind. God knew what kind of blow he had been through. After all, it had only been a day, and he was already talking nonsense like crazy. Li Jiangjing was stunned for a moment. He looked at the comments on the forum and realized that he had been too hasty. He took a deep breath. For me, it's been a long 100 years, longer than my 40 years of life. It gives me the illusion that I'm Grantham, the great alchemist of a different world, but I've traveled to the modern world and become the CEO of a technology company. It was as if those 100 years were the real him. After all, the 40 years of his life in the modern world were too short. It was natural that they did not believe it. After all, only a day had passed. But I have evidence. Li Jiangjiang quickly posted a bunch of photos she had taken. The first picture he sent was of him in a different world. He was traveling with a bunch of lively slimes in a lush forest. The forum exploded with activity. Wow, is this a new map? Did he bring the slime race to explore the wastelands? Boss is finally back to normal. Some people started to get excited. Li Jiangjiang did not say a word. Following that, she played a few more pictures. The second one was taken when he was in the Witch Masonic Society. On the street, there were countless beautiful women wearing sorcerer robes of various colors and holding wooden staffs in their hands. There were also merchants wearing luxurious clothes, women carrying children, fruit stalls, and all kinds of bustling shops. There was also a sorceress of the Rose Church riding on an Allah giant beast, rumbling through the streets. Eh? Was this a bustling city in a different world? It's so lively and exotic. It's too real. There are even mounts. Could it be that there are NPCs in this new map? Wow. A pretty lady with a staff? How can there be people in a new map? Boss, come out and explain. I'm drooling. Li Jiangjiang was completely speechless. Hee, I'll let you think I've lost my mind. He didn't say a word. He just wanted to provoke everyone's curiosity. Then, he put up a huge bird's eye view of the Babylonian kingdom. It was an exquisite and magnificent city view. When this picture was clicked on, everyone was shocked. This was a picture of an ancient sorcerer city in Assassin's Creed. It was exquisite, real, and huge. It was too stunning and beautiful. It's time for the main course. Let's do something more exciting. Li Jiangjiang was drooling at the sight of everyone. Finally, he took out his trump card. He played another picture of two young sorcerers. They performed sorcery and released dazzling light, completely shocking everyone. F***CK. F***CK. He's using sorcery on a pretty lady in a sorcerer robe. Boss, we were wrong. Please say something. Don't just send pictures. Kowtow, I'm trembling. My mom asked me why I kneeled down to play Spore Evolution. Is it because I can't stop studying? Kowtow, you all mocked and ridiculed me before. You're surprised now? I'll give you another big one. Li Jiangjiang smiled and finally played a shocking picture. It was the scene of the Lord of Death, Medusa, arriving in the Babylonian kingdom and testing Lilith's strength with the flower of death and the huge black blood rose. It was a terrifying black scene that looked like the end of the world. It was an extremely shocking scene of the end of the world. It's so scary. That lady in the sky is so beautiful. Is she a god? If that black blood rose falls, I'm afraid the entire city will be destroyed. Everyone turned into bootlickers. Boss, please say something. Don't just send pictures. Please be human. Say something. Li Jiangjiang felt a little regretful. It was a pity that there was no way to broadcast or record the video. He could only take screenshots. Otherwise, the visual effect would be even more shocking. Now, the picture you are seeing is of the Lord of Death, Medusa, who is known as the Lord of Supreme Power and Death. He did not deliberately delay because he was pressed for time. A few minutes outside was a long time inside. After he released the key evidence, he directly said, I think you all know that I brought my race of slime to a different world in just one day. Did he really bring his own kind of slime to another world, a real different world, a very big one? Everyone was completely dumbfounded. That's impossible. But these pictures? Countless people frantically replied, and the post instantly covered hundreds of pages. There were not many players in the game itself, but there were too many cloud players. They could not play the game, but they were frantically following the post. At this moment, they were extremely excited. But the next sentence was even more explosive, and it instantly caused the players to boil with excitement. I know what you are curious about. Why did I crazily take so many pictures in just one day? Could it be that I'm the legendary tourist fan? Leisurely taking pictures along the way? Experiencing the atmosphere of a different world? But that can't be right. A different world is so friendly to slime? As soon as I enter, I can bring my race of slime around the city and sightsee? In fact, many of your questions can be answered with one sentence. In your eyes, I only lived for a little more than a day, but I have lived in a different world for more than 100 years. 100 years is enough for me to live a long life that you will never experience in your lifetime. The entire forum instantly went crazy. Many people's hands trembled while holding the mouse. Their lips trembled slightly, and their minds went blank for a few seconds. Some even knocked over their cups and spilled their water on the table. Then, they could not help but frantically type on the keyboard, post, and express their doubts. What the hell is going on? A day outside is 100 years in the game? Wow, in an instant, the post was flooded with replies. Page after page of posts refreshed like a movie. It was almost impossible for the human eye to keep up with the speed. As they sat in front of their computers and typed on the keyboard, a legendary idea appeared in their minds: virtual reality, time flow adjustment technology. Suji was eating a melon as he sat in the courtyard and browsed through the forum on his phone. Naturally, he saw the photos and was speechless. This guy, he even took photos secretly? He's showing off on the forum? The players were all shocked. Of course, they did not know the shocking truth. The alternate world was just a model of the wizard world that Suji built in his garden. At this moment, Li Jiangjiang took a deep breath when he saw the shocking scene on the internet. He had been shocked for a long time back then. He waited for everyone to calm down before he went straight to the point and introduced his adventure in the alternate world. Of course, he would never introduce his miserable, dark history of how he led the slime race, was imprisoned, and became an ex-product in the alternate world. 100 years in the game is only one day in the outside world. This is something that modern technology can't achieve. I won't discuss such terrifying technology here. I'll just briefly tell you what happened to me in the past 100 years. I secretly climbed the technological ladder in the alternate world and spent more than 90 years of hard research, which is equivalent to your 2 lifetimes, to develop alchemy with my slime engine. Everyone was instantly stunned. My 2 lifetimes? So vicious. Is he cursing me to live only 45 years old? However, a bunch of bootlickers came out to clear his name, fearing that they would piss off this big shot. Isn't it just your 2 lifetimes? Are you really more than 45 years old? You bootlickers will only get nothing in the end. The 2 parties began to argue. On the other side, people were also discussing. However, 90 years of research is indeed too long. It's equivalent to a person's lifetime. Li Jiangjiang became slightly serious and attached a few pictures. The alchemy airship structure, its interior, and the positions of 10,000 engines. Everyone was completely excited when they saw the pictures. After all, who didn't have a mecha dream? Shoot, this size is the size of an aircraft carrier in modern times. You can't make cannonballs in the alternate world without metals, so you used the circuit diagram to convert kinetic energy into electricity, and electricity into mental energy. You're not launching cannonballs but witchcraft. Impressive. Then, Li Jiangjiang released Grantham, the masterpiece that he had made with his blood and sweat. Countless exclamations flooded the screen again. I used these 2 to defeat the current Emperor of Death, Medusa, and unify the current Magus world. I've been popularizing science and technology in this primitive civilization, letting these indigenous civilizations know that modern science is the #1 productive force. I've been called the sovereign emperor in charge of alchemy and the gate of truth by the world. But my 7 concubines are about to die. Is there anyone who can help me? He finally revealed his true purpose. There were also pictures of 7 beautiful little witches. They were youthful, lively, romantic, adorable, two-faced, and cute. Each of them had their own characteristics. They were the 7 lovely little witches of the Elizabeth witch Freemasonry. Over the years, he had long since regarded these 7 lovely little witches as his closest family. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let them leave him. Previously, no one believed it, but it turned out to be true. Then he spent money on chopping hands. Wow. He actually has a harem in another world and has become the great emperor of alchemy. Doesn't that mean that he can enjoy all the beautiful little witch sisters in the world and the witches and ministers in his palace? Cute girl wants to evolve into a dragon, endorses a legendary web-based game. The people above must be joking. Don't forget that he's just a slime. He can't do anything even if he wants to, nonsense. Akina Mountain, ha ha ha, that's true. Just now, I said that traditional witches have to abide by the 3 iron rules of witches. They can't do that. When they fall in love with others, it's pure love. I'm sure that you and your 7 little witches are also pure love. After all, even if you want to, you can't. Nonsense. Nonsense. This bracket is the key point. It needs to be tested. Li Xingjiang's veins were bulging. This was the bad thing about these bastard netizens. They were always teasing and joking. If it weren't for the fact that time was too short, he would have asked a well-known medical professor for help. But that would take more time than just one day. Right now, he had more than 100 years left to live. In reality, it was only one day, or 24 hours. In these 20 hours, he could only mobilize the vast power of the netizens and countless big shots who studied medicine and researched medicine to help him think of a solution. He gathered the wisdom of the masses and brainstormed. Haruko loves to learn, you guys are too much. We've lived together for more than 100 years. We're already family. Don't worry, big shot. I'll support you. Are there any medical students who can help? But in 10 hours, is it really useful to get help from a medical student? It's useful. Li Xingjiang immediately said, you guys know that I'm a farmer. In order to extend my lifespan, I developed microscopes in the alchemy laboratory. I studied herbology. It took me a long time to develop a longevity potion, but it was too slow. I found that the principles of medical cells, molecular structures, target cells, and receptor cells in reality can be realized in another world. It's like another Earth. I've made notes of some of the characteristics, types, functions, medicinal properties, and molecular microscopic structures of the herbs in the other world. Are there any big shots who can help me formulate some potions? Everyone was instantly stunned. Big Shot was awesome, as expected of a farmer who specialized in climbing the technology tree. He even made a compendium of materia medica from another world. They were all excited. Since there was a molecular structure diagram and the principles of medicinal properties, they might be able to. The medical students said that if we have the relevant information, it's very possible. This is equivalent to discovering a new plant in nature. Let's study its pharmacological effects. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let me do it. Those stinky people who majored in biology displayed their professional knowledge of evolution in spore evolution. They crazily showed off and evolved species everywhere. Now, this hardcore sandbox game finally has a place for us medical students. What a great medical student. Brothers, we're going to start. Are there any of you? We'll gather together. Thousands of medical students will start researching together. In 10 hours, we'll develop a prototype of a medicine. Give us a name. I'll do it. Who said that we gamers don't understand family? When my grandmother passed away, I cried for a long time. I've been with the Big Shot Primordial Chaos Thunderhand for more than 100 years. He's already a real family. I can understand that kind of urgency. We who study medicine all understand the pain of being separated by life and death. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken up this sacred profession. Brothers, let's show them the power of us medical students. Everyone, let's shout, we medical students never shrink from a fight. We medical students never shrink from a fight. We medical students never shrink from a fight. The group of people felt their blood boiling. Aren't you guys embarrassed? You medical students are so coquettish. Why are you wearing Pinru's clothes? You're so coquettish. JPG, many people could not help but complain. Ha ha ha. You guys are envious of us medical students. According to my estimation, the next third beta will not be about biological evolution but medical papers. It's time for us to show up. In just an hour, countless medical students brought out the enthusiasm they had never had before. They went to their school's library to compare plant structures, explore medicinal properties, and discuss with each other. Instantly, the school's library and the city's library were filled with students. The sudden liveliness in the library attracted the attention of the media. Some local TV stations had experts and professors, and they began to speculate. Words of justice said, with the improvement of people's living conditions, many people have begun to pursue the satisfaction of spiritual knowledge. This is a good phenomenon. It might be due to the recent spore evolution that has triggered the learning craze. As for why they specifically borrow the most difficult medical pharmacy? Of course, other than evolutionary biology, the advanced medical biological pharmacy is the most challenging subject. This scene was very familiar. The host next to him was smart this time. He quickly interrupted the professor and raised his own speculation. Expert Yuan, do you think it's possible that it's because of that national-level casual learning sandbox game, Spore Evolution? Of course not. Professor Yuan smiled, full of pride. This time, he had done his homework and had a comprehensive understanding of the game. He spoke eloquently. As we all know, this is a casual sandbox game for learning about the theory of evolution. The main theme is species evolution. It's very interesting, but it doesn't have much to do with medicine. Naturally, it's impossible. But soon, he was slapped in the face again. Because in the TV program, there was soon a live reporter who began to interview university students who were sitting in chairs and studying hard. One of the hot-blooded students wearing a red scarf with the word war on his head said with a face full of struggle. This red scarf on my head was worn when I was struggling for the postgraduate entrance examination. But now, I'm addicted to playing games. I've slacked off too much and failed many subjects. I didn't expect to wear a battle scarf again and return to the passionate years of studying and struggling. May I ask why did you? Of course, it's because of spore evolution. It made me love studying again. Reporter, she interviewed another well-known medical student. This medical student was very cold. He glanced at her and continued to read his book. He just casually said, as a medical student, why would I hesitate to fight? Please don't waste my time, I'm serious about playing games. Huh? Instantly, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. Countless experts? Isn't this game about evolution? Why is it suddenly learning medicine? Could it be that this game has opened up a new business? Previously, this phenomenal game was learning to make me happy and learn evolutionary knowledge. Now, it's starting to turn around and learn medical knowledge? This is a good game. If I'm not wrong, this game will have to learn every subject in the future. First, from biology to chemistry, then to modern medicine, and then maybe chemistry, physics. This is amazing, my game. It's worthy of being a learning resource of 600,000 yuan per person. This game is simply the hope of the 30 million seedlings of the motherland. My son is so disappointing. He can't play this game. Countless parents cast praising gazes at him. In an instant, a spore evolution, broadening second medical knowledge, triggering a nationwide craze to learn medicine landed on the hot search headlines, causing countless people to discuss it. It once again became a national phenomenal game. Son, look. If you don't study hard, you can't even play games. You're useless. You usually love to play games, but now you can't even play a game. You can't even get started. What can you do when you grow up? Daughter, don't just think about makeup all day. Don't study hard. Now you can't even play games. Can you be a top student in the future? Can you be outstanding? You can only go to the construction site to work bricks. Parents were heartbroken in front of the TV, pointing at their noses and poking at their backs, scolding their children for not living up to expectations. In the past, parents were ashamed to play games. But now, this spore evolution was too hard, causing countless parents to praise it. Everyone was proud that their children could play this game. The situation became more and more intense, and it suddenly occupied the top 3 trending topics. The second trending topic was, my parents scolded me for not knowing how to play games. The third trending topic was claiming to achieve immortality. One day in the real world, 100 years in the game. Is that true? Looking at the hundreds of medical students struggling on the internet, Su Ji sat in front of his laptop and was shocked. He stood up and went to the fridge next to him to get a drink. This mixed element thunderclap hand really knows how to stir up trouble. As soon as he went out, he actually asked the netizens to help him analyze the plants and herbs of the sorcerer world. Suji originally thought that he would go out to brag and show off. Who knew that he would go out and ask for help, hoping to live a longer life in this alternate world? Suji was pleasantly surprised by this. It seems that this is a pleasant surprise. Sorcerer potioneering is about to usher in a big breakthrough. Originally, the medicinal properties of some drugs required generations of sorcerers to study and record, and it would take hundreds or thousands of years. But now, all the netizens are working together, and it will probably be sorted out very soon, Suji thought for a moment. The sorcerer world's alchemy and potioneering system is about to appear. My cancer is finally going to be cured. It was unexpectedly fast. Suji was already in the late stage of cancer. He originally thought that it would be a problem that would never be cured, but now there was hope. Li Jiangjiang, this transmigrator from another world, had brought him too many surprises by advancing the civilization of the sorcerer world. At this time, the intelligent subbrain suddenly reminded him. There are organizations all over the world attacking our game's official website. Do we need to fight back? Suji frowned. The storm this time was too big. Some people might not be able to hold back anymore and were hacking. I'm just a farmer trying to find a way to cure cancer. Suji sighed. There's no need to counterattack. Just defend. Don't bother with them. He knew how big the storm would be. Virtual reality technology that could completely achieve a second sense of life was already very advanced. Now, there was a terrifying time-flow ratio in this game. One day in the outside world was 100 years in the virtual world. In a sense, virtual immortality had been realized. Naturally, they could not sit still anymore. Suji asked the Hive subbrain, "Are you sure it's okay?" A mechanical reply came from the Hive subbrain. The technology of this modern society is far from the level of our insect race. They will never be able to find the real address of our orchard. Suji nodded. There was no problem then. Right now, he was walking on the path of evolution of his body, which was that of a transcendent creature. Meanwhile, the previous generation's Zerg Queen was walking on the path of evolution of her brain, which was that of a technological creature. Even though the previous Zerg Queen's data on climbing the technology tree had all disappeared. However, this Hive subbrain was ultimately the final product of advanced technology. They could do nothing about it. Suji thought about it and decided not to pay attention to it. What does the world's uproar have to do with me? All kinds of conspirators want to make a move against me, but what can they do to me? I'll plant my land and let them be dumbfounded. At that moment, Suji was still sipping his drink leisurely like a Buddhist salted fish. He had ordered the drink online at a special price of 38 yuan per box. After all, he was indeed short of money recently. He was sitting leisurely in the courtyard, enjoying the comfortable rural life of farming and health. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, open the door. Don't tell me you've gone crazy from farming? Suji stood up and went to open the door to the courtyard. It was Xianxia. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'm going back to school. Xianxia stood at the door and said in a low voice, looking like a listless eggplant. By the way, I just heard about the game you mentioned. It's a phenomenal game that has caused a stir in the country. Can you really get it? Although Xianxia was not a gaming fan and did not play games at all, this storm was so big that even an outsider like her knew about it. After understanding it, she realized how scary this game was. It was said that a beta test slot had been hyped up to a terrifying height of 400,000 yuan, and there was no market for it. She started to feel uneasy. After all, Suji used to be a powerful executive in a foreign company. He was young and promising, and he knew many people. But now, he was just a farmer. I can get it. Don't worry, I know an expert in this field who can write a thesis. I'm sure I can get it when the third beta starts, Suji said after some thought. That's what everyone else is thinking too. Those people are probably prepared. When the time comes, there will be more experts than in the second beta. Countless gaming studios will be fighting for the slots, Xianxia said hurriedly. Don't worry, they won't be able to compete with my friend. Suji laughed and caressed the worried little girl's head. Don't worry, after you go back, buy a computer and wait patiently. Oh. Xianxia thought for a while and didn't ask further. She suddenly jumped up and kissed Suji on the cheek before skipping away with a red face. Darling, I'm going back to school. Let's meet in the game. Suji touched his face and smiled. There weren't many truths in this world, but a girl's blushing was better than a bunch of white lies. Previously, he didn't have any feelings for this little girl. He only felt that it was good to be liked by others. He prepared food with love every day. Now, he felt that this little girl was a good person and was happy to be with her. After all, a girl who took the initiative to accompany you when you were suffering from cancer and at the lowest point of your life definitely has feelings for you. Suji returned to the courtyard calmly. Since the little girl had left and returned to school, Suji had time to work on the sand table construction plan. First, I have to prepare for the third beta. I didn't intend to start the third beta, but I have to find a reason to let this little girl in. No one knew that the third beta test that countless people were looking forward to and crazily yearned for was just a small gift that Suji had promised his girlfriend to fulfill her wish. Since this is the case, the third beta won't be too big. There should be around 30 slots. I'll let this little girl in. Suji's thoughts decided the fate of countless players. Also, there's the issue of the second expansion of the Sorcerer World sand table. Suji frowned slightly. He sat on a wooden chair in the orchard and ate an apple while looking at the large sand table. 100 acres. Although the sorcerer's usual activity area was only 30 acres, most of the areas were uninhabited giant forests and 40 acres of the vast ocean. It still had to be put on the agenda. After all, it was too primitive in the past. Now that the alchemy airship had appeared, it could solve the problem of traveling across vast areas. Another point was the emergence of a large number of powerful sorcerers. Rank 6 and 7 magi like Medusa could easily crush a small mountain and destroy a city. These kinds of powerful beings who could destroy the world were simply ruthless. If the place was not big enough, a single battle would be enough to destroy the world. Should we expand it? Suji thought for a while and shook his head. Not for now. After all, the alchemy airship that they were so proud of was only the size of a fly. In Suji's eyes, the alchemy airship that the sorcerers were so proud of was just an ant that crushed a small mountain the size of a thumb. Although it was indeed appalling considering their size, it was still shocking. Now, unless we can easily destroy a mountain, it would be like an ant destroying a huge territory the size of a mobile phone. Otherwise, there's no need to expand it in a short period of time. Suji thought for a while and suddenly looked at the large sand table. His veins popped out. Damn, as soon as Li Jiangjiang returned to the sorcerer world, he started to stir up trouble again. He even began to explore the edge of the world like the previous sovereigns and emperors. He even wants to use the power of the whole country to reach the ninth heaven and explore the legendary island in the sky, the land of the gods, Achilles, and pray to the great gods in the sky to grant him immortality? Suji was completely dumbfounded. There's no gods in the sky, my bragging is going to be exposed. I asked you to push forward the alchemy era, not to mess with me. He immediately turned back and went to the sundry room to rummage. Little brother, you still want to fly to the sky? It seems that there will be strong winds in the ninth heaven. I have to take out my powerful electric fan. Li Jiangjiang went offline outside, took off her VR glasses, and took care of her physical needs before posting online. Finally, after an hour of heated discussion, he logged into the game. I've made a deal with them. I'll log off for 1 minute every 4 years, and the medical researchers will leave a message in the thread about their research progress and what they need me to do in the alternate world, such as what plants I need to investigate and what I need to do in the alternate world. I hope that the countless modern netizens can help me find a solution in the alternate world. Thinking about that, Li Jiangjiang put on his VR glasses. Voila, he opened his eyes, only to see a splendid secret chamber in a palace. For Li Jiangjiang, his 40 years of life were too short. It seemed that this alternate world, where Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, lived a wonderful life as a wizard, was his real self. Now that I've ruled the world, I can do what I like without any scruples. What did he like? Farming, of course. Year 415 of the Babylonian kingdom. Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, devoted himself to the development of alchemy. He was the most ambitious emperor in the history of mankind. He didn't commit any atrocities. He was handsome and charismatic. He pioneered the construction of alchemical machines, promoted the development of alchemy and pharmacology, and established the Babylonian Wizard Academy, the Beastman Wizard Academy, and the Chire Royal Academy. He established 3 basic courses in the Wizard Academy system: alchemy, pharmaceutics, and wizardry. Also, every 3 years, witch mentors would take the students to the neighboring kingdoms for a school competition to distribute the resources of the academy. Almost every year, a powerful genius witch would appear and lead a generation. Then, she would become a minister of the kingdom, serving the great alchemy emperor and listening to his teachings. He also abolished slavery and advocated equality. Also, he began to protect the almighty beasts and asked the witches to hunt fewer monsters and almighty beasts in order to protect the ecosystem. As an invincible sovereign emperor, he was regarded as the dream lover of countless women. Even many talented and beautiful witches from the Sorcerer Academy had fallen in love with him, hoping to become his lover and fall in love with him. However, the alchemy emperor was silently guarding the 7 sleeping witches, researching alchemy potions in an attempt to extend their lifespans. Great, heroic, mysterious, invincible, affectionate, the achievements of the alchemy emperor were too many. Countless people wrote songs of praise for this great monarch. For 22 years of the kingdom of Babylon, the alchemy mage wealth and totem magic circle were completely formed, and the era of the alchemy explosion had begun. The geniuses of the Sorcerer Academy emerged one after another, and the dazzling geniuses were like the countless stars in the sky. In the same year, the wizard book, The Gate of Truth, was released. The great creator had once said that the reason why humans were called intelligent was because they could use tools. Wizards represent the search for truth and knowledge. As long as I am given endless knowledge, I can move the entire world. Those 2 sentences were from the first chapter of the alchemy book, The Gate of Truth, written by Grantham, the great alchemist, which laid the foundation for the civilization of the wizard world. For 23 of the Babylonian kingdom, the great alchemy emperor led the generations of witches and alchemy geniuses in the Sorcerer Academy to create a world-class miracle, Adolf. It was an alchemy giant that was as huge as a mountain. 30,000 slimes were the eternal source of power. Adolf held a huge shovel and dug through the ground every second to explore the end of the underground world. It was like a real creature, as huge and lofty as a mountain. Every day, countless witches would send carts of food and meat for the alchemy giant to eat. 3 years later, a spectacular black hole began to appear on the surface of the Charles Grand Canyon within a radius of 100 meters. This endless pit was shaking all the time, and the people in the nearby towns called it the Alchemy Demon Cave of Tartarus in fear. In the local language, it symbolized the devouring of darkness and indescribable fear. Such a terrifying giant dug through the ground every day, causing such a terrifying hole to appear in the ground. The great alchemy emperor has reached an unprecedented level of alchemy in the past few years. The giant is eating and digging endlessly, almost like a god. If it weren't for the witches regularly replacing the worn parts, we would have thought that it was a real living giant. The Babylonian people had never heard of such a miracle before. Suji was quite speechless. Earlier, this guy had created 5 or 6 tentacles in his sandbox yard and started to dig crazily. He didn't expect that he would go back to his old job and start digging crazily again. He really didn't change his nature. In the mysterious and exquisite Babylonian royal palace, on both sides of the palace were totem pillars that were exquisitely carved with magic patterns, and the white dome shed faint light. At the top of the oval hall, a tall and handsome man who was 3 meters tall sat on a snow-white carved throne. His body was like a Greek statue and as perfect as a Norse god. His eyes were deep as he sighed in a low voice. Back then, the great Sumerian hero King Gilgamesh explored the borders of the entire world. He was the one who told us about the world, that the sky is round and the earth is square. However, he explored the 4 poles, but not the 2 poles. Today, I, Grantham, the alchemy emperor from the Babylonian era, will completely improve people's understanding of this world. The history of mankind is a history of courage and songs. It is a record of our ancestors' courage to fight and explore nature. Let me be the ancestor. The witch ministers held their breaths. This was a historic moment. No compliment could describe the greatness of this man. this was a glory that the Babylonian kingdom had never seen. The prosperity of the Babylonian kingdom had reached the peak of its civilization, which was comparable to the glorious era of the ancient Sumer. Their king was a man of great talent and strategy. He was not inferior to Gilgamesh in the past. A moment later, a beautiful girl in a wizard robe appeared at the gate of the royal palace and walked into the hall. She slightly knelt down and held her staff with a serious expression. Our great king of Babylonia. Alchemy Emperor. The master of the wizard world. Adolf has explored the limit of the earth for us. This land is 30,000 meters deep, and the end of the earth is beyond it. We can't dig anymore. Suji had naturally set the boundaries of this sand table world. No one could walk out of the sand table from anywhere, and naturally, they could not dig through the ground. 30,000 meters? A long sigh came from the throne room, followed by a soft murmur. If the underground is poor, then what about the sky? He sat on the throne and raised his head. His eyes were deep and distant, as if he could see through the endless blue sky outside the palace. The sky must be mysterious and unknown. The gods live in the sky. When the 3 witches died, Mercury, the god of wisdom, descended from the sky with 3 great miracles, the flower steel, the fragrant blood rain, and the elegy of fate. Today, you will follow me to the sky to find the legendary land of the gods, Achilles. Pay your respects to the gods in the sky and thank them for their gift to the people on the ground. In the Babylonian language, Achilles meant the place where the gods lived. Historiographer. Here. A beautiful woman in a crimson wizard robe stepped forward. Use the history I've written, Spear of the Great Sorcerer, to record everything in front of us. Year 428 of the Babylonian kingdom, Alchemy Emperor Grantham used the power of the whole kingdom to build the Hanging Garden of Babylon. He wanted to reach the 9 heavens and pay his respects to the gods. He whispered and shook his staff slightly. Boom, layers of ripples appeared on the ground. The entire palace began to shake. Rumble, after countless years, the Babylonian royal palace was already a war airship, even bigger than the one he used before. It was another horrifying and unprecedented alchemical creation, powered by 30,000 slimes. It was a world-class miracle creation comparable to Adolf, the Hanging Garden of Babylon. Crack! Crack, countless buildings, flowers, and trees rose from the ground and flew straight into the sky above the Babylonian royal palace. It was made of the snow-white bones of giant beasts and solid wood. It looked like a giant J-20 combat plane. On the back of the plane were countless exquisite buildings and palaces. The plane had a streamlined body and a graceful body like a fish. The entire royal palace was in the front cockpit. Oh my God, what's that? That's the entire Babylonian royal palace. It's flying. On the ground, the shadow of the giant plane blocked the sun and fell into darkness. Countless people walked out of the street and looked up. In the huge cockpit. Let me see what kind of world it is above the sky. Li Jiangxing sat on the throne with a wooden staff in his hand. He looked extremely dignified and lowered his eyes. The local gods of this world must be surprised to see the plane I made, right? Who knows, my intelligence might even be noticed by them. I'll become a god, ignite the godly fire, and become the god of alchemy who controls the world, Grantham. Before him, a group of beautiful witch ministers stood. These traditional witches were the strongest geniuses in the world. The women were wearing the dark red robes of the wizard palace, with the mysterious Babylonian coat of arms on their chests. Half of their fair and smooth legs were exposed. They were extremely beautiful and pure. Holding their wands, they stood side by side respectfully in front of the king. Li Jiangxing, you've gone too far. As a transmigrator from the Magus world, instead of focusing on alchemy and potioneering to treat my illness. Why did he create such a huge plane to fly the ministers of the Babylonian kingdom to the 9 heavens to search for the gods? To find Achilles, the land of the gods in the Babylonian kingdom? Suji happened to come out of his warehouse. He took out the superpower electric fan he bought and put on a weird smile. You're so jumpy. It seems that you've never been beaten by society, just like Mount Akina. In the sorcerer world, those who had the strength of a rank 6 legend could fly. Back in the day, the king of death, Medusa, also wanted to fly to the limit of the sky and explore the top of the sky to find the land of the gods. but the sky of this world was too high. According to the records, the king of death did explore the top of the sky. Just like underground, it was also 300,000 feet. Li Jiangjang sat on the throne. He was also very cautious about this trip to meet the gods. But even for the king of death, it was extremely difficult to fly to the limit, and it consumed a lot of spiritual power. She flew to 300,000 feet in the sky and flew horizontally along the wall of the sky. After a short period of time, she was exhausted and had no choice but to go down. The alchemy emperor frowned slightly. Back then, Medusa didn't have enough magical power to explore the sky continuously. But I'm different. My world-class magical item, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, is enough to explore all the way on the screen of the sky and achieve long-term endurance. The respectful witches and ministers stood on both sides, but he stood on the Hanging Garden of Babylon, looked up at the endless blue sky, and whispered softly, "Since there are gods in the sky, then the wall of the sky must have a gap in the sky. That gap must lead to the land of the gods." What kind of nonsense was that? A gap in the sky? No, definitely not. Suji was speechless. In their eyes, Suji was a giant. 300,000 feet in the sky, which was 3 times the height of Suji, was the barrier of this world. The sky, the ground, and the surroundings were the same. They could not find a gap. But now, if they could not find anything special, it meant that Suji's lie was going to be exposed. There were no gods in the sky. This world was a huge lie. The Truman Show's world. They thought that there was a gap in the sky that led to the land of the gods. Then, Suji had to make a gap to prevent himself from being exposed. Thinking of this, Suji picked up a large vertical black fan in the orchard and started pulling up the wires and plugs. He set it up and aimed it at the air not far away. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Then, I'll make a small opening at the edge of the sand table. However, in this gap of the Magus world, I have to set up a powerful electric fan not far away and blow wildly. I said, above the 9 heavens, there must be endless world-destroying astral winds. Any mortal who vainly attempts to ascend to the heavens and ignite the divine fire will be struck down to the mortal realm. The astral winds in the sky were caused by a powerful electric fan. The passageways to the various worlds were white water pipes buried in the ground. Just thinking about it made him feel a little emotional. For 29 years of the Kingdom of Babylon, the Hanging Garden of Babylon flew along the screen wall at the top of the sky for more than 5 months, landing 3 times along the way to replenish the power source. At this time, he had already explored more than half of the sky above the world. Back in the Sumer era, it would take the Sumer warriors more than 20 years to explore 2 of the world's fastest beasts. Today's Babylon only needs more than a year to explore the entire sky of the world. This was all because of the world-class alchemy artifact, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. It was a super-large alchemy plane. Technology was the productivity of everything. And knowledge was power. On this day, Li Jiangjang stood on the edge of the fence of the Hanging Garden of Babylon and looked at the blue sky in the distance. Suddenly, he saw a magnificent view in the sky. What's that? Far away. A rapidly twisting, transparent air current crazily spread out, surging, and sweeping into a storm. It gave people a sense of fear. The entire Hanging Garden of Babylon was already difficult to stabilize even at a distance of 1,000 meters. Your Majesty. Countless witches and ministers walked out respectfully. Ha 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 ha. Li Jiangjang finally laughed crazily. He stood up and looked at the endless storm. After exploring the sky for 7 months, I've finally found it. There is indeed a gap in the sky that leads to above 30,000 meters. Behind the eye of the storm is the place of the gods. Holding the staff in his left hand and the shield in his right, Grantham gazed at the shocking view of the terrifying storm in the distance. Behind him stood several witches and ministers. Your Majesty, that storm is too terrifying. We may not be able to, someone reminded him in a low voice. Yeah, it's indeed terrifying. Li Jiangjang murmured. Even looking at the storm from a distance, the terrifying power was suffocating, not to mention passing through it. But I still have to try. Li Jiangjang clenched his fists with endless ambition and determination in his eyes. I'm already here. Why am I still hesitating? In my glorious life, I established a civilization in a different world and spread technology. After countless years, I've finally arrived at the legendary place of the gods. How can I stop? I have my ambitions. He was at the peak of level 6, but his talent was far inferior to the Emperor of Death, Musa. He hadn't reached level 7 in all these years. He even had a feeling that he might not have the opportunity to reach level 7 in his entire life and reach the level that Musa reached in the end. After all, he was not a genius. He clearly knew that his strength lay in alchemy, farming, and research, not cultivation. He didn't even develop his own witchcraft ability. He was still using the witchcraft from the era of the three witches. But at this moment, after putting on Grantham, he had crossed a major realm and had the power of a peak level 7 from the peak of level 6. In other words, he was as powerful as Gilgamesh, the most powerful hero king in history. Years ago, Hermes, the god of wisdom, came to Babylon and told the three witches that Gilgamesh had the power of a fake god. So, now that I'm equivalent to a fake god, can I pass through this storm and reach the land of the gods, Achilles? There was a raging fire burning in his eyes, as if there was some kind of intense expectation. You guys, wait here. He leaped lightly with the staff in his hand. As if he was stepping on invisible stairs, he climbed to the top and walked into the endless storm in the sky. Boom, the storm was roaring. Today, the mortals on the ground and the kingdom of Babylon will see the gods in the sky. Walala, the invisible storm was like a sickle, cutting through his alchemy skin and blowing him far away. It was difficult for him to stabilize his body, but in front of Li Jiangyang, he was strolling leisurely. Our king. Our king has become so powerful after all these years. Behind him, countless witches looked excited. The king's strength had reached an unimaginable level. This move alone was beyond their imagination. After defeating Medusa all these years, this guy has become terrifyingly powerful. He's inhuman. When Suji saw this, he frowned slightly, feeling a little scared as well. This electric fan isn't for ordinary household use. It's for industrial use and it's extremely expensive. It costs more than 20,000 renminbi per unit. Previously, during the Great Flood, I was planning to clean up the sand table and create a great storm. Who would have thought that it would be used here? The strength of this fan is so strong that it can even flip through the pages of a Xinhua dictionary and blow it away easily. But now, even a dictionary could be blown away, but it couldn't blow away an ant in the air. It was unbelievable. Your courage is commendable, but I won't let you come up. Suji's expression became calm again. He didn't have a chance to test the wizard's strength before, but now was the time to do a power assessment, just like how he tested Gilgamesh's strength back then. Second gear. Suji sat on a chair far away and pressed the remote control. The wind speed was extremely terrifying. Just standing in front of the wind was enough to make it hard for people to breathe. If it was placed somewhere else and opened, some cardboard boxes and leaves on the trees would be swept away in an instant and rustled. But, one step. I, Li Jiangyang, reincarnated as the Alchemy Emperor, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. What can a mere path to heaven do to me? A mere god from a different world. Li Jiangyang's expression was firm, and his body was as firm as a god. With a strong personal will, he stepped into the air step by step. The strength of the wind suddenly doubled, making it difficult for him to move. Spring protection. Wind barrier. Invisible body of qi. Death barrier. Rays of various colors overflowed in all directions as terrifying sorcery spells were unleashed. Li Jiangyang gritted his teeth and held the cane in his hand to resist such a terrifying hurricane. He took another step forward. In this world, no one can stop me, not even the gods in heaven. Fifth gear. In an instant, Suji pressed the remote control and switched from second gear to the maximum. Boom. In an instant, the airflow exploded and turned into the roar of an invisible giant beast. Roar. The power of this industrial electric fan had reached the level of a typhoon, flipping over the chair. Li Jiangyang, the little ant, could not take it anymore. It was as if his whole body was sucked into a strange transparent storm with thin air. He fell from the sky, unable to resist at all. Bang, Li Jiangyang was shot down and seriously injured. In the Hanging Garden of Babylon, countless witches were shocked and quickly cast spells to catch the falling alchemy emperor. I have never been defeated in a foreign world my whole life. I can't believe that I will fall here today. Li Jiangjiang's expression was miserable as he looked at the eternal violent wind in the sky. I am already invincible in the world, but I can't even reach the land of the gods. This wind is too terrifying. What kind of world-class witchcraft is it? It seems to be an eternal power source. This storm will not stop for thousands of years. Li Jiangjiang was shocked. He thought he was invincible in the whole world. Only now did he realize that he was just a little ant, not even noticed by the gods in heaven. Perhaps, in their eyes, he was just a lowly mortal who could only live for a few hundred years. In their sleep, he would become the dust of history. Whether he existed or not, what did it have to do with them? Being weak was the original sin. I am so close to breaking through to level 8. The legendary level 8 mythical wizard. I should be able to break through this storm and reach the 9th heaven. Li Jiangjiang's expression was gloomy as he clenched his teeth. After a moment of extreme shock, he silently made up his mind and left dejectedly. As long as I break through to level 7 and reach the level of Medusa, I will have the power of a level 8 mythical wizard with Grantham. The spear of the great sorcerer recorded, in the year 429 of the Babylon kingdom, alchemy Emperor Grantham rode the world-class strange object, hanging garden of Babylon, and reached the top of the sky. He searched for the land of the gods and encountered the eye of the storm. Desiantes. He could not pass through and met the gods in heaven. Suji saw this scene, nodded, and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't blame me for giving you a hard time. You're looking for trouble, and I'm looking for trouble. Do you think this fan doesn't consume electricity? This kind of high-power fan consumes more electricity than an air conditioner. Does my orchard's electricity cost nothing? He felt at ease, and after shattering the confidence of a certain transmigrator, he returned to the sand table in the orchard, sat on a chair, and silently ate an apple. I'll leave this electric fan here. If anyone approaches the sky, the land of the gods will continue to blow them down. He seemed to be relieved, but in his heart, he was secretly on guard. I'm still too weak. According to their power system, I'm only a small level 1 sorcerer. I'm super newbie. Even a lie I made up has been blown away. The natives of the sand table world, their civilization is evolving too quickly. Under someone's lead, they're frantically exploring the edge of the world, looking for God in the sky. A level 7 epic sorcerer was indeed terrifying. Only a typhoon with a force of over 10 could blow an ant like him away. In fact, this little ant's current strength could already easily kill an adult. This level is already a threat, but what about the next level? Every level of sorcerer has a qualitative change, and their strength increases by hundreds and thousands of times. A level 7 epic sorcerer was not too terrifying due to the size of an ant. However, once he reached level 8 mythical sorcerer, the size limit would no longer be a problem. He would be invincible, a flying ant, not even the size of a rice grain, could fly everywhere, wield a magic staff, and cast forbidden sorcery on a large scale. This was enough to slaughter modern humans. Fortunately, a level 8 mythical sorcerer has yet to appear. This is only the hypothetical level of sorcerers proposed by the 3 witches. Suji frowned slightly. The 3 witches were divided into level 6 legendary, level 7 epic, and level 8 mythical sorcerers, based on information unintentionally revealed by the god of wisdom, Mercury. After all, according to the Sumer's historical records, Gilgamesh guessed that the 3 witches were a realm stronger than the level 6 sorcerers, which was level 7. Back then, Mercury called them false gods. This meant that the next level after Gilgamesh, level 8 sorcerers, should be gods. Hence, he was known as a level 8 mythical wizard. I didn't expect that when I said it casually in the past, they would speculate wildly. They created something out of nothing and determined the division of realms, and it became true so quickly. Now they have reached level 7 epic, and the legendary level 8 mythical wizard has yet to appear. I have to think of a way to guard against them and plan. That realm was already a terrifying god. Even though he was a god of the sorcerer's world, even though he was only the size of an ant. However, if such a monster really appears, I can just casually release an ant from the sorcerer world, a sovereign emperor, or a mythical sorcerer. They can still cause a devastating blow to human society. An ant flying crazily, waving a staff, wantonly slaughtering humans on the streets. Just thinking about it is terrifying. An incredible thought popped into Suji's mind. This is a high-dimensional ultra-power civilization, even if I set their biological body to be very small. Suji frowned slightly. Also, we have to think of a way to build the land of the gods in the sky of the sorcerer world. Sooner or later, there will be people who will reach rank 8 and search for Achilles. When that time comes, there will be no way to cover up the lie. Being a creator was quite a heart-wrenching experience. In fact, the reason why they could develop so quickly and advance so quickly was because of their small body size. The smaller the body size, the easier it was to attract energy to condense and cause a terrifying qualitative change. As for the power of qualitative change, even if the body size was small and the qualitative change energy was only a trace, it was still not something an ordinary person could resist. The more they developed, the small body size gave them an advantage over the huge body size. At this moment, in the orchard, Suji received a call from Xianxia after his little brother, who was dealing with the rebellion against the Creator, made a futile attempt to ascend to the heavens. "My dear, I'm at school. I'm calling to let you know that I'm safe." A soft voice came from the other side. Suji laughed, completely forgetting about his bad attitude towards a certain person. His tone also became gentle. "It's good that you're safe. Don't worry, I'll buy a computer online for you and send it over. Remember to open the box and sign for it. When the third beta starts and the quota is filled, you can start playing." Oh. The other side was very excited. Suji and Xianxia chatted on the phone for a while more before hanging up silently. "I clearly said that the third beta was going to start. Now that someone is rebelling, I almost forgot about this." He thought about it. Although Li Jiangjiang was still inside, according to this progress, he had at least 100 years to live. That was just one day. If the netizens outside helped to extend his lifespan, he might have a few hundred years. That was just a few days in the real world. Suji could not be bothered with him. It was time to make use of these few days to prepare for the third beta test and the creature sand table. After all, this was his foundation and the source of the extraordinary species. He still had to let Xianxia in. "I have to evolve more species." Suji thought for a while. Moreover, the Sky Island, the land of the gods. What a headache. How can I get it out? Previously, he had been doing research enthusiastically to develop new species of insects and monkeys to perfect the world. Now that he had tasted the sweetness of success, he was completely hands-off. He had a bunch of people working for free, why not use them to evolve species? But now, it was his turn to think of a way to design a land of the gods. Suji was stunned again. "Forget it, I'll think about the third beta." Suji then spent a few hours thinking about new ideas for the third beta at night. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. He made an announcement, and after confirming that there were no mistakes or omissions, he posted it on the official website forum. Spore Evolution's internal beta version 0.3 is officially online. Many netizens are eagerly anticipating the third beta and opening up more internal beta slots. Now, at the request of the majority of netizens, the game will be opening up the third beta with 30 slots. Everyone is welcome to register. As usual, once the news was released, the forum was in an uproar. Spore Evolution 0.3 beta game update log is as follows: 1. 30 beta testers will be available. The maximum number of online gamers will be 180. Gamers are welcome to apply for the second and third beta testers by mail. The application will be in the form of a biological thesis. Describe your understanding of the game's evolution, enter the sandbox game, what species will be evolved, and explain the feasibility and rationality of the species. This will be used as a review for the beta testers. 3. Due to technical limitations, the game will not be able to provide more slots for the time being. To allow other gamers to experience the game will be eliminating the last 20 beta testers from the last batch of 150. The slots are as follows: Piggy loves life. Headshot from 800 miles away. I'll punch you. In this third beta test, 20 gamers will be eliminated, and 30 more slots will be added. 4. The game's background and worldview will be explored by the gamers themselves to increase the fun of the game. The final right of interpretation belongs to the game officials. Which major game update didn't have a lengthy explanation? Suji was different. He was too lazy to write so much. The update log was very short, and every update revealed a strong hardcore flavor. It was as if he didn't care about the players' feelings at all. Suji's goal was clear. It was the gamer's hair. He was going to skin these players who had cirrhosis of the liver and make them sacrifice their hairline to become bald. He would rack his brains to write all kinds of deductions, papers, and evolution plans. He would work hard and brainstorm to help himself to DIY evolution species. The balding and balding MT Akina was a classic example. Work hard. You'll become bald and stronger. Since the third beta test problem is solved, and I posted a game update log, I should go out and buy some food. Suji rode his bicycle and left the courtyard. Although Xianxia said that he could go to Aunt Li's house for a meal after he left, Suji was too embarrassed to do so. He still planned to cook for himself. In the sand table world in the courtyard, he was the Zhou creator who crazily squeezed the remaining value out of others. He wanted to squeeze every drop of blood out of the workers, but in reality, he was still quite kind and cared a lot about his face. I feel like I'm a keyboard warrior. I'm crazy online, but I'm as kind as ever in real life. Suji touched his thick hair and calmly ridiculed himself. However, he showed no signs of remorse. Life was about entertaining oneself. After all, although he was in the late stage of cancer, there was hope for a cure. He leisurely rode his bicycle through the country roads, enjoying the fresh air and the farmland scenery. He went to the county market and bought a bunch of vegetables and meat, sausages, braised pork, and fruits. Then, he rode back and put them in the fridge. These dishes should be enough for a few days. After all, I still have delicious food like the funeral chicken. Suji remembered a certain someone again. Moreover, the large number of plant players that just appeared in the orchard have also begun to evolve. However, as plants, they still can't help but run around. Now, in the miniature evolution sand table, there were always some idiotic players. They had clearly said that they would become a quiet tree, stand for eternity, and be a quiet and beautiful man, but they couldn't bear the loneliness and evolved into a bunch of green plants with long roots that ran wildly all over the ground. They even shamelessly said, "I've transformed, I'm just a tree, how can I run away?" Should I run away? For example, Suji was now walking back to the courtyard. Wow. Brothers, run. Stay away from the beast path. The boss giant is back. The Transportation Committee of the 3rd District of the Sand Table reminds you, there are thousands of roads, but the beast path is the first. As long as the beast path is not far away, tears will flow down the faces of loved ones. What are you talking about? Run. A bunch of strangely shaped green plants that were originally quietly rooted in the soil suddenly uprooted a few of their roots, dragging the mud and soil with them. Ta, 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 they madly ran away in an extremely strange posture. In an instant, the entire beast path became a bare sandy road without a single plant. Suji was stunned. He carried large and small bags of things across the bare road that was more than 10 meters long and came to the house. These animals are getting more and more shameless. The moment Suji walked into the house, a bunch of miniature plants in the yard instantly popped out again. They looked around suspiciously for a moment before they quickly stepped on their roots and returned to the beast path. They rooted themselves on the spot and became a plant. Don't push, you're stepping on me. So what if you rooted? Your roots are entangling me, are you flirting with me? Brother, I was standing there just now. You stole my spot. Damn. You're pretending to be dead? Do you really think you're a plant? The lighting in my place is super good. Look at my luxuriant growth, the emerald green leaves all over my body, and you actually snatched them? Come, let's fight one-on-one. In an instant, after Suji left, a bunch of plants ran back to their original spot and took root. The entire road turned back into a lush forest, completely unrecognizable as the original shape of a road. Of course, somewhere in the lush forest, 2 trees were wrestling with each other, excitedly playing a wrestling match. Brother, grab his leaves. Oh right, strip him bald. He dared to steal your spot. Puff, one of the fruits of one of the trees exploded and sprayed on the face of the other tree. The corrosive liquid was all over the tree. Damn. How dare you poison it? No competitive spirit. Esports doesn't need to be fair. This brother is so wretched. He evolved the ability to hide poison in his fruit and use it as a bomb to hit people. No wonder he dared to steal other people's spots. This is natural selection. Your plant is too weak and can't get a good spot. You're destined to be eliminated, picking nose. Around them, a bunch of trees were making sarcastic remarks and cheering wildly. Of course, while watching, there were also people chatting and whispering excitedly. Damn, this update has already caused an uproar. The medical students outside are complaining that it's not a medical thesis this time. They've already prepared their thesis. Isn't that right? Now that the game has opened, it's going crazy outside. Everyone is excitedly writing biology theses. I even suspect that this game has awakened the M attribute of us netizens and turned us into masochists. The more we abuse, the higher we get. So the giant boss in the yard is really an invincible NPC. He's the legendary creator. He's the background character of the sand table and is used to entertain the sand table's atmosphere. Before this, we wanted to defeat him. It's like holding a lantern in a cesspit, looking for sh*t Mount Akina's speed is the fastest. Before this, he wanted to put sh*t in the creator's food and hide poison in it. Those who don't know fear nothing. Suji had just returned to the house. He took out bags of white and black supermarket plastic bags on the table and put them into the fridge. He was quite relaxed and comfortable. After all, the small ants of the players living in the yard outside were already used to it. Carrying plastic bags, they naturally couldn't see him. In their eyes, he was just a hazy shining giant. Anything modern would be blocked by the hive subbrain. He frowned slightly. They actually know that I'm the creator? Suji thought about it, came to the computer, and silently logged into the forum. Because if there was any accident that he didn't understand, it was right to go to the forum. Here, these little guys who loved to show off couldn't hide any secrets at all. Suji searched for a while and understood the truth. It turned out that everything was because of a crazily imaginative post. Terrifying. The background of the sorcerer world revealed by the big boss primordial thunderclap hand and then linked it to the background of our sand table world. The truth of the setting of Spore Evolution is the universe. Worlds in the heavens, Suji was shocked at that moment. What's going on? Didn't my simple sand table allow you to evolve species? Why is there such a vast world setting? Why didn't I know about it? Worlds in the heavens, my ass. Are these people plotting something? Are they trying to mess with me again? He shuddered. I'm not really an invincible creator. I'm just a little level 1 wizard who hides in an orchard in the countryside. If I'm really poisoned this time, it'll be hilarious. I quickly clicked on the post. The person who posted it was the super wily old fox, Speed of Akina. Suji picked up a cup of tea and read it carefully. He wanted to investigate the enemy camp and see what this fellow was up to. It was better to nip it in the bud. The thread was quite lively. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaoming Shan Speed. Yes, it's me again. The third beta started this morning, and I'm taking the opportunity to gain some popularity. I'm posting a deduction thread and speculations about the background setting. To be honest, I have a good relationship with Primordial Chaos Thunderhand. I've communicated with him, and I've discovered some terrifying things. First, it's definitely the hottest topic recently, the opening of a new map, the Sorcerer World. I'm sure everyone knows that there's a complete world map. Our previous small map is simply a super simple beginner's village. This means that we've played for so long, but we didn't even get out of the beginner's village. That's too hardcore. What a scary big map. What a nice production team, you're bragging about it. In the Sorcerer World, everyone has their own AI and their own logic. It's as if every living person, or even an animal, has its own logic. It's unimaginable. It's like a real world. Even 1,000 supercomputers would not be able to handle such a terrifying amount of calculations. This technology is countless times more advanced than modern technology. I'm not an expert in this field, so I won't discuss it. The professionals can make their own speculations. Secondly, the Sorcerer World's magic and mental strength are completely in line with reality. Some of you must have heard that in the evolution sand table, a few physics experts tested the acceleration of gravity in the game and found that g equals 9,788. This physical parameter is exactly the same as in the real world. In other words, in the game world, Newton's second law, F equals ma, was completely applicable, as well as the various classical formulas of physics, G equals mg, and A equals vt. The physical parameters of the other world were somewhat strange, but the chemical reactions were more or less the same, just that they were countless times slower. In pharmacology, target cells, receptor cells, antibiotics, and the like were all useful. It was just that the plants, fungi, and microorganisms in the other world were completely different. The indigenous medicine there had to start from scratch, and together with witchcraft, it might give birth to potion alchemy, surpassing modern medicine. This was also the reason why the primordial chaos thunderclap hand, a big shot of technology, was able to use the slime engine in the other world to develop biological alchemy and climb the technology tree, becoming the sovereign emperor in charge of alchemy and the gate of truth. It was simply too awesome. In this game, only death awaits the bad students. I think the words of the primordial chaos thunderclap hand are very practical. Give me endless knowledge, and I can move the whole world. If you don't have a solid level of knowledge, you won't be able to play. If you studied well in the real world, you would only be a straight A student. However, if you did well in physics, chemistry, and mathematics, you might be able to become another sovereign emperor. An invincible alternate world, science could change fate. After all, it was too realistic. The entire sand table was like the real world. There were all kinds of parameters in the real world, physics, and chemistry, and there were no loopholes or bugs. Moreover, you could also learn witchcraft inside. This was a very advanced subject in the other world. I even suspected that the real sorcerer world's parameters were completely in line with reality. If we could get the blood of the evil eye inside, could we also become sorcerers in the real world? Third, about the new map March. For this, I am very grateful for the support that the primordial chaos thunderclap hand gave us. This sovereign emperor spent 3 months in the sorcerer's alternate world to write a book called the Sorcerer's World Language Dictionary for the players outside. He also used the screenshot function to take pictures. Attached pictures, 1045. Someone asked me, why did I send so many pictures? Someone asked me, why did I shed tears of gratitude? Yes, it was that hardcore. We also knew that this game was like a second life. It didn't have a system layout, it didn't level up, it didn't have stats. In the sand table, you were like a real spore, evolving into a species. It was the same in this alternate world. The language and civilization had to be learned again. It was like you had traveled to a real alternate world and were a living person. The most exaggerated thing was that you became stronger in the alternate world and could fly in the air. That kind of invincibility was completely real. In other words, you could experience the terrifying power of an emperor. This kind of hardcore authenticity was also what people loved and hated about this game. Previously, when the boss went in, it took him more than 3 years to secretly learn the language of the alternate world. Now, he wrote a book for us, which greatly reduced our time. If we had the ability to enter the alternate world, we wouldn't have to go through so many detours in learning the language. But a new language is very difficult to learn. I took a quick look. This doesn't belong to any of the current languages on Earth. The pronunciation is quite special, even more difficult than English. Everyone, please work hard. I'm crying. I'm addicted to games in university. I haven't even passed CET 4 yet. It's difficult to graduate. What's this now? I don't want to live anymore. Fourth, the world background of spore evolution. This was the most important part. Remember before, when we secretly fought the giant, we flipped open the book on his chair, Genesis. There were also screenshots, 5 pictures attached. Dark Warrior Era, Light Warrior Era, New Era, Genesis, Grand Sorcerer Era. According to the primordial thunderclap hand, we looked through the history of the sorcerer world. Guess what we found? This is the history book of the Sumer civilization, Genesis, 102 pictures attached. You don't understand the language of the alternate world, and you won't be able to read it, but you can find the previous Sorcerer World Language Dictionary to compare and translate. There was a paragraph in which the god of creation came to the sorcerer world and gave civilization, an intelligent giant beast, 10,000 feet tall, covered in white light, with a holy face, trampling the earth and mountains. Everyone felt that this description was very similar to someone. Later, a few hundred years later, this hero king developed the Sumer civilization and tried in vain to attack the god of creation. A great flood descended and destroyed the world. Alright, fellow gamers who are passionate about learning, let us recall the previous page that we flipped to. The Founding Era chapter records, during the Genesis, the intelligent species appeared. The intelligent apes developed a tribal city-state civilization, drove away the giant beasts, and became the hegemon of the era. However, they were cruel and violent, and the heavens could not tolerate them. A great flood descended and destroyed all life. The third extinction began, and 99% of all life was wiped out. Look, it was also a record of the great flood that destroyed the world. This was the diary of the giant. At this point, I'm sure everyone has already guessed it and completely connected, right? The giant in our yard is the legendary god of creation. Moreover, he only used 7 days to create the sorcerer world. The content of the historical record was as follows: on the first day, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. On the second day, God said, "Let there be air to separate the waters." Then there was heaven. On the third day, God said, "Let all the waters in the world gather in one place and expose the dry land." In the historical record, the 7 days of creation was simply shocking. The following is my assessment of his combat power and speculation about his background. The giant in the yard, in the ancient civilization of the sorcerer world, once sent a great flood. He was an invincible and terrifying existence that could easily destroy a large civilized world. Dark Warrior Era, Light Warrior Era, New Era, long and boundless epic eras, worlds after worlds were created by his hands. He was born at the beginning of nothingness, the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. He was the only existence across the multiverse and countless dimensions. He transcended matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, causality, and everything that humans knew in the past, present, and future could not understand his existence. He was infinite, eternal, and indestructible. He was the abstract entity of chaos in the entire multiverse. He did not belong to any space in the universe. He lived in the interlayer between dimensions, which was this small yard, and was evolving the species of all the heavens and worlds. The entire heavens and worlds, time, space, and dimensions, were all created by his own hands. Suji? He was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. I lived in the interlayer between dimensions, evolving you spores, the species of all the heavens and worlds. This is just a small orchard under Dongqing City. This empty Akina's speed is toxic. When Suji saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was stunned for a long time. He really had a good imagination. Back then, Suji had only used the worst resources to build a sand table. It was only 30 square meters. Once he built it, he didn't care about it anymore and allowed them to develop freely. They were completely the type of wild children who were not loved by their parents. Suji's focus was on advancing the civilization of the sorcerer world. But now, these hardcore players who had evolved from small casual sandboxes had imagined the most magnificent game background in their minds, and they had forcefully played this small territory to the fullest. This group of social animals used the most miserable treatment to break out the most fanatical passion. Beginner's Village? What Beginner's Village? This is all their entertainment. Suji was speechless. As for the sorcerer world, breaking the world passage and crossing dimensions. How could it be for normal people? That was too difficult. Up until now, only 2 people had achieved this achievement after so long. Moreover, not everyone could bring a new species to the other side. Many people would probably die after living for a few years. Li Jiangxing was just an exception. Because it looked cute enough, it was weak and posed no threat at all. If it was discovered in the early stages, it could be used as a commodity to be reared and sold. Its reproductive ability was also strong, and it had value. Only then would it have the chance to struggle at death's door and rise. Moreover, although it was weak, because it was a biological engine, it had the potential to rise by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. And once you go, the king would not live for more than a few years. The more powerful the monster, the more likely it would be imprisoned or even destroyed. Do you think you can defeat the legendary and epic sorcerers of the sorcerer world just because you're proud dragons? Do you think you won't be dissected and studied? The sorcerer world was very resistant to monsters. They came from the era of tribes and were persecuted by the giant beasts and magical creatures. They were very hostile to non-human creatures. A certain alchemy emperor was just a man in human skin. He did not dare to expose his identity as a magical creature. He did not even dare to openly protect his own magical creatures. He only secretly gave the slimes preferential treatment. However, the fact that they have expectations and are working hard to improve themselves is something that is extremely delightful to see. Suji put on the strange expression of a factory owner. I like people like you the most. You don't want a single cent, and you work for me for 7 to 8 hours a day. Even when you're bald, you can still find joy in your misery. You're posting crazily, and you're getting more and more excited. You can't wait to work more and evolve more extraordinary species with potential for me. As long as he didn't die of exhaustion, he would work to his death. Any boss would dream of having such an employee. Suji was very satisfied and delighted. In any case, being able to evolve species and advance the development of my world's civilization is a good thing. As for the dream of a second life, going to a new world, one day in heaven is 100 years underground, just think about it. Everyone, just obediently work in my little sand table. He smiled brightly. He felt as though a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. So he wasn't trying to mess with me. Are you going to screw yourselves? Do you want to torture yourself? Crazily open up the liver, sure. Do as you please. The labor law can't find me anyway. He stood up, went to the side to pour a glass of water, and then returned to the chair. He continued to read the comments, to see what kind of waves he could make. At this moment, Akina Yamaguchi continued to post crazily. He was still in high spirits. He didn't know that someone was secretly watching him. As the creator, he was secretly fighting with the netizens. Awesome. Such a creator, the only supreme ruler, launched a great flood and destroyed a world. And I even wanted to provoke him before? Tears, everyone, look at the last page, the era of the prosperous sorcerer. I've only written half of it, which is the current era, the sorcerer era. But according to the history of the sorcerer world, these native sorcerers only know the era of the Sumer, which is the previous founding era. If they knew that before humans appeared, there were still 3 long eras, and each era was as long as 10,000 years, and their human civilization was only a short 1,000 years, they would probably be scared out of their wits and collapse, right? Ha 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 ha. I'm looking forward to the expressions of the people inside. There's one more thing. Previously, people in the sorcerer world have been looking for the creator, which is the place where the intelligent giant beasts live, but they couldn't find it at all. Now that I think about it, the place where the creator lives is here. The mezzanine between dimensions, one day in the high-dimensional world is 100 years in the outside world, so here's the problem. Now, what do the spores in our yard mean to the creator? If I'm not wrong, the complete background setting of this game should be that the creator is creating the world and evolving all things. We players are the evolved spores that the creator puts in the yard. When we are formed and have potential, the creator will put us in various worlds. This is the situation with the mixed element Thunderhand. This also means that we have become a new species that evolved from spores, and can walk out of the beginner's village. The beginner's village of this game is super cool, it's awesome. Crazy likes. JPG, also, there's one more thing that can be verified. According to the explanation of the Big Boss Mixed Element Thunderhand, the evil eye that I evolved before, which is the big eye monster that I told you about, has long appeared in the sorcerer world. It even advanced the civilization and development of the sorcerer world, leading to the blood of the evil eye incident of the 3 witches a few hundred years ago, and the rise of extraordinary sorcerers. Without me evolving the big eye monster, there wouldn't be the rise of human sorcerers. Just thinking about it makes me feel a sense of achievement, right? My race has left a strong mark in this world, and it has become the extraordinary cornerstone of the sorcerer world. This huge sense of achievement is something that other online games can't understand. Also, the farewell chicken that I evolved before has also appeared in the sorcerer world. It is living in the desert and is also one of the indigenous monsters. Because it was experimented on by the sorcerer world sorcerers, my farewell chicken's blood was integrated into it, and a highly poisonous harpy appeared. Because of this, the sorcerer world, the orc kingdom, appeared. Damn, after hearing this news and looking at the super cool screenshots of the orc kingdom that the big boss sent me, I feel really good. I feel like my life has reached a climax. Because of the species that I worked so hard to evolve, the farewell chicken, directly led to the birth of a orc kingdom and a race in the sorcerer world. Our every move and the species that evolved are perfecting the huge sorcerer world, triggering a huge wave of history. Also, according to my guess, maybe it is not just the sorcerer world, but the whole world. After the detailed analysis of MT Akina, countless people exploded. They were instantly boiling. After all, the amount of information contained in it was unprecedented. In an instant, it subverted everyone's view of the game, Spore Evolution, and stimulated their nerves too much. Wow. It turns out that we are still in the beginner's village. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. If it wasn't for the big boss analysis, we wouldn't have known that the background of this game is so vast. So detailed and complete. And such an ingenious and terrifying setting. Yes, the background of this sandbox game is too awesome. Suji was among the netizens, nodding his head frantically. Suji also said, "Before I saw your post, I didn't even know that I had such a terrifying background setting." There was no doubt that at this moment, even the creator himself was dumbfounded as he watched this friend's meticulous reasoning. After reading the post, even Suji himself was a little excited. It was simply too exquisite, okay? Even Suji wanted to blow his own top after reading such a complicated and ingenious game setting. After reading it, he felt his blood boiling. He had a strong desire to enter the game and start living a glorious life in another world. The netizens who did not know what was going on were naturally even more excited. Praise the Conscience production team. Hardcore is hardcore, but is there anyone who is super friendly to us players? It's just that there are too few beta testers, so we can only be cloud players. Watching you guys play games, surf the forums, and satisfy your cravings makes my heart itch. Crying emoji, it's so scary. Playing this game makes us love to learn. At first, it was evolutionary biology, then it was medical pharmacy. Next, I thought it would be physics, chemistry, and so on. Who knew it would be linguistics? Sudden change of style emoji, it's so scary. If we can enter the sorcerer world, we will even have to relearn the indigenous language of the other world. We have to learn a whole new language to play the game. Is there anything more scary? I can't even learn English well. Crying emoji, if that's the case, I'm afraid this game will really become a second life. Serious emoji, so it turns out that the highest legendary map appeared right from the start, the dimensional courtyard where the creator lives, the land of creation. The creator is evolving us single cells and spores. It's no wonder that he regularly comes to check on our species' evolution progress. To think that we wanted to fight a boss earlier. Wow. Thinking of this little ant wants to run over and lick the creator's feet. There are so many benefits to please the creator. I want to lick his feet too. Lick feet plus 1 inch hee, you bootlickers are so shameless. I'm different, I want to lick his sexy chest hair too. Humph. You are blaspheming the creator. As the only existence in the world that transcends countless dimensions, time and space, cause and effect, how can there be such a setting like chest hair? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Some cute girls began to defend him. They expressed that they were already fans of this game. The creator god of the unparalleled dominator was simply too handsome. Even when he was eating an apple, he looked extremely handsome. He was far more handsome than any actor in any anime, television series, or movie. Everyone wanted to make him into a pillow, a figurine from the 2D world. I found out that the legendary god of creation liked to sit on a chair in the courtyard and eat apples. Ha ha ha, you even like to eat snow pears. There's hope for me as a plant. I'm going to evolve into a plant that's very tasty, grow fruits, and please this god of creation. I'm sure I'll be able to trigger a hidden quest. Leave me to evolve into a delicious plant. Delicious, fragrant, and sweet. The protein was 8 times that of beef, and it even took the initiative to send itself to the mouth. I want my Adonis to personally eat me, this cute sweetheart, shy, a bunch of bootlickers. Suji sat in front of the computer and looked at the crazy discussions in the forum. He was amused by all kinds of hot ridicule. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that he would suddenly get the information of the wizard world from the primordial thunderclap hand without doing anything. The online forum was now experiencing such a drastic change. Before, he wanted to eat fruits, so he fought with them and tricked them into evolving into plants in his orchard. He didn't expect that there would be such a good thing now. Actively evolving delicious food, and now it was delivered to his door. The gourmet species plan was going to be realized. I'm lucky, and my happy life in the farm in the future, Suji continued to observe in secret. Suddenly, he couldn't help but secretly post a post in the forum, fanning the flames. Everyone, don't forget that the god of creation actually likes to eat the funeral chicken the most. That's right. Suddenly, countless players in the forum came to a realization. Suddenly, countless players entered the game. They frantically searched for the speed of Mount Akina, who had just posted and now entered the sand table. At this moment, Speed of Mount Akina was reproducing in the same place with his funeral chicken population. After the previous mass extinction, he finally managed to reproduce the population with great difficulty. Chen Wenshan looked at the group of enthusiastic players rushing toward him and laughed. They're finally here. Sure enough, they're all looking at me with such fanatical admiration. It must be because of my tall and handsome post just now. A wave of exquisite and peerless reasoning attracted a large number of fans. Quick, catch him. Brothers, sacrifice the funeral chicken and trigger the hidden plot. Yes, he was the one who took the lead to provoke the god of creation. Let's catch him and sacrifice him as a sacrifice to beg for the god of creation's forgiveness. In the lush forest, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. Countless strange-looking hunting animals with 8 tentacles, 9 legs, and hundreds of pairs of eyes charged madly toward the funeral chicken race and quickly crushed it. Chen Wenshan? F*CK, you guys are crazy, I just posted the post and came in. I put on a handsome pose on the spot. I want to enjoy your admiring gazes, not to get beaten up, run. He was not stupid and ran as fast as he could. Who did I offend? Chen Wenshan felt terrible and tears streamed down his face. How did things turn out like this? He ran frantically and hid in the forest, gasping for breath. These damn bootlickers, I kindly posted a post to decipher such a powerful game world setting, and you guys turned around and messed with me? He gasped for breath but did not notice that behind him, a bunch of lush trees were secretly blinking. Look, what did we find? It's actually a Mount Akina rooster. We can try to catch it. A Mount Akina rooster can provide us with energy for a few days. They're rich in protein and are also the god of creation's favorite. However, he's not easy to deal with. We'll slowly approach him from behind. Shoo! Be careful not to make any noise. Poof, a group of trees quietly pulled out their roots and sneakily approached, swarming toward him. Caw caw caw, the shrill cry of a rooster could be heard. Hey! We actually caught him. He's struggling very hard. Be careful. He's already crazy, biting. Oh no, he's biting the tree, he's biting the tree. Quick! Cover his mouth. Caught him, the lethal poison of the funeral chicken is all on the head. As long as the head is removed, it can be eaten. His protein content is 6 times that of beef. Of course, if we're not pressed for time, we can roast him first. It'll be more delicious that way. Well, they're crunchy and taste like chicken. But don't eat too much, and don't eat their king, Mount Akina rooster. After all, we have to stay and reproduce the race. We have to sacrifice this race to the great god of creation. A group of trees gradually walked away. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew past. The Mount Akina rooster resisted, and chicken feathers fell to the ground. Like an innocent boy who was stripped naked, he stood there naked, with a face full of question marks and a face full of confusion. He broke down. He began to doubt his life. Could it be that I'm really an edible chicken? A race born for delicacies, Suji sat quietly on a chair at the entrance of the courtyard, eating an apple. Beneath his feet was a bunch of strange trees. The emerald-green corolla branches and leaves on their heads carried bright-colored funeral chickens as they were delivered to him. They were like a group of primitive tribes worshipping the towering god giant. Suji smiled, grabbed them, and brought them back to prepare tonight's dinner. Well, last time it was soup, this time it's frying. End of chapter 69. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.